The great Zhou dynasty that in Yangzhou, at the Shenglong Manor, lies the White River County. In the northeastern corner of White River County, there exists an expansive natural valley. Within this valley, rows of green maple trees stand tall and straight, resembling the valley's natural guardians, and the locals refer to it as Green Maple Valley. 2 centuries ago, a family bearing the surname Li migrated to this place and established roots. Over the course of 200 years, they evolved into the renowned affluent clan of White River County, the Green Maple Li clan. However, today, the Green Maple Valley is shrouded in mourning. The members of the Li family traversing the valley don mourning attire, their faces etched with sorrow, revealing a profound sense of bewilderment and unease. This sorrowful atmosphere stems from a tragic event that transpired 3 days prior, when a contemporary head of the Green Maple Li clan, Li Xianfeng, was discovered lifeless in his secluded chamber. Li Xianfeng had not appeared before others for an extended period, so long that suspicions began to arise, with some even speculating that he had attained enlightenment. It was only when the Li family could no longer endure the mounting pressure and called for him in vain that they finally entered his secluded chamber, discovering that he had been deceased for several days. His demise was abrupt and unforeseen. Not only was Li Xianfeng the head of the Green Maple Li clan, but he was also its most formidable member. In the absence of a matured new generation, his passing represents a monumental blow to the Green Maple Li clan. It could be said that this event heralds the decline of a family that was once at the pinnacle of its power. For Li Xianfeng had made numerous enemies in his pursuit of the clan's expansion during his lifetime. The reputation of the Li family in White River County has never been particularly favorable, often characterized by their domineering nature. Inside the mourning hall of Li Xianfeng, a throng of people gathered. Numerous members of the Li family, clad in mourning garments, congregated within the hall. Those with close ties huddled together, whispering. With the passing of the old patriarch, the days ahead for the Li family will undoubtedly become arduous. Indeed, the old patriarch was the sole individual in our family who transcended the blood-chi threshold without his formidable presence. How shall our family instill fear in our adversaries? Sigh. It is rumored that the Zhou and Zhang families, upon hearing the news of the patriarch's demise, have begun to stir restlessly. They have long harbored discontent regarding the distribution of interests in the market. Previously, they dared not act out of respect for the old patriarch's strength, but now that he is gone, their true intentions are bound to surface. The Zhou and Zhang families are but mere jesters with the might of the Li family. What is there to fear? While that may be true, how can one be certain that they lack powerful backing? It is a pity that the new patriarch is merely 17 years old otherwise, with his remarkable talent. It would be a foregone conclusion that he could break through the blood-chi threshold and ascend to the blood-chi realm in a decade's time. At that point, all our troubles would be resolved. Such thoughts are indeed fanciful. But will our enemies grant us a decade to prepare? Although the new patriarch possesses exceptional talent, he is still quite young and lacks the experience necessary to manage the family. Can he truly lead the Li family out of this predicament? Speak cautiously. Do you dare to question the words of the family head? Are you not afraid that the family enforcement team will invite you for tea? I said nothing. Meanwhile, within the solemn and fragrant council hall, several figures of substantial presence sat upright. These individuals were the elders of the Qingfeng Li clan, the true core of the Li family. Each possessed a mastery of the physical realm at its zenith. Among them, the most senior elder, Li Xiantong, had been immersed in the perfection of the physical realm for over a decade, standing merely a step away from breaking through the blood barrier to ascend to the blood realm. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The family head has arrived, accompanied by a loud and clear announcement. The doors of the council hall were slowly pushed open by 2 clan guards. The elders of the Li family turned their heads in unison, their gazes swiftly directed towards the entrance. They are a young man clad in a white robe, standing 7 feet tall, adorned with a jade belt, and possessing a countenance both refined and imbued with masculine vigor, strode confidently into the hall. Under the watchful eyes of all, the youth made his way to the family head's throne and took his seat. Once settled, the remaining 5 elders, aside from the Grand Elder, rose in unison, clasping their hands in salute. We pay our respects to the family head. The young man was none other than the newly appointed family head of the Li clan Li Xinga. Li Xinge was the direct grandson of the previous family head, Li Xianfeng, and the most gifted scion of the Qing Fengli clan in 2 centuries. From the age of 5, he began to temper and refine his physique, and by the age of 6, he had successfully transcended to the body refinement realm, officially stepping into the path of cultivation. At 10, he achieved great perfection in body refinement, and by 11, he successfully broke into the flesh realm, his strength now comparable to the elder generation of his clan. 5 years later, upon reaching full mastery of his physical form, he caused a stir throughout Baihe County. He was dubbed a prodigy by well-meaning onlookers, who speculated that if he did not falter, he possessed the innate potential of a true celestial being. However, only the upper echelons of the Li family were aware of the true extent of this new patriarch's frightening talent. Full mastery of the physical form. It was nothing short of jest. 3 years prior, Li Xinge had already attained this level of prowess. Yet, in order to avoid inciting the jealousy of other forces and to protect Li Xinge, the Li family chose to keep this information concealed. Now, with 3 years having passed, even the upper echelons of the Li family were oblivious to the true extent of Li Xing's power. However, they believed that achieving great perfection in the flesh realm was undoubtedly within reach. Esteemed elders, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please take your seats. Li Xinge sat at the head of the table, speaking in a gentle tone. The assembly of elders adjusted their robes and settled down. Esteemed elders, this marks my first time presiding over the Elder Council since assuming the role of patriarch. The purpose of this meeting is to address the impending crisis facing our Li family. Great Elder, please elaborate on the specific circumstances. Of course. The Great Elder nodded and willingly accepted the task. He cleared his throat, facing the assembly. With deliberate calmness, he began, Esteemed elders, 3 days prior, the venerable patriarch passed away, marking the recent demise of the Li family. Shortly after this news spread, and under the instigation of those with ulterior motives, the Zhou and Zhang families swiftly allied. The heads of these 2 clans met at the Flying Snow Pavilion for 2 hours before parting ways. Since then, the Zhou and Zhang families have abandoned their usual deference towards the Li family, allowing their subordinates to engage in malicious competition. Moreover, their younger generation has audaciously proclaimed in public that the Li family should vacate the East Street Market. Furthermore, our once subservient forces exhibit signs of losing control. The monthly offerings from the Jin and Hao families have not been rendered punctually, delayed by various pretexts. Additionally, the master of the Great Blade Sect expelled our family members stationed there the very next day. As the elders spoke, the expressions of several Li family elders darkened considerably. This was an unabashed provocation towards the Li family. The notoriously hot-tempered second elder abruptly rose to his feet, his face flushed with indignation as he addressed Li Xinge. This insolence is intolerable. Patriarch, I implore you to issue the command. I am willing to personally lead the enforcement team to eradicate these traitors. The second elder, Li Xuanzhong, was an elder of the enforcement hall. Li Xinge cast a sidelong glance at him, his countenance devoid of emotion as he replied, Sit down, let the great elder finish speaking first. Though his tone was unremarkable, it carried an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Even as Li Xuanzhong, a senior member of the Li family, he dared not defy his words in the slightest. With a heart full of indignation, Li Xuanzhong reluctantly returned to his original seat. Upon witnessing this, the Grand Elder continued, Moreover, the Su family of Mongshan and the Song family of Baibua have also dispatched envoys, ostensibly to offer condolences, but in reality to exert pressure, seeking the relinquishment of the Yinling mineral vein from our Li family. At this juncture, even the Grand Elder, who was typically unflappable in the face of adversity, bore a grave expression. The Su and Song families were not akin to the Zhou and Zhang clans. These 2 families were indeed formidable powers within Baihe County. Each of these families had practitioners of the Bloodshi realm stationed within their ranks, standing alongside the Li family and the other 6 prominent clans, collectively known as the 9 great families of Baihe County. Even if Li Xianfeng were to return, he would need to exercise utmost caution when confronting these 2 families. Furthermore, with Li Xianfeng deceased, the Li family no longer possessed the strength to engage in equitable dialogue with these powerful clans. However, The Yinling mineral vein was certainly not something that could be surrendered so easily. Abundant in iron ore, the annual profits derived from the ore produced by the Yinling vein accounted for nearly half of the Li family's income. It would not be an exaggeration to deem it the lifeblood of the family's economy. Should they lose the Yinling iron mine, the Li family would likely be relegated to the status of a second-rate clan within Bai County. As anticipated, the other elders could no longer remain passive. They spoke in unison. Patriarch, Grand Elder, we may negotiate other terms, but the Yinling mineral vein must never be surrendered. The Yinling mineral vein is the economic lifeblood of our Li family. How could we possibly see it to others? If we lose the Silver Ridge vein, the Li family shall have no opportunity for resurgence. The actions of the Su and Song families are utterly excessive. Even if it means mutual destruction, the Li family shall never relinquish the Silver Ridge vein. Otherwise, after our demise, how shall we face the ancestors of the Li clan? Indeed, we implore the family head and the elder to deliberate carefully. Observing the fervent reactions of the assembly, the elder sighed deeply. He pressed his forehead, closing his eyes in anguish, and spoke in a somber tone. Mutual destruction? They would relish such a scenario. It is easy to speak, but does the current Li family possess the capability to confront both the Su and Song families, let alone engage in self-destruction? It would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. I understand that you fear not death, however. The loss of life is trivial compared to the obliteration of our family and the severing of our bloodline. That would render the Li family true transgressors throughout eternity. The voices of several elders fell silent. The elders' words bore truth. Should they choose mutual destruction, they might find a momentary release in death. Yet, the thousands of members of the Li family would inevitably face annihilation at the hands of the two clans. The council chamber descended into an eerie silence. Are we truly to surrender the Silver Ridge vein? After a prolonged pause, the second elder spoke with evident reluctance. A common man bears no guilt, yet possessing a treasure invites calamity. Without a practitioner of the Bloodchi realm to stand guard, the Li family lacks the standing to negotiate. The elder's tone was steeped in desolation. It is all the fault of my inadequacy had I broken through the bottleneck of the corporeal realm. How could the Su and Song families dare to humiliate our esteemed Qingfeng Li clan? Why should the esteemed elder belittle himself? Over the years, the contributions of the elder to our clan are evident to all. The family head, Li Xinga, finally spoke after a prolonged silence. The elder's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of physical perfection, showcasing remarkable talent, comparable to that of his grandfather, Li Xianfeng. However, his long-standing commitment to clan affairs had impeded his personal cultivation. Now, in his advanced years, his vitality waned, having missed the opportune moment to ascend to the realm of vital essence. The elder opened his mouth, eager to express further thoughts, but was met with Li Xing's dismissive gesture. There is no need for further words. Elder, the fault does not lie with you. The predicament that the Li family finds itself in today is precisely due to the absence of a vital essence practitioner among us. It is simple. I shall attain that realm myself. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with hope, yet soon dimmed once more. If the Li family were to give birth to a new vital essence practitioner, the looming crisis would dissipate in an instant. Yet, the path to vital essence was not easily traversed. Having resided in Qingfeng Valley for over 2 centuries, the family had only witnessed the emergence of 7 vital essence practitioners. Currently, only 2 individuals possess the qualifications to strive for that realm: the elder and the family head, Li Xinga. The elder's waning vitality rendered his chances of successfully breaking through to vital essence less than 10%. Li Xinga, being exceedingly youthful, has achieved an astonishing level of mastery over his physical form at such a tender age, which is indeed remarkable. The prospect of breaking through to the blood realm is something that most dare not even dream of. As if he could perceive the thoughts swirling in the minds of those present, Li Xinga let out a light chuckle. Suddenly, his aura began to shift dramatically. Strands of crimson vitality surged from him, coalescing in midair to form the imposing phantom of a fierce lion. With a resounding roar that echoed to the heavens, the lion unleashed a formidable pressure that crashed upon the hearts of the onlookers like a raging tempest. Under this overwhelming force, They felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped their hearts, rendering them breathless. Eyes wide with astonishment, they recognized this oppressive power, having only previously felt it emanating from their esteemed patriarch, Li Xianfeng. The Grand Elder was the first to regain his composure, his murky eyes fixated intently on Li Xinga. With a quavering voice full of shock, he exclaimed, "The transformation of blood essence. This is indeed the manifestation of blood essence. Patriarch, could it be that you, under the apprehensive, hopeful, and fearful gaze of the Grand Elder, Li Xinga slowly nodded. I successfully broke through the blood sky barrier yesterday, ascending to the blood realm. Though there had been suspicions, hearing Li Xing's confirmation left the Grand Elder momentarily stunned, only to erupt in a hearty laughter soon after. As he continued to laugh, tears of joy began to well in his eyes. Good, good, good. My Li family has a successor. My Li family truly has a successor. The great elder was so overwhelmed that it was beyond comprehension for the other elders. Am I not dreaming? The head of the family has indeed broken through to the Qi and blood realm. The second elder fiercely pinched his own face, desperate to confirm whether he was ensnared in a dream. The sharp sting of pain assured him of reality, and tears streamed down his face. Who could understand? The contrast between the preceding and the following moments was simply too immense. In the previous second, concern for the future of the Li family weighed heavily. In the next second, it was revealed that the head of the family had achieved a breakthrough to the Qi and blood realm, ushering in a new practitioner for the Li family. All problems would no longer be problems. Who could withstand such a turn of events? Our Li family has welcomed a new practitioner of the Qi and blood realm, blessed by our ancestors, protected by the heavens. The heavens shall not forsake the Qingfeng Li clan. The head of the family is indeed a prodigy of our Li family, a Qi and blood realm practitioner at the age of 17. In all my years, I have never heard of such a feat. A 17-year-old Qi and blood realm practitioner, unprecedented in the history of Baihe County for centuries. With the head of the family's extraordinary talent, there lies hope for advancement to the innate realm. If our Li family truly produces an innate practitioner, who in Baihe County could stand against us? Even the Shenglong Prefecture will surely have a place for the Li family in the future. I shall promptly disseminate the news of the Patriarch's breakthrough into the Blood Qi realm to stabilize the hearts of our Li family and intimidate the lowly miscreants," declared the Grand Elder, regaining his composure from his earlier excitement. However, just as he took a step forward, he was halted by Li Xing's voice. "Grand Elder, hold on a moment." The Grand Elder paused, turning to face Li Xinga, who slowly continued, "For the time being, we must keep my breakthrough into the Blood Qi realm under wraps." The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, perplexed by this instruction. He inquired, "Patriarch, what is the reasoning behind this?" Li Xinga let out a cold laugh, stating, "With the recent passing of our esteemed patriarch, some audacious fools have eagerly emerged to provoke our Li family, seeking to carve away at our flesh and drain our blood. This is intolerable. It seems our Li family has been too low-key in recent years, allowing them to forget the meaning of reverence." The Grand Elder's pupils constricted as he began to grasp Li Xing's intent. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, "Is the Patriarch aiming to establish authority over them?" "Precisely," replied Li Xinga, his expression chillingly severe. Though previously renowned as a prodigy, he remained, in the eyes of the outside world, merely a junior. Even after ascending to the position of Patriarch, it was likely that some would dismiss him due to their seniority. Now, with an opportunity presented to him to assert his dominance, he saw no reason to decline. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Patriarch has indeed considered this deeply. "I am but a mere old fool in comparison. The master of the house is not mistaken. The Li family has remained silent for far too many years, long enough for people to forget whether the blades of the Li family still possess their sharpness." Chapter 2. Family System. Conspiracy. Once matters were settled, the attendees gradually exited the chamber. Soon, only Li Xinga remained within the assembly hall. The grand door slowly closed, and Li Xinga silently recited in his mind, "System." A transparent and minimalist light screen materialized in response, coming to rest before Li Xinga's eyes. The screen displayed a meticulously organized array of data. Gaze intently. Family name: Qingfeng Li Clan. Clan head: Li Xinga, initial stage of Vitality Realm. Clan level. Level 1. Clan Fortune, White. Number of clan members, 1231. Number of branch clan members. Clan Combat Power, Vitality Realm, 1. Physical Realm, 12. Body Refining Realm, 478. Clan Wealth, 2 gold. Clan Influence Range, JPG. Your phone does not support viewing this image. Clan Buffs, none. Clan Head Buff, Primary Training Acceleration. Clan Head's cultivation speed increased by 20. Clan Cohesion, 71. Relatively united. Novice Task, Bind Clan Fortune. Task Progress, 99. Reward, Clan Fortune Enhancement. Note: when the host is within the clan's influence range, they will receive the enhancement of Clan Fortune, boosting their strength. If they leave the clan's influence range, the further they go, the weaker the enhancement. Additionally, using the Clan Fortune enhancement will consume Clan Fortune. Once the Clan Fortune is exhausted, both the host and the host's clan will be cursed by decline. The host is advised to use it cautiously. Main quest: lead the clan out of adversity. Task progress, 0. Task description: following the demise of the former clan head. The family has lost its top combat prowess, and enemies have begun to take action. The host must urgently lead the clan out of this crisis. Reward 1. A basic family cultivation enhancement buff. Increases the cultivation speed of all family members by 10. Reward 2. A blessing of prosperity. Increases the birth rate of family newborns by 10. Reward 3. Intermediate cultivation technique of the Xian rank 1. Reward 4. Intermediate martial skill of the Xian rank 1. Reward 5. The host's cultivation talent is elevated to the 7th tier. This family system serves as Li Xinga's greatest support. Endowed with this extraordinary advantage, the system also grants him eternal life. So long as he is not slain, he shall live forever. Besides the system, a secret resides within his mind. He is not a native of this realm. He hails from the Blue Star. 17 years ago, an accident caused him to traverse into this world, becoming a direct descendant of the powerful Qing Fengli clan. Contrary to being a so-called waste, he has enjoyed a smooth journey, showcasing remarkable talent in cultivation from a young age, which led to his family's focused nurturing. 2 years ago, he was even appointed as the heir to the Li family. However, the sudden demise of Li Xianfeng thrust him into the position of head, marking the onset of his first crisis in life. Yet, for him, this presents not only a challenge, but also an opportunity. Clenching his fist, Li Xinga resolved silently. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At Feishua Tower, within room 7 of the Tianzi, 4 figures sat facing one another. They were the heads of the Zhou family, Zhang family, Jin family, and the leader of the Dedeo sect. Apart from the Zhou and Zhang families, the others were once subordinate forces of the Li family. Ladies and gentlemen, after our recent inquiries, it appears the news is indeed true. The old ghost, Li Xianfeng, has truly met his demise. The burly leader of the Dedeo sect drained his cup of fine wine and laughed heartily, reveling in the misfortune. The others joined in boisterous laughter. The head of the Zhang family raised his glass and proclaimed, "Let us toast. From this day forth, without the presence of a blood Qi realm cultivator to command them, the Li family can no longer dictate terms to us. Cheers." Ha ha. As they exchanged cups and shared merriment, the leader of Dedeo's sect rose, an icy smile gracing his lips. However, my friends, it seems the Li family has yet to grasp the gravity of their situation. The others furrowed their brows, asking, "What do you mean, Brother Wang?" With a scornful chuckle, the Dedeo leader continued, "Just yesterday, the Li family audaciously sent messengers to our Dedeo sect stronghold, demanding this month's tribute, threatening dire consequences should we refuse." He drained another cup and, in a fit of rage, hurled the empty vessel to the ground. Truly, they are utterly oblivious. Do they still fancy themselves the esteemed Qing Fengli clan? While Li Xianfeng was alive, I afforded him some respect. Without him, the Li family is nothing. This sentiment resonated with those present. In their eyes, the Li family, stripped of its blood Qi realm protector, had no right to expect deference. Brother Wang speaks the truth. Without their cultivator, the Li family dares to presume superiority over us. It is sheer folly, in my humble opinion. It is high time we awaken the Li family to their new reality. The effeminate head of the Zhou family spoke in a sinister tone, prompting a flicker of interest among the others. "What insights do you possess, Brother Zhou?" he inquired. The head of the Zhou family chuckled coldly. "Insights are too grand a term. However, based on my understanding, tomorrow marks the day of the Li family patriarch's funeral. It would be wise for our four families to unite and confront the Li family, imposing a show of strength to compel them to relinquish all that they have consumed over the years and subsequently to cede their assets and offer an apology. But is it truly appropriate to confront them on such a day? This would irrevocably sever ties with the Li family, cautioned the prudent head of the Jin family, furrowing his brow with concern. What of it? United, our four families are formidable. What can the Li family do against us? Is it merely because of the age of Li Xiantong? Despite his age, Li Xiantong remained a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of physical cultivation, not to be underestimated. The head of the Zhou family waved his hand dismissively. Fear not, he is but a trivial obstacle, and I am well prepared. With that, the head of the Zhou family gently clapped his hands, and with a tone imbued with a hint of reverence, he called out, Mr. Su, please step forward. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the assembly, an elderly man clad in a black robe, his countenance stern, gradually emerged from behind the screen. Upon recognizing the newcomer, their expressions momentarily froze, clearly acknowledging the identity of the black-robed elder. He offered a slight smile, clasped his hands, and casually addressed them, Su Yun, at your service. Esteemed friends, as the group regained their composure, they hastily returned the greeting. Mr. Su's identity surely needs no introduction from me. Tomorrow, Mr. Su will accompany us to the Li family, said the head of the Zhou family with a beaming smile. Mr. Su's reputation is well known throughout Baya County. It is indeed a great fortune to meet him today. Absolutely, absolutely. With Mr. Su leading the charge, tomorrow's affairs should proceed without a hitch. Their words were filled with flattery. Clearly, the identity of the black-robed elder was extraordinary. Su Yun, the grand elder of the Mongshan Su clan, a 50-year-old cultivator at the peak of the physical realm. Rumors had it that he had already sensed a trace of the vital energy force, his strength far surpassing others at the same level. Although everyone wore smiles, their hearts were pounding. They had not expected that behind the plan to gather at the Li family, the Su family was also involved. After all, the Su family was no small clan but a colossal entity with cultivators of the vital energy realm. His involvement made everyone realize that the situation might not be as simple as it seemed. Indeed, Su Yun chuckled and said, Everyone, you should be aware of the relationship between our Su family and the Li family. It has long been one of mutual hostility. With Li Xianfeng dead, now is the perfect opportunity to annihilate the Li family, and our Su family naturally will not miss this chance. However, due to certain reasons, it is inconvenient for our Su family to act directly, but I will remain hidden in the shadows. Tomorrow, you just need to provoke the Li family, and Li Xiantong will be left to me. After the Li family is destroyed, apart from the Yinling mine, all other gains will be taken by your families. The Su family will take nothing. Su Yun's words made everyone's hearts race. The Li family, a prestigious clan with a lineage spanning over 2 centuries, possesses a wealth of resources that cannot be underestimated. Should they acquire such assets, it would signify a monumental enhancement for both themselves and their affiliated factions. Furthermore, in their perspective, with Su Yun covertly intervening to eliminate the Li family, the task appears to hold little difficulty. It is, in essence, an opportunity devoid of risk. A decision was reached almost instantaneously. Exchanging glances, they clasped their fists and proclaimed, We shall heed only the directives of Mr. Su. Upon receiving their satisfactory response, Su Yun erupted into laughter, declaring, Gentlemen, you shall not regret the decision made today. In the chamber, merriment ensued as cups were raised and joyous laughter filled the air. Chapter 3. The funeral soon. The dawn of the following day arrived. It was the 18th of June, an auspicious day for offerings, interments, and the breaking of ground. This day marked the final resting of the old patriarch, Li Xianfeng. As the sun rose, casting its golden rays across the land, Qingfeng Valley was alive with commotion. All members of the Li family gathered in the valley, donning mourning attire to bid farewell to their esteemed patriarch. Meanwhile, outside Qingfeng Valley, an uninvited guest arrived unexpectedly. The head of the Zhou family gazed upon the resplendent valley, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Soon, this place shall belong to me. He had long coveted this auspicious land. After extinguishing the Li family, should he succeed in claiming this territory, it would provide a sanctuary for rejuvenation. In several years, perhaps the Zhou family would emerge as the next formidable force akin to Baya County. To ensure the success of this operation, the elite forces of the 4 major factions were fully mobilized, with over 20 practitioners of the corporeal realm among them. Moreover, with Su Yun lurking in the shadows, poised to strike, Any family lacking a formidable practitioner of qi and blood would face imminent annihilation. Their path remained unimpeded, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Li residence. There, two black-clad warriors of the body refinement realm stood guard. The moment they noticed the approaching group, a sense of foreboding arose among the sentinels. One of them stepped forward to intercept the visitors, declaring loudly, "Esteemed guests, this is the abode of the Qingfeng Li clan. Entry is forbidden without the consent of the head of the family." In response, the leader of the Great Blade sect let out a hearty laugh. "Then I shall see if you can truly bar my way." Without waiting for the guards to react, he launched himself forward with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful strike to the guard's chest. The poor sentry, possessing only the strength of the body refinement realm, stood no chance against a master of physical prowess. The overwhelming force sent the guard hurtling through the air, crashing into the gate and skidding several meters into the courtyard. The second guard, realizing the gravity of the situation, furiously drew his weapon, exclaiming, "You dare." However, his words were cut short as he met the same fate as his comrade. With these two obstacles effortlessly dispatched, the leader of the Great Blade sect dusted off his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the gilded characters spelling out Li residence above him. He then calmly stated, "Gentlemen, you may proceed." Only then did the others comprehend the gravity of their alliance. While they had united against the Li family, the weight of the name Qingfeng Li resonated heavily in their hearts, representing a lineage that had thrived for over 2 centuries as one of the foremost powers in Baya County. Now, the dignity of the Qingfeng Li clan is wantonly trampled upon by the leader of the Dedeo sect. They have fallen into a delusion, as if the 9 great families are merely insignificant. Within the estate, an unexpected turn of events has left everyone astounded. The members of the Li family, still engulfed in sorrow, gaze upon the guard lying on the ground, uncertain of his fate. Initially stunned for a moment, they are soon overtaken by an unparalleled fury. Who dares to be so audacious, to stir trouble on such a significant day, the day of the old patriarch's return to the mountains? This is a declaration of enmity against the Li family, as they witness the throng of invaders, brandishing various weapons, led by the Dedeo sect's master. The members of the Li family are filled with rage and astonishment. A Li family steward recognizes the identity of these uninvited guests. With a grim expression, he declares, "Wang Wu, you are exceedingly bold to dare cause a ruckus in my Li family. It seems you are weary of life." Wang Wu is indeed the name of the Dedeo sect's leader. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu exchanged glances with his companions, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. He clutched his belly and laughed heartily, saying, "Even at this moment, your Li family remains so arrogant. When Li Xianfeng was alive, I held some respect for your clan. But now that he has passed into the void, your Li family is nothing in my eyes." The contempt in his words made the veins on the foreheads of the Li family members nearly burst. It has been years since anyone dared to insult and provoke the Li family in such a manner. Just as the steward was about to respond, he saw Wang Wu's face twisted with disdain as he said, "You are not even worthy to speak with me. Go, summon Li Xiantong to welcome this sect master." Upon hearing this, the steward's face turned ashen, filled with anger, yet a sense of helplessness and sorrow began to stir within his heart. Before this, his duty as a steward was to guard the Dedeo gate. During that time, Wang Wu treated him with the utmost respect, often even regarding himself as the junior. Unexpectedly, upon the news of the old patriarch's demise, Wang Wu transformed into a ravenous hound, devouring his master. Though his heart brimmed with fury, wishing to pounce and tear Wang Wu apart, he was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between them. Should a confrontation arise, he would likely prove no match for Wang Wu. While death was a trivial matter, losing the dignity of the Li family was of grave concern. In this moment of distress, a venerable voice echoed, finally granting this steward of the Li family a moment of respite. "Wang Wu, it has been years since we last met. Your strength has not seen much growth, yet your audacity has certainly swelled. Pray tell, what has emboldened you?" The Grand Elder emerged slowly from the depths of the estate, gazing coldly at the arrogant Wang Wu. The Grand Elder's appearance instilled immense pressure upon Wang Wu and his companions. Despite his disdainful words towards Li Xiantong, the mere presence of the latter rendered their expressions gravely serious. After all, he was a genuine powerhouse at the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Although there exists only a slight difference between the realms of great physical accomplishment and perfection, the latter could effortlessly crush the former. "Li Xiantong, I shall not waste words with you. Li Xianfeng is dead, and your Li family is no longer the once exalted Qingfeng Li clan. For years, Your family has ridden atop the Dideo Gate, draining our vitality and treating us as mere ants. It is now time to regurgitate all that you have devoured over the years. Wang Wu gazed at the aged Li Xiantong with a fierce countenance. While the heads of the Zhou, Zhang, and Jin families voiced their vehement agreement, launching a verbal assault against the Li family. The elder, observing the commotion with a wry smile, calmly interjected, Wang Wu, while I can comprehend the hostility others harbor towards my Li family, let us not forget that 20 years ago, your Dao Dao sect offended the Huang family and nearly faced annihilation. It was you who knelt at the threshold of my Li family for 3 days and nights, beseeching to become our vassal. It was the former patriarch who intervened to spare your sect. Am I mistaken? Upon hearing this, Wang Wu felt the peculiar gazes of the gathered crowd upon him, akin to standing exposed before them. Nonsense, he spat through clenched teeth. Li Xiantong, no matter how absurd your claims today, my intent to extinguish the Li family remains unwavering. However, I am willing to offer your family a chance to preserve your bloodline. The elder raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I am eager to hear more. Wang Wu licked his lips, a cold smile creeping across his face. If all the cultivators of the Li family were to take their own lives, I would be inclined to show leniency towards the others, allowing them a chance to survive. The heads of the Zhou and other families frowned, recalling that this was not the narrative presented upon their arrival. To leave roots untended is to invite rebirth with the spring breeze, they thought, questioning Wang Wu's understanding of this principle. Just as they were about to voice their concerns, Wang Wu gestured for silence. His apparent mercy was not born of compassion. Rather, the Li family still possessed considerable strength. Although Li Xianfeng had perished, the family retained over a dozen physical realm cultivators, not to mention the formidable presence of Li Xiantong, who had reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Should Li Jiafen resist with fatal determination, even their superior numbers would inevitably suffer significant casualties. The individuals they have brought today represent the elite forces from their respective factions. Each loss a painful blow, and multiple losses would cripple them. If the cultivators of the Li family were to relinquish resistance and willingly cripple their cultivation, that would be ideal. As for the promises made, once the Li family is deprived of their ability to retaliate, they would be at their mercy to mold and manipulate as they see fit. The Grand Elder has yet to respond. However, the Li family members are unable to remain composed. They glare furiously at the clamoring Wang Wu and his cohorts, roaring, Grand Elder, do not concede to their demands. We, the sons of the Li family, fear not death. Indeed, let us fight them to the death. To those who disgrace our Li family, death. Confronted with the ravenous gazes of the Li family members, Wang Wu remains unfazed. He coldly observes the Grand Elder, stating, Li Xiantong, what do you make of my proposition? I find it unfavorable. The Grand Elder replies with a smile, though his intent to kill begins to manifest within that smile. You refuse to heed good counsel. Seeing his ploy foiled, Wang Wu's countenance shifts, and he roars in anger. I offered the Li family an opportunity, but you squandered it. From this day forward, Qingfeng Li clan shall cease to exist in Baya County. Such audacious boasting. Chapter 4. The might of a Qi and Blood Realm cultivator, the demise of Wang Wu from the depths of the estate. An icy, piercing voice reverberates like thunder, stunning everyone into silence. A figure clad in mourning robes appears on the eaves at an unknown time. He stood with his arms crossed, his indifferent gaze surveying all those present. Upon the appearance of this figure, the members of the Li family were ignited with a spark of hope. The patriarch has arrived. We have met the patriarch. The newcomer was none other than Li Xinga. Wang Wu and his companions looked up, their eyes fixed on the young man standing beneath the eaves. Strangely, despite his apparent lack of cultivation, his mere presence imposed a significant pressure upon them. Are you the new head of the Li family? Wang Wu asked, his tone resolute. His question, however, elicited no response. Frustration welled within him, prompting a mocking retort. The Li family must be in dire straits to appoint a mere child as its leader. Laughter erupted among the crowd at his words. Above them, Li Xinga remained unfazed, slowly articulating. The bones of our ancestor have scarcely cooled, yet I did not expect that a dog, once nurtured by us, would turn to bite its master. At this, Wang Wu's fury ignited. How could a man of his stature, a formidable warrior at the peak of the physical realm, be likened to a mere guard dog by a youth? Yet, more than that, it struck a nerve, for during Li Xuanfeng's lifetime, Wang Wu's actions had resembled those of a loyal hound to the Li family. The Li clan had anticipated that, following Li Xuanfeng's death, their adversaries would be the first to emerge against them. They had never considered that it would be Wang Wu, who had always shown the Li family utmost respect. And with such eagerness. An audacious stripling indeed. This venerable sect leader has heard tell of your prodigious talent, a once-in-centuries prodigy of the esteemed Li family. Today, I shall deign to test your mettle and ascertain if your reputation is justly earned. Consumed by unbridled fury, Wang Wu unsheathed his formidable blade and lunged toward Li Xinga with unrestrained alacrity. His velocity was astonishing, closing the distance in a mere instant. Raising the ghastly visage of his executioner's blade, he brought it down upon Li Xinga's head with merciless force. Though Wang Wu did not presume Li Xinga to be his equal, he never underestimated an adversary. He channeled his entire strength into this strike. A blow that would assuredly vanquish an ordinary martial artist of equal standing if caught unawares. Observing Li Xinga's seemingly paralyzed stance, Wang Wu's lips curled into a cruel smile. He envisioned the new patriarch of the Li family, the vaunted genius, cleaved in two by his very hand. Bah, he sneered, a so-called genius, a charlatan seeking fleeting fame, destined to become yet another nameless victim of Wang Wu's blade. But swiftly, the smile on Wang Wu's face dissipated, replaced by a terror akin to plummeting into the abyss. With unhurried grace, Li Xinga raised his hand, effortlessly intercepting the mountain-cleaving, stone-shattering force of the blade between two slender fingers. Wang Wu strained with every fiber of his being. His face flushed crimson, yet he could not wrest the weapon free. Gazing upon Wang Wu's futile struggle, Li Xinga offered a faint smile and gently shook his head, remarking, "Venerable sect leader Wang, your courage is commendable, but the quality of your toy leaves much to be desired." Suddenly, in the midst of Wang Wu's terror-stricken gaze, Li Xinga exerted a slight pressure with his fingers, and the treasured blade, forged from 100 refinements of steel and having accompanied him for decades in vanquishing foes, shattered with a resounding crack. Then, with a swift motion, he clasped Wang Wu's throat. A wave of suffocating dread surged through Wang Wu's mind. He struggled desperately, attempting to pry Li Xinga's hand away, only to discover that it was as unyielding as a vice, remaining immovable despite his frantic efforts. Li Xinga maintained a serene smile, a countenance that, under the current circumstances, appeared more terrifying than that of a malevolent specter. "Masterly, spare my life like a dog. I shall never." A sharp crack echoed as Wang Wu's bones fractured. His words abruptly ceased. "In your next life, do not oppose the Li family again," came the gentle yet chilling voice. Li Xinga released his grip, and Wang Wu's lifeless body crashed to the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust from the impact of his nearly 200-pound frame. Wang Wu lay with his head tilted, his bulging eyes reflecting a grotesque expression. In his final moments, he could scarcely believe that he, the esteemed leader of the Blade sect and a formidable warrior, had met his demise at the hands of a mere youth, crushed like a despicable insect. The scene that had just unfolded seemed to stretch into eternity, yet it had transpired in the blink of an eye. From the instant Wang Wu lunged forward to his death, only a few breaths had passed, and before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, his body lay sprawled upon the ground. The remaining members of the Zhou family gazed in disbelief at the lifeless body of Wang Wu, whose eyes remained wide open in death. They could hardly fathom that just a moment ago, Wang Wu, the domineering leader, was intent on executing the head of the Li family, only to meet his untimely demise in the blink of an eye. Wang Wu, the master of the Blade sect, a formidable figure and a powerhouse at the peak of physical cultivation, was now akin to an insignificant insect, effortlessly crushed by another. On the other hand, the Li family erupted in an overwhelming cheer, a cacophony of fervent voices directed towards the young man perched upon the eaves. "Long live the head of the family! Long live the head of the family! Long live the head of the family!" This thunderous and synchronized acclaim finally jolted the Zhou family patriarch and his companions back to reality, their faces etched with terror. They had prepared for every possibility. Yet they had completely overlooked one individual, the genius of the Li family, the new head of the clan. He was the true trump card of the Li family. His strength had grown to an unfathomable level, and it was highly likely that he had already transcended the blood qi threshold, ascending to the realm of blood qi. After all, Wang Wu had been effortlessly slain without a hint of resistance. It is worth noting that even a practitioner at the pinnacle of physical cultivation, capable of defeating one at the peak level, could never achieve such a nonchalant execution. At this juncture, it became clear to everyone that the notion of annihilating the Li family was nothing but a delusion. Even with the formidable presence of Su Yun, a half-step into the Blood-Chi realm, it would be futile. The prowess of Li Xingge was simply too terrifying. Should they remain obstinate, Wang Wu's fate would serve as a dire warning. As doubt began to seep into their hearts, the crowd instinctively started to retreat. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the large door behind had silently closed at some point. Upon the eaves surrounding them, figures clad in black robes materialized, poised with formidable bows and crossbows, ready to unleash a torrent of arrows at a mere command. At this juncture, it became painfully clear to all that today's funeral of Li Xianfeng was nothing short of a meticulously laid trap, designed for them to unwittingly walk into the snare. Under the looming threat of death, the heads of the Zhou family could feel their bodies trembling involuntarily. Fixing their gaze upon the young man on the eaves, the head of the Zhou family mustered the courage to suppress his fear and spoke. Li, Master Li, today's events are a misunderstanding. We were merely incited by that rogue Wang Wu. I implore you, do not hold us accountable. After all, Wang Wu was already dead, and the blame could be cast upon him without fear of contradiction. If they could just evade disaster today, matters concerning the Li family could be negotiated at a later time. On the eaves, Li Xingge stood with his hands clasped behind him, a smile gracing his lips. I harbor no resentment towards you, he replied. The crowd, upon hearing this, collectively exhaled in relief, sensing that Li Xingge still held some reservations and did not wish for a complete rupture. With this thought, a look of profound relief spread across the face of the Zhou family head. In that case, we shall no longer intrude. We will come to seek your forgiveness on another occasion. With that, he intended to turn and leave. However, the gentle words that followed froze them in their tracks. Whether or not to blame you is a matter for my ancestors. My only task is to escort you to meet him. Master Li, what do you mean by that? The head of the Zhou family questioned with a grim expression. Observing Li Xingge's indifference, he continued, Master Li, I am aware of your formidable strength. Yet we are not to be trifled with. If you truly wish to retain us, the Li family may well find themselves nursing a few bruises. How absurd. You think your kind are anything but mere ants? Li Xingge scoffed, pointing at them with derision. Or perhaps it is the rat lurking in the shadows that you wish to discuss. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Chapter 5. Decapitation of Su Yun, Your Excellency. Have you hidden long enough? Will you not reveal yourself? As Li Xingge's words echoed, a figure suddenly surged forth from the crowd like a bolt of lightning, racing towards the valley's exit. This figure was none other than Su Yun, the grand elder of the Su family, who had been lying in wait for the opportune moment. As a practitioner on the verge of the Blood-Chi realm, Su Yun's perceptive abilities far surpassed those of the head of the Zhou family and his associates. While the Zhou family leader merely speculated about Li Xingge's status in the Blood-Chi realm, Su Yun was acutely aware that Li Xingge was indeed a genuine practitioner of that level. It was possible that Li Xingge's recent breakthrough had left him unable to perfectly conceal his aura, enabling Su Yun to detect him. Hailing from the formidable Mongshan Su family, he understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of practitioners in the Blood-Chi realm. Below this threshold, all were but ants, a statement not made lightly. The gulf between the two realms was one of entirely different existential planes. Upon realizing that Li Xingge was a practitioner of the Qi and Blood realm, Su Yun wasted no time in preparing to flee the Li residence. As for the head of the Zhou family and others, they could only rely on their own fortune. Simultaneously, his heart was overwhelmed with shock. As a long-standing rival of the Li family, Su Yun was acutely aware of their circumstances. The emergence of a new practitioner in the Qi and Blood realm within the Li family was not particularly frightening. What truly alarmed him was that this practitioner was merely 17 years old. Such prodigious talent raised the prospect of achieving the innate realm, a feat unseen in the history of Baihe County for centuries. Why was such an extraordinary individual not a member of the Su family? The thought sent a shiver down Su Yun's spine, igniting a sense of urgency for the future of his clan. Given the animosity that had existed between the Su and Li families for over a century, if Li Xingge were to indeed break through to the innate realm, the Su family would likely be the first to face annihilation. No, he could not afford to remain passive. Upon returning to his clan, he would persuade the elders, urging them to spare no effort in eliminating Li Xingge to avert future calamity. Su Yun gritted his teeth in determination, observing the hasty retreat of the disheveled figure. A cold glimmer flickered across Li Xingge's face. With a sardonic smile, he spoke. Do you think my Li family is a place where one can come and go as they please? The chilling tone from behind made Su Yun shudder. He did not turn to respond. Instead, he quickened his pace, believing that if he could reach the Su family and obtain the protection of the elders, he would be safe. No matter how strong Li Xinga was, he would not dare cause trouble at the Su residence. Did he truly believe he could escape right under my nose? Li Xinga seemed to be musing to himself. His hands, far from idle, formed an ancient and obscure seal. A surge of vigorous blood energy emanated from his entire being. Li Xinga grasped the void with a powerful motion, and the overwhelming vitality coalesced into a colossal bow. He seized this bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed its tip directly at Su Yun. As he reached the pinnacle of his power, a sharp whoosh echoed, as though the very fabric of reality was about to rend apart, and the arrow shot forth like a meteor, swift and relentless. In an instant, an oppressive aura of lethal intent enveloped Su Yun. Sensing the imminent danger behind him, Su Yun's heart raced, and he turned around in haste. The imminent threat, mere inches away, contorted his features in horror. No! A wretched cry reverberated throughout the entire Qingfeng Valley. The arrow pierced through Su Yun's body, its momentum unyielding, driving him forcefully into the ground. The marble-paved floor erupted, creating a crater several meters in diameter, sending dust soaring into the air. As the dust began to settle, the arrow, once a manifestation of blood energy, transformed into a constellation of starlight and vanished. A gaping wound, horrifying in its appearance, remained on Su Yun's chest. Oozing blood with abandon, his vitality ebbed rapidly, his pupils dilated, and it became evident that his life was slipping away. Gazing at the increasingly blurred figure before him, Su Yun's eyes were filled with terror, not a fear of death, but a dread that he was witnessing the annihilation of the Su clan of Mongshan at the hands of Li Xinga. How could this be possible? The head of the Zhou family and others present could scarcely believe their own eyes. At that moment, their hearts were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Others are unaware of Su Yun's true identity, but these few individuals are quite clear about it. He is the grand elder of the esteemed Su clan from Mongshan, a formidable figure on the cusp of the Qi blood realm. It is astonishing that he was so effortlessly subdued by Li Xinga. The impact of this event far surpasses the shock of Wang Wu's swift demise. Li Xinga has indeed ascended to the Qi blood realm. In that moment, they felt as though the sky above them had collapsed. Esteemed guests, will you take matters into your own hands, or shall I escort you on your journey? The ominous words echoed once more. The head of the Zhou family looked at Li Xinga with a face full of terror and pleaded, "Masterly, spare our lives. From this day forth, we shall follow the Li family with utmost loyalty." Upon hearing this, Li Xinga scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "You are not worthy to serve my family as mere hounds." This proclamation instantly incited the fury of the Zhou family head and his companions. With a face ashen with anger, the Zhou family head declared, "Li Xinga, do not overreach. Do you realize whom you have just slain?" Indeed, it was a member of the Mongshan Su clan. The Zhou family head's pupils constricted as he spoke in a voice laced with trepidation. Knowing this, you still dare to kill him? Do you seek an unending feud with the Mongshan Su clan? They have formidable cultivators in the Qi blood realm. An unending feud? Li Xinga erupted into laughter, as if hearing the most absurd jest. How laughable! You have come here today. Have you not already declared an unending feud with my Li family? Everyone stood in stunned silence. After a long pause, the head of the Zhou family licked his parched lips and spoke bitterly. "Masterly, must it come to this? Choosing the wrong path naturally demands its price." Li Xinga replied indifferently. Seeing that his pleas were in vain, the Zhou family head's expression turned ferocious. With a maniacal look, he declared, "Killing me won't be easy. Even in death, I'll take 3 of your Li family's teeth with me." With that, he unleashed the full force of his cultivated physique, drew the sword at his waist, and charged towards the Li family members. The remaining men, realizing their slim chance of survival, brandished their weapons and joined the fray. To not resist meant certain death. To fight desperately offered a sliver of hope. They thought, killing one is breaking even, killing 2 is a bloody profit. However, Li Xinga was not about to let them have their way. Behind him, the menacing shadow of a lion reappeared. The lion raised its head and let out a deafening roar, its terrifying sonic waves fiercely assaulting the attackers. The men felt their minds go blank. In that moment of distraction, a cold gleam flashed by. They felt a sharp pain in their necks and instinctively reached to touch them. Seeing their hands covered in blood, they seemed to understand what had happened. Is this the power of a Qi and blood realm cultivator? Was their last thought before consciousness faded. With the leading figures of the opposing families slain by Li Xinga in a single strike, the black-clad warriors on the rooftops began to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows. Each volley claimed dozens of lives. In less than half a moment, the invading forces were utterly annihilated. Within the vast courtyard of the Li family, hundreds of corpses lay piled like mountains, and the ground was awash with rivers of blood. A member of the Li family stood amidst a pool of blood, gazing at the slender figure clad in white, pride and honor evident in his eyes. In the midst of the reverent stares of the multitude, Li Xinga spoke slowly. Esteemed clansmen, several prominent families, taking advantage of my family's recent loss, have conspired to annihilate the Li clan. Now, the enemies that dared to invade have been completely vanquished by us. The crowd of Li family members erupted into frenzied cheers. The head of the family is mighty. The head of the family is mighty. The head of the family is mighty. Li Xinga raised his hand, and the scene fell into an immediate hush. Do you believe this is the end? A chilling glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Xinga's eyes. The Zhou family, the Zhang family, the Jin family, and the men of the Great Blade sect must pay for their transgressions. Now, I command this. Divide our forces into 4, each led by an elder, to eradicate their entire lineage, leaving no trace behind. Let the blood of these individuals serve as a warning to the world of the consequences of provoking the Li family. Li Xinga raised his fist high, calling out with fervor, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The echoes of their battle cries soared into the heavens. Today, it was destined to be a day drenched in blood. Chapter 6. Rooting out the weeds. A quarter of an hour later, within Qifeng Valley, the troops surged forth, heading towards 4 directions with bloodlust in their hearts. Jin Family Town, the stronghold of the Jin clan. In the rear courtyard, a woman adorned in opulent garments, striking in beauty, paced back and forth, murmuring anxiously, "Heaven, grant us your protection. May my husband succeed in his endeavors." The 2 young maidservants attending her exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resigned disbelief at the noblewoman's anxious demeanor. Since the master departed early in the morning, the lady has been in a state of anxious anticipation. Every 15 minutes, she inquires if the master has returned. Though she is unaware of the master's endeavors, the clan's formidable warriors have all accompanied him, leading the 2 maidservants to speculate that he must be engaged in significant matters. Only the noblewoman understands the true nature of her husband's undertaking. Despite his assurances of a flawless operation before his departure, a sense of foreboding lingers within her. After all, this is a prestigious family with a legacy spanning over 2 centuries, rich in heritage and depth. Who knows what hidden cards they might still hold? Regrettably, as a mere woman of limited cultivation, she feels powerless to assist, relegated to praying for the heavens to bless her husband's safe return. Suddenly, her right eyelid begins to twitch, intensifying her ominous premonition. As the saying goes, the left eye signifies fortune while the right heralds disaster. Could it be that trouble has befallen her husband? With her hands clasped in prayer, her expression grows increasingly earnest. Ancestors of the Jin family, please bestow your protection upon us and safeguard my husband. Meanwhile, outside the town of Shaoyan, a cadre of black-robed warriors stealthily approaches. At the forefront stands a robust and muscular middle-aged man with a short beard and piercing eyes. This man is Li Xuanzong, the 4th elder of the Li family, a master of formidable physical prowess, known for his impressive feat of vanquishing a fellow cultivator of equal standing within 10 rounds using his iron fists. Li Xuanzong halts his steed on a small hillside, from which he surveys the entirety of Jin Family Town. Observing the town's relative prosperity, a hint of coldness creeps across his countenance. With a sweeping gesture, he solemnly declared, "The family head has issued an order. Eradicate the Jin family, leaving no trace behind. Should any resistance arise, they shall be mercilessly eliminated." The synchronized sound of unsheathing blades served as the most fitting response. Kill! Dozens of riders spurred their horses into a sudden, frenzied charge, thundering forth. The sound of hooves pounding the earth reverberated throughout Jin Family Town. Witnessing the ominous approach of the black-clad knights, the townsfolk began to scream in terror and scatter in every direction. Some appeared so bewildered by the spectacle that they stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The galloping black-robed riders brandished their weapons, the glint of cold steel slicing through the air, blood splattering, and heads rolling. Decapitated corpses fell to the ground, inciting a cacophony of terrified screams from the townspeople. In no time, the group stormed to the entrance of the Jin residence, their momentum unyielding. As 2 guards attempted to issue a warning, their heads were swiftly severed. Li Xuanzong left several men to guard the exit while the rest surged into the estate, killing anyone they encountered, indiscriminately striking down all in their path. In an instant, the courtyard of the Jean family was transformed into a river of blood. In the backyard, a woman's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. At that moment, a blood-soaked member of the Jean family burst in, crying out, "My lady, flee quickly. The enemies are upon us." With those final words, he collapsed, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, succumbing to his wounds. The woman felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly fainting from despair. Her foreboding intuition had indeed come to pass. This so-called enemy was undoubtedly the vengeful retribution from the Qing Fengli clan. Her husband, she feared, was likely doomed. Yet, she could not succumb to despair. She resolutely suppressed the anguish in her heart. The woman hastily commanded, "Acuity, abundance, calamity has befallen the Jean family. Quickly escort the young master through the secret passage to the Song family. Let them arrange for your departure from Baya County, far away, never to return." The two maidservants nodded in understanding and anxiously inquired, "But what of you, madam?" The woman gave a sorrowful yet resolute smile. "As a matriarch of the Jean family, I shall stand with them through life and death." With that, she seized a sword from the weapon rack and stepped out. At that moment, the massacre within the Jean estate was nearing its grim conclusion, with dismembered bodies strewn across the ground and numerous Jean family members lying lifeless in pools of blood. The Jean family, weakened and vulnerable, stood no chance against the ferocious black-robed warriors. As the woman emerged, she witnessed one of the warriors beheading a 4- or 5-year-old child. Her fists clenched in fury. "You beasts!" she cried, brandishing her sword and charging at the black-robed warrior. The warrior, caught off guard, was on the brink of being struck down when a pair of iron fists intervened, crashing against the blade with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. To her astonishment, the matriarch of the Jean family was revealed to be a formidable martial artist. Li Xuanzong, observing the striking beauty of the noblewoman before him, felt a twinge of surprise. "Li family, even slaying children of 4 or 5 years. Your heinous deeds will surely invoke retribution," the Jean matriarch scolded vehemently. Having once been a subordinate to the Li family, she recognized the individual before her instantly, having frequently interacted with the upper echelons of the Li clan. Hearing this, Li Xuanzong scoffed. "How laughable, Lady Jean. Surely you are aware of the deeds committed by your Jean family. History has shown that the victor is crowned king while the vanquished are branded as thieves. If today it were my Li family that faced defeat, I fear our fate would be far more dire." Lady Jin's countenance paled. From this day forth, the Jean family is to be erased from the records of Baya County. With that, she unleashed a ferocious strike towards Lady Jean. Despite her resolute spirit and fierce attacks, her cultivation was merely at the nascent stage of the corporeal realm. After only a few exchanges, Li Xuanzong seized upon a flaw, delivering a crushing blow to Lady Jin's exquisite visage. The tremendous force shattered her skull, splattering crimson and ivory across the ground. Her headless corpse crumpled to the earth. Li Xuanzong retracted his fist, expressionless, and addressed those around him. This Lady Jean was indeed a remarkable woman, surpassing many men. Find a coffin and give her a proper burial. Yes. 10 minutes later, his aides reported, "Elder, among the 171 members of the Jean family, only 3 remain unaccounted for. They likely escaped through a recently discovered secret passage. The rest have been utterly exterminated." Li Xuanzong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who managed to escape?" "The son of the Jean family head and 2 maidservants." "Umph, how incompetent you are to allow them to flee right under your noses. Pursue them relentlessly. I shall not rest until they are dead." "Understood." Half an hour later, the fleeing trio was located. Li Xuanzong swiftly executed them, their lives extinguished in an instant. As the last remnants were eradicated, the Jean family estate was consumed by flames, burning fiercely for nearly 2 hours before finally extinguishing. The Jean family was the first to fall, followed by the Dao Dao sect, the Zhang family, and the Zhou family, all meeting the same grim fate. Thousands perished on the spot, and thus, the 4 great powers were erased from existence. With the news spreading, the entire Baya County was thrown into turmoil. It had been many years since such a bloody tempest had swept through Baya County. Chapter 7. Reactions from all sides. The Zhang family of East River, a prestigious lineage that had endured for over 5 centuries in Baya County, boasted 3 eminent Qi blood realm cultivators among its ranks, truly deserving of the title of the foremost family in Baya County. Within the study of the family head, Zheng Lingjun gazed gravely at the urgent report in his hands, involuntarily inhaling sharply. Nearby, The venerable ancestor of the Zheng family, reclining languidly in a wicker chair, observed Zheng Lingjuan's demeanor and quipped, "Is the sky collapsing or the earth sinking, that it would cause the dignified head of the Zheng family to lose his composure so?" Zheng Lingjun shook his head. Neither. Just moments ago, the Li family struck, annihilating the Zhou, Zhang, and Jin families along with the Dao Dao sect, claiming thousands in collateral damage. Hearing this, the Zheng family's elder raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "I thought it was something significant. As far as I know, these families were relatively formidable. Wasn't Li Xianfeng slain? How could they possess the strength to extinguish these four families simultaneously? Could it be that young Li Xiantong has ascended to the Qi blood realm? Even so, a mere Qi blood cultivator ought not to provoke such disarray in the head of the Zheng family." Zheng Lingjun let out a bitter smile, raising his hands in resignation. "Indeed, the Li family has produced another practitioner at the blood Qi realm, but it is not Li Xiantong." The patriarch of the Zheng family, taken aback, inquired, "If not Li Xiantong, then who could it be?" "Li Xinga," Zheng Lingjun replied. After pondering for a moment, the patriarch's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "You mean the young talent from the Li family you mentioned before?" "Precisely," Zheng Lingjun affirmed with a nod. The patriarch's expression froze momentarily. After a brief silence, he burst into hearty laughter, clapping his hands. "Excellent, excellent, truly remarkable. The younger generation is indeed formidable, surpassing the previous one. A 17-year-old practitioner at the blood Qi realm is simply unimaginable. What extraordinary talent. Alas, such a genius is not born into my Zheng family. If he were one of us, we would surely restore our ancestral glory." There was a hint of wistfulness and envy in Zheng Lingjuan's words, intertwined with a subtle undertone of apprehension lurking deep within his gaze. Coincidentally, this very apprehension was keenly perceived by the patriarch of the Zheng family. "What is this? Are you afraid?" he asked, sensing that Zheng Lingjuan's thoughts were not concealed from him. Zheng Lingjun nodded without reservation. "Indeed, this Li Xinga is exceedingly monstrous. If given another 10 years, I fear the title of the foremost family in Baya County may no longer belong to the Zheng family. And what do you propose? Should we eliminate him before he fully matures?" The patriarch inquired, still wearing a smile. Zheng Lingjun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not possess absolute confidence in that regard. Since there is no certainty, it would be wise to conceal the thoughts that linger in your heart." The venerable ancestor of the Zheng family withdrew the smile from his countenance, his demeanor taking on an unusual gravity. He rose slowly from his reclined position and addressed Lingjun Zheng. "Do you comprehend why it is only my Zheng family that has endured for 5 centuries in Baya County?" Before Lingjun could respond, he continued, "It is not due to the strength of my family. In times past, the Guo family and the Yao family were each more formidable than us. Yet, where are they now? They have long since perished, their lineage is extinguished. It is not merely because our ancestors hailed from the Lingshu sect, for even the protection of the sect has its limits. It is rather due to our prudence. We refrain from undertaking ventures that lack assurance. In this world, there exist individuals favored by the heavens, endowed with extraordinary talents and boundless fortune. While others may traverse arduous paths over decades, they manage to accomplish the same within mere years. Each failure to vanquish them only serves to fortify their resolve, and those who once stood in opposition to them find themselves trampled underfoot, serving as stepping stones to their ascendance." Lingjun Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ancestor, are you suggesting that this Li Xinga is such a person?" The ancestor of the Zheng family shook his head. "I cannot say for certain." Lingjun furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Then why?" "It is prudent to be cautious. We must not let our guard down, for it is not the fear of the improbable that troubles us, but rather the potentiality of the unforeseen. Moreover, why must we constantly entertain thoughts of annihilation? Is it merely for the hollow title of being first?" "Lingjun, you must remember that empty fame is the most useless and harmful thing in this world. It is profit that holds true substance. When the day comes that you no longer care for such hollow accolades, only then will you be a truly worthy head of the family." The venerable ancestor of the Zheng family stroked his grizzled beard, gazing at his successor with profound seriousness. Zheng Lingjun bowed his head in silence. After a while, he lifted his gaze and respectfully saluted his ancestor, saying, "Ancestor, I have taken your teachings to heart. Henceforth, I shall send someone to cultivate a good relationship with the new head of the Li family. If he is indeed the kind of person you describe, then the Zheng family will follow suit, and perhaps we can leverage his influence to emerge from Baya County and restore the glory of our forebears. If he is not, then the Zheng family shall incur no significant loss. Upon hearing this, the ancestral elder of the Zheng family burst into hearty laughter. The child is indeed teachable. Mongshan, located in the northeastern corner of Baya County, is renowned for housing the illustrious Su family amidst its towering peaks. When the head of the Su family, Suja, learned of Su Yun's demise, he was consumed by rage. With a single strike, he shattered the table before him and thundered, "How dare this wretch slay a pillar of the Su family?" The senior members of the Su family, witnessing their furious leader, lowered their heads in trepidation, speculating on the events that had incited such wrath. After a moment of venting his fury, Suja's anger began to abate. He narrowed his eyes at the assembly and declared, "Gentlemen, the information was erroneous. The Grand Elder has fallen at the hands of the Li family." The gathered officials were struck dumb, their minds momentarily blank. The Grand Elder is dead? How could this be possible? Aside from that wretched Li Xianfeng, who else from the Li family possesses the capability to slay the Grand Elder? Inquired a high-ranking member of the Su family, disbelief etched upon his face. Suja sighed. It is indeed the truth. The young prodigy of the Li family, Li Xinga, has successfully broken through to the Blood Qi realm. The Grand Elder did not escape and met his demise at Li Xinga's hands. A profound silence enveloped the gathered Su family elites. After a prolonged pause, one of them spoke hesitantly, "Patriarch, how can this be possible? Li Xinga is merely 17 years old. Though I too find it hard to believe, it remains a fact," replied Suja. "Given the long-standing enmity between our Su family and the Li family, Li Xinga will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for us in the future. We must strategize promptly, or else, when Li Xinga reaches his full potential, our Su family will be at peril. We cannot allow our ancestral legacy to be destroyed on our watch." The second elder of the Su family expressed his urgency. "I lament not having spared no effort to eliminate this menace in the past. Now, with Li Xinga having risen to prominence, it is too late for regrets." Suja lamented, his face etched with frustration. The others echoed his sentiments with heavy sighs. At that moment, a diminutive, shadowy figure clad in a purple robe slowly emerged from the back entrance. Casting a glance at the troubled assembly, he scoffed, "Enough. Amir Jr. has instilled such terror in you all. Do you not fear being the subject of ridicule?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Su family members hastily rose to their feet, bowing respectfully. "We greet the elder of supreme authority." The visitor was none other than Su Changqing, the sole practitioner of the Blood Qi realm within the Su family. Taking his seat upon the patriarch's throne, Su Changqing made himself comfortable, while Suja promptly stood to the side, awaiting his command with utmost reverence. With utmost caution, he inquired, "Ancestor, what brings you here?" Su Changqing shot him a withering glare and retorted coldly, "If I do not come, the Su family shall be doomed by your foolishness." Upon hearing Su Changqing's reprimand, the others hastily lowered their heads. "Why was I not informed of the plans against the Li family?" Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, his voice frigid. Seeing Su Changqing's fury, Suja quickly explained, "The ancestor has been in seclusion, and we dared not disturb him." "Fools, worthless!" Su Changqing exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to Suja's face, the force of which sent him sprawling to the ground. As Suja's face visibly swelled, Su Changqing, filled with exasperation, chastised him. "Years ago, the old man defied all opposition to appoint you, a mere illegitimate son, as the family head, believing you possessed vision, discernment, and the wisdom to know when to advance and retreat. Yet now it appears he was mistaken. Even a pig would perform better in your stead." Having received the slap, Suja dared not harbor any resentment. He prostrated himself on the ground, quickly uttering, "It is my incompetence. I beseech the ancestor to quell his wrath." "Quell my wrath? Will that bring Su Yun back to life? Do you comprehend what Su Yun signifies for our family? The old man has but a few years left to live, waiting for Su Yun to break through to the Blood Qi realm so he can pass on the burdens to him and depart in peace. And now, Su Yun is dead? Tell me, what shall become of the Su family's future? Have you not witnessed the plight of the Li family? Do you truly believe that our Su family can produce a figure like Su Xinga?" The faces of the crowd turned ashen in an instant. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a mere rabbit. How much more so for the Li family, a clan of not inconsiderable repute. Your complacency and negligence mock the lives of the thousands within my Su family. Su Changqing's oppressive gaze swept over the assembly. Observing their helplessness, he eventually let out a long, weary sigh. "Enough. The grave mistake has already been made, and there is little left to discuss. Grant me another half-month. If I can achieve a breakthrough to the minor completion realm, I may yet protect our family for another decade. Amir Lishinga would be easily extinguished. Should I fail, then let the blood ignition pill be summoned. It shall be my final act for the family. With that, he disregarded the crowd and departed. As they watched the stooped figure recede into the distance, sorrow etched on their faces, tears streamed down Su's cheeks. Ancestor, I understand my error. Su Changqing's pace faltered momentarily, yet he soon vanished from their sight. In the county office of Baihe, County Magistrate Gu Zhiting perused the news in his hands, his expression fluctuating between shadow and light. A 17-year-old warrior at the Blood Qi realm, a true prodigy. Beside him, the scribe with a pair of mustaches seized the opportunity to speak. Your Excellency, the Li family's brazen actions, slaughtering thousands in broad daylight, show utter disrespect for you and the court. Gu Zhiting remained expressionless, fixing his gaze on the irate scribe without flinching. After observing the latter until a sense of unease crept in, he slowly inquired, then, according to your perspective, what course of action should be taken? The strategist's eyes lit up with delight. He hastily responded, the Li family has transgressed the imperial decrees. The county soldiers should be dispatched to execute them, thereby serving as a deterrent. Relying on the 1,000 or so ill-formed soldiers of the Baihe battalion, Gu Zhiting retorted with a hint of sarcasm. The strategist offered a sheepish smile, then adopted a flattering tone, saying, Your Excellency possesses extraordinary prowess. If Your Excellency were willing to personally intervene, annihilating a merely family would naturally be a simple matter. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiting burst into laughter. This official is advanced in years and my vitality has long waned. Since you possess such a patriotic and loyal heart, how about I entrust this task to you? If you can eradicate the Li family, I shall petition the imperial court to request commendation for you. The strategist's expression faltered. By the time he regained his composure, he noticed that Gu Zhiting had already departed. Gazing at the receding figure clad in a cyan official robe, the strategist spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. His eyes filled with malice as he muttered, Bah, what a piece of trash. Chapter 8, News of the Qi and Blood Pill Qifeng Valley. The Patriarch's Courtyard. The 4 elders who led the extermination missions had gradually returned to Qifeng Valley. Each elder's face was adorned with a smile upon their return, evidently indicating a fruitful expedition. Following a subsequent tally by several individuals, the spoils acquired from the destruction of the 4 major powers amounted to 5,500 taels of gold, along with various land deeds, shops, weapons, elixirs, cultivation resources, and so on, totaling a value of nearly 11,000 taels. Even Lishinga couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile upon learning of the gains from this venture. The usually composed elder wore a grin that stretched almost to the back of his ears. It is worth noting that the Li family has been operating in Baihe County for over 2 centuries, with total assets barely exceeding 20,000 gold. The recent gains nearly equate to half of the Li family's wealth, marking a substantial profit. Esteemed elders, Lishinga proclaimed, surveying the assembly from his elevated position with a smile, we owe this triumph to the formidable prowess of our family head. Had it not been for his intervention, the Li family would have faced dire straits. Several elders bowed respectfully, their tones imbued with reverence. However, Lishinga's demeanor shifted as he continued. We must not allow ourselves to become complacent. Although the immediate crisis facing the Li family has been alleviated, the elimination of the Su family's elder, Su Yun, has irrevocably severed ties with the Mongshan Su clan. Based on my understanding of the Mongshan Su clan, it is only a matter of time before a bloody confrontation ensues between the Qingfeng Li family and the Mongshan Su clan. Upon hearing this, the assembly's smiles faded, replaced by expressions of grave concern. The Mongshan Su clan is not a force to be trifled with. Unlike the 4 major factions we vanquished today, they are a formidable family fortified by powerful practitioners. Their ranks are filled with formidable individuals, and a full-scale battle with them, even if victorious, would likely leave the Li family severely weakened. Moreover, the esteemed ancestor of the Mongshan Su clan has been entrenched in the realm of blood and vitality for many years, with rumors suggesting he is on the brink of achieving minor success in that domain. While our family head possesses extraordinary talents, he is still but a novice in the realm of blood and vitality. My lord, we must prepare ourselves in advance and remain vigilant against the Mongshan Su clan. The elder spoke, and Lishinga nodded. From this day forth, the cultivation resources for our clan shall be doubled. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed expressions of delight. We thank the patriarch. Li Xinga then inquired of the elder, if you were to attempt to break through to the Blood Qi realm now, what would your chances be? He gazed at the elder, whose visage was marked by age. The elder shuddered slightly and sighed. Less than 10%. If I were 10 years younger, I would have a 50% chance. Li Xinga stroked his chin, deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally asked, what if there were a blood sheep pill? The elder's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope, but it quickly dimmed once more. If there were a blood sheep pill, I would have a 40% chance. A 40% chance is sufficient, Li Xinga remarked. He then turned to the others, rising slowly, and said, esteemed elders, I have received news from the capital city. In 3 days, the Wanbao Pavilion will hold an auction, where it is rumored that blood qi pills will be available. Our recent campaign against the traders has yielded substantial rewards, and I intend to travel to the capital to secure a blood qi pill to assist the elder in breaking through to the blood qi realm. As his words fell, before others could respond, the elder abruptly stood up, exclaiming as he waved his hands, Patriarch, you must not. The blood qi pill is immensely valuable, often costing tens of thousands of gold. I am already advanced in age. Even if I were fortunate enough to break through to the blood qi realm, it would only safeguard the clan for 20 years at most. It would be a tremendous waste. I implore you to reconsider. To say that he was not moved would be a falsehood. After all, no cultivator can resist the allure of advancement. If the Li family were vast and prosperous, the elder would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. However, given the current state of the Li family, a single qi blood pill would deplete all their liquid assets. A scenario the elder is reluctant to witness. The other elders gazed at the elder with a flicker of respect in their eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Xinga was initially taken aback, but soon smiled and said, Elder, do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to explain. Although the Li family has temporarily emerged from its predicament, we have irreparably severed ties with the Su family of Mongshan. A confrontation is imminent. If we do not enhance our strength promptly, the Li family may suffer grievous losses. If the elder can swiftly advance to the Qi blood realm, the threat posed by the Su family will become negligible. Presently, only the elder possesses the qualification to break through to the Qi blood realm. So I implore you not to decline. The other elders, though envious of the Qi blood pill, were merely at the peak of the physical body realm, with a long journey ahead before reaching the Qi blood realm. Thus, after a brief moment of admiration, they began to persuade the elder. The family head is correct. At this moment, only the elder has the potential to break through to the Qi blood realm. For the sake of the family, we urge you not to refuse. Elder, ponder this carefully. We hope you do not miss this opportunity. If the elder can achieve breakthrough to the Qi blood realm, the Li family will then have 2 cultivators of that level, undoubtedly elevating our power to new heights. Indeed, elder, please accept. Faced with the persuasive voices of the crowd, the elder ultimately nodded in agreement, his eyes glistening with unexpected moisture. All the myriad words coalesced into a singular sentiment. The old man would not disappoint the family's expectations. With the elder's acquiescence, Li Xinga finally breathed a sigh of relief, well aware of the elder's notorious stubbornness. Since the elder had consented, let the family prepare 12,000 taels of gold. I shall depart for the capital city on the morrow, Li Xinga instructed. Generally speaking, the value of a blood qi pill hovers around 10,000 taels of gold, yet due to its exceptional nature, it is often more valuable than it is available. Thus, Li Xinga decided to prepare an additional 2,000 taels of gold to account for unforeseen circumstances. Elder Lu, you manage the business in the capital and are quite familiar with it. You shall accompany me, Li Xinga stated, gazing at the distinguished elder Li Yanjiao, who sported a short beard and an elegant demeanor. As the sole elder of the Yan lineage in the council, Li Yanjiao was remarkably youthful at the age of 37. Upon receiving the head of the family's decree, he accepted his mission without hesitation. Once Elder Lu and I arrive in the capital, all family matters will rest in the hands of the elder, and we shall announce to the outside world that I am in seclusion to consolidate my realm, to prevent any miscreants from taking advantage of the situation. The assembly nodded in understanding. After arranging everything, Li Xinga dismissed several elders to make preparations for the journey. Chapter 9. Zhang Family's Zhang Qinhua. Late at night, beneath the cloak of moonlight, several figures hastily departed from Qingfeng Valley, galloping towards the direction of the capital city. 2 days later, the weary travelers finally arrived at the foot of Shenlong Mansion. As a regional administrative center, the prosperity of Shenlong Mansion was undoubtedly far beyond that of Baya County, boasting a resident population exceeding several million. Gazing at the towering city walls that stood majestically before him, a fierce ambition ignited within Li Xingge's heart. Someday, this land shall be mine to command, he silently vowed. The group entered the city with ease, traversing the bustling streets filled with the sounds of commerce. Beside him, Li Yinzhao, clad in a green robe, spoke with a smile. Master, after 2 days of travel, I believe everyone is weary. The auction begins tomorrow. Perhaps we should first find an inn for a meal and rest for the night. Li Xingge glanced at the fatigued faces around him and nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, under Li Yinzhao's guidance, they halted in front of an establishment named Green Willow Tower. Li Yinzhao cheerfully introduced, Master, the medicinal cuisine here is renowned throughout Shenglong Mansion. Let us give it a try, Li Xingge replied. At his level, ordinary medicinal dishes no longer served any significant purpose, yet indulging his palate remained a necessity. After all, a practitioner of Qi and Blood Realm had yet to attain the ability to fast completely. Upon reaching the entrance, the welcoming attendant approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, Esteemed guests, would you prefer dining or lodging? Please prepare a private room for our meal and serve a portion of your signature dishes, Li Yinzhao replied, casting a glance at the impressive assembly before him. The waiter, bending lower, displayed an increasingly respectful demeanor. Esteemed guests, please follow me inside. With a gesture, he led the way, and the group followed suit. Soon, the waiter had settled Li Xingge and his companions in an elegant chamber. Please wait a moment. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare your meal. The dishes will be ready shortly. I shall remain outside, so if you require anything, simply call for me. He concluded, turning on his heel to exit, gently closing the door behind him. Li Xingge and Li Yinzhao took their seats, while several guards stood respectfully by their side. It wasn't long before, approximately 15 minutes later, a selection of aromatic medicinal dishes was brought forth by the servant. White jade lingji soup, pan-fried dragon eel, steamed spirit fish. In total, 10 exquisite dishes graced the table. Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests. Shortly, Miss Wenxi, renowned Qin player of the Shenglong Mansion, will perform for our guests at the Green Willow Pavilion, the servant announced with utmost reverence. As Li Xingge gazed at the array of delectable dishes, his appetite was instantly piqued. The subsequent words of the servant fell on deaf ears as he began to indulge in the sumptuous feast before him. As Li Yinzhao had mentioned, the flavors were indeed delightful, providing certain benefits for cultivation, albeit primarily for the physical body and body tempering realm. The effects on the Qi and Blood realm were almost negligible. Meanwhile, outside the elegant chamber, the melodious strains of a guqin began to resonate. The music flowed like a gentle stream, gracefully meandering through the air. At times, it soared with fervor, akin to a waterfall cascading down a mountain ravine. At others, it sank into a soft, somber tone, reminiscent of a flickering candle flame swaying in the night breeze. Within the Green Willow Pavilion, an air of tranquility seemed to envelop the space. The audience appeared utterly captivated, lost in the enchanting melody. Only Li Xingge, unaffected, savored the culinary delights before him. Though he lacked an understanding of musical theory, he found the sound pleasing, yet that was the extent of his appreciation. Before long, the piece concluded, and outside, a wave of applause and cheers erupted. This melody must only exist in the heavens. How rare it is to hear it among mortals. Miss Wenxi is undoubtedly the most renowned guqin player in our Shenglong Manor. Today, to witness her talent is a stroke of fortune, they praised. Miss Wenxi not only plays beautifully, but is also breathtakingly lovely. To wed her, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. A toad aspires to eat swan flesh. One cautioned, you must not let young Master Zhang hear such words, or he will surely flay you alive. Laughter followed, filling the air. Yet, the raucous clamor outside prompted Li Xingge to instinctively furrow his brow. Observing the situation, elder Li Yinzhao discreetly signaled to a nearby guard, who promptly closed the door, significantly diminishing the noise. After a short while, once the guests had indulged in their feast, they prepared to settle the bill and depart. However, just as they stepped out of the room, a heated argument pierced the air, reaching Li Xingge's ears. Wenxi, do not overestimate your worth. I have granted you ample time, and now your words hold no value. Opposite the elegant chamber stood a young man clad in a brocade robe, diminutive in stature, pallid in complexion, and corpulent, resembling a groundhog. He spoke with a fierce demeanor, flanked by 2 middle-aged men dressed in black warrior robes. Li Xinga was taken aback to discover that both of these individuals were cultivators of the physical realm. In Baya County, cultivators of such caliber constituted the backbone of any formidable faction. Yet, at this moment, these two individuals were merely serving as escorts. The identity of the brocade-robed youth appeared to be of considerable significance. The woman referred to as when she leaned against the wall, her eyes glistening with moisture, her expression beset by terror. I shall inquire once more. Will you accompany me? The woman, akin to a frightened kitten, shook her head repeatedly, her voice trembling as she replied. No, the brocade-robed youth seemed to have lost his patience, his face contorted with annoyance as he advanced directly toward her. As he drew nearer, the woman, summoning an unexpected surge of courage, suddenly shoved him away. Caught off guard, the brocade-robed youth was toppled to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, the woman frantically attempted to flee, only to find the two guards expressionless, blocking her path. Upon seeing the gleaming steel blades in their hands, she instinctively retreated. In her moment of unsteadiness, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Her pleading gaze sought the guests who had recently lavished her with attention, among them numerous dignitaries and nobles. However, all that could be seen were the onlookers casting wary glances at the fallen figure on the ground, turning their heads away as if to ignore the scene entirely. In a moment of despair, the corner of the eye caught sight of Li Xinga and his companions, appearing as a beacon of hope. Hastily, she scrambled to her feet and, amidst Li Xinga's astonished gaze, clutched at his robe, seeking refuge behind him. Peering out with only her head visible, she implored, "Esteemed sir, I beseech you, please save me." This young Master Zhang was notorious in the city for his debauchery, and those who fell into his grasp rarely met with a favorable outcome. It must be said, the lady possessed a certain allure, and combined with her woeful expression, it was arduous to utter the word refuse. The two guards, observing the unfolding drama, approached Li Xinga and his party with a menacing demeanor. Naturally, the guards standing behind Li Xinga were equally unyielding, drawing their blades to shield their master. A clash seemed imminent. At that moment, the corpulent young man finally regained his footing and jogged over, his eyes filled with fury as he glanced at the woman hiding behind Li Xinga. Just as he was about to speak, he caught the sight of Li Xinga's faint smile. In one swift motion, Li Xinga seized the cascading hair of the woman named Wenxi and thrust her towards the rotund young man. The searing pain at her scalp elicited a pained cry from her as she tumbled into the arms of the corpulent youth. "My good fellow, I am not acquainted with this lady. Thus, I entrust her to you now, hoping it does not diminish your enjoyment." The corpulent youth stood there, bewildered, for a moment. Only just realizing the situation, I let out a hearty laugh and glanced once more at my two attendants, who had drawn their blades. With a stern expression, I admonished them, "Put away your weapons. This young gentleman is my friend." The two attendants, both at the mortal realm, sheathed their swords and respectfully stood behind the portly youth. The guards in front of Li Xinga also returned to their original positions. The tension dissipated almost instantly. "I apologize for the ignorance of my household servants. I hope you will not take offense, dear brother," the rotund youth said, tossing the woman in his arms to his two guards before turning to Li Xinga with a cheerful bow. "I am Zhang Qin, the second son of my family. If you do not mind, you may call me Zhang Heir. May I inquire about your honorable surname?" Upon hearing this name, Li Xinga couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though his expression remained unchanged. Beside him, however, the composed Li Yinzhao's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. Li Xinga smiled faintly and replied, "There is no need for formalities. My surname is Li Xinga." Zhang Qin's mind raced as he pondered, but he could not recall any prominent family in the city with the surname Li. Yet, he displayed no signs of disturbance. Instead, his enthusiasm grew. "Oh, so you are Brother Li. I apologize for interrupting your meal today. It is my fault. As an act of contrition, I shall host a banquet for you at the Green Willow Pavilion, where we can enjoy a drink together." Li Xinga shook his head gently. Zhang Qin's expression shifted slightly. "I appreciate your kind offer, Brother Zhang, but I am already quite satisfied and cannot eat another bite. Furthermore, I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps on another day, I shall host you to make amends." A smile once again illuminated Zhang Qin's face. In light of this, he decided not to insist further. Having spoken, he called out, "Shopkeeper." As the words echoed, an elderly man with a kind expression hurriedly emerged, his face adorned with a flattering smile as he respectfully addressed Zhang Qinhis, "Young master, what is your command?" Zhang Qinhis turned his gaze towards Li Xinga, smiling as he said, please charge today's expenses for this young master to my account. Certainly. The shopkeeper replied quickly, beaming. This time, Li Xinga did not refuse, acknowledging, I appreciate your generosity, Brother Zhang. Zhang Qinhis laughed heartily, exclaiming, What are you saying, brotherly? We are like old friends upon our first meeting. A mere meal is of little consequence. Since you have pressing matters to attend to today, I shall not impose further. Let us converse another day. Until we meet again. The two bid farewell and passed each other. As Zhang Qinhis watched the retreating figures of Li Xinga and his companions, a pensive expression crossed his face. Meanwhile, beside him, when she cast a glance at Li Xinga, her eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 10. The Ruthlessness of Zhang Qinhis' Young Master. This young man is no ordinary person. I cannot see through him. However, the attendant by his side is undoubtedly a master. After Li Xinga and his party had departed, a guard beside Zhang Qinhis spoke with grave concern. How does he compare to you? Zhang Qinhis inquired. If it were to come to blows, I would undoubtedly be defeated within 10 exchanges, the guard replied. His face tinged with shame. Zhang Qinhua raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. He was acutely aware of the prowess of his own bodyguards. For one of them to assert that they would be defeated within 10 moves indicated that this young Master Li's attendant must possess at least a perfected physical cultivation. Such skill could certainly be regarded as formidable, even within the ranks of his own powerful faction. Yet, the Li family had no prominent clan in Shenlongfu. Who, then, was this young Master Li? Zhang Qinhua's curiosity was piqued. Observing the situation, one of his bodyguards quickly suggested, Young Master, should I follow them to ascertain their identities? Zhang Qinhua shook his head. Since they were unwilling to disclose their origins, there was no need for him to take unnecessary actions that might provoke them. Despite his formidable background, he preferred not to create enemies without cause. Moreover, he had a delicate young lady awaiting his affection. Let us depart, and take the young lady with us back home. Master, this Zhang Qinhua is from the Zhang family in the capital. His father is Zhang Xingyi. The military commander of Shenlongfu, Li Yanzhao, informed Li Xinga about Zhang Qinhua's lineage. What an illustrious family! Li Xinga marveled. Although he had suspected that Zhang Qinhua's identity was not ordinary, he had not anticipated its grandeur. The title of military commander, as the name suggests, entails the command of the military forces of a province. His rank was only surpassed by that of the provincial lord and vice-lord, making him the undisputed third figure in Shenlongfu. Furthermore, the Zhang clan, one of the 5 prominent families in Shenlongfu, housed terrifying individuals who had attained the pinnacle of blood essence cultivation. It can be said that if Li Xinga were to choose enmity today, by tomorrow, the Li family would cease to exist. This is no jest. Families of the stature of the Zhang clan in the capital can extinguish the Li family with but a mere flick of their fingers. Patriarch, I perceive that the second son of the Zhang family is inclined to forge an alliance with you. If we can establish a rapport with the Zhangs of the capital through him, the supremacy of the Li family in Baihe County shall be within our grasp. Li Yanzhao declared with palpable excitement. Li Xinga cast a sidelong glance at Li Yanzhao and replied nonchalantly, I am well aware of the gravity of the matter. Cultivating a long-term relationship with the Zhang family is essential. Yet our immediate priority must be to acquire the blood qi pill to assist the Grand Elder in ascending to the blood qi realm. After all, strength is the ultimate truth. Li Yanzhao recognized his own impatience and offered an awkward smile. The group sought refuge in an inn, pausing for a brief respite as they awaited the arrival of the auction tomorrow. In the southwestern corner of the capital, the illustrious Zhang family estate loomed majestically. Pavilions and towers intertwined seamlessly, while imposing lions stood sentinel on either side, silently narrating the family's grandeur. Within the courtyard of Zhang Qintian, whence he gazed at the rotund and jovial second son of the Zhang family, a flicker of undisguised disdain flickering in her eyes. Yet, considering his formidable lineage, she was compelled to maintain a facade of forced cheerfulness. Have I wronged you by yielding to you? Zhang Qintian inquired, glancing at the delicate beauty beside him, playfully patting her curvaceous form. To be in the service of the young master is a privilege for me. Despite the profound aversion she felt within, her demeanor remained charmingly coy. Zhang Qintian erupted into hearty laughter. You did not express such sentiments at the Green Willow Pavilion. I must admit I prefer your rebellious spirit. My lord, I acknowledge my wrongs. From this moment forth, I shall be yours, and I hope you will show me compassion. As the beauty, who had always treated him with indifference, surrendered before him, Zhang Qinhua found himself less elated than he had anticipated. Yet, he casually replied, rest assured by my side. You shall enjoy endless wealth and splendor. Thank you, my lord. When Xi's delicate visage blossomed with a faint smile. However, the throbbing pain in her scalp summoned unpleasant memories, causing her expression to darken instantaneously. With a quick flick of her eyes, a scheme began to form in her mind. In a soft voice, she asked, "Might my lord first grant me a request?" "What is it?" "I wish for Lishinga to perish," she declared, her face alight with venomous resentment. Compared to Zhang Qinhua, her animosity toward Lishinga was far greater. Had he not forsaken her in her time of need, she would never have found herself ensnared by this grotesque creature. "My lord, he is aware that I am the woman you desire, yet he treats me so brutally. He clearly holds you in contempt." The memory of Lishinga's disdainful gaze ignited a fire of hatred within when she, a stunning beauty such as herself, had offered her affection, only to be discarded as if she were worthless. While her intent was merely to use him as a shield against this loathsome beast, he should have considered it an honor. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Qinhua's countenance turned icy. Yet, when she remained oblivious, continuing to voice her inner turmoil. Suddenly, Zhang Qinhua interrupted her when she, "Do you know? I truly admire your face. It is exquisitely beautiful." The inexplicable words tightened Wenxi's heart, and a sudden sense of foreboding surged within her. "I know what you are thinking deep down. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Over the past 6 months, you have maintained a delicate distance from me, neither initiating nor rejecting, reveling in all that I have offered you. I am aware that you look down upon me, aspiring to marry into a prestigious family and become a matriarch. But how could you fathom that such illustrious families would deign to notice a lowly courtesan like yourself? In truth, these matters do not concern me. For I am enamored by your visage, and thus I can endure, even if it means becoming the subject of ridicule among my kin. Yet, you must never, under any circumstances, sow discord before me, attempting to create enemies for the Zhang family out of thin air. You are not worthy." After finishing his words, Zhang Qinhui donned his garments. As Wenxi witnessed this scene, her heart plummeted into despair. She hurriedly embraced Zhang Qinhui, her face a mask of humility, weeping profusely as she pleaded, "Young master, I recognize my mistakes. Please forgive me. I shall never dare to act thus again. I will faithfully remain your canary." Had you uttered these words before, they would have brought me joy, but alas, it is too late now. Zhang Qinhui shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. "It is not too late, not too late." He chose to disregard her further, instead addressing the door. "Come in." The door swung open, and several trusted confidants entered the room. "Young master, what are your orders?" Zhang Qinhua cast a glance at the pallid Wenxi on the bed, his expression devoid of warmth as he declared, "This is your reward. Go outside and line up. Everyone shall have their share, one by one." Several of his trusted subordinates hesitated as they gazed at the enchanting beauty before them. They were acutely aware of how deeply their master had cared for this woman until now. However, upon witnessing the increasingly frigid demeanor of their master, they dared not linger in indecision any longer and stepped forward, prepared to seize her. At this moment, when she comprehended the impending fate that awaited her, her eyes brimmed with disbelief as she struggled to fathom how the man who had once showered her with tenderness and unwavering devotion could treat her in such a manner. In that instant, she understood that this portly man, reminiscent of a plump groundhog, held her life and death in his hands. Her previous actions had teetered perilously on the edge of existence. "Master, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand my wrongs. I shall never dare to repeat them. Please spare me, I beg you." The awakened when she knelt on the ground, her forehead striking the floor in frantic supplication. Yet her pleas failed to touch Zhang Qinhua's heart even in the slightest. Her cries for mercy grew fainter. Within the room, a voice echoed softly, "Once satisfied, dispose of her. Ensure the task is executed cleanly." Chapter 11. Lishinga. Let them safeguard for me. The following day, the Wanbao Pavilion auction commenced as scheduled. Under the leadership of Li Yanzhao, a group set out early in the morning towards the pavilion. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion. After presenting their invitation, they were guided inside by the welcoming maidens. As the largest auction house in the Ascendant Dragon Mansion, Wanbao Pavilion boasts an expansive area. Upon entering, one is immediately greeted by a vast square paved with azure bricks. The entire square resembles the shape of a bowl, and Lishinga roughly estimates it can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Surrounding this space stand robust warriors clad in azure robes, akin to ancient pines. their gazes unwavering and hands resting on their curved blades, perpetually maintaining a state of heightened vigilance. These azure-robed warriors possess at least the cultivation of the body refinement realm. In certain corners, Lishinga even perceives a hint of danger lurking in the air. Truly, as the largest auction house in the Ascendant Dragon Mansion, it is indeed profound and unfathomable, Lishinga mused. Those who receive invitations from Wanbao Pavilion are undoubtedly esteemed clients in their eyes, and such privileged guests enjoy exclusive accommodations and private rooms. Lishinga is no exception. The welcoming maidens ushered Lishinga and his companions into a private chamber designated as Room 29, marked with the character for Earth. Inside, an array of exquisite fruits and delicate pastries awaited, accompanied by two graceful maidens, attired in refreshing garments, who attended to them throughout. This scene, for some inexplicable reason, struck a familiar chord within Lishinga, prompting a subtle smile to play at the corners of his lips. As he settled into his seat, the two charming maidens gently presented him with fruits and pastries. From this vantage point, one could witness the entirety of the auction house. As guests continued to arrive, the atmosphere grew lively and bustling. However, the private room where Lishinga resided remained unaffected by the commotion. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the auction officially commenced. A graceful and exquisite young woman, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a blue robe, ascended the auction stage with measured elegance. Lishinga's attention was immediately captivated, not solely by the woman's beauty, but rather by the ominous presence exuded by the old man. This was a sensation Lishinga had never encountered since his breakthrough into the Blood Chi realm. The elder was an extraordinarily formidable master. Distinguished guests, the auctioneer announced. From all corners of the world, welcome to the Wanbao Pavilion. I am Wang Xianxian, the chief auctioneer, and it is my honor to preside over this event. For nearly a year, Wanbao Pavilion has meticulously prepared for this auction, gathering rare treasures from various locales. I trust it will not disappoint you. I also implore everyone to adhere to the rules established by our pavilion, regardless of your strength or background. Any transgression will be deemed an act of enmity against Wanbao Pavilion. With that, she declared, I hereby announce the official commencement of the auction. As she spoke, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the auction hall. Master, the Wanbao Pavilion is no ordinary establishment. Decades ago, a powerful cultivator, having attained mastery in the Blood Chi realm, attempted to plunder the pavilion, only to find himself hanged at the entrance the very next day, remarked Li Yinzhao. Lishinga nodded in acknowledgement. Today, the first item up for auction is the purple spirit vine, the primary ingredient for crafting the solidifying yuan pill, with a starting bid of 500 taels of gold. Though the auction items currently presented are indeed rare, they merely serve as appetizers, failing to capture the attention of the major powers. The bidding is primarily dominated by lesser factions. As the auction progresses fervently, it reaches its pinnacle with the emergence of extraordinary treasures, prompting several influential forces to take action. Notably, a pair of perfect twin slaves at the pinnacle of the physical realm fetched an astonishing price of 15,000 taels of gold. As the auction continues, the items on offer grow increasingly precious. Some of the rare treasures even stirred the heart of Lishinga, though regrettably, his finances were insufficient. Next, we have a product that is sure to pique everyone's interest, proclaimed Wang Xianxian with unwavering confidence from the auction stage. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, she announced the auction of second-tier medicinal pills, the Vitality Pills, crafted by our esteemed second-tier alchemist, Master Tongming. There are a total of 10 pills, all of superior quality, capable of enhancing the success rate of breaking through to the Blood Chi realm by 40%. As her words resonated, the crowd's breaths quickened. After all, few practitioners at the physical realm could resist the allure of breaking into the Blood Chi realm. However, upon hearing this, Lishinga's expression suddenly turned cold. Damn it, I miscalculated. If it had been ordinary vitality pills, the amount of gold he had prepared would have sufficed. But now, the superior quality pills posed a significant challenge. The difference in success rates between ordinary and superior vitality pills may only be 10%, yet the price disparity is astronomical. As expected, the starting bid for the superior vitality pills was set at 10,000 taels of gold, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 500 taels. The initial bidding price has already reached 12,000 taels. Although hope seemed faint, Lishinga was determined to give it a try. He resolved to bid for the first blood essence pill, as the prices would only escalate with time. 11,000 taels, Lishinga announced. The esteemed guest from room 29 raised the bid to 11,000 taels, inquiring if there were any higher offers. By increasing the bid by 1,000 taels at a time, he aimed to convey his resolve, hoping to dissuade others from continuing. After all, there were still 9 pills left. Human nature often harbors a flicker of hope. Meanwhile, in room 37 across from Lishinga, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, with a grim expression, muttered, "Damn it, I didn't anticipate such fierce competition for the first pill." Beside him, an elderly man furrowed his brow and suggested, "Master, shall we not abandon the bidding for the first pill? There are still 9 more to come." The purple-robed man decisively shook his head. "No, as we progress, the final prices will only soar higher. If we cannot secure the first one, our chances for the subsequent ones will be even bleaker. You are well aware of our family's current predicament. Failing to obtain this blood essence pill could spell our family's decline. But the amount of gold we possess is insufficient." The elder replied, his expression troubled. The purple-robed man clenched his teeth, seemingly arriving at a difficult decision. "We shall pledge the family's iron mine to Wanbao Pavilion." The elder's face turned ashen, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Master, that is the lifeblood of our family." The elder sighed, acknowledging the dire situation of the family. If they failed to acquire the vital blood essence pill, the family would inevitably decline. With a heavy heart, he ultimately nodded in agreement. The efficiency of the Wanbao Pavilion was remarkable, and soon they had appraised the value of the iron mine. "Esteemed guest, we can offer a price of 5,000 taels of gold for this iron mine," proclaimed the attendant with utmost respect. The expression of the middle-aged man in the purple robe darkened instantly. "This Wanbao Pavilion is truly extortionate," he muttered inwardly. However, under the roof of another, one must bow their head. Despite feeling a pinch in his heart, the man nodded in acquiescence. With sufficient capital, he declared robustly, 11,500 taels. "Guest from room 37 offers 11,500 taels," announced Wang Xianyan from the auction stage. 12,000 taels. Lishinga stated, his face devoid of emotion. 12,500 taels. As the other party exuded an air of certainty, Lishinga's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Li Yanzhao hastily interjected, "Patriarch, we lack sufficient gold and cannot raise our bid further. However, Wanbao Pavilion does accept asset pledges." "There's no need for that," Lishinga retorted with a cold smile. "Then does this mean our trip is utterly fruitless?" Li Yanzhao asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Who says that?" Lishinga replied, his tone laced with an ominous undertone. "We shall merely have them safeguard our assets for the time being." Li Yanzhao's countenance underwent a drastic transformation, and he hastily interjected, "Esteemed Patriarch, we mustn't instigate any disturbances within the treasure pavilion." "Rest assured, I am not so imprudent," Lishinga responded, his composure regaining its former tranquility. Upon hearing this, Li Yanzhao experienced a palpable sense of relief. His apprehension stemmed from the fear that Lishinga's youthful exuberance might lead him to act impetuously. Observing the prolonged inactivity emanating from Premium Suite 29, Wang Xianxian announced, "Premium Suite 37 bids 12,500 taels for the first time. 12,500 taels for the second time." Noticing the absence of further bids, Wang Xianxian decisively brought down the gavel. 12,500 taels for the third and final time. "Sold." Let us extend our congratulations to the esteemed guest in Premium Suite 37 for acquiring the first chi and blood pill. Within Premium Suite 37, the middle-aged man, adorned in a purple robe, exhaled audibly upon hearing these pronouncements. He had finally secured his prize. Swiftly, a martial adept from the treasure pavilion presented a meticulously crafted sandalwood box. The purple-robed man accepted it with utmost care, his hands trembling as he gingerly opened the receptacle. The instant the box was ajar, an intense, aromatic fragrance of the pill permeated the air. The purple-robed man promptly closed it, turning resolutely to the elderly gentleman beside him, who was gazing with undisguised envy. He declared, "We must depart. We shall return to the clan without delay." Meanwhile, Lishinga directed his gaze towards the location of Premium Suite 37, his vision seemingly capable of penetrating all obstacles. Miraculously, he discerned a series of minuscule crimson characters hovering above the head of the purple-robed man. "I wouldn't have anticipated encountering an acquaintance here," Lishinga chuckled softly. Yet, beneath the veneer of his smile, a palpable aura of malice remained unmistakably evident. Chapter 12. Seizing the vitality pill after the group of the middle-aged man in the purple robe departed from the Wanbao Pavilion. They made no pause in the capital city and proceeded directly out of the city. Unbeknownst to them, they had already attracted the attention of someone keenly observing their possession of precious treasures. They traveled swiftly, and before long, it was deep into the night. The party arrived at the entrance of a desolate little temple. The elder accompanying the middle-aged man in the purple robe looked at their panting horses and said, "Master, perhaps we should take a break. If we continue at this pace, the horses may well collapse from exhaustion." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. If the horses truly perished from fatigue, it would only delay their journey further. Thus, he nodded, saying, "We can rest for no more than half an hour. We must return to the clan with utmost haste. Only in reaching our home shall we find safety." Upon hearing his affirmation, the others exhaled in relief. They took out their provisions and sat down to eat heartily. However, the middle-aged man in the purple robe lacked the appetite for food. He moved aside and perched upon a smooth stone, carefully retrieving the sandalwood box that contained the vitality pills from his bosom. Gazing at the box, his eyes became somewhat glazed with anticipation. Yet, alas, the moment was not yet ripe. As if summoned by his unease, a chill breeze stirred around them. The moon vanished behind a veil of clouds. Suddenly, the harsh croaks of crows pierced the stillness of the night sky, their cries hoarse and shrill, igniting a profound sense of apprehension within him. He glanced around, feeling as though the endless darkness had been shrouded in an icy thread of death. Every hair on his body stood on end. This place is no longer tenable. The middle-aged man in the purple robe rose to his feet, turning to summon others to leave in haste. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, his body became rigid. Before him, a mysterious figure had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The figure stood with hands clasped behind their back, facing away from him. Glancing at his companions, he was struck by the sight of them sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Their eyes wide open, utterly still, clearly devoid of breath. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Who are you?" he managed to utter, suppressing the fear within, his voice trembling. The figure let out a soft chuckle, slowly turning around to reveal a strikingly handsome face. "Master Su, have you forgotten me so soon?" Upon recognizing the visage, the purple-robed man was taken aback, exclaiming, "Li Xinga, how can it be you?" This face was unmistakable. Even in ashes, he would recognize it. The identity of the purple-robed man became evident as well. He was Su Zhe, the head of the Su family from Mongshan. "What do you intend to do?" "Li Xinga, my ancestor of the Su family is still alive," Su Zhe said, his tone a mix of menace and trepidation. He understood that the mere presence of Li Xinga signified peril. His only hope rested on his ancestor being able to intimidate Li Xinga. Yet he was acutely aware of the improbability of such a notion, for the two families had long been sworn enemies, destined for mutual annihilation. "Master Su, I always believed you to be a man of intellect, but it seems I was mistaken. Hand over what you possess, and I might grant you a complete corpse," Li Xinga replied with a smile. Such delusions. Su Zhe was filled with both astonishment and fury. How did Li Xinga know about the chi blood pill he possessed? Suddenly, he reacted sharply, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "You are the one from room 29? Li Xinga nodded with a smile. "Damn it, how did you uncover my whereabouts?" Su Zhe's expression darkened. For the sake of safeguarding their clients' interests, Wanbao Pavilion maintained strict confidentiality regarding their identities and movements. This thought led Su Zhe to a troubling possibility. Gritting his teeth, he concluded, "It must be Wanbao Pavilion. They are utterly unscrupulous." It was evident that Wanbao Pavilion had disclosed his identity and movements to Li Xinga. While the pavilion would never tarnish its own reputation, Li Xinga would not reveal his own circumstances either. The prospect of obtaining the chi blood pill was utterly hopeless. As the head of the Su family, Su Zhe understood well the formidable strength of a chi blood realm cultivator. Even he, a consummate practitioner of the physical realm, would find it an impossible task to escape under the watchful eyes of a chi blood realm master. With no hope of escape, he gazed at the sandalwood box in his hands and gritted his teeth. "There's no way I'll let you have the chi blood pill." With a surge of determination, he exerted all his strength, attempting to crush the sandalwood box and destroy the chi blood pill within. Naturally, Li Xinga would not stand idly by. With a cold snort, he darted forward. Li Xinga placed one foot firmly on Su Zhe's face, a humiliation he had never before endured in his privileged and powerful life. At that moment, Su Zhe wished for nothing more than to perish. "Li Xinga, may you meet a terrible end." He spat venomously. Li Xinga crouched down slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It feels truly satisfying to step on a face." His gaze fell upon the sandalwood box clutched tightly in Su Zhe's hand, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. One by one, he began to break Suja's fingers, seizing the sandalwood box for himself. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As it only gets more thrilling, he proclaimed. No, it belongs to me, Li Xinga said with an innocent smile. Upon seeing the sandalwood box in Li Xinga's possession, Suja's rage reached a boiling point. His family had drained their resources and mortgaged their minds to acquire the vital blood-boosting elixir, only for it to fall into the hands of his sworn enemy. Consumed by fury, Suja coughed up blood, his body convulsing violently before he kicked out with his legs and succumbed to death. A once great hero, the head of the Su clan from Mongshan, a peak body refinement realm master, had been driven to death by sheer indignation. Even Li Xinga was taken aback, observing Suja's lifeless gaze fixed upon him. Yet, he felt no stirrings of emotion within. Instead, he simply shook his head and remarked, "Your capacity for tolerance is truly lacking. Take your time on the road to the underworld. Soon, I shall send your kin to join you. No need to thank me. After all, I am a good person." Unbeknownst to him, Li Yinzhao had appeared by his side, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded Suja's corpse on the ground. He then inquired, "Master, have we succeeded?" Li Xinga brandished the sandalwood box in his hand. Li Yinzhao hastily received it, gingerly opening the box, gazing upon the perfectly round, crimson pill nestled within. Li Yinzhao could no longer contain himself, erupting in boisterous laughter. "Patriarch, indeed, this is the qi and blood pill. With this, barring unforeseen circumstances, our Li family shall gain another qi and blood realm cultivator. 2 qi and blood cultivators in 1 generation, a prospect Li Yinzhao had never dared to imagine. Yet now, it was on the verge of materializing. He regarded the young patriarch beside him, whose countenance still held a trace of youthfulness, and it was as if he beheld the future of the Li family. Perhaps, under the patriarch's guidance, the Li family could transcend Baya County, transcend even Rising Dragon Prefecture. Chapter 13. Breakthrough of the Grand Elder after a swift journey. It was not until the afternoon of the following day that Li Xinga and his party returned to Qingfeng Valley. During Li Xinga's absence, no significant events had transpired within the family, with the exception of the 4th elder, who was out inspecting the family's territory. The remaining elders had been summoned to the council hall by Li Xinga. The assembly took their seats in turn. Observing the elders' hesitant expressions, Li Xinga chuckled heartily, producing the sandalwood box containing the qi and blood pill from his bosom. "Esteemed elders, this is the qi and blood pill." The collective respiration of those present intensified markedly. Li Xinga opened the wooden box. At that precise moment, an exceedingly rich and concentrated fragrance of the pill wafted forth from within, permeating the entire council hall. The assembly greedily inhaled the aroma. The 2nd elder exclaimed in astonishment, "Truly befitting of a grade 2 treasure pill. Merely inhaling its scent is equivalent to 3 days of arduous cultivation." The others echoed his sentiments, marveling at the pill's potency. "The elixir is indeed remarkable, yet it comes at an exorbitant price. Just this one has nearly depleted the entire fortune of the Li family," lamented the 3rd elder, Li Xianyong, who was notorious for his frugality and tight-fistedness as the steward of the family's finances. "Nevertheless, if it enables our clan to produce another practitioner of the vitality realm, then every coin spent is justified," replied the 5th elder, Li Xuanqi, with a smile. The 1st elder, seasoned and knowledgeable, had encountered a vitality pill once before, but its fragrance paled in comparison to the one held by Li Xinga. "Master of the house, could this possibly be a superior vitality pill?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. Li Xinga raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat taken aback. "The 1st elder possesses keen insight. Indeed, this is a superior vitality pill, which can enhance the success rate of breakthroughs by 40%. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. "A superior vitality pill? I fear our funds may be insufficient," the 3rd elder remarked dryly. "Haha, this vitality pill cost us nothing," interjected Li Yinzhao, who had been observing the 3rd elder's distress and could no longer contain his laughter. "Cost us nothing?" Everyone was left bewildered. Where then did this vitality pill originate? Noticing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Li Yinzhao decided to unveil the tale of their journey. After he recounted events, applause erupted among the listeners, celebrating the audacity of the Su family from Mongshan in their pursuit of the elixir, revealing their desperation. The 1st elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, yet it is unexpected that they ultimately incurred losses, both in personnel and resources. The 3rd elder wore an expression of schadenfreude. "Fortunately, The head of the family has transcended to the realm of vital energy, turning the tide of our situation. Otherwise, facing the formidable Sioux clan of Mang Mountain, my Li family would be doomed to annihilation, remarked Elder Wu with a tone of deep regret. Upon hearing this, Li Xinga swiftly waved his hand and humbly responded, "It is my duty to serve the family that has nurtured me. Without their cultivation, how could there be a Li Xinga today?" His words were genuine and heartfelt. After expressing this, he shifted the topic. "As I mentioned earlier, should we acquire the vitality pill, it will be entrusted to the Grand Elder for consumption. I trust there are no objections?" "We have no dissent," the assembly replied in unison. Li Xinga nodded in satisfaction and handed the vitality pill to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder received it with great care, his hands trembling at that moment. This singular vitality pill bore the hopes of countless individuals. "Rest assured, esteemed head and fellow clansmen, I shall not disappoint your expectations," the Grand Elder declared resolutely. Following this, he entered a period of secluded meditation. During the days of the Grand Elder's retreat, the ominous clouds of war gradually approached. The Sioux clan of Mang Mountain began to consolidate their power, waiting for the Grand Elder's emergence to engage in a decisive battle with the Li family. Naturally, the Li family would not remain idle. They provided an unlimited supply of cultivation resources to enhance the strength of their members before the impending conflict. Moreover, both families sought alliances with other major forces, attempting to recruit allies. However, those who command significant power are no fools. They all chose to observe from the sidelines. The rivalry between the Sioux and Li clans was a spectacle they relished, and they were delighted to remain uninvolved. Regardless of the victor, both factions will suffer significant losses. This arrangement is exclusively advantageous for them, entirely devoid of drawbacks. Several days elapsed. On this particular day, within the confines of the Azure Maple Valley, in the main courtyard of the clan leader's estate, Li Xinga was attending to clan affairs. Abruptly, as if sensing something, Li Xinga raised his gaze towards the rear mountains. Observing the soaring sanguine aura, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips. With his hands clasped behind his back, he leisurely exited the main courtyard, and with a few nimble leaps, he vanished from sight. Minutes later, Li Xinga arrived before a sealed stone chamber, patiently awaiting. Simultaneously, the elders of the clan distinctly perceived the changes occurring in the rear mountains and arrived in quick succession. After a brief interlude, an uncontrollable surge of potent sanguine energy erupted from within the stone chamber, violently shattering the sturdy stone door. The heavy door was blasted into fragments, scattering dust and debris across the ground. The Grand Elder emerged from the cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, his aged visage had undergone a remarkable rejuvenation, and his stooped posture had straightened. The aura of his recent breakthrough, yet to be contained, exerted a palpable pressure, leaving all but Li Xinga struggling for breath. Realizing the discomfort he was causing, the Grand Elder hastily retracted his aura, offering an embarrassed smile. "Clan leader, esteemed elders, this old man has lived up to your expectations and successfully transcended the Qi and Blood Heavenly Gate." The assembled members responded with congratulatory gestures. "We extend our felicitations to the Grand Elder on his advancement to the Qi and Blood Realm, a boon to our Azure Maple Li clan." Li Xinga, with genuine delight, added, "Congratulations, Grand Elder." The venerable elder, shaking off the previous gloom, spoke with an exuberant expression. "Had it not been for the steadfast support of the family head and the clan, I would never have dared to dream of witnessing this day." Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. With the elder having emerged from seclusion, it was indeed time to address certain matters. Li Xinga said with a smile. The elder's countenance grew serious. He understood well what Li Xinga was alluding to and nodded in acknowledgement. The scene shifted to the Li family council chamber. "According to the intelligence we have gathered from our infiltrators within the Su family," the family head began, "it appears that the esteemed elder Su Changqing has not made an appearance for quite some time, likely in a closed-door retreat. Under our pressure, the Su family has relinquished all its assets, and now their forces are holed up in Mongshan, fortified and vigilant." Elderly Xuanqi spoke with a grave demeanor. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned somber. "Family head, if Su Changqing truly is in seclusion, this situation may take an unexpected turn," he continued. "Su Changqing is a seasoned practitioner of the Blood Qi realm, and it is rumored that he is merely a step away from achieving a minor breakthrough. His current retreat must be aimed at overcoming this bottleneck. Although we all know that such a breakthrough is not easily attained, we mustn't underestimate the possibility. Should Su Changqing succeed in taking that step, the Li family would find itself in peril. The elders' concerns were not unfounded, and Li Xinga nodded in agreement. If Su Chaqing fails to break through, our combined strength should suffice to handle the situation. However, should he succeed, the tide of battle may very well shift. What shall we do now? Inquired the third elder. What to do? Li Xinga's expression turned icy as he slammed his palm onto the table and declared, Then we shall eliminate him before he achieves a breakthrough. Li Xinga was a man of resolute action. With his mind made up, he promptly commanded, Elders, gather all the skilled members of our clan immediately. In 1 hour, we will launch a surprise attack on Mang Mountain. The situation is urgent and leaves no room for delay. Should there be any tardiness, do not blame the family's strict discipline. Yes, the 6 elders, their expressions grave, clasped their fists in acknowledgement before turning and departing the council chamber. The impending battle was palpable. Chapter 14. Hao Zhang an hour later. In the courtyard of the Li family, over 200 elite members stood resolutely with their weapons drawn. The weakest among them had already achieved a foundational level of strength. At the forefront stood the 6 elders of the Li family. The assembly of hundreds stood together in silence, a heavy atmosphere of solemnity enveloping the scene. After a few moments, a figure clad in a blue robe mysteriously appeared on the central platform. Upon seeing this figure, the faces of the crowd were filled with reverence and fervor. We have seen the family head. Li Xinga gazed down at the elite members of the clan, a surge of pride swelling within him. He raised his voice, proclaiming, Fellow clansmen, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Our mission is to eradicate the Su family of Mang Mountain and avenge the grievances of our Li family spanning a century. The crowd, invigorated as if fueled by elation, brandished their weapons and roared in unison, Kill! 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 The deafening cries of battle echoed through the entire Qifeng Valley, startling the birds into a flurry of wings. Circling in the midair, too frightened to return to their nests. Over the past century, the conflicts between the Li and Su families had been incessant. Each side had blood of the other's kin on their hands, a hatred deeply ingrained in their bones. Now, it was finally time for a resolution. Over 200 elite members of the Li family were advancing at full speed towards Mang Mountain, their intentions clear. Spies from various factions witnessing this scene gasped in shock and hurried back to relay the news to their respective leaders. Zheng Lingjun, the head of the Zheng family from Dongjiang, who had just received the news, exclaimed in admiration, Indeed, the young are bold and decisive. However, an elder of the Zheng family standing nearby remarked dismissively, The young are just impetuous and rash. The patriarch of the Su family is still alive, having cultivated in the Qi and blood realm for over 20 years, just a step away from minor mastery. Li Xinga has only just broken through. He might not be a match for him. His words garnered agreement from the other Zheng family elders. Zheng Lingjun, however, shook his head. I don't think so. This young patriarch is no ordinary man. Seeing the family head so optimistic about Li Xinga, the elders were puzzled. Unfortunately, Zheng Lingjun did not explain. He recalled the words of their family ancestor. He believed that Li Xinga was the man of great fortune spoken of by their ancestor. He had already made up his mind. If the Li family won, he would seek to ally with them. Should the Li family falter, it would indeed be fortuitous. For he could extend a hand to rescue Li Xinga and cultivate a friendship with a future powerhouse. As for the Su family, a lineage in decline. With only an aged warrior of blood and energy, what could they possibly do against the Zheng family? As the saying goes, the elderly are to be spared, while the youth are fair game. This principle has been deftly employed by Zheng Lingjun. With this thought, Zheng Lingjun could not help but laugh heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, would you care to accompany me to Mang Mountain to witness the battle? The crowd, naturally, would not refuse. After all, today, the warriors of the Li and Su families would inevitably engage in a life-and-death struggle. Observing such formidable combatants would undoubtedly benefit their own cultivation. In the county office, the county magistrate, Gu Jiting, who had been enjoying a performance, sighed with a hint of resignation upon hearing the news of the impending conflict between the two families. What a troublesome autumn this is. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the thoughts from his mind, closed the doors, resumed the music, and let the dance continue. The doors of the county office gradually shut, enveloping the interior in a vibrant atmosphere of song and dance. The head of the Song family, gazing skyward, murmured, Perhaps this is an opportunity for my Song family. In a fleeting moment, the winds of Baihe County began to stir, as if foretelling an approaching storm. Meanwhile, the Li family's contingent hastened towards Mang Mountain. Master, ahead lies a group blocking our path, seeking an audience with the head of the family, reported a diligent scout from the Li family. Who are they? Master. They are from the Hao family. At the mention of the Hao family, Li Xingge's brow furrowed in contemplation, soon recalling the significance of this clan. The Hao family, along with the now extinct Jin family and the Dedeo sect, served as subordinate forces to the Li family. However, after the demise of Li Xianfeng and the subsequent decline of the Li family, both the Jin family and the Dedeo sect chose to rebel without hesitation, allying themselves with the Zhang and Zhou families. In contrast, the Hao family lacked such audacity, or perhaps preferred a more cautious approach. They merely ceased their offerings to the Li family and opted to remain observant. Even so, this was intolerable to Li Xingge, who had long harbored intentions to settle accounts with the Hao family, though time had eluded him. With a cold smirk, he remarked to the elder beside him, "I have yet to seek trouble with the Hao family, yet here they come knocking on my door, bringing their head to meet me. I shall see what schemes they harbor." Moments later, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 30s or 40s, approached with a box in hand, guided by an elite member of the Li family. "Are you the head of the Hao family?" Li Xingge inquired from his lofty position on horseback, surveying the man before him with a frosty demeanor. The man's gaunt physique and dark complexion did not resemble that of a family patriarch. He appeared more akin to a rustic farmer. This left Li Xingge somewhat perplexed, as the head of the Hao family he recalled was a plump and prosperous middle-aged man. "Having met the sect leader, I humbly respond, I am the newly appointed head of the Hao family, Hao Erger," the middle-aged man replied with utmost respect. The crowd could not suppress their laughter upon hearing the name of the Hao family head, but quickly quelled their amusement upon catching sight of Li Xingge's icy gaze. "Zhongzhu? Huh, I cannot bear such a title. Moreover, you are the newly appointed head of the Hao family. What has become of the previous patriarch?" With that, Hao Ergo pointed to the box in his hand and opened it, revealing a head, devoid of color and grotesque in appearance. The eyes remained wide open, the grayish-white irises reflecting disbelief. Hao Cheng conspired with outsiders, intent on betraying the main family, and has been executed by the family's law. Li Xingge's pupils contracted slightly. "What is your relationship with Hao Cheng?" "He is my half-brother," Hao Erge replied, his expression unchanging, as if the head he held was merely that of a stranger. Li Xingge nodded thoughtfully. "Then why do you obstruct the path of the Li family?" Hao Ergu respectfully responded, "I come bearing the head of a sinner to seek forgiveness from the Zhongzhu. Along the way, I heard of your intention to strike against the Su family of Mang Mountain, so I gathered the elite of my clan to offer our lives in service to you." Li Xingge regarded Hao Ergu with a profound gaze before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Well said, Hao Ergu. I shall overlook your family's past transgressions this time. But let it be known that there shall be no second chance. Should you err again, the Hao family will face annihilation." Upon hearing this, Hao Ergu felt a chill run down his spine, but he exhaled in relief, finally able to put his troubled heart at ease. During this period, the Hao family had felt like ants on a hot pan, enduring relentless torment. The grim fates of the Jin family and the Blade sect lingered vividly in his mind. Although the Hao family had not rebelled, who could say that the Li family would not hold them accountable for their previous actions? With a solemn vow reaching for the heavens, Hao Erge swore that his lineage would eternally serve as hounds for the Li family, invoking divine retribution should they ever betray this oath. Kneeling on one knee, Hao Ergu made his solemn declaration, knowing full well the dire consequences of breaking such a vow in a world where the celestial mandate held sway. At that moment, Li Xingge was deeply moved, casting a profound glance at Hao Ergu before stating, "The name Hao Ergu is rather unrefined. From this day forward, you shall be known as Hao Zhongli." Hao Ergu. Now Hao Zhongli abruptly raised his head, then prostrated himself once more, exclaiming, "Hao Zhongli thanks the patriarch for bestowing this name upon me." In the unseen shadows, Hao Zhongli's eyes welled with tears. Chapter 15. The pessimistic Su family, a silent confrontation. Meanwhile, the Su clan of Mongshan had also received word of the impending arrival of the Li family. Su Bai, the second elder, who was temporarily overseeing clan affairs, convened a meeting with numerous Su clan leaders to discuss countermeasures. The supreme elder is in secluded cultivation and has not yet emerged. The patriarch and the fourth elder have been in the capital for some time and have not yet returned. How can our Su family withstand the Li family? The third elder of the Su family lamented with despair. A chorus of sighs echoed among the Su clan's upper echelons, witnessing the disheartened state of the clan. The second elder felt a sense of helplessness creeping in. Come what may, our Su family will not surrender meekly, even in death. "We will tear a piece of flesh from the Li family," Su Bai declared through gritted teeth. Esteemed colleagues, We are currently facing the most perilous juncture in the 2-century history of the Sioux family. We must brace ourselves for the direst of outcomes. Seventh Elder, you shall safeguard the family's legacy. Descend the mountain via the hidden path and depart with haste. Should the Sioux lineage be unable to endure, you must alter your names and conceal your origins and depart from Ascendancy Prefecture. The assembly promptly concurred. However, the seventh elder rose to his feet and sensed. Do you perceive me as a craven individual who clings to life? If anyone is to depart, it shall be you. I shall remain. Seventh brother, consider the gravity of the situation. This is not the time for impetuousness. Subai rebuked as he stood up. No one accuses you of cowardice. I am aware of your fearlessness. However, the rest of us are merely aging relics, with few years left to us. You are different. You are still young. And the family's legacy requires your protection. Do you comprehend? The seventh elder was rendered speechless. Why do you linger? Depart at once, Subai exclaimed, delivering a forceful kick to the seventh elder's leg. The seventh elder stumbled from the impact. He cast a profound gaze upon those present, bit his lip, and turned away without looking back. Observing this, the second elder felt a sense of relief. Esteemed colleagues, our family's contingency plan is now in place. We likely have half an hour remaining. If anyone has unresolved matters, attend to them swiftly. Subai's pessimistic tone permeated the assembly. That the esteemed Sioux clan of Mang Mountain should come to such a pass. The fourth elder lamented, tears streaming down his face. The elders began to weep softly, contemplating the imminent demise of their family. We are but old bones. Why must we adopt such a lamentable demeanor? Is it not shameful? The second elder chided sternly. Brother, our tears are not for ourselves, but for the family. The second elder opened his mouth, only to slump despondently into his chair. We are all sinners of the Sioux family. Yet, before the final hour has arrived, why do you all wear such morose visages for whom? A voice unexpectedly pierced the silence. The elders of the Sioux family abruptly lifted their heads, and there appeared an old man, slowly entering through the grand doorway. Instinctively, everyone wiped their eyes in disbelief. It is the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder has emerged from seclusion. Our Sioux family is saved. Several elders exclaimed with fervor. However, upon gazing at Su Chongqing's pallid countenance, an ominous premonition stirred within their hearts. Meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, Su Chongqing sighed and shook his head, saying, Heaven does not align with our desires. All efforts have gone awry. Indeed, Su Chongqing had failed in his breakthrough. Not only had he failed, but he had also sustained injuries to his vitality, leaving him with but a few days to live. He was, after all, not the protagonist. Upon hearing this despairing news, the crowd felt as though the very heavens had fallen, their spirits drained in an instant, leaving them as mere shells of their former selves. Yet, with a shift in his discourse, Su Chongqing ignited a flicker of hope in their eyes once more. Though he had not succeeded in his breakthrough, he was still more than capable of dealing with a novice like Li Xinga. But what of Suzhou? At this moment, Su Chongqing realized that during this critical juncture concerning the survival of his family, the head of the Sioux clan, Suzhou, was inexplicably absent, which was becoming increasingly intolerable. Upon hearing Su Chongqing mention Suzhou, Subai let out a bitter smile and replied, Not long ago, the Wanbao Pavilion held an auction, and the clan leader took the fifth son to the capital, hoping to secure a blood-cheap pill for the family, but he has yet to return. Su Chongqing's expression faltered, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed, I understand him. It is likely that he faces grave danger. It appears that even heaven does not favor our Sioux clan of Mongshan. The faces of those present turned pale. The elder had perished, and the clan leader was also in dire straits. The supreme elder's failed breakthrough left little time remaining. The decline of the Sioux clan of Mongshan seemed inevitable, and this was, regrettably, the best outcome they could hope for. Given the circumstances, the only option left was to fight to the death. Subai, let us confront this young man who has brought us so much suffering, Su Chongqing declared resolutely. Half an hour later, Li Xinga and his entourage finally arrived at the foot of Mongshan Mountain. The scene before him elicited a sense of surprise. At the base of the mountain, the forces of the Sioux clan were poised in readiness. The leader of the Li clan and the Sioux clan of Mongshan have been waiting here for quite some time. A robust voice boomed with laughter. Then, Li Xinga witnessed an elderly man clad in a purple robe slowly emerge from the opposing crowd. The moment the purple-robed elder appeared, Li Xinga's attention was fully captivated by him. Although they had never met, Li Xinga instinctively recognized him. Esteemed supreme elder of the Sioux clan, I pay my respects from afar, Li Xinga acknowledged with a respectful gesture. Gazing at the handsome and spirited Li Xinga, Su Cha-ching could not help but acknowledge the undeniable truth. Indeed, we have reached this juncture. With a hint of melancholy, Su Cha-ching remarked, were it not for the relentless pressure from your Su family, our two clans would have no need to confront each other with swords. As for Li Xinga's words, Su Cha-ching refrained from offering a definitive response. Had the roles been reversed, the Su family in despair, the Li family would certainly seize the opportunity to strike a blow. Alas, fate had other plans. It was precisely because of Li Xinga's emergence that the Li family's aspirations were thwarted. Having long heard of the illustrious reputation of his predecessors, he now sought to engage in a bout of instruction. A flicker of fierce battle intent ignited in Li Xinga's eyes. Since breaking through to the Blood Chi realm, his encounters had been mere one-sided victories. At last, a chance to battle against a fellow practitioner of the same realm had arrived, a prospect he had eagerly anticipated. He yearned to discover the limits of his own prowess. Then allow me to experience the finesse of the Li family's prodigy, Su Cha-ching exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yet, as his words settled, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes, as if he had transformed into a different being. Su Cha-ching unleashed his formidable aura without reservation, cascading forth like a tempest. An overwhelming sensation of pressure enveloping the air. The might of an experienced practitioner of the Blood Chi realm was indisputable. Li Xinga, refusing to be outdone, immediately released his own aura in retaliation. The two forces clashed like torrential rivers, their energies violently colliding. Even a mere wisp of their released might could effortlessly obliterate a practitioner of the corporeal realm. The onlookers hastily retreated to a safe distance, keenly observing this magnificent confrontation of power. The silent contest persisted for an extended duration, ceasing only when Li Xinga and Su Cha-ching both retreated a step. They exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with apprehension. The wordless struggle had come to an end. The true confrontation was about to commence. Chapter 16. The Su clan of Mongshan, annihilated. The two individuals struck almost in unison, an overwhelming surge of vital energy erupting from within their beings. As if capable of incinerating anything in its path, their figures shot forth like meteors, crashing together with a resounding boom. The two practitioners of the Blood Realm engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, others were not idle. With a commanding shout from the elderly Xiantong, a contingent of elite Li clan warriors brandished their weapons and surged towards the Su family members. The Su family quickly prepared to counter the assault. A brutal melee ensued, with lives extinguished at every moment. Yet, for the sake of their respective families, both sides pressed on relentlessly. The second elder of the Li clan, Li Xuanzhong, led the charge, wielding his great blade with precision, swiftly dispatching three adversaries in an instant. Witnessing this, the second elder of the Su clan, Su Bai, felt fury boiling within him, for among those slain was his own son. Xuanzhong, you wretched scoundrel, prepare to pay with your life. Su Bai roared. As he charged towards the infuriated Su Bai, Li Xuanzhong found delight in the challenge, laughing heartily, you come at the right time. Today, I shall use you to sharpen my blade. With that, he swung his great sword and met Su Bai head-on. Each strike exchanged was a lethal one, as both combatants exhibited a relentless determination to end the other's life. After merely a dozen rounds, both individuals bore significant wounds, yet they remained undeterred, growing increasingly tenacious with each encounter. Observing the valor of their second elder, the other elders of the Li family, unwilling to be outdone, sought out the corporeal realm experts of the Su family to engage in fierce combat. Initially, the Su family cultivators exchanged blows with their Li family counterparts, maintaining a semblance of balance. However, as time progressed, the tide of victory gradually shifted in favor of the Li family. Amidst the fray, three corporeal realm cultivators from the Su family fell to the relentless assault of the Li family. Upon a small hill, the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Lingjun, stood with arms crossed, surveying the battlefield with keen interest. An elder from the Zheng family remarked in astonishment, I never anticipated that this young master of the Li family would possess such formidable strength. Even the seasoned Blood Realm cultivator, Su Cha-ching, finds himself at a loss against him. The emergence of such a prodigy from Baihe County raises concerns about whether it is a blessing or a curse. Another elder from the Zheng family interjected, Master, given the current situation, it appears the Su family is on the brink of defeat. Zhang Lingjun replied, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. That seems likely. However, I suspect matters are not as straightforward as they appear. The Su family must possess hidden cards. Meanwhile, the battle between Su Cha-ching and Li Xinga had escalated to a fever pitch. Su Cha-ching gasped, I never imagined that one day I would be so pressed by a junior. Li Xinga shook his head and scoffed. "Senior, it seems you have grown old." In response to Li Xinga's derision, Su Chaqing remained unperturbed. He cast a glance at the battlefield where the Su and Li clans clashed. Witnessing the Su practitioners retreating steadily in the face of the relentless assault from the Li clan, one after another succumbing to the slaughter. Suddenly, Su Changqing erupted into a maniacal laughter. "So be it. Let this old man shed the last drop of blood for his family." A sense of foreboding surged within Li Xinga. In the next moment, he beheld Su Chaqing extracting a blood-red pill from his bosom. Upon seeing the pill, the patriarch of the Zheng clan, situated at a distance, was taken aback. Could this possibly be the blood-burning pill? "What is the blood-burning pill?" An elder from the Zheng clan inquired, his face etched with confusion. The blood-burning pill is a concoction that temporarily exchanges strength for the burning of one's vital essence and the depletion of lifespan. Given Su Changqing's current condition, should he consume the blood-burning pill, he would likely not survive beyond a quarter of an hour, Zheng Lingjun explained. Has Su Changqing gone mad? The elders of the Zheng clan gasped in disbelief. No, he is not mad. He intends to make a desperate gamble. Zheng Lingjun shook his head. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Changqing swallowed the blood-burning pill. The pill dissolved instantly in his mouth, transforming into a surge of heat that coursed through his entire being. Simultaneously, Su Changqing's aura began to ascend dramatically. In just a few breaths, to the growing dismay of Li Xinga, he broke through to the minor completion of the vital essence realm. The initial stage of the vital essence realm and its minor completion are entirely distinct concepts. The aura emanating from Su Changqing at this moment resembled a towering mountain, instilling a profound sense of despair in those who beheld it. Feeling the immense power coursing through his body at this moment, Su Changqing found himself somewhat entranced. He murmured, "Is this the realm I have long yearned for?" However, he quickly regained his composure. He understood that this state would not endure for long. He must eliminate Li Xinga before the effects of the medicine wore off, thereby eradicating future threats to his family. With a cold gaze fixed upon Li Xinga, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent, he stepped forward, transforming into a bolt of lightning. And in an instant, he stood before Li Xinga. The searing vitality enveloped his hand, emanating a disquieting surge of energy. He clenched his fist and struck towards Li Xinga. A blow that, if it connected, would surely reduce him to nothingness. Li Xinga attempted to evade, but it was too late. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the energy within, which surged forth wildly, coalescing into a blood-red barrier before his chest. Su Changqing's fist collided directly with this barrier. The overwhelming force battered against the blood-red shield, producing a sharp crack. A minuscule fissure appeared on the once impenetrable barrier, rapidly expanding outward. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the arena. The powerful energy dissipated, sending a whirlwind of dust and debris into the air. Li Xinga staggered backward for hundreds of steps before finally managing to halt his retreat. Although he had withstood the blow, he was grievously injured. At that moment, his complexion appeared pale, and his breath became erratic. Observing that Li Xinga remained alive, albeit severely wounded, Su Changqing's expression darkened considerably. He could scarcely fathom that even a full-force strike from a practitioner of minor mastery could be thwarted by Li Xinga. With the strength of merely entering the Qi and Blood realm, one can withstand the full force of a minor success in the same realm. This is something I have never encountered before. Li Xinga, you are indeed a prodigy. Given sufficient time, the innate realm would be within your grasp. Alas, you shall not have that opportunity. If I can drag such a monster down with me, my life will have been worth it. Su Chaqing wore a sinister grin as he slowly approached Li Xinga. As Su Chaqing drew nearer, Li Xinga's expression darkened considerably. Just as he prepared to employ his trump card, he caught sight of a figure rapidly approaching from behind Su Chaqing. At that moment, Su Chaqing was lost in the excitement of about to extinguish the talent of a monster, completely unaware of the impending danger. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, a sudden alarm rang in his mind, prompting him to instinctively turn around, his pupils constricting in an instant. He attempted to defend himself, but it was already too late. The Grand Elder, Li Xiantong, launched a stealthy attack with lightning speed, piercing directly through Su Changqing's chest with his sword. The intense pain caused Su Changqing to lose his reason in an instant, and he swatted the Grand Elder away with a palm. Just as he was about to continue his pursuit, Li Xinga seized the opportunity from behind and delivered a punch that obliterated Su Changqing's head, splattering red and white across the ground. As the headless body collapsed heavily to the earth, Li Xinga finally let out a sigh of relief. The greatest enemy of the Li family had been vanquished at last. Then, as if recalling something, he hurried toward the Grand Elder. Observing the Grand Elder half-kneeling on the ground, Li Xinga expressed his concern. "Grand Elder, are you all right?" The Grand Elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, waved his hand, and laughed heartily. "Rest assured, my lord, this old man is quite well. A respite of 10 days or half a month will suffice. That is a relief. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear the consequences would have been dire," Li Xinga replied, his face etched with lingering apprehension. He had never anticipated that Su Chongqing possessed a hidden card capable of directly enhancing his strength. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder felt a twinge of guilt. "It was my oversight. I nearly jeopardized everything. The blood ignition pill is something I should have reminded you about, my lord." Only then did Li Xinga realize that the crimson pill Su Chongqing had just consumed was indeed the blood ignition pill. "You have already done exceptionally well," Li Xinga said with a smile. "We have triumphed. From this day forth, the world shall know no more of the Su family from Mang Mountain." The two exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Su Bai, engaged in combat with Li Xuanzhong, found himself momentarily dazed upon witnessing the death of Su Chongqing. "Ancestor." In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Xuanzhong seized the opportunity and swiftly severed Su Bai's head. As he gazed at the rolling head on the ground, Li Xuanzhong chuckled. "Did your ancestor not teach you not to lose focus during battle?" Haraha. With their revered elder slain and the second elder fallen, the remaining cultivators of the Su clan felt as though the sky had collapsed upon them. Stripped of their will to resist, they began to flee in a frenzy. Observing this scene, the second elder hastily commanded, "Li clan warriors, pursue and slay. Allow not a single one to escape." The disciples of the Li clan commenced a relentless chase after the remnants of the defeated forces. Half an hour later, as the last member of the Su clan fell, the Li clan's warriors erupted into frenzied cheers, brandishing their weapons. "Long live the patriarch! Long live the Li clan! Long live the patriarch! Long live the Li clan!" After a century of enmity with their arch-nemesis, they had finally vanquished them in this generation. Observing the blood-soaked youths of the Li clan, a faint smile graced Li Xinga's lips. He proclaimed loudly, "Brothers of the Li clan, the war is not yet over. Remnants of the Su clan still linger. Follow me up the mountain to eradicate the remaining Su clan remnants and bring solace to our ancestor spirits. Kill, kill, kill." Although the Su clan's fighting force had been annihilated, the old, weak, women, and children remained, and the Li clan could not afford to let them escape. Let no one speak of the cruelty of the Li clan. Remember, mercy towards one's enemy is but cruelty to oneself. The Li clan warriors charged up the mountain, embarking on a ruthless slaughter. Half an hour later, this horrific massacre came to an end. Thus, the Su clan of Mang Mountain was annihilated by the Qifeng Li clan, completely erased from the annals of Baya County. Chapter 17. The Divine Weapon with Spirit, named Zhanshu. "My dear friends, it is time for you to reveal yourselves," Li Xinga said, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze fixed into the distance, a cold snort escaping his lips. As his words hung in the air, a chorus of hearty laughter echoed, and several powerful figures soared from afar. The Li clan warriors quickly drew their blades, standing on high alert at the sight. A figure hurriedly exclaimed, "Master Li, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I am Zheng Lingjun from the Zheng family. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Li." Upon hearing this name, Li Xinga was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Are you not the head of the Dongjiang Zheng clan?" Zheng Lingjun replied with a smile, "Indeed, that is I." A hint of a smile appeared on Li Xinga's face as he instructed his subordinates to sheath their weapons. He clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Li Xinga of the Li family, honored to meet you, Master Zheng." The esteemed name of the Dongjiang Zheng clan was known to all in Baya County. Who could be unaware of its prominence? Given that the other party assured him of their benevolence, Li Xinga would certainly not be foolish enough to offend them. The Dongjiang Zheng clan was undeniably the foremost family in Baya County, far surpassing the current Qifeng Li clan in stature. Among the 9 prominent families, there existed a hierarchy of strength, with the Dongjiang Zheng clan reigning undisputedly at the top. Seeing Li Xinga's demeanor, a satisfied smile crept across Zheng Lingjuan's face. It seemed that this youthful patriarch was wise beyond his years, not the type to become arrogant simply due to a modicum of talent. Observing his performance today, Zheng Lingjun was convinced that this young man was destined for greatness, and his desire to cultivate a friendly rapport intensified. Having long heard of Master Li's renowned reputation, witnessing it firsthand today was indeed a testament to his merit. With the ability to confront seasoned practitioners of the Qi blood realm despite being a novice, after today, Master Li's name would surely resonate far and wide. Prior to this encounter, although Li Xingge had been celebrated as a prodigy, he lacked substantial achievements to back this reputation, still regarded as a junior by some old-timers. However, in today's battle, Li Xingge had boldly faced an established practitioner of the Qi blood realm without yielding an inch. Even though the latter forcibly enhanced his strength with elixirs, Li Xingge was still able to withstand a strike from him and seize the opportunity to slay him. This was more than sufficient to demonstrate that Li Xingge's prowess could rival that of the elder generation. Li Xingge waved his hand and humbly remarked, "I feel quite ashamed. Had it not been for the assistance of our esteemed elder, I would have faced peril today." With that, he deftly shifted the conversation. Introducing the elder beside him, Master Zheng, "This is our esteemed elder from the Li family." Li Xiandong of the Li family bowed respectfully, addressing Master Zheng. The elder understood far better than Li Xingge the significance of the Zheng family's head in Baya County. To speak a blasphemous truth in Baya County, the words of the Zheng family head might carry more weight than those of the Dezhou court. Moreover, he himself was a formidable warrior with a minor achievement in vitality. Even if the former head of the Li family, Li Xianfeng, were still alive, he would treat the head of the Zheng family with utmost respect. "Brother Xiantong, you are too courteous. I must congratulate you on your ascension to the realm of vitality," Master Zheng Lingjun said with an affable expression. Meanwhile, he mused to himself that the vitality of Li Xiantong had waned, and the success rate for ascending to the realm of vitality was less than 10%. Yet, against all odds, he had succeeded. It seemed that Li Xingge truly was the fated child spoken of by the ancestors. When one ascends, even the lowly rise alongside him. If only he could board this grand vessel before Li Xingge reached his full potential, then perhaps the distant realm of innate enlightenment might also come within reach. As Li Xingge met the fervent gaze of Zheng Lingjun, a shiver ran down his spine, accompanied by a sense of unease. Could it be that the illustrious head of the Zheng family harbored some peculiar predilections? Instinctively, Li Xingge distanced himself from Zheng Lingjun. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Lingjun remained entirely oblivious to the wariness reflected in Li Xingge's eyes. With a genial smile, he remarked, "Head of the Li family, Elder Xiantong, to celebrate your triumph over a century-old adversary, I have prepared a modest token of appreciation, and I hope it will not be deemed unworthy." Before either could decline, an elder from the Zheng family approached, cradling a box with both hands. Zheng Lingjun accepted it, and, upon opening the box, a glimmer of cold light erupted forth, momentarily blinding them. Within lay a resplendent sword, radiating an eerie, chilling brilliance that deterred direct scrutiny. This sword, he proclaimed, was fortuitously acquired by our ancestors. Forged from celestial meteorite, capable of slicing through iron with ease. Today, I present it to you, head of the Li family, and I hope you will graciously accept it. At the sight of the sword, Li Xingge's heart raced. Yet, despite his excitement, he resolutely shook his head, stating, "Head Zheng, this gift is far too extravagant. I am unworthy of such an honor. Few men are indifferent to exquisite weapons, and the sword was evidently of considerable value." Li Xingge feared that Zheng Lingjun had ulterior motives for such a lavish offering. It seemed as though Zheng Lingjun could see through the apprehensions that lingered in Li Xingge's heart. Zheng Lingjun smiled and said, "Master Li, please accept this without hesitation. I have no ulterior motives. As the saying goes, a fine sword is a gift for a hero, and Master Li, you are indeed the young hero. This sword is most fitting for you. If you refuse again, I might just get upset." Seeing Zheng Lingjun's expression that suggested he would be displeased if the gift was not accepted, Li Xingge pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out what the Zheng family, with its vast wealth and influence, could possibly want from the Li family. Unable to make sense of it, he decided not to dwell on it further. He accepted the sword case with a smile and said, "Then I must thank Master Zheng." Seeing Li Xingge accept his gift, Zheng Lingjun was overjoyed and laughed heartily. "That's more like it. Calling each other master is too formal. I feel like we've been friends for years. From now on, let's address each other as brothers. Since I am a bit older, I shall call you dear brother. How does that sound?" Naturally, Li Xingge wouldn't embarrass Zheng Lingjun in front of everyone. Moreover, befriending Zheng Lingjun would only benefit the Li family. It was a win-win situation. Not being one to let pride get in the way, Li Xingge readily agreed and bowed slightly, saying, "Xingge greets his elder brother." Zheng Lingjun laughed heartily, took Li Xingge's arm, and helped him up, saying with a smile, "Today, it is my honor to have made such a brother. We should celebrate with a drink." but I see you have important matters to attend to within your clan. I shall not intrude further. Another day, we brothers shall drink until we can drink no more." Once the family matters were settled, Xingu resolved to pay a visit to his elder brother. Li Xingu spoke earnestly. "In that case, I shall take my leave first. I bid you farewell, my brother." As he observed the retreating figures of Zheng Lingjun and his entourage, the smile on Li Xingji's face gradually faded. Beside him, the Grand Elder pondered thoughtfully. "Master, as the saying goes, no one rises early without gain. Given Zheng Lingjuan's status, his humble demeanor must conceal significant intentions. However, I cannot discern what he is scheming. You must proceed with caution." Li Xingge nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, I will handle this matter with due discretion." With that, he shifted his gaze to the sword case. He opened it and grasped the hilt, drawing forth the treasured blade. At the moment of contact, Li Xingge felt as though he was grasping a piece of eternal ice. With a sudden motion, he unsheathed the sword, and a flash of cold light erupted, the blade dancing through the air. Not far away, a massive slab of green stone was cleanly cleaved in two. "What a magnificent sword!" Li Xinggu exclaimed joyfully. "Such a divine weapon cannot remain nameless. Henceforth, you shall be known as Zhan Su, and I hope that one day you will be able to sever even the void itself." The sword emitted a resonant hum, as if in response, for divine weapons possess spirit. Chapter 18. Completing the first main quest master, with the fall of the Su clan in Mongshan. The crisis facing our Li family has been momentarily averted, the Grand Elder remarked with a smile, stroking his beard. Upon hearing this, a smile also graced Li Xingji's countenance. However, he immediately added, "Even so, we cannot afford to be complacent, for we can never predict when danger may strike." The elder nodded solemnly. "With the fall of the Su clan in Mongshan, their assets naturally revert to us. Third Elder, you shall be entrusted with the full responsibility of acquiring the Su family's estate," Li Xingge commanded. The third elder's eyes sparkled with determination as he accepted the task. "Master, we have just examined the Su clan's genealogy and discovered some overlooked remnants," sixth elder Li Yinzhao said with a grave expression. "Understood." Li Xingge glanced at the second elder beside him and remarked calmly, "These overlooked remnants must surely be the so-called embers." Second elder, as the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, it falls upon you to manage these embers. We must ensure that no future troubles arise for the family. Rest assured, Master, I shall personally oversee this matter, the second elder replied with utmost seriousness. Li Xingge nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, the group returned to Qifeng Valley. In the main courtyard of the family estate, within the martial arts training chamber, Li Xingge sat cross-legged. Before him, a transparent screen materialized. Main quest: lead the family out of adversity. Quest progress: 100. Quest description: following the death of the old patriarch, the family has lost its top-tier deterrent power, and the family's enemies have begun to act. Please lead the family out of this crisis promptly. Upon observing that the main quest progress had reached its zenith on the luminous screen, a smile played upon Li Xingge's lips. The system's rewards were exceedingly alluring, particularly the initial pair of group augmentation buffs, which were precisely what the Li family currently required. Reward 1. Elementary Familial Cultivation Enhancement Buff accelerates the cultivation speed of all family members by 10. Reward 2. Prolific Blessing Buff elevates the birth rate of the family's newborns by 10. Reward 3. 1 Profound Tier. Intermediate Cultivation Technique. Reward 4. 1 Profound Tier. Intermediate Martial Skill. Reward 5. Hosts Cultivation Aptitude elevated to the 7th grade. The Collective Cultivation Acceleration, though seemingly a modest increment of 10%, would yield substantial returns through accretion. The Prolific Blessing buff directly amplified the Li family's natality. The cornerstones of a prosperous clan are twofold: power and population. Formidable power safeguards the family, while population ensures its perpetuation and expansion. Although precious, the cultivation techniques and martial skills paled in comparison to the preceding rewards. The final reward directly augmented Li Xingge's personal potential. Almost with impetuous haste, Li Xingge opted to submit the quest. Quest submitted. System rewards being dispensed. The system's notifications chimed in succession. Notification: congratulations, host. The Elementary Cultivation Acceleration buff is now active, increasing the cultivation speed of all members of the Li family by 10. Notification: the Many Children, Many Blessings buff is now active, increasing the birth rate of the family's newborns by 10. Notification: congratulations, host. You have acquired the mysterious rank Intermediate Cultivation Method, Heart of Clarity. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mysterious rank Intermediate Martial Skill, Lion's Roar. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation aptitude has been enhanced, currently at the 7th grade. Concurrently, the entire Leaf family was enveloped in an invisible, ethereal radiance. Countless starlight fragments descended, permeating the Lee estate and subtly merging into the bodies of each member. Within the Leaf family's cultivation chamber, a practitioner, mid-practice, opened his eyes, a flicker of bewilderment in his gaze. He turned to his companion and remarked, "Lise, I've noticed a significant improvement in my cultivation speed." His friend, equally astonished, responded, "Indeed, I seem to be experiencing the same. What could be the cause?" Lise shook his head. "I'm uncertain. Perhaps it's due to insights gained from today's battle?" "Possibly," the friend chuckled. "In that case, we must seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. Brother, let us strive together." In the law enforcement hall, elderly Xuanzhang, while instructing the disciples, felt a sudden surge of inspiration, causing him to pause. He sensed an imminent breakthrough to the perfected physical body realm. Recognizing the opportune moment, he addressed a group of disciples from the law enforcement hall, saying, "I sense a calling within. I must now retreat for seclusion. You all must diligently cultivate your skills and not grow lax." "Understood," the disciples responded in unison. Li Xuanzhong nodded with satisfaction before hastily departing the law enforcement hall to begin his seclusion. "Scoundrel, what are you doing in broad daylight?" A woman scolded. Her cheeks flushed with anger. A middle-aged member of the Leaf family rubbed his reddened hand, chuckling sheepishly. "My dear, for some reason, I suddenly felt a surge of desire. Please bear with me. It will be over quickly." "Bear with you? Nonsense. Ugh, didn't you say you were quick?" "Ah, I too do not know. It seems as if I have suddenly returned to my late teens." "Dear master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling." "Ugh, just a little longer." Silence. Meanwhile, in a concealed cave, a group of over 10 individuals huddled in a corner, their expressions weary, staring vacantly at the cave's entrance. The leader, a middle-aged man, suddenly stood up as urgent footsteps echoed from outside. Gripping the blade at his waist, he fixed a vigilant gaze on the cave's entrance. The footsteps grew increasingly closer. The middle-aged man rasped, "Who goes there?" A voice responded from outside, "Elder, it is I." Upon hearing a familiar voice, the middle-aged man finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, he did not sheath the knife in his hand. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, "Come in." Moments later, a youth clad in ragged attire entered. The instant he laid eyes on the middle-aged man, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He fell to his knees and wept bitterly. "Elder, the Su family is no more. The supreme elder and the second elder have perished, and the Li family has spared neither the elderly nor the children. The entire Su clan of Mongshan has been reduced to ashes. It is truly tragic, so very tragic." The middle-aged man was none other than Su Qiong, the 7th elder of the Su family of Mongshan. Upon receiving this dreadful news, his face drained of color, and his body trembled violently. In that moment, he appeared to have aged 2 decades. The others around him joined in the mourning. After a while, with bloodshot eyes, Su Qiong roared to the heavens. "The Li family's treachery, the annihilation of our kin, is a vendetta that cannot be forgiven. Until this grievance is avenged, I shall not consider myself human." He cast a glance at the still weeping crowd and exclaimed in fury, "What are you crying for? What use is there in tears? Will our kin return if you weep? Will the Su family of Mongshan be restored through your lamentations? Put away your weakness." The word cry does not exist in the lexicon of the Su family. The crowd was rendered speechless by Su Qiong's ferocity, silenced by his presence. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "You must remember the vendetta of today, the hatred of our fallen clan. You must strive to cultivate diligently. One day, we shall return the pain inflicted by the Li family 100-fold. Do you understand?" As thoughts of the slain kin and the plight reminiscent of a bereaved dog flooded their minds, a fierce blaze of hatred ignited in the eyes of the crowd. "From now on, we shall eradicate every member of the Li family," declared a young boy from the Su clan, barely 8 or 9 years old, with fierce determination. Indeed, what Xiaojiao said is absolutely correct. We must annihilate the Li family to avenge our kin. The fervent cries echoed, "Eliminate them! Annihilate them!" Observing the united front of the Su family, Su Qiong felt a flicker of solace. The spirit of the Su clan still burned bright. The Su clan of Mang Mountain had not yet perished. "Elders, what shall we do next?" inquired a youth who had ventured out to gather intelligence, his sobs quelled. "There is no longer a foothold for us in Baihe County. We must depart from this place at once," Su Qiong replied. However, the main routes out of Baihe County have been sealed by the Li family, and they are currently on a fervent hunt for our whereabouts. Su Qiang's countenance darkened significantly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. We can first seek refuge with the Jiang family. The Jiang family has been allied with our Su clan for generations through marriage. They can devise a way to assist us in our departure. Time is of the essence. We must leave immediately. Chapter 19. The Jiang family of Qishan. The Jiang family is a burgeoning clan that rose to prominence over a century ago. Currently, they are fortified by a master at the pinnacle of the physical realm, placing them second only to the 9 great families in Baya County, now, in fact, merely 8. Their stronghold is situated in Qishan town, to the southeast of Baya County. As dusk fell, the sun sank low in the horizon. Before the grand entrance of the Jiang residence, 2 guards stood with arms crossed, their gazes unwavering, while several servants leisurely swept the fallen leaves from the crimson door. A middle-aged beggar, limping as he approached the estate, caught the eye of one of the guards, who, upon observing the disheveled figure, displayed a flicker of disdain. The guard promptly stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he commanded, "Halt. This is the Jiang family estate. No idle folk are permitted to approach." The beggar fell to his knees, a pleading expression on his face. "Kind sir, I implore you, I have not eaten in days." With that, he grasped the guard's sleeve. Just as the guard was about to rebuke him, he felt something cold pressed into his hand. Opening his palm, he discovered an exquisitely crafted jade pendant, unmistakably valuable. "Good sir," the beggar urged, "take this pendant and inform your master that an old acquaintance wishes to meet with him. He will surely grant me an audience." The guard's expression wavered between indecision and skepticism, yet the beggar's earnest gaze compelled him to relent. Finally, he nodded, albeit with a warning, "Stay right here. I shall go inform the master. Should I find you deceitful, you shall face dire consequences." With that, he signaled to his companion to keep watch over the beggar, who understood the unspoken command. "I appreciate your assistance, esteemed guard," the beggar replied graciously, then leaned against the crimson pillar of the entrance, closing his eyes to rest. Within the main courtyard of the Jiang estate, the family head, Jiang Chenghe, was engrossed in managing familial affairs when suddenly a guard arrived with news of a beggar bearing a token, claiming to be an old acquaintance seeking an audience. Jiang Chenghe felt a wave of intrigue wash over him. In his memory, there was no such beggar from the past. However, upon seeing the token jade pendant handed over by the guard, his expression changed dramatically. He lowered his voice and instructed, "Bring him in. Do not treat him lightly." The guard nodded, secretly relieved that he had not offended the beggar given the master's solemn demeanor. Soon, the middle-aged beggar was escorted into Jiang Chenghe's study, and the guard respectfully closed the door behind him. Once the door was shut, Jiang Chenghe spoke, "Brother, why this beggar's guise?" The beggar was none other than Su Qiang, the last elder of the Su family. With a sigh, Su Qiang replied, "I am evading the pursuit of the Li family, forced into this situation." Jiang Chenghe fell silent. After a long pause, he managed to utter, "I have heard of the Su family's plight. Brother, please accept my condolences." Su Qiang, filled with sorrow and indignation, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Condolences? How can one accept condolences when the Su family has been massacred, leaving only a handful to survive? I only lament my own powerlessness in avenging this blood feud. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of a lack of firewood. As long as the Su family has descendants, there will surely come a day of resurgence." Jiang Chenghe found himself at a loss for words, offering what little comfort he could. Yet, Su Qiang shook his head and said, "Brother-in-law, I have come to seek your assistance." Su Qiang's sister was married to Jiang Chenghe, hence the address of brother-in-law. "Please speak, and I will do everything in my power to assist," Jiang Chenghe declared, thumping his chest in commitment. "The Li family has now sealed off all major routes, setting a trap that is nearly inescapable. I humbly request your assistance in helping us leave Baya County." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chenghe's expression turned troubled. Sensing his hesitation, Su Qiang urgently pleaded, "Brother-in-law, I implore you, for the sake of your heir, to spare the last remnants of the Su family's lineage." With that, to Jiang Chenghe's astonishment, Su Qiang knelt before him, regaining his composure. Jiang Chenghe hurried to help Su Qiang up, but found he could not budge him an inch. "Brother, what are you doing? You are truly humiliating me. If you do not agree, I shall not rise," Su Qiang declared, his eyes brimming with tears. After a long pause, Jiang Chenghe sighed deeply, his expression tinged with resignation. "Very well, please rise. I will grant your request." Overjoyed, Su Qiang quickly responded, "Thank you, brother-in-law. I shall surely repay this great kindness in the future." Jiang Chenghe interjected, "As for any talk of repayment, all I ask is that you keep today's events confidential. The current Li family is not one we can afford to offend. Can you rise now?" With that, Su Qiang stood up. Jiang Qinghe continued, tomorrow morning, my family has a shipment to send to the capital. I will need you to disguise yourselves as guards of the Jiang merchant convoy to facilitate our passage. After pondering for a moment, Su Qiang found Jiang Qinghe's plan agreeable and nodded in assent. Then I shall trouble you tomorrow, brother-in-law. As the two solidified their plan, they remained unaware that their conversation was being overheard. Outside the room, a shadow silently slipped away. Is what you said true? In a grand mansion, a middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. Second Master, it is absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears. The man referred to as the Second Master slammed his thigh and cried out, my dear brother, how foolish. Isn't this inviting disaster? Who doesn't know that the Li family is currently at the pinnacle of power? Assisting the remnants of the Su family is tantamount to opposing the Li family. The messenger's face turned pale as he recalled the grim fates that befell those who dared to challenge the Li family. He immediately said, Second Master, we must stop the head of the family. Otherwise, our Jiang family could be in grave danger. The middle-aged man shook his head. Who in the Jiang family is unaware of my elder brother's stubborn nature? Once he sets his mind on something, not even a herd of 9 oxen could pull him back. Are we to simply stand by and watch as he leads our Jiang family into peril? He scoffed. The Jiang family is not solely under his command. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he coldly stated, I shall inform the old master of this matter. Let him see what kind of head of the family he has chosen, risking the lives of hundreds in our Jiang family. Now, I shall observe how my dear brother can remain at ease on the throne of the family head. The old master referred to by the middle-aged man was indeed the formidable elder of the Jiang family, a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the physical realm. Is Qinhe truly going to do this? The old master fumed, his eyes blazing with indignation. Esteemed patriarch, he began. I can safely affirm that they have conspired to disguise the scion of the fallen Su family as one of our own caravan guards, with the intent of spiriting them away undetected. The venerable head of the Jiang family erupted in vehement indignation. With a thunderous strike, he shattered the table before him, exclaiming, a preposterous act. I had deemed imprudent and sagacious, which impelled me to bequeath a mantle of leadership. Little did I anticipate such impetuousness. The House of Li boasts 2 paragons of qi and blood, and their new patriarch is notoriously vindictive. Should he become cognizant of this transgression, calamity shall befall our House of Jiang imminently. A glint of schadenfreude flickered in the eyes of the Second Master Jiang as he observed the patriarch's apoplectic rage. He hastened to interject, pray, father, temper your ire. The patriarch, striving to regain his composure, inquired, where are these remnants of the Su family sequestered? They have been placed in the eastern quarters by my elder brother. Shall I apprehend these fugitives forthwith, father? The Second Master Jiang petitioned. Nay, desist. The patriarch promptly retorted, shaking his head. Any may lay hands upon these Su remnants, save we of the Jiang family. Pray, elucidate, the Second Master Jiang implored, perplexed. Gazing upon his somewhat obtuse son, the patriarch felt a pang of disappointment. Question not further. Instead, journey forthwith to Azure Maple Valley and impart tidings of these Su remnants to the House of Li. Meeting the patriarch's unwavering gaze, the Second Master Jiang acquiesced with a nod. Your bidding shall be done, father. With that, he turned to depart. Henceforth, the patriarch declared, all matters of import within the clan shall fall under your purview. Behind him, the aged voice of old Master Jiang resonated softly. Jiang Er's breath quickened suddenly, and he could not help but smile. Elder, we have just received news from the Jiang family in Qishan town. It appears that the remnants of the Su family are taking refuge there, intending to disguise themselves as guards for the Jiang family's merchant convoy to escape tomorrow. Having just emerged from seclusion, the second elderly Xuanzhong's expression turned icy upon hearing this news. If I recall correctly, the Jiang family and the Su family share a profound connection, do they not? Indeed, elder, the 2 families have intermarried for generations. A hint of disdain flickered in Li Xuanzhong's eyes as he listened to this statement. Assemble a contingent and follow me to Qishan town to eliminate the remnants of the Su family. Understood. In the deep of night, with the moon hanging high in the sky, within a secluded chamber of the Jiang residence. Su Sun, what are you doing? Why are you still awake? Su Qiang looked at the young scion of the Su family, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed with wide-open eyes, slightly irritated. I am cultivating. I cannot sleep. My father, mother, and siblings were all slain by the Li family. I must work diligently to avenge them. The young boy spoke with unwavering determination. Su Qiang was momentarily taken aback by his words, then his expression softened with appreciation. Su Sun, I am heartened by your resolve, but you must rest now, as we have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Understood, elder. Su Sun obediently nestled back under the covers, falling silent. Just as Su Qiang believed he had drifted off to sleep and prepared to leave, Su Sun's head emerged once more from beneath the blankets. "Elder, what has transpired? When shall we return?" At this moment, he could not help but think of the fiend who had plunged the Su family into an abyss of despair. Will there ever be a day for the Su family to exact vengeance? Su Qiang pondered within himself. Yet, this question remained unanswered. Stepping out of the chamber, Su Qiang found himself restless and unable to sleep. He gazed skyward at the luminous moon, its silvery rays cascading over his weathered visage, as two streams of tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Oh, dear brother, you were so selfish. You chose to end your life, but why must you leave me behind?" He stood there like a statue, motionless for what felt like an eternity. It was not until a chilling breeze swept through that Su Qiang shuddered. He glanced around, sensing an unsettling disquiet in the air. Yet, he could not articulate what was amiss. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow swiftly vanishing into the darkness. His heart leapt into his throat as realization dawned upon him. The Jiang family's residence was ominously silent. A silence that was almost terrifying. There was no time to linger at the Jiang household. This was Su Qiang's immediate instinct. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel, intent on waking the slumbering embers of the Su family. Whoosh! A cold arrow sliced through the air, aimed directly at Su Qiang. His reflexes were lightning fast. He rolled on the ground and narrowly evaded the deadly projectile. Whipping around, he found his expression twisted in horror. Surrounded by the eaves of the building, cloaked figures in black had quietly appeared, encircling the chamber in an impenetrable manner. The main door creaked open, revealing a tall and imposing elder, flanked by several black-robed cultivators. As he entered with a commanding presence, it was the youngest cultivator of the Su family, Su Qiang. The elder, recognizing Su Qiang at a glance, narrowed his eyes and coldly stated his name. Su Qiang, too, immediately identified the elder as Li Xuanzhong, the second elder of the Li family, and his heart sank into despair. The fact that the Li family had located him meant that the Jiang family had betrayed him. This was a matter of generations of marital alliances, and Su Qiang could only laugh bitterly at his predicament. "Su Qiang, you can no longer escape. If you surrender willingly, I may allow you some dignity," Li Xuanzhong remarked indifferently. In response, Su Qiang scoffed, "Such delusions. If that is the case, do not blame me." A chilling murderous intent flickered in Li Xuanzhong's eyes. He ceased any further trivial conversation, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a perfected physical realm cultivator, and launched an attack on Su Qiang. Feeling the sheer force of this overwhelming presence, Su Qiang was taken aback. This was a perfected physical realm? When had the Li family's second elder achieved such a breakthrough? Before he could ponder further, Li Xuanzhong had already closed the distance between them. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce punch, the wind from his strike howling ominously. Su Qiang attempted to evade, but it was too late. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the impact. Yet, how could a cultivator at the perfected physical realm be matched by one merely at the great success stage? Li Xuanzhong's powerful strike fractured Su Qiang's hand and struck heavily against his chest. The tremendous force instantly propelled Su Qiang across the room, crashing violently into a beam. A spray of blood erupted from his lips, and in that moment, Su Qiang felt as if his very organs had been shattered. He struggled to rise from the ground. Yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength. His vitality was rapidly waning. In the haze, he seemed to glimpse his brothers beckoning to him. "Forgive me, second brother. I have disappointed you." As Su Qiang's breath faded, Li Xuanzhong, with an expression devoid of emotion, declared, "The remaining remnants of the Su family are now in your hands." Understood. Behind him, a cohort of black-robed cultivators from the Li family surged into the chamber. One by one, the surviving sparks of the Su family, still lost in slumber, were mercilessly slain. Moments later, "Elder, all remnants of the Su family have been executed," a black-robed cultivator reported respectfully. Li Xuanzhong nodded in satisfaction. It was time to return and report to the family head. As the group exited the chamber, they encountered the hurried approach of the Jiang family. Leading them was the revered patriarch of the Jiang family. Upon spotting Li Xuanzhong, the Jiang patriarch quickly advanced, bowing respectfully. "Jiang Zhanghe of the Jiang family pays his respects to the elder of the Li family." "It is indeed you, Elder Jiang. We owe a debt of gratitude to your family for aiding in the eradication of the Su family's remnants," Li Xuanzhong replied courteously. "I am unworthy of such praise." "It is my honor to serve the Li family," Jiang Zhanghe responded with humility. Observing the humble demeanor of Jiang Zhanghe, Li Xuanzhong could not help but reflect on the situation. Despite being equals in the realm of physical cultivation, the venerable ancestor of the Jiang family was compelled to bow before him, a testament to the confidence bestowed by a formidable family legacy. I shall report this matter to the family head. The Li family will not forget your contributions, Li Xuanzhong declared. Jiang Zhanghe's eyes sparkled with delight, and his smile broadened. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xuanzhong departed with his entourage. Once Li Xuanzhong and his companions vanished from sight, Jiang Zhanghe let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jiang Iri could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Father, the Li family carries a rather inflated sense of self-importance. A mere elder from the Li family hardly warrants such reverence." Before he could finish, he caught sight of Jiang Zhanghe's increasingly frosty gaze and wisely chose to silence himself. Jiang Zhanghe then stated, "It is not the man I respect, but rather the Li family that stands behind him, particularly that prodigious figure in the shadows." Turning to the silently brooding head of the Jiang family, he continued, "You ought to express your gratitude to your second brother. Were it not for him, our Jiang family would have faced ruin at your hands." Jiang Qinghe glanced at the self-satisfied Jiang Iri and sighed, "Father, the Jiang family and the Su family have maintained a century-long friendship. Must we act so ruthlessly?" "Silence!" Jiang Zhanghe rebuked fiercely. "Your impulsiveness and misplaced compassion reveal a foolishness I had not previously discerned." Under the unrelenting public reprimand from his father, Jiang Qinghe's countenance darkened, yet he dared not retort. "I have heard that Su Yu's health has been quite poor." Jiang Zhanghe suddenly expressed a remark that left Jiang Qinghe perplexed. "Where has always been?" Observing the indifferent gaze of Jiang Zhanghe, Jiang Qinghe suddenly felt a flicker of understanding. It was as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss, his entire being enveloped in a chilling sensation. Trembling, he uttered, "Father, she is my wife, the mother of Minner. And what of it? The Jiang family cannot harbor any potential threats." Jiang Zhanghe retorted, "Do not accuse me of coercion. I now present you with two choices. First, you personally see her on her final journey. Second, you relinquish your position as the head of the family and erase your name from the Jiang family register. I grant you the freedom to depart with her." Jiang Zhanghe concluded, "Choose wisely, Qinghe." With that, he turned, leading his entourage away, leaving Jiang Qinghe standing motionless, like a statue. The following day, news spread throughout the Jiang family. The matriarch, Su Yu, had succumbed to a sudden illness and passed away in Qifeng Valley within the main courtyard of the family estate. Li Xingge gazed at Li Xuanzhong, who seemed to exude a newfound strength. Upon assessing his cultivation, he expressed his surprise. "Second elder, have you achieved a breakthrough?" Li Xuanzhong responded with a hearty laugh. "After the recent fierce battle, I gained insight, and shortly after returning to the family, I made a breakthrough." Li Xingge clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming thrice, "What a joy! Our Li family has gained another practitioner at the pinnacle of the corporeal realm, truly a cause for celebration." The second elder chuckled heartily. "All credit goes to the head of the family. Who would have thought that a dignified elder of the law enforcement hall would also resort to flattery?" Li Xingge expressed his helplessness, saying, "Patriarch, I speak only the truth." Li Xuanzhong replied earnestly, "Had it not been for the patriarch's efforts to avert disaster, not only would our progress in cultivation have stagnated, but the weeds atop our ancestors' graves would have grown 3 feet high." "All right, enough." Li Xingge gestured to silence Li Xuanzhong and then shifted the topic. "Is there something you wish to discuss, second elder?" "Indeed, Patriarch, I have come to report matters concerning the remnants of the Su family." Li Xingge rose, inquiring, "Have you obtained news about the Su family's remnants?" "Yes, and I have personally taken action to eradicate the Su family's remnants, leaving not a single one behind." Li Xuanzhong replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Li Xingge's face. "Well done on this matter." Li Xuanzhong's smile broadened. "Patriarch, it was merely my duty. The success of eliminating the Su family's remnants was largely due to the Jiang family's timely intelligence. Otherwise, they might have escaped." "Is that so?" Li Xingge raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Please, do enlighten me." As Li Xuanzhong recounted the details, Li Xingge shook his head with a light chuckle. "The Jiang family certainly knows how to navigate the winds of fortune. Only such families can endure through time. Since the Jiang family has assisted us, we, the Li family, should not be stingy. All the Su family's enterprises in Qishan town shall be entrusted to them. If the third elder learns of this, he may come to you, Patriarch, to voice his grievances once more." Li Xuanzhong wore a face brimming with schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Li Xingge helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed. The third elder had many admirable qualities, yet his parsimony was a matter of concern. He was excessively meticulous about finances. Even though the Li family now flourished, his avaricious nature remained unaltered. Nevertheless, Li Xingge understood that when it came to significant matters, the third elder never wavered. For instance, During the last visit to the capital to procure cheap blood pills, he unhesitatingly produced 12,000 taels of gold. Witnessing the patriarch exhibit a youthful vigor brought a wistful sigh from Li Xuanzhong, while the offspring of other families still sought refuge under the protective wings of their elders. Their own patriarch had already shouldered the immense responsibility for the livelihoods of 1,000 souls within the Li family. Ultimately, it was a testament to the inadequacies of the older generation. By the way, second elder, tomorrow morning I will convene a high-level family meeting at the council hall, and all senior members must attend. I have already notified everyone else. You are the last one, Li Xinga stated. Li Xuanzhong nodded solemnly. Understood, patriarch. I shall be there on time. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I must attend to a multitude of clan affairs, Li Xinga replied, somewhat overwhelmed. During this period, the family was expanding rapidly, and many matters required his decisive judgment as the head of the family. Li Xinga felt both the weight of responsibility and a sense of joy. Chapter 21. Family Council. The following morning, in Qifeng Valley, the family council hall. The 6 elders of the family had arrived early, eagerly awaiting the meeting. The second elder, to everyone's surprise, had silently achieved the remarkable feat of reaching the pinnacle of physical cultivation, a development that was truly worthy of celebration. The other elders, their faces aglow with joy, extended their heartfelt congratulations to him. The second elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, and humbly replied, "It was merely by chance. You all should strive harder. Time is of the essence, and our days are numbered." The third elder, Li Xianyong, sighed and shook his head, lamenting, "My talent is too lacking. Perhaps this is all I can achieve in this lifetime. I shall content myself with managing the family's finances." Upon hearing this, the others shared a knowing smile. Engaging in casual banter, their light-hearted conversation continued until a resounding voice called from outside. "The family head has arrived." With a steady gait, Li Xinga strode confidently into the room. Once he had taken his seat at the head of the table, the elders, save for the first elder, rose in unison. Clasping their fists in respect, "We pay our respects to the family head." "Please, take your seats," Li Xinga replied with a smile. As the elders settled once more, he announced, "The family council is now officially convened. Family head, we have compiled the casualty reports from our battle with the Sioux clan of Mang Mountain." The first elder began. "In this conflict, our Li clan lost 17 cultivators who perished in battle and suffered 9 injuries, all of whom were body refinement stage practitioners." Li Xinga listened intently, nodding solemnly as the gravity of the situation weighed upon him. "In the wake of the battle, the Li family shall bestow a one-time compensation of 50 taels to the families of those who perished in the conflict, while those who have sustained injuries shall receive 20 taels. Furthermore, suitable positions will be arranged according to their individual circumstances, and each member of the family who participated in the war will be granted a reward of 5 taels." The assembly expressed unanimous approval of Li Xinga's arrangements. At this juncture, the Grand Elder interjected, "Patriarch, during this confrontation, the Hao family fought valiantly alongside us, incurring significant casualties. Shouldn't our Li family extend some form of acknowledgement? Otherwise, it may foster a perception of our family's coldness and indifference." Li Xinga pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of the Grand Elder's words. In the battle against the Sioux family, the Hao family had indeed contributed greatly, with the head of the Hao family, whom he had named Hao Zhangli, having slain a corporeal cultivator from the Sioux clan. Thus, he nodded and replied, "You speak wisely, Grand Elder. Let us grant them a reward of 500 taels and additionally bestow the small iron mine at Shimei Mountain to the Hao family. What are your thoughts on this?" A one-time reward of 500 taels is indeed generous, especially for a modest family like the Hao clan, whose annual income likely amounts to approximately this sum. As for the iron mine at Shimei Mountain, its reserves are meager and its extraction is complicated, rendering it somewhat superfluous to the Li family, more a burden than a boon. It would be wiser to gift it to the Hao family, thus fostering goodwill and winning their loyalty. Even the notoriously frugal third elder remained silent in the face of this proposal. Observing the consensus among the assembly, Li Xinga inquired, "Does the Grand Elder have anything further to add?" The Grand Elder shook his head in negation, signaling that he had no additional comments. "Then, let us proceed to the next matter," Li Xinga stated calmly. "Second Elder, are there any issues within the law enforcement hall of late? There is a shortage of personnel," came the response. Li Xinga opted to disregard this concern entirely. The Li family has significantly expanded its influence, yet manpower remains scarce. The third elder spoke up, "Patriarch, we have successfully taken over the assets of the Sioux family. However, we are unlikely to manage their largest mine." Upon hearing this, Li Xinga furrowed his brow. He was well aware that the mine in question was the Su family's most valuable asset. Was there someone obstructing them? Li Xinga inquired coldly. The third elder shook his head. Not exactly. The Su family's mine has already been mortgaged. Mortgaged? Li Xinga expressed his confusion. Yes, it has been pledged to Wanbage. The corners of Li Xinga's mouth twitched slightly. Meanwhile, upon hearing this revelation, the sixth elder, Li Yinzhao, slammed his thigh in realization. I knew they were unusually extravagant that day. It turns out the prodigal has mortgaged the family's lifeblood. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Since it has been mortgaged to Wanbage, we should abandon our pursuit. We cannot afford to offend them, Li Xinga said, shaking his head. He was unlike the typical protagonists found in novels who recklessly provoke those they cannot afford to offend. Without a protagonist's halo, one might not survive 3 minutes in this fantastical world. As a competent patriarch, one must possess a clear understanding of their family's capabilities. Wanbage could easily eliminate even those who have mastered the Bloodchi realm, let alone the modest resources of the Leaf family, though some felt a sense of reluctance. Everyone was aware of the formidable nature of Wanbage. The fourth elder remained silent, and it was now the turn of the fifth elder, Li Xuanqi. The fifth elder, Li Xuanqi, concurrently held the vital position of Grand Steward of the Leaf family's Silver Ridge mine, wielding the power of life and death over thousands of mine slaves. He rose, clasped his fist in salute, and stated, Esteemed clan head, recently, the Silver Ridge mine has suffered considerable losses among its mine slaves. I wish to petition the clan to procure an additional 2,000 slaves. Furthermore, I request the clan to dispatch an elite squad to maintain order within the mine. The Silver Ridge mine is of paramount importance and cannot be compromised. Li Xinga granted the fifth elder's request. As the council progressed, various clan affairs were successively decided. Seeing that no one else spoke, Li Xinga cleared his throat and slowly said, Respected elders, I have 2 matters to discuss with you all. The 6 elders adopted solemn expressions, sitting upright. Firstly, he continued, I intend to adjust the resource allocation for the clan's cultivators. From this day forward, the cultivation resources for clan members will be doubled compared to the previous allocation. Upon hearing this, the crowd was visibly shaken. Clan head, doubled? Is that not excessive? The first elder questioned with uncertainty. It is not. The clan's influence has expanded more than twofold, yet the overall strength of the clan has not kept pace. The effects may not be immediately apparent, but if this continues, the clan will inevitably encounter problems, Li Xinga asserted. The first elder turned to the third elder and inquired. If the supply is doubled, can the clan's finances sustain it? The third elder gritted his teeth, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. However, he soon replied with resolute determination, it can be sustained. Upon hearing the response of the third elder, the grand elder nodded in agreement, stating, in that case, I have no objections. Both the family head and the grand elder expressed their assent, and the other elders were equally in accord. Should there be any dissent? It was likely that the scorn of the clan's people would be overwhelming. The first matter was unanimously approved. With no further objections, I shall now address the second issue. I wish to implement a population incentive policy within the clan, remarked Li Xinga with a smile. The clan's population was alarmingly low, barely exceeding 1,000. As the clan's influence expanded, this scarcity became increasingly burdensome. Presently, there was a dire need for more members, without an adequate population. The vision of strengthening the clan was merely a distant dream. Thus, I have resolved to advocate for a population incentive policy. The elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the importance of a robust population in ensuring the clan's legacy. After all, without sufficient numbers to carry on the lineage, decline is inevitable unless one possesses the gift of immortality. Moreover, an increase in newborns would enhance the likelihood of discovering children with innate talents for cultivation. The significance of exceptionally gifted children to the clan is self-evident, as I believe needs no further elaboration. Li Xinga continued, his expression warm and inviting. The elders nodded vigorously, particularly in agreement with this sentiment, as the living examples stood before them. As for the specific regulations, I trust you will formulate them without issue. This endeavor will benefit the clan and is a long-term strategy. The family head is indeed sagacious. We hold no objections, the elders declared in unison. With that settled, let each elder fulfill their respective roles. Chapter 22. A new task, is this true? From now on, the cultivation resources of the clan will be doubled? A practitioner from the Leaf family, at the body refinement stage, expressed disbelief. It must be true, my elder brother works under the third elder. And this information was indeed released by him. If it is the third elder who spoke, then there is an 80 to 90% certainty that this is genuine. How wonderful it would be if the clan could allocate more cultivation resources to me. I would then be confident in breaking through to the great accomplishment of body refinement this month. The Li family practitioner said, his face alight with excitement. I must congratulate my elder brother in advance. I hope he will look after me more in the future, remarked his companion enviously. Achieving great accomplishment in body refinement will secure a place for one in the Li family. Have you heard? The family head intends to implement a population incentive policy within the clan. For every child born to the family, a substantial reward will be distributed, spoke a woman, sewing garments while addressing her husband. I am aware, the family's influence has expanded significantly recently, and we are short-staffed. There are numerous places in need of personnel, and I feel as though I am being stretched thin by the manager. It is indeed time for the Li family to increase its numbers, replied her husband, somewhat sullenly. The woman shot him a playful glare and said, What are you waiting for then? The husband's breath quickened. Here, the text continues with omitted content. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. On this day, Li Xinge was engrossed in his cultivation within the seclusion chamber. Regardless of how busy he may be, Li Xinge dares not to neglect his cultivation in the slightest. He is acutely aware that formidable strength is the essence of existence. After completing a full cycle of the Zhou Tian, Li Xinge exhaled a long breath of impure air. Indeed, possessing a 7th-grade talent is extraordinary, if this pace continues. He harbors hopes of reaching the threshold of the Qi and Blood Miner accomplishment realm within 6 months, he mused to himself. One should not underestimate this progress. It is crucial to understand that many practitioners of the Qi and Blood realm remain stagnated at its entry point throughout their lives, making no advancement whatsoever. Take, for instance, Li Xinge's grandfather or that esteemed ancestor of the Su family whom he personally eliminated. Ding. Unstable factors detected within the host family. System task activated. The long-absent voice resonated within Li Xinge's mind. A luminous screen projected itself before his eyes. Current task. Suppress the rebellion at the Yinling mine. Task progress. 0. Task description. In an effort to increase the ore yield from the Yinling mine, the family has subjected the miners to inhumane exploitation, resulting in tremendous casualties. The miners, unable to endure any longer, had decided to fight back with all their might against the family. Upon completion of the task, the following rewards may be obtained. Reward 1. A family member with 7th-grade talent will be born. Reward 2. 3 acres of spiritual farmland. Crops grown on this land will absorb spiritual energy and evolve into spiritual plants. Consuming these crops will significantly enhance cultivation speed. Reward 3. Beginner-level spirit planting technique. Upon mastering the beginner-level spirit planting technique, one can advance to a first-tier spirit planting master. A new task has arrived. Li Xinge rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze betraying a hint of coldness. When did this assembly of mere tools dare to defy the Li family? He was well aware of the oppressive conditions faced by the mine slaves and had tacitly accepted it. After all, the family was currently in a phase of ascendance, necessitating financial resources from every possible avenue. The Silver Ridge mine was the lifeblood of the Li family, and thus, the suffering of these mine slaves was a regrettable but unavoidable consequence. Yet, the fact that they dared to revolt was something Li Xinge had not anticipated. It is worth noting that to ensure the stability of the Silver Ridge mine, the Li family had invested heavily. The esteemed 5th elder of the Li family, a practitioner of the perfected corporeal realm, was stationed there for extended periods. Additionally, there were 30 body refinement practitioners and 300 heavily armored guards patrolling the area day and night, their vigilance unwavering. While the act of mining carried the potential for death, it was merely a possibility. However, to resist was akin to courting certain doom. As the saying goes, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a noble death. So, who had emboldened them to rise against their oppressors? Li Xinge pondered. At Silver Ridge Mountain, a vast open-pit mine was bustling with activity. Thousands of miners, their upper bodies bare and clad only in shorts, labored tirelessly under the scorching sun, wielding their tools to extract precious ore. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. A frail mine slave, overwhelmed by the burden, suddenly collapsed under the relentless sun, falling heavily to the ground, never to rise again. 2 patrolling guards quickly approached upon witnessing the scene. A whip cracked mercilessly across the back of the weak miner. Are you seeking death? Do not slack off. Get back to work. The guards bellowed. Yet, the mine slave remained utterly motionless. Another guard crouched down, feeling for the breath of the miner, and shook his head at his companion. He's already dead. He surely isn't completely gone, my father said. Those who die this way suffer the most. I shall perform a kindness and help him along by severing his head. allowing him to depart with greater ease. The guard wielding the whip grinned maliciously. With that, he drew the knife from his waist. The harsh sound of the blade being unsheathed startled the miner, who quickly scrambled to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged, "Please, sir, spare my life. I promise I shall never dare again. I will work diligently." Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more thrilling. Do not think to play clever tricks before us. You have chosen your own demise. The guard remained unmoved by the miner's pleas for mercy. With a swift swing of his steel blade, he severed the miner's head. Before it even hit the ground, the guard held it aloft in his hand, blood still dripping profusely. He proclaimed loudly, "You all see this clearly. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to act cunningly in our presence. Do not think of slacking off, or else you shall find no mercy beneath my blade." The surrounding miners, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, fell silent, trembling in fear, and redoubled their efforts in mining. Why resort to killing him? After all, he is considered property of the household. Those who are deceitful and idle only squander the master's resources. It would be better to make an example of them to deter others and utilize their final worth. Didn't you notice how much more diligently those lowly slaves are working? The guard who committed the murder sneered. His companion shook his head, lamenting, "They are all pitiful souls. You know nothing. These mine slaves are all barbarians from the Eastern Ridge. The Eastern continent was breached, and tens of millions of Eastern continent's inhabitants were massacred by this very group of beasts. Then I retract my previous statement. This death is too lenient for them." Not far away, several mine slaves witnessed this scene, casting glances around. Seeing that there were no patrolling mine guards nearby, they quietly gathered together. While working, they whispered among themselves, "I counted, and just from what I saw, this is already the 17th person to die today. These lackeys and running dogs of the Leaf family simply don't regard us as human beings. Endure for a few more days, and once the general has fully recovered, we will tear these mongrels to pieces." One of the mine slaves gnashed his teeth. Wasn't it supposed to be today? Why the sudden change of plans? According to the general, the situation has changed. That elder of the Leaf family has returned, bringing with him a team of elite cultivators. He is not confident in making a move right now. Why should we care about the lives of these lowly people? Why not just kill our way out? That Leaf family elder wouldn't be able to stop us, would he? One of the mine slaves asked, perplexed. That's why I say you're brainless. The Leaf family has more than just this one elder as an expert. I have heard that within this family, there exists a practitioner of the blood realm. Should such a being take action, how far could we possibly escape? However, if we could incite a riot among these thousands of lowly subjects to attack the mine, the Leaf family would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, leaving them little time to pay attention to us. At that moment, we could seize the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. The others seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. In the dead of night, with the moon shining dimly and stars sparse, the desolate burial ground behind the mine lay shrouded in darkness and overgrown with weeds. The occasional call of a night owl echoed through the air, further enhancing the eerie and terrifying atmosphere, compounded by the scattered remains of the deceased. A shadow slowly emerged from the depths of the night, its gaze scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Upon spotting the fresh corpse on the ground, an exhilarating smile spread across its face. It approached the body and sat cross-legged before it, taking a deep breath, closing its eyes, and expressing a profound ecstasy, the scent of fresh vitality. With a deliberate motion, it extended its hand and placed it upon the chest of the corpse. Mysterious patterns suddenly appeared on the back of its hand, emanating an uncanny red glow. A wisp of crimson vitality began to emanate from the corpse, dispersing into the air and filling the atmosphere with a strong scent of blood. The vivid red essence gradually coalesced into a blood pearl the size of a ring finger. Meanwhile, the corpse lay utterly desiccated, reduced to little more than a layer of skin draped over bones, presenting a particularly grotesque sight. Gazing at the blood pearl, the shadow licked its parched lips, unable to contain its excitement any longer, and swallowed it whole without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, the shadow sought out the next corpse, repeating the process. Half an hour later, dozens of emaciated corpses lay strewn across the ground. Having consumed such a wealth of vitality, I have finally restored myself to the pinnacle of physical form, the shadow mused. Yet, thoughts of the humiliation endured during this time surged forth, and a profound hatred ignited within the shadow's eyes. Cursed be the Leaf family. Like a tiger fallen to the plains, I have been preyed upon. Once I regain my full strength, I shall repay the humiliation you have inflicted upon me 100-fold. The shadow seethed through gritted teeth. In an instant, his figure vanished once more into the darkness. Chapter 23. The Uprising of the Mines the following day. The miners toiled fervently under the relentless whip of the overseers and guards, extracting ore from the depths of the mine. Cart after cart of freshly mined stones was delivered to the stockpile. Hurry up. You there, dragging your feet. Do you wish to throw away your life? A corpulent overseer bellowed, brandishing his whip at a middle-aged miner. Behind him loomed 2 guards. The middle-aged miner cast a deep glance at him, then quickened his pace. Yet, the overweight overseer felt a twinge of discomfort at the miner's gaze. For reasons unknown, that lowly miner's look had stirred a flicker of trepidation within him. A sensation he found intolerable. With fury boiling within him, he strode toward the middle-aged miner. With a sharp crack, the whip lashed brutally against the miner's back, causing him to stumble. Instantly, a vivid crimson mark appeared on his exposed, dark skin. How many lives do you possess? Dare to glare at me? The corpulent overseer sneered, brandishing his whip menacingly. The miner clenched his fist tightly, so much so that his joints turned pale. He took a deep breath, contemplating a potential outburst. However, as if struck by a thought, his clenched fist gradually relaxed. Foreman, I am but a simple man. Please do not hold my ignorance against me, the miner murmured, bowing his head. Humph, today I am in a good mood, so I shall spare you this time. But beware, should there be a next occurrence. Your life may be in peril, the corpulent foreman replied with a thinly veiled smile, before striding away with 2 subordinates in tow. Watching the foreman's portly figure recede like a mountain in the distance, the miner's eyes were clouded with despair. Meanwhile, the departing foreman and his companions were met with the guard's teasing remark, Brother who, why the sudden display of benevolence today? If it were any other time, that lad would surely be in grave danger for his insolence. The foreman scoffed, consider it mere luck for that wretch. A notice has arrived from above informing us that a distinguished guest will be visiting the mine in the coming days, urging us to behave ourselves. A distinguished guest? The guard's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Brother who, you are always well informed. Do you know which notable figure is coming? The foreman relished the compliment, his eyes narrowing into slits as he grinned. He gestured toward the heavens and whispered, a person of great stature. The guard instantly understood, gasping in surprise. Do not spread this information carelessly, do you hear? The foreman warned with a sidelong glance. The guard flashed a grin. Brother who, you know me too well. My lips are famously sealed. The overseer scoffed disdainfully, and a few individuals sauntered away, laughing. In the distance, the ears of a middle-aged miner twitched, his movements faltered, and his countenance visibly darkened at an alarming rate. A day's labor, drenched in sweat, had finally come to an end as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky gradually darkened, and the bright moon peeked out from the edge of the heavens. Exhausted miners, after partaking in their evening meal, sprawled across the cavern, relishing this, their most tranquil moment of the day. The overseer, having counted the heads, coldly remarked, It is now curfew. Behave yourselves and sleep soundly. If anyone is found wandering outside, the entire lot of you will face dire consequences. Do you understand? The weary group responded with half-hearted agreement, satisfied with the compliance. The overseer nodded and proceeded to patrol elsewhere. Once he had distanced himself, a relatively robust miner sighed, Today, we lost another 6 men. Perhaps tomorrow it will be our turn. Beside him, another miner chuckled bitterly. Had I known surrender would lead to such a fate, I would have preferred to die honorably on the battlefield. It seems we shall never return to our homeland. Better to live a miserable life than to die unceremoniously. We must take each day as it comes. Half an hour later, the cave resonated with the sounds of snoring. A few individuals cautiously rose and stealthily made their way deeper into the mine, among them the middle-aged miner who had been whipped earlier that day. General, we can no longer afford to wait. During the day while working, I overheard the conversation of those damned overseers. They mentioned that a significant figure from the Leaf family is coming to inspect the area. The middle-aged miner spoke with deep respect to a gaunt elder. The elder, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and inquired, Do you know who this so-called significant figure is? The middle-aged miner shook his head. They did not specify, only saying it is someone of great renown. The elder's expression instantly turned grave. It must undoubtedly be a practitioner of the blood-chi realm from the Leaf family, he asserted. Upon hearing this, a pall of dread enveloped the hearts of those present. If it were during my prime, I would have no fear of a practitioner from the Leaf family arriving. However, alas, after that great battle, I suffered severe injuries and have only recently managed to restore my strength to that of a perfected physical state. Should I confront him, my demise would be inevitable. The elder lamented. General, we cannot remain passive. The middle-aged miner, Tai Xion, urged fervently. The others quickly echoed his sentiment. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It becomes even more thrilling. The elder pondered for a moment, clenched his teeth, and ultimately resolved, given the circumstances, we must act ahead of time. After observing for a while, he noted that aside from the elder stationed at the mine, there were 2 practitioners of the physical realm guarding the mine's exit. Once we initiate our plan, we must first overcome them to make our escape. Defeating them is not particularly challenging. However, the true difficulty lies in extinguishing their lives. Should we become ensnared by them, none of us shall escape. Thus, to ensure absolute certainty, I must regain some strength, ideally restoring myself to the pinnacle of corporeal realm. The Iron Bear, however, shook his head in evident distress and remarked, given your current condition, regaining the complete mastery of the corporeal realm requires the vitality of at least several hundred individuals. The corpses abandoned in the mass grave are woefully insufficient, and the anomalies at the grave have already drawn the attention of that elder from the Leaf family. You cannot venture there again. It turns out that the mysterious shadow at the mass grave is none other than the gaunt elder before us. Though the mass grave is off limits, are there not readily available corpses? The gaunt elder sneered. The others shuddered at his words, instinctively retreating several paces. Their faces etched with terror. The elder, initially taken aback, quickly regained composure and scornfully rebuked, fools, what use are you 3 insignificant beings to me? Upon finishing his tirade, he cast his gaze toward the slumbering miners in the distance. In an instant, the others comprehended the elder's intentions. The Iron Bear hesitated, saying, General, they are the citizens of my dongling territory. The elder retorted with a cold laugh, if they do not perish, then we shall meet our finally. He has returned to the realm of the physical body in its ultimate perfection. The elder laughed heartily. Congratulations, General. Best wishes, General. Several individuals clasped their fists in respectful salute. You have performed commendably in this matter. Rest assured, I shall lead you back to the Eastern Ridge. Now, it is time to take action. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, General. At the entrance of the mine, several guards leaned against the wall, dozing off. In their stupor, silhouettes emerged slowly. The guards immediately snapped to attention, bellowing, curfew is in effect. No one is permitted to go outside. Violators will be executed. Before the words could fully escape his lips, his neck was swiftly snapped. Brothers, the Leaf family is tyrannical and ruthless, treating us like mere insects, slaughtering us indiscriminately. Remaining here will inevitably lead to our demise. It is far better to rise against them. A resounding voice echoed through the darkness of the mine. In an instant, countless voices responded. The Leaf family is unjust. We shall rebel. Brothers, let us slay them. Eliminate this pack of Leaf family lackeys. Kill. Chapter 24. The blood demon True Art the oppressed miners, incited by these fervent souls, finally erupted. Thousands of miners revolted en masse, attacking the guards with reckless abandon, unleashing their pent-up fury. However, their defiance was but a farce against the heavily armored guards. One by one, the rebellious slaves were mercilessly slain by the guards as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Although the uprising is impressive in its scale, it ultimately lacks the potential to become a formidable force. Its suppression is merely a matter of time. Nonetheless, the objectives of the general and his associates have been achieved. Observing the chaos that envelopes the mines, the general, concealed in the shadows, becomes increasingly exhilarated. He bursts into laughter and exclaims to his trusted confidants, Gentlemen, our opportunity has arrived. Their breaths quicken in response. Originally a noble from the Eastern Ridge, the general had joined the war against the Great Zhou dynasty upon the call of the Eastern Ridge Court. However, during a confrontation with practitioners of the Great Zhou, he suffered a severe defeat and was gravely wounded. Although he managed to escape, he soon fell unconscious not far from the battlefield. Upon awakening, he found himself a captive of the Zhou army. Fortunately, his clan possessed methods to conceal one's presence, and the Zhou forces lacked formidable opponents, allowing his identity as a practitioner to remain undiscovered, thus sparing his life. It must be noted that the Great Zhou court harbors a relentless desire to eradicate hostile practitioners. Though he narrowly escaped death, he was condemned to slavery and sold to the Shenlong manor, ultimately purchased by the Leaf family to serve as a mine slave. It is a bitter irony that a practitioner of his caliber, one who has reached the realm of chi and blood, is relegated to such a lowly existence. Enduring the humiliation of being assaulted repeatedly by a band of insignificant wretches, as he contemplates these indignities, the murderous intent within him can no longer be suppressed. However, the time for vengeance has not yet come. The immediate priority is to escape this place. Amidst the turmoil, the group hastens down the solitary path leading away from the mountain. This route is the only one available, and the Li family has fortified a stronghold along this essential passage, flanked by sheer cliffs that plunge into the abyss. Even a mere misstep by a practitioner of the Qi and Blood realm would result in a gruesome demise. A few individuals concealed themselves in the distant woods, cautiously peering out to observe the situation at the pass. Iron Bear, wearing a perplexed expression, remarked, "General, it seems there is not a soul in sight at this pass." The general promptly glanced over, and indeed, as Iron Bear had stated, the usually heavily guarded Silver Ridge Pass was utterly deserted at this moment. "General, such an anomaly raises suspicion, does it not?" One of his trusted aides inquired, visibly anxious. The general cast a disdainful look at him and confidently declared, "Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Even if there is a ruse, so what? Who can hinder me while I remain in the Qi and Blood realm?" With that, he strode forward without hesitation. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and quickly followed suit, fully aware that their only chance of survival lay in accompanying the general. The gates of the pass stood wide open, and once they crossed this threshold, they could reclaim their lives. Yet, inexplicably, as they drew nearer to the pass, an unsettling feeling began to stir within the general's heart, as if a terrifying presence were lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. They had to leave this cursed place at once. The fear within propelled the general and his companions to quicken their pace. At last, they traversed the pass. However, before they could savor their relief, their steps abruptly faltered in unison. Following their gazes, they beheld a slender figure clad in green standing before them, arms crossed, blocking their path. "Esteemed ones, I, Li, have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." A gentle voice echoed across the entire pass. The figure in green slowly turned around, revealing a youthful face adorned with a faint smile. Gazing at this young visage, the general's heart instantly leapt to his throat, pounding fiercely. From this young man, he sensed an aura of extreme danger. He was no fool and immediately guessed the identity of the green-clad youth. Though they had never met, his reputation had long been thunderous. Many Li family cultivators were stationed at the mines, and in their daily conversations, they most frequently mentioned their prodigiously talented family head. At the age of 17, he had achieved the Qi and Blood realm and became the head of the Qi Feng Li family. When the family was in peril, he stepped forward, turned the tide, and even slew a seasoned Qi and Blood realm cultivator, eradicating the family's century-old nemesis. The general had thought that fame often exceeded reality, but upon meeting him today, he realized that some reputations were well-deserved. This Li family head was even more formidable than the rumors suggested. The general took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and said, "Hanjie of Dongling, greetings, fellow Taoist. Your actions hardly merit the title of fellow Taoist." Li Xinga chuckled lightly. The general's heart sank, but he forced a smile and replied, "I was compelled by circumstances. I begged the Li family head to show mercy and let me go. Upon my return to Dongling, I will surely offer generous recompense." He knew he was no match for Li Xinga and thus immediately conceded. However, Li Xinga remained unmoved, merely stating, "I find this place to be quite a geomantic treasure. What do you all think?" Upon hearing these words, Han Jie and his companions instantly displayed expressions of profound dismay. Yet, they dared not retaliate, merely responding awkwardly, "Friend, do not jest." The smile on Li Xinga's face gradually faded, replaced by an unmistakable aura of malice. "I do not indulge in mirth," he asserted, his tone resolute. No sooner had the words left his lips than the seemingly cultured and amiable young man exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. The formidable pressure of his qi erupted without restraint, bearing down upon Han Jie and his associates. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the winds howled and dust swirled. Only within the confines of this terrifying force could one truly grasp the magnitude of Li Xinga's strength. As the crowd felt as though they were on the verge of suffocation, Han Jie contemplated that even during his prime, facing Li Xinga would have afforded him little chance of victory. How could such an extraordinary individual exist in this world? And why would such a prodigy emerge from a relatively obscure clan? The oppressive aura intensified, leaving everyone feeling as if their very insides were about to rupture. Han Jie. His face flushed, stammered, masterly, "I am from the Dongling, the Han family. If you kill me, Dongling's Han family." His words were abruptly silenced. Witnessing the bloodied corpses of Han Jie and his companions, it appeared as though Li Xinga had casually extinguished mere insects. His eyes remained devoid of emotion. "Do not speak of the Dongling Han family. Even the Dongling royal family would not dare to cause a disturbance in my central plains." Li Xinga scoffed. Despite the ostentatious clamor of the Eastern Ridge barbarians in the Eastern Prefecture, it is merely a reflection of the court officials engrossed in their power struggles, lacking the leisure to address it. should they dare to venture into the Central Plains. The esteemed officials of the court would swiftly impart a lesson to the Eastern Ridge savages, illustrating the essence of a 6,000-year dynasty. Thus, the act of eliminating the so-called members of the Han family from Eastern Ridge posed no moral dilemma for Lishinga. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, detecting a fragment of the mid-tier celestial technique Blood Demon True Art. Would you like to collect it? Lishinga was momentarily taken aback. Such an occurrence seemed unprecedented. Killing had surprisingly triggered the emergence of a martial art? Without further inquiry, he hesitated for but a moment before opting to collect it. In an instant, all knowledge pertaining to Blood Demon True Art surged into his consciousness. It turned out that this Blood Demon True Art was conceived by a longevity giant known as the Blood Demon Celestial Sovereign. The precise realm of such a longevity giant eluded Lishinga, yet anything associated with the concept of longevity was undoubtedly extraordinary. The terrestrial celestial being of the Great Zhou dynasty had lived for 3,800 years and still refrained from claiming eternal life. The Blood Demon Celestial Sovereign hailed from a humble farming family, subsisting on herding cattle from a young age. Though life was fraught with hardships, he was blessed with loving parents, and their harmonious family life was a source of solace. He had thought that he would lead a life of ordinary tranquility, however. Upon returning home one day after tending to the cattle, he was met not with the gentle smiles of his parents, but with the chilling sight of two lifeless bodies. Neighbors informed him that his parents had been brutally slain by a wayward scion of a prominent family in town, merely for inadvertently obstructing his path. Upon learning this, the Blood Demon Celestial Sovereign did not erupt in rage. Rather, he seemed resigned to his fate. Since that time, his temperament underwent a profound transformation. He began to seek knowledge far and wide, employing every conceivable means to embark on the path of cultivation and aspire to become an immortal. Yet, time and again, he was mercilessly informed of his meager talents, destined to a life of mediocrity. The Blood Demon Sovereign, unwilling to accept such a fate, vowed to devise a cultivation method that would not rely on innate gifts. Those around him deemed him insane, showering him with pitying glances. Unperturbed, the Blood Demon Sovereign persevered. 3 years later, the true art of Blood Demon was born. It encapsulated the essence of seizing the fortunes of others and transforming decay into the miraculous, leading to immortality. In just a few succinct phrases, the true meaning of true art of Blood Demon was articulated: to absorb the life essence of others and convert it into one's own cultivation. With this newfound power, the Blood Demon Sovereign exacted his vengeance within a mere year. The Fong family was uprooted entirely, with every member reduced to desiccated husks. However, the profligate youth with whom he bore a deep-seated enmity experienced an unconventional fate. The Blood Demon Sovereign severed his limbs, gouged out his eyes, and removed his tongue, confining him within what was once the most treasured rice jar of his household. The Blood Demon Sovereign, unwilling to let him perish, sought rare and precious herbs to ensure his survival while simultaneously honing his skills through bloodshed. In the span of a century, this debauched youth was astonishingly nurtured to the realm of terrestrial immortals by the Blood Demon Sovereign's vast treasures. Yet, the Blood Demon Sovereign's indiscriminate slaughter incited the wrath of numerous ancient powers, prompting several immortal titans to emerge from these venerable factions. Thus, a fierce battle ensued against the Blood Demon Sovereign, shrouding the heavens in chaos. Two immortal titans spilled blood across the skies, and thereafter, the Blood Demon Sovereign vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the Blood Demon Sovereign mastering the Blood Demon True Art, he ascended to the pinnacle of power within mere centuries. To claim that Lishinga was unaffected would be a falsehood. His rapid breaths betrayed his inner turmoil, and a flicker of madness danced in his eyes. Yet, it was fleeting, as clarity soon returned to his gaze. He shook his head. Despite the allure of the Blood Demon True Art, it was ill-suited for the virtuous. However, it must be noted that Lishinga was not a paragon of virtue himself. He recognized the inherent drawbacks of the Blood Demon True Art. This celestial-grade technique, while capable of swiftly enhancing a practitioner's prowess, bore significant after-effects. Ultimately, the power gained was forcibly extracted from external sources, rendering its foundation unstable, as it was not rightfully one's own. In the later stages of his journey, the Blood Demon Sovereign appeared to succumb to these after-effects. His mind gradually clouded, transforming into a relentless killing machine, inciting the ire of ancient forces. If even the creator of the Blood Demon True Art could not mitigate its repercussions, what hope was there for others? On another note, the Blood Demon True Art was merely a fragment, not the complete scripture, allowing only for cultivation up to the Blood Chi realm, offering little advantage to Lishinga. Nonetheless, it could serve as a means to cultivate death warriors. With this thought, a glimmer of intrigue illuminated Lishinga's eyes. Chapter 25. The rebellion is fully quelled when Lishinga arrived at the mines. The unrest had reached its conclusion. The majority of the miners, armed with little more than their bare hands, succumbed to the merciless slaughter, extinguishing their last flicker of defiance. The surviving slaves knelt in terror, clasping their heads with trembling hands. As the assembly of cultivators from the Li family beheld the arrival of their patriarch, their countenances radiated with reverence, and they collectively bowed in obeisance. Conversely, the legion of mine sentinels genuflected on bended knee, exclaiming in unison, "Greetings to the patriarch." Their resounding acclamations reverberated throughout the entire mining precinct. The subjugated throngs, however, were seized by violent tremors, their bodies prostrate upon the earth, paralyzed by an ever-intensifying dread. For their destinies lay within the grasp of this youthful man. Lishinga, accustomed to the pervasive chorus of adulation, remained impassive, his heart unmoved. With hands clasped behind his back, he advanced at an unhurried, deliberate pace. Under his gaze, all lowered their heads, none daring to meet his eyes. Upon reaching an elevated vantage point, Lishinga executed a deliberate turn, instantly silencing the multitude. His countenance was placid, betraying no discernible emotion. "Your insurrection has displeased me greatly," he articulated slowly. Upon hearing these words, the slaves shuddered in unison, their eyes reflecting the pallor of death. It seemed their demise was inevitable. Yet, Lishinga's subsequent pronouncements rekindled a flicker of hope within them. "Originally, I intended to execute you all. However, as Providence cherishes life, so do I. I shall grant you another opportunity." Amidst the slaves' hopeful gazes, Lishinga smiled, stating languidly, "Henceforth, we shall partake in an amusing game. The rules are simple. You shall be divided into groups of 5, each drawing a lot. There are 5 lots, 4 marked in red and 1 in black. Those who draw the red slip must eliminate the individual who draws the black slip to emerge victorious in this grim game and secure their survival. However, those who draw the black slip need not despair. If you possess the capability to retaliate against the other 4, you too may endure. And I may even grant you freedom from your servitude. Do not inquire as to why, for this is a world governed by the law of the jungle. The strong are deemed worthy of survival." Upon finishing his statement, Lishinga observed the slaves' breaths quickening in anxiety. The comrades who had just fought side by side now exchanged glances filled with suspicion, scrutiny, and ill intent. An elderly slave widened his eyes, gazing at the dapper nobleman on the dais, as if confronting a fearsome demon. Realizing the dire consequences that lay ahead, he rose and shouted, "Do not be fooled by his deceitful words. If we heed his counsel, we shall never escape this place." 2 disciples of the Li clan, incensed, surged forward, drawing their blades with the intent to execute this audacious slave who dared to insult the master. Yet, Lishinga merely waved his hand. Although the 2 disciples were perplexed, they sheathed their weapons, their gazes still fierce as they fixed upon the elderly slave. "It seems you do not desire this opportunity," Lishinga observed, his demeanor unperturbed and indifferent. "No." The multitude of slaves glared furiously at the elderly man, realizing that this fragile glimmer of hope was about to be ruthlessly extinguished by his words. "Do you wish to perish? Do not drag us down with you. I yearn to live. I do not desire death. It is all this old wretch's fault. He seeks to bring about our demise. Only by eliminating him do we stand a chance of survival. Kill him! Kill him!" In the incredulous gaze of the aged slave, a throng of slaves surged forward in fury, mercilessly toppling him to the ground. They unleashed their pent-up rage with fists and feet, venting their frustrations. Under the onslaught, the elderly slave neither retaliated nor cried out. He simply endured the blows, his murky eyes filled with despair. Before long, he was left on the brink of death. "You will never rise again," he mocked, gazing at the crowd as his breath slowly faded. Observing the scene with a detached demeanor, Lishinga allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "You have done splendidly. I am quite pleased. Now, I declare that the game has officially commenced." Lishinga spoke with an innocuous grin. As his words echoed, the overseers of the mines sprang into action, following the game rules laid out by Lishinga. They organized the miners into orderly lines and commenced a drawing of lots. Those who drew the red slips appeared radiant, their faces alight with joy and excitement, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of survival. Conversely, those who drew the black slips were engulfed in despair. Of course, those who drew the red slips were required to eliminate the black slip holders for the game to conclude. Naturally, the black slip holders would not remain passive. The brutal slaughter began anew. Former companions had now become enemies in life and death. Amidst the clash of blades and the glimmer of steel, the fragility of life and the intricacies of human nature are laid bare. The elder, observing the slaves resorting to extreme measures in their mutual slaughter. Gazes at Li Xinga with eyes filled with awe and admiration. "Master, your strategy is truly remarkable," the elder exclaims, giving a sincere thumbs up. Li Xinga merely shakes his head, dismissing it as nothing more than a trivial skill. The elder bursts into hearty laughter. "Master, that slave appears to be rather extraordinary." Suddenly, while observing the brutal combat among the miners, the elder points in astonishment at a distance. Li Xinga follows the direction of his finger and sees a frail slave, who drew the black lot, surprisingly gaining the upper hand against four assailants. Just moments ago, he had sent a robust slave flying with a single punch. Blood gushed from the latter's wounds, a sight that suggested imminent demise. Were he a cultivator, Li Xinga might have been unfazed, for cultivators undoubtedly overpower ordinary individuals. Yet, in Li Xinga's perception, this slave was merely an utterly ordinary man, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, and his body had been rendered exceedingly weak due to years of exploitation by the Li family. Nevertheless, this seemingly feeble individual is capable of unleashing extraordinary strength. Li Xinga's brow furrows in intrigue as his focus sharpens on the frail slave. In an instant, a series of crimson characters materialize above his head. Name: Huang Goer. Age: 17. Cultivation: none. Talent: Rank 6. Special physique: frenzied battle body, not yet activated. A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Xinga, despite his composed demeanor, upon discovering the data panel of Huang Goer. To possess a rank 6 talent coupled with an exceedingly rare special physique was astounding. Either of these attributes alone would elevate an ordinary individual to the status of a prodigy. Possessing both foretold an extraordinary future for this boy, even in his current state. Li Xinga found himself unable to compare his own talents with those of Huang Goer. As time slipped away, this gruesome game approached its conclusion. The moment the final slave drawing the black card was killed, the game was officially declared over. In this contest, only two individuals emerged victorious against overwhelming odds. Unsurprisingly, Huang Goer was one of them. Observing the surviving slaves, their eyes filled with mutual wariness and hostility, Li Xinga could not suppress a smile. He rose to his feet and declared, "I am a man of my word. Congratulations to you all for surviving this ordeal." The weary slaves, upon hearing his words, collectively exhaled in relief, their bodies seemingly drained of all strength as they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Only through the experience of death does one come to truly respect it. Li Xinga, hands clasped behind his back, strolled toward Huang Goer and another man who had cast his gaze upon the two individuals, who promptly knelt and lowered their heads, too apprehensive to meet his eyes. After having encountered nobility, they dared to lift their gaze. "Raise your heads," Li Xinga said with a calm demeanor. At his words, the two trembled and cautiously raised their heads. They beheld the young nobleman before them, exuding an air of grandeur, and involuntarily shuddered. "Tell me your names," he commanded, his voice gentle yet firm. "I am Huang Goer," one replied. "Esteemed noble, I am He Pai," said the other. Li Xinga nodded in acknowledgement. "As I have previously stated, the strong possess the right to survive. Indeed, the strong can also choose their own destinies. I now offer you both an opportunity to alter your fates. Are you willing to serve the Li family?" His words, though unembellished, brooked no dissent. As the saying goes, those who understand the times are the true talents. Those with true grit seldom reach this moment. Without a hint of hesitation, they bowed deeply, proclaiming, "We vow to serve you loyally, esteemed noble, and to remain steadfast in our allegiance to the Li family." Li Xinga clapped his hands in delight. "Very well. I trust your performance will meet my expectations." He then turned to the fifth elder beside him and said, "Since these two are willing to serve the Li family, let them be placed under your command." The fifth elder, of course, would not dare to oppose Li Xinga's words. Understood. Hearing this, Huang Goer and He Pai were elated, bowing once more in gratitude. Compared to their previous status as miners, they had truly ascended to great heights. Without lingering too long on them, Li Xinga led the fifth elder and the senior members of the mining operation to the council chamber. Li Xinga unreservedly took his seat at the head of the table. Then coldly inquired, "Elder 5, do you have anything to say?" Upon hearing this, Elder Li Xuanqi's heart trembled. He hastily clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Master of the house, this rebellion is a result of my negligence, and I am willing to bear all responsibility. I implore you to punish me." Although Li Xinga was of a younger generation than Li Xuanqi, the elder dared not assert his seniority in the presence of Li Xinga. This was not solely due to Li Xinga's status as the head of the family, but also because his cunning and strength instilled a profound respect that prevented Li Xuanqi from viewing him merely as a junior. Li Xinga closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Inside the hall, witnessing even the chief steward's cautious demeanor, the senior members of the mining operation dared not breathe. Their hearts lodged in their throats. Time passed slowly, the atmosphere in the hall becoming increasingly oppressive. Finally, Lishinga spoke, waving his hand dismissively, let the punishment be waived. However, should there be a next time, you shall return to the clan and engage in solitary cultivation. A bead of cold sweat formed on Elder Five's forehead as he quickly responded, I thank you, master. If there is another mishap at the Yinling mine, I will come to you with my head in hand. Lishinga nodded and continued, the Yinling mine is the economic lifeblood of the Li family. Although this rebellion was swiftly suppressed, the loss of many slaves has already impacted the mine's output. You must expedite the restoration of production. Understood. Since there is nothing more, you may leave. Elder Five, please remain. Your subordinate takes his leave. As the others gradually exited, only Lishinga and Elder Five remained in the hall. Does the patriarch have any further instructions? The fifth elder inquired respectfully. Lishinga massaged his forehead, as if making a decision. After a long while, he seemed to have made up his mind. He slowly said, that Huang Goer, find an opportunity to eliminate him. Although the fifth elder had doubts in his mind, wondering why the head of the family would want to deal with a slave, he did not dare to hesitate in the slightest to Lishinga's order. He quickly responded, yes. It was not that Lishinga was jealous of his talent. Regarding Huang Goer, at first, Lishinga did want to take him for his own use. After all, his talent was truly terrifying. If he grew up, he would be enough to become a giant. But unfortunately, his surname was not Li. The Li family would not spend a lot of resources to focus on training a person with a different surname. What's more, Huang Goer had been enslaved by the Li family for many years, and he may have resentment towards the Li family in his heart. Then he could only eliminate this hidden danger. Chapter 26 Spiritual Planting Technique. Zhang Lingjuan's birthday a few days later. Huang Goer, the mine manager, died suddenly of a serious illness. His death did not cause a ripple. Detected that the system mission progress has reached 100. System mission completed. System rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 mu of high-grade spiritual fields. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the introductory spiritual planting technique. A clansman with a 7th grade talent will be born into the host's bound family. The system's indifferent voice resounded in the depths of Lishinga's mind, and a smile appeared on the corner of Lishinga's mouth. Among these 3 rewards, the most pivotal is the elementary level spirit plant technique. If we could cultivate a spirit plant master for the clan, it would significantly augment our heritage. As spirit plant masters are comparable to alchemists in stature. To his knowledge, not a single spirit plant master of any caliber exists within the entirety of Baya County. Summon the Grand Elder, Lishinga instructed, facing the doorway. Yes, Clan Head, came the reply. Before long, the Grand Elder arrived. Clan Head, he greeted with a genial smile. Lishinga nodded, returning the smile. I have requested your presence today to seek your counsel. At this, the Grand Elder composed himself, his smile fading. Please, Clan Head, ask away. This old man shall answer to the best of his knowledge. Lishinga stroked his chin thoughtfully. Grand Elder, having managed the clan for so many years, you must be intimately familiar with our affairs. Do you know if there is anyone in our Li family with a profound aptitude for spirit plants? Spirit plants? The Grand Elder's pupils contracted momentarily before he shook his head, a wry smile forming. Clan Head, the art of spirit plants is profound and enigmatic. Without proper guidance, it is exceedingly difficult to even begin. Not just within the Li family, but throughout Baya County, there is not a single true spirit plant master. Such individuals, like alchemists, are esteemed and revered, often guests of honor in prominent and influential families. That, of course, I am aware of. Then what is the clan head's intention? The Grand Elder inquired, a hint of perplexity in his expression. I wish to cultivate a spirit plant master for our clan, to bolster our foundation. Lishinga replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder shook his head. It is difficult, exceedingly difficult, to cultivate a spirit plant master. One must either have a mentor to guide them or possess a legacy. In the former case, spirit plant masters seldom take on apprentices, typically only accepting those of related bloodlines. As for the latter, the legacies of spirit plant masters are exceedingly rare. It is not something our Li family can aspire to. What if I already possess a legacy of a spirit plant master? What? Master, you hold a legacy of a spirit plant master? The Grand Elder gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Lishinga. Lishinga did not keep him in suspense. Retrieving the introductory spirit plant technique awarded by the system from his bosom and presenting it to the Grand Elder. With trembling hands, the Grand Elder cautiously accepted the scroll. careful as he began to peruse its contents. After a moment of silence, he burst into an unrestrained laugh. Indeed, master. This is undeniably a genuine legacy of a spirit plant master. With this legacy, our Lee family shall possess our very own spirit plant master. At this moment, the Grand Elder's heart brimmed with exhilaration. A spirit plant master is comparable to an alchemist. If the Lee family were to have a qualified spirit plant master who could continuously cultivate spiritual plants for us, the future of the Lee family would be beyond measure. However, it was not long before a thought crossed his mind, and he forcibly suppressed his excitement. With a grave expression, he turned to Li Xinga and said, Master, the matter of the spirit plant master's legacy is of utmost importance. If news of this were to leak, our Li family could face catastrophic consequences. The precious inheritance of the spirit planting masters, if known to the prominent families of the prefecture, would undoubtedly incite their covetousness. Li Xinga understands the age-old adage. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing treasures brings misfortune. He comprehends the elder's concerns. The Li family currently lacks the strength to cultivate spirit planting masters, necessitating a cautious approach. With 3 acres of spiritual fields in the back mountain, he intends to designate it as a forbidden zone, selecting those among the clan with innate talent for spirit planting to nurture in secrecy. What are your thoughts on this, Elder? The Master's intentions are commendable. I have no objections, the Elder replied earnestly. In that case, I entrust this matter entirely to you, Elder, and I kindly ask for your diligent attention to it. Li Xinga urged. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint you. As for the origins of the spirit planting master's inheritance, the Elder refrained from inquiring further. It sufficed for him to know that Li Xinga would not betray the Li family. By the way, Master, in 3 days, it will be the 50th birthday of Zheng Lingjun, the head of the Zheng family. How shall we arrange for it? The Elder seemed to recall something and suddenly tapped his forehead. Zheng Lingjun? His 50th birthday? Li Xinga instantly remembered the middle-aged man with a beaming smile and an elegant demeanor. He nodded and replied with a smile. The Zheng family of Dongjiang is the foremost clan in Baya County. Zheng Lingjun extended goodwill towards our Li family last time and even gifted us a divine weapon. For both public and private reasons, it is essential that our Li family does not miss this occasion. Therefore, please prepare a generous gift, and I shall personally visit to extend my birthday wishes in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the hour of Chun, Li Xinga set forth from Qifeng Valley, accompanied by the 3rd Elder and over a dozen elite cultivators from the Li family, en route to the Zheng clan of Dongjiang. By the hour of C, they finally arrived in Dongjiang town, the very heart of the Zheng clan's territory. At this moment, the entire Dongjiang town was adorned with lanterns, resonating with laughter and cheer, a constant stream of visitors. The grand avenue leading to the Zheng clan's estate had been meticulously cleared, barring common folk from entry. Along the sides of the roadway, formidable warriors stood guard at intervals. Presently, the thoroughfare was bustling with dignitaries and affluent families from Baya County. Li Xinga and his entourage chose to ride on horseback rather than travel in a carriage. Onlookers speculated in hushed tones about the identity of the young man, who exuded an air of authority and nobility. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Dongjiang Zheng clan's archway. There, a throng of guests had gathered, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Beneath the archway, a jovial elder clad in purple robes busily welcomed the arriving guests to the birthday celebration. Li Xinga paused to attune himself to the surroundings and was astounded to discover that the elder was, in fact, a formidable master at the peak of the physical realm. The Dongjiang Zheng clan was indeed extraordinary, he mused. Beside him, the 3rd Elder, Li Xianyong, expressed his astonishment, remarking on the profound heritage of a family that had been established for over 5 centuries, far surpassing the foundation of the Li family. After their reflections, Li Xianyong signaled to a nearby attendant, who understood the cue and promptly dismounted, hastening forward to present an invitation to the elder in purple. As the elder opened the invitation, his pupils contracted slightly. After casting a fleeting glance towards the direction of Li Xinga, he proceeded to instruct the attendant beside him. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the guests, he promptly approached. Li Xinga and his entourage dismounted, while the servants of the Zheng family took charge of their horses with utmost care. The elderly man in the purple robe smiled gently, and upon seeing Li Xinga, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, I am Zheng Lingqin, the 13th elder of the Zheng family. I was unaware of the esteemed arrival of the Li family head. I apologize for not extending a warm welcome. Though he held the title of elder within the Zheng family, the individual before him was one who stood on equal footing with his own family head. Thus his demeanor was one of utmost reverence. The elder is too kind, Li Xinga replied with a smile. As the two engaged in conversation, a sudden cacophony erupted from behind them. A booming voice resonated through the crowd. "Brother, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time." The crowd parted to reveal Zheng Lingjun, the head of the Zheng family, who approached with hearty laughter. "Greetings, elder brother. I intended to visit you sooner, but family duties kept me occupied. I hope for your understanding," Li Xinga said, cupping his fists in salute. "You are far too courteous, dear brother. At such a young age, you manage this vast estate, unlike myself, who was merely a frivolous youth within the Zheng family at your age." After exchanging pleasantries and mutual compliments, they proceeded into the Zheng family estate under the guidance of Zheng Lingjun. Once the group had distanced themselves, the guests began to murmur amongst themselves. "Who is this young man, that even the head of the Zheng family has come forth to greet him?" One guest exclaimed in astonishment. "Esteemed sir, it is evident that you are not a native of Baya County. The individual you just mentioned is no ordinary person. He is the head of the Qingfeng Li family, a prodigy of youth." Someone replied, "I have indeed heard of the Qingfeng Li family, but it is remarkable that someone so young could preside over such a lineage. Do not be deceived by his tender years. He is truly extraordinary. At not yet 20, he has already broken through the barriers of vitality, leading the Li family to vanquish a century-old nemesis, and even fought back against a formidable opponent at the initial stages of vitality with his nascent powers." A gasp of astonishment escaped the lips of those unfamiliar with Li Xinga, as they were taken aback by the revelation. Is there truly such a genius in Baya County? With such talent, he would undoubtedly shine brightly even in the grand city. Chapter 27. Zheng Lingjuan's renewed favor after arranging accommodations for Li Xinga and his companions. Zheng Lingjun excused himself to attend to other guests. By midday, an elder from the Zheng family came to invite Li Xinga to the VIP hall for a luncheon. Those permitted to dine in the VIP hall were the esteemed elites of Baya County, and Li Xinga undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon. Upon his arrival, the attendees rose to greet him, and Li Xinga responded to each in kind. However, one individual reclined languidly in a chair, squinting at Li Xinga with an air of indifference. This person was none other than Li Xinga's old acquaintance, the head of the Bai Bosong family, Song Tianbo. The Bai Bosong family was initially allied with the Mongshan Su family, collaborating to strike at the Li family when they were down. Later, after severing ties with the Su family, the Song family remained conspicuously silent. Li Xinga speculated that the Song family might be intending to watch the tigers fight from a safe distance, waiting for the Su and Li families to exhaust each other, so that the Song family could reap the benefits. However, he did not anticipate that the Su family would collapse so swiftly. Since Song Tianbo showed him no respect, Li Xinga naturally did not feel obliged to reciprocate with kindness. He ignored Song Tianbo's icy glare and took his seat directly. The seating arrangement by the Zheng family was quite intriguing, with the top left position reserved for him. Without hesitation, Li Xinga seated himself. Observing Li Xinga's action, the expressions of those present began to shift subtly. Song Tianbo's face darkened like coal. To him, the reactions of the crowd seemed like silent mockery. Unable to contain himself, he snorted coldly and sneered. "The younger generation these days truly lacks manners, thinking they can climb over us just because they have a bit of strength." He expected to incite a chorus of agreement and condemnation from the crowd, but to his surprise, the hall fell into a dead silence. This unexpected turn left Song Tianbo feeling awkward, his face flushing red in an instant. The attendees were no fools. It was clear that Song Tianbo was trying to drag them into conflict with Li Xinga. However, having no significant grievances with the Li family, they were not about to fall into Song Tianbo's trap. To offend someone without any benefit is the act of a fool, and those present were all shrewd individuals. Li Xinga glanced at him. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring to provoke him, even the head of the Song family of Baibua, would not be treated kindly. But today was Zheng Lingjuan's birthday, and Li Xinga had to show him respect. However, if Song Tianbo pushed his luck, then he would have only himself to blame. At this moment, Song Tianbo found himself in a precarious situation. He initially intended to leverage the presence of the crowd to embarrass Li Xinga. Yet he was taken aback to discover that these old-timers were intimidated by the young scion of the Li family. Caught in a dilemma, the timely arrival of the family head offered Song Tianbo a reprieve. The head of the family has arrived. All those present rose to their feet. Accompanied by the elders of the Zheng family, Zheng Lingjun entered from the back of the hall. "We have the honor of meeting the head of the Zheng family and wish him blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains." With a smile, Zheng Lingjun returned the greeting. "Esteemed guests, please take your seats." The assembly settled down, and Zheng Lingjun took his place at the head of the table. He raised a cup of wine, his face beaming with the warmth of spring, and proclaimed, "It is my great honor that you all have come to celebrate my birthday. Allow me to propose a toast to everyone. To all of you. Drink up." With that, he heartily downed the exquisite wine in his cup. The guests followed suit, raising their cups in joyous camaraderie. After finishing his drink, Zhang Lingjun filled his cup anew. "This second toast, I dedicate to a dear friend across generations." A friend across generations? The guests exchanged puzzled glances, but soon Zhang Lingjun clarified their confusion. He stood, holding his cup aloft, and turned his gaze towards Li Xinge. Smiling as he declared, "This dear friend of mine is none other than the newly appointed head of the Qifeng Li family, Li Xinge. I trust that the illustrious name of my friend is already well known to all of you." Laughter erupted among the crowd as they enthusiastically chimed in. Who in Bahia County does not know the prodigious heir of the Li family? This is indeed a rare gem, a prodigious talent in the 100-year history of Bahia County. The head of the Liu family has spoken wisely. From a young age, I have lamented why such a remarkable child was not born into the Yuan family. The head of the Li family has witnessed the relentless waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward, earning our utmost admiration. In this moment, it seems as though Li Xinge is the true guest of honor at today's banquet. To be acquainted with this virtuous younger brother is a privilege for me. Zhang Lingjun. Upon hearing these words, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed among the attendees. The powerful Zhang patriarch of Baihe County places such immense value on Li Xinge that he is willing to lower himself to forge a bond with him. It is likely that, following this day, the alliance between the Li family and the Dongjiang clan will become the talk of the entire Baihe County. With the support of the Dongjiang clan, the Li family will undoubtedly ascend to become the second most prestigious family in Baihe County. In an instant, the spectators cast glances filled with schadenfreude towards Song Tinbua. At that moment, Song Tinbua's face flushed crimson, his internal turmoil a tempest of anger and humiliation. Alas, he could not afford to offend Zhang Lingjun. Inwardly, he cursed Zhang Lingjun for his obsequiousness and his eagerness to befriend a youthful genius, as if he were unaware that, upon maturing, this very individual might pose a threat to the Zhang family status. Unable to confront the Zhang family directly, he attributed this humiliation to Li Xinge. He vowed that one day he would repay this indignity to Li Xinge with interest. "My dear brother, let us raise our glasses and drink to this." Zhang Lingjun lifted his cup toward Li Xinge. Zhang Lingjun's demeanor left Li Xinge quite perplexed. Having only met Zhang Lingjun once, he was perplexed by the excessive cordiality of the Zhang family patriarch, who wielded immense power in Baihe County. Such unusual behavior inevitably aroused suspicion in Li Xinge's mind. Nevertheless, he was not one to spurn kindness, especially since an alliance with the Zhang family would undoubtedly benefit the Li family in its current state. With this in mind, Li Xinge responded with a smile, raising his glass. "To you, brother?" "And to you, dear brother," Zhang Lingjun replied. They exchanged a knowing smile before emptying their glasses. Chapter 28. A marital alliance. Subsequently, Zhang Lingjun announced the commencement of the birthday banquet. A dazzling array of delicacies was presented before the guests by the Zhang family's attendants. A troupe of graceful dancers, accompanied by musicians, began to perform, filling the Zhang residence with music and merriment. The banquet proved to be a joyous occasion for all. As the banquet drew to a close, Li Xinge prepared to take his leave, but Zhang Lingjun stopped him, saying with a smile, "My dear brother, please wait. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Li Xinge was intrigued but agreed to stay. They settled in a stone pavilion. Without further ado, Zhang Lingjun broached the subject. "My dear brother, I have a daughter of exceptional beauty and talent. I wish to forge a marital bond between our families. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing this, Li Xinge was taken aback and stared at Zhang Lingjun in astonishment. It seemed as though one could discern something from Zhang Lingjun's countenance. After a prolonged moment, Li Xinge finally regained his composure. With a wry smile, he shook his head and said, "Brother, I appreciate your noble intentions, yet my father, while he was still alive, arranged a marriage for me. It is a filial duty I cannot contravene, and I hope you can understand." This statement was not a deception on Li Xinge's part. The matter of the betrothal had been mentioned in passing by his grandfather, Li Xianfeng, but little else was known. He was unaware of the name or appearance of the intended bride. Nevertheless, today it conveniently served as a reason to decline Zhang Lingjun's advances. The daughters of the Zhang family held esteemed status, and the prominent families of Baihe County vied for their hand in marriage. After all, marrying into the Zhang family would provide an immense support system. Yet, Li Xinge remained unfazed. He envisioned a future that would undoubtedly transcend such a union. Should he wed a daughter of the Zhang family, a century hence, he would remain youthful, while his partner might have become a frail, old woman. a thought that could only evoke sorrow. Zhang Lingjun, undeterred by Li Xingge's refusal, did not harbor the illusion that it would be so simple to bind Li Xingge to the Zheng family. In his heart, he was utterly convinced that Li Xingge was the fabled child of destiny spoken of by their ancestors. If he could not secure Li Xingge, then he would endeavor to ensnare the Li family instead. To Zhang Lingjun, Li Xingge was a man deeply invested in emotions, particularly those tied to family. To bind the Li family was akin to binding Li Xingge himself. As long as, in the future, Li Xingge remembered the assistance Zheng family had provided during their times of obscurity, there was a possibility for the Zheng family to restore the glory of their forebears. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Lingjun smiled and remarked, "Since my esteemed brother has already entered into a marriage contract, I must apologize for my boldness. However, my second brother still has a daughter, a legitimate heiress of the Zheng family. Might we consider bestowing her upon a promising young man from the Li family, thus solidifying the bond between us as brothers?" Having expressed such sentiments, should Li Xingge refuse, it would imply a disregard for the Zheng family and for Zhang Lingjun himself. The repercussions of incurring the Zheng family's wrath are burdensome indeed. Moreover, for the Zheng family's legitimate daughter to marry into the Li family would undoubtedly be viewed as a descent in status. Yet such a union would undoubtedly strengthen the ties between the two families. His mind raced as he contemplated suitable candidates for this alliance within the Li family. Suddenly, one individual came to mind, the eldest elder's grandson, Li Xingsong, who was 19 years of age. Li Xingsong possesses remarkable talent, having achieved the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, and it is anticipated that he will soon break through to the physical realm. Given his status and abilities, he could be considered a fair match for the Zheng family's daughter, one that would not bring shame to the Zheng lineage. With this thought, he proceeded to inform Zhang Lingjun of Li Xingsong's circumstances. Zhang Lingjun expressed his satisfaction with the proposal. Although Li Xingsong may not rival the extraordinary talents of Li Xingge, he is certainly a young prodigy within the county. The choice of candidate demonstrates that Li Xingge has taken this matter seriously. The objective of deepening their relationship has been achieved. I am quite pleased with this young man, Xingsong. Zhang Lingjun nodded with a smile. Upon hearing Zhang Lingjun's approval, Li Xingge felt a sense of relief. In an instant, the matter of their union was settled. Regarding the opinions of both parties involved, they were summarily disregarded. By the way, my dear brother, it seems that Song Tianbo was rather displeased with you at today's birthday banquet. Upon hearing this, Li Xingge smirked disdainfully. It is merely a matter of him feeling overshadowed by my presence, a mere buffoon in the grand scheme of things. I must admit, I overlooked this matter. Zhang Lingjun expressed a hint of remorse. Li Xingge waved his hand repeatedly, dismissing her concern. This matter is of no concern to you, my brother. The enmity between the Li family and the Song family runs deep, irreconcilable. It was only a matter of time. It is good that you do not hold it against me. Song Tianbo is a petty individual, his emotions plainly etched upon his countenance, a true scoundrel. Were it not for his somewhat remarkable talent, he would not have attained the position of head of the Song family. However, his accomplishments are destined to reach a dead end. What you should be wary of is that old ghost from the Song family. He has been entrenched in the minor realms of vitality for many years, far beyond the capabilities of that half-hearted individual from the Su family. And even I harbor a degree of trepidation towards him. Upon hearing Zhang Lingjun's words, Li Xingge nodded in agreement. Indeed, seasoned practitioners of the vitality realm should not be underestimated. It appears imperative to swiftly elevate my own strength. Once I possess formidable power, no malevolent spirits shall withstand my might. Thank you for the warning, my brother. I shall remain vigilant. That is well. However, should that old ghost truly act against propriety, rest assured, the Zheng family is not to be trifled with and will not stand idly by. The chapter does not conclude here. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Hearing this remark stirred even Li Xingge, who typically approached others with the utmost malice, to a moment of reflection. Zhang Lingjun unmistakably provided him support, even at the cost of severing ties with the Song family. What, after all, was Zhang Lingjun's true intent? Though perplexed, Li Xingge could only bury his doubts deep within. I express my gratitude, brother. Your kindness is etched in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to brave any peril, provided your intentions remain pure. He mused silently. Li Xingge's words brought an exuberant smile to Zhang Lingjun's face. Having invested so much and humbled himself, was he not awaiting this very affirmation? Should you rise to prominence in the future, do remember to allow me a taste of your success. He silently rejoiced, though his exterior remained composed. With a solemn demeanor, he replied, Dear brother, what you speak of is unwarranted. As you call me brother, I shall regard you as my kin. All this is but my duty." The two exchanged further pleasantries. As dusk fell, Zhang Lingjun proposed that Li Xinga stay the night, to depart at dawn. However, Li Xinga declined, citing pressing family matters. Zhang Lingjun personally escorted him to the gates of the Zhang residence. After bidding farewell, Zhang Lingjun's smile broadened as he watched Li Xinga's retreating figure. "Lingjun, your choice is not misplaced. This young man possesses remarkable depth. Even I find him inscrutable," he thought to himself. Unbeknownst to him, an elderly figure had appeared silently behind Zhang Lingjun. Startled by the sound from behind, Zhang Lingjun quickly turned to face the newcomer, exclaiming, "Ancestor, what brings you out here?" The visitor was none other than the venerable patriarch of the Zhang family, who had not encountered such an exceptional young talent in a long time. The progenitor of the Zhang family chuckled, "Esteemed lord, your cultivation of ties with Li Xinga is commendable. Perhaps our long-cherished aspiration of the Zhang family returning to the Spirit Void Gate may indeed rest upon his shoulders." The Zhang family's progenitor spoke with a profound tone. Concurrently, Li Xinga, now at a distance, seemed to sense something, casting a backward glance towards the Zhang family's manor. He murmured, "Truly unfathomable." Chapter 29. All for the clan. Upon returning to Qingfeng Valley, Li Xinga promptly summoned the Grand Elder, informing him of the Zhang family's intention to forge a marital alliance with the Li family. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this news, chuckled and said, "Patriarch, this is indeed a felicitous occasion, a boon for our Li family. Who wouldn't aspire to entwine themselves with the foremost family of Baya County? My chosen candidate for this union is Xingsong." The Grand Elder's countenance momentarily faltered, though the fleeting expression did not escape Li Xinga's astute perception. However, Li Xinga refrained from uttering any superfluous words implying that dissent was permissible. He merely regarded the Grand Elder with unwavering composure. "This old one has no objections." The Grand Elder stated nonchalantly, "It is merely a slight grievance for my esteemed cousin. Patriarch, you are too kind. Where does this grievance lie? The Zhang family's direct descendant marrying Xingsong is akin to a descent from grace. This old one is overjoyed. Aside from Xingsong, there truly are no other suitable candidates for this union within the clan. Either their status is too humble or their talent insufficient. I am left with no alternative. We cannot afford to offend the Zhang family, and moreover, this matter is advantageous for the clan." Li Xinga offered a rare explanation. He harbored a profound respect for the Great Elder, whose unwavering support had been instrumental in securing his position as head of the family. "There is no need for further explanation. I understand your predicament. Everything is for the sake of the clan." "Indeed, everything for the sake of the clan." A knowing smile passed between them. Green Maple Valley, a grand courtyard nestled in the heart of the Li family's central domain, served as the Great Elder's residence. Upon returning to his abode, the Great Elder instructed the attendant by his side, "Summon Xingsong to me." "As you wish." Shortly thereafter, a refined and distinguished young man, guided by the elderly attendant, entered the room. "Ah Fu, you may withdraw." "Yes, sir." The old attendant closed the door, respectfully retreating. Within the chamber, only the Great Elder and Li Xingsong remained. "Grandfather, did you summon me at this late hour for a particular reason?" Li Xingsong inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Indeed. There are matters to discuss with you." "Please, grandfather, speak your mind." "Not so hasty. It appears you are on the verge of a breakthrough?" Sensing the sharp aura emanating from Li Xingsong, the Great Elder questioned him. Hearing his grandfather's inquiry, Li Xingsong replied with a smile. "I am glad to have not disappointed your expectations. Within a month, I am confident in breaking through to the physical realm." The Great Elder nodded in satisfaction. He held this grandson in high regard, admiring his talent and his conduct. His esteem for him surpassed even that of his own sons. With proper nurturing, he could very well become a pillar of support for the future head of the family. He, after all, was growing old. To break through is indeed a commendable achievement. However, it is imperative to remember that cultivation must not be pursued with impatience, nor should one succumb to arrogance or complacency. Let us heed the teachings of the esteemed elder. Li Xingsong spoke with a tone of solemnity. "That's good. On the way here, I heard from Uncle Fu that the head of the family has summoned you?" Li Xingsong inquired with a hint of curiosity. Upon mentioning the head of the family, a spark of excitement ignited in Li Xingsong's eyes. Under ordinary circumstances, the Grand Elder would surely deliver a few admonishments, yet today, an unusual tranquility prevailed. "Indeed. Upon returning from the Zheng family, the head of the family conveyed an important matter to me, one that pertains to you," the Grand Elder stated gravely. "Pertains to me?" Li Xingsong was taken aback, contemplating that he had been diligently focusing on his cultivation without having committed any transgressions. What could this matter be that warranted a late-night discussion between the two titans of the Li family? A sense of unease began to swell within him. The head of the family has arranged a marriage for you, with the legitimate daughter of the Zheng family, the Grand Elder declared with a neutral tone. Li Xingzong was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, his eyes glistening with emotion as he asked, "Among so many youths in our clan, why was I chosen? Because of your noble lineage and exceptional talent. Only you would not tarnish the honor of the Zheng family." The Grand Elder replied, "But grandfather, I am deeply in love with the young lady of the chief family. My heart belongs solely to her." The Grand Elder's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he reprimanded fiercely, "A man of the Li family shall not be a lovesick fool." The intensity of the Grand Elder's ire caught Li Xingzong off guard. Over the years, although the Grand Elder had been stern with him, never once had he displayed such vehement anger as he did now. He knew that his grandfather was genuinely incensed. With a resounding thud, Li Xingzong prostrated himself on the ground. "Please, grandfather, temper your wrath. Your grandson acknowledges his error." Observing his most cherished grandson in such a state, a fleeting moment of compassion flickered within the Grand Elder's heart. However, he swiftly suppressed this sentiment. This is the patriarch's decree, Songer, within the Li family. No one can defy it. Not even you? Li Xingzong uttered with a bitter laugh. "Not even I am exempt," the Grand Elder stated impassively. Li Xingzong remained kneeling, his thoughts drifting to the youth who was even younger than himself. A chill ran down his spine. That young man, ostensibly his cousin, now stood at an unattainable height. His words held such weight that even his grandfather, whom he revered and considered immensely powerful, dared not disobey. "What if I refuse to comply?" Li Xingzong asked tremulously. "I will reduce the Qi family to utter ruins," the Grand Elder declared coldly. A wave of icy dread washed over Li Xingzong. He stared at the Grand Elder in disbelief, realizing at that moment how shockingly unfamiliar his grandfather had become. "Do not fault me, nor fault the patriarch," the Grand Elder said as he rose to his feet and slowly approached Li Xingzong, his hands clasped behind his back. "You were born into the Li family, inheriting a life of unparalleled opulence. But from whence does our family's wealth originate? It is the fruit of sacrifices made by generations of Li family ancestors. Your current resources for cultivation, from whence do they derive? They are seized by my Li family through swords, blades, and bloodshed. In the Battle of Mongshan against the Su clan, dozens perished. Were they not members of the Li family? Were they not someone's children, someone's parents? Look at the head of the family. He is even 2 years your junior, yet he has endured one brutal conflict after another. For whom does he fight? For himself? No, he fights for the Li family. Given his extraordinary talent, he could roam the vast world at will. What we, the Li family, provide him is not wealth or glory, but a burden." As he spoke, the Elder's eyes unwittingly filled with tears. He reminisced about those clan members who perished for the sake of the Li family, his elders, his siblings, his own children. Those familiar faces now lie quietly in the ancestral grounds, some with not even their bones left to be found. Without them, perhaps the Li family would have long been extinguished, and you might merely be a withered skeleton among the weeds. How dare you find solace in your present sentiments? This statement seemed to drain the Elder of all his strength, causing his back to hunch considerably. Li Xingzong knelt on the ground, motionless, like a statue. The residents fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, a hoarse voice broke the stillness. "Grandfather, I am sorry. I was wrong." Chapter 30. The herbs were intercepted a month later. Within Qifeng Valley, a grand wedding was held. This is a grand union. The legitimate daughter of the Zheng family marries the grandson of the elder of the Li family. Both families are esteemed slow-paced aristocrats of Baya County. Thus, nearly all prominent figures of the county have gathered. Even the Song family, with whom the Li family has had past grievances, has sent an elder bearing gifts of congratulations. In the family council hall, the elders gathered as Li Xinga proclaimed, "I am preparing to enter seclusion. During my period of introspection, unless the family faces a life or death crisis, I must not be disturbed. Henceforth, the affairs of the family shall be entrusted to you all." The elders accepted their charge with alacrity. The heavy stone door of the family master's meditation chamber slowly closed. Li Xinga sat cross-legged upon a mat, absorbing the dense spiritual energy surrounding him, and gradually closed his eyes to immerse himself in cultivation. Since Li Xinga entered seclusion, the Li family began to discreetly recuperate, and for a time, Baihe County appeared to return to its former tranquil state. A month later, on a smooth road, several horse-drawn carriages proceeded at a leisurely pace. Each carriage bore a black flag fluttering in the wind on either side, emblazoned with the striking golden character for Lee. Flanking the carriages were a dozen robust guards armed with swords. Let us keep our spirits up. If we endure for another 2 hours, we can call it a day. At that time, I shall treat you all to a night of revelry, declared a burly man at the forefront, wiping the sweat from his brow with a hearty laugh. 17th Master, what a generous spirit. The crowd erupted in laughter, instantly invigorated, their steps quickening considerably. In the dense thicket on either side, the deadly intent quietly emerged. A flicker of cold light shot forth like lightning, and a guard clutched his neck in agony, collapsing to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. The leading man shouted urgently, "Increase the vigilance." As his words echoed, another barrage of arrows descended upon them. The guards drew their blades from their sheaths, brandishing their swords to fend off the incoming projectiles. After the volley, for more fell. "Kill them!" A resonant voice rang out from the depths of the forest. Figures cloaked in black, long hidden, brandished various weapons as they surged forth from the shadows, encircling the convoy. "Foolhardy, do you know who we are? If you withdraw at once, you may yet spare your lives." The man referred to as the 17th Master bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. "Ha ha! I am well aware of the illustrious name of the Leaf family." A scarred man with one eye missing emerged slowly from the thicket, laughing heartily. He then shifted his tone, his gaze growing cold. "However, it is precisely your Leaf family members whom I intend to slay." A feeling of dread washed over the 17th Master. It appeared these unwelcome guests had come specifically for the Leaf family. It was clear that a peaceful resolution was no longer feasible. With a decisive heart, the 17th Master roared, "Brothers, let us fight." With that, he charged forward. 2 black-clad assailants rushed indeed. "You possess some skill, but today you must meet your end." With that, he unsheathed the great sword from his back and cleaved a blow toward the 17th Master. The 17th Master parried with his own blade, the clash of steel emitting a shrill metallic shriek as sparks ignited the air. The 17th Master staggered backward, his countenance darkening, and he exclaimed, "A nascent physical mastery. Spare the idle chatter. Surrender your life." Having gained a slight advantage, the black-clad leader pressed his assault relentlessly. A series of fierce sword techniques left the 17th Master in dire straits. So much for the prowess of the Leaf family. The black-clad leader sneered derisively. "You court death." Enraged by the taunt, the latter unleashed a mighty blow, once more assailing the black-clad leader. In this desperate exchange of life for life, the two combatants, previously mismatched, found themselves evenly matched for a fleeting moment. 17th Master, cease your fighting. Abandon us and flee." A harrowing cry echoed from behind the 17th Master. He turned back in haste, his heart plummeting. His escort of guards had already been decimated by the encircling black-clad figures. The last of them met his end before his very eyes, his skull cleaved in two. No, with hearts of flesh and blood. The 17th Master's eyes reddened at the slaughter of his long-serving comrades. Tears welled in his eyes as he roared, "I shall see you all perish." Azure Maple Valley. 4 Leaf family disciples, exuding formidable auras, guarded the essential path into the valley. In the distance, a lone rider galloped toward them. One of the Leaf family disciples immediately rebuked, "Halt, intruder. Dismount." The rider showed no signs of halting, just as a few individuals were preparing to forcefully intercept him. They witnessed the knight seemingly losing all strength, toppling from his steed. With expressions of vigilance, they encircled him, and upon recognizing his visage, they exclaimed in astonishment, "It is Uncle 17. This knight was none other than the leader of the caravan, Master 17. The Flying Dragon. Gorge, medicinal. Herbs. Ambushed." After uttering these words, Master 17's head tilted, and he lost consciousness. "Quickly, this is grave. Alert the elders immediately." In the family council hall, an emergency meeting of the elders was convened. "Esteemed members, we have just received alarming news from our family disciples. The caravan transporting medicinal herbs for the Leaf family was ambushed and slaughtered in the Flying Dragon Gorge. The herbs were seized, and 17 is gravely injured, hanging by a thread." The Grand Elder spoke with a grave demeanor. Upon hearing this, the elders were filled with profound indignation. This was a direct affront to the Leaf family. The hot-tempered second elder abruptly rose, his face darkened with fury, and shouted, "Who did this? I demand their death." With that, he slammed his palm down, shattering the table before him. The Grand Elder, witnessing this, shot him a fierce glare and rebuked, "Second, temper your rage. 17 is your son. I understand your concern, but this is the council hall, a place for serious family discussions, not a venue for your outbursts." The Grand Elder's admonishment momentarily quelled the second elder's fury. He forcibly suppressed the raging fire within him and resumed his seat. Great Elder, do you know who is responsible? The sixth elder, Li Yinzhao, inquired with a grave expression. The Great Elder shook his head. It remains unclear. I have only just received this news. The only one privy to the details, the young Shichi, is still in a state of unconsciousness. That batch of medicinal herbs is of paramount importance to our Li family. Many of our younger members are eagerly awaiting those herbs for their body refinement. If their training is delayed and the family head returns, how shall we account for this? The third elder interjected. What if we procure a new batch in haste? It would be too late, the sixth elder replied. The supply of herbs from the apothecary is insufficient. Our Li family can only purchase once every 6 months. The expressions of the assembly grew increasingly somber. We must retrieve that batch of herbs, the second elder declared darkly. Whose territory is Filong Gorge? The great elder asked, narrowing his eyes. The Black Robe Stronghold. The third elder answered solemnly. The Black Robe Stronghold, led by the formidable Jinshanhu, if I recall correctly? Indeed, the others concurred. Jinshanhu must be courting disaster. Let him not think that the Black Robe Stronghold is impenetrable. We have the means to confront him. Great Elder, summon the elite of our clan and quell the Black Robe Stronghold. The elders urged in unison. Gentlemen, let us not act in haste, allowing our fury to cloud our judgment. Although Jinshanhu is overbearing, he has refrained from conflict with our families for many years. There must be some underlying reason for this. The great elder's reasoning was not without merit. Logically, Jinshanhu should not possess the audacity to strike against our Li family. In the past, the Li family and the formidable Jinshanhu maintained an unblemished rapport. It is even more unlikely now, considering the Li family's flourishing status following their alliance with the Zheng family. Unless, of course, Jinshanhu has suffered a severe lapse in judgment. Regardless, since this incident transpired within the domain of the Black Cloak Stronghold, we must undoubtedly confront Jinshanhu. If it is indeed he who orchestrated this affair, the Li family will not remain idle. The Grand Elder's voice was cold and resolute. The Grand Elder is wise. Sixth Elder, I implore you to undertake this mission. Understood. Li Yinzhao responded with eagerness. Chapter 31. Jinshanhu. Deep within the mountains lies a secluded stronghold, almost entirely cut off from the outside world. This stronghold is perched on the most perilous cliffs, with sheer walls that rise dramatically. A single winding path leads to the summit, serving as the sole exit, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. A swift figure darted through the dense forest, weaving effortlessly among the trees. After half an hour, he came to a halt before a steep cliff, proclaiming loudly, I am Li Yinzhao of the Li family. Here on behalf of my clan to pay my respects to the leader of the Black Cloak Stronghold. His resonant voice echoed through the mountains, startling countless birds into flight. Upon finishing, Li Yinzhao produced an invitation from his sleeve and hurled it forth, the invitation striking the smooth, steep cliff like a bolt of lightning. A figure hidden in the shadows emerged to retrieve the invitation. Please wait while I inform the leader. After a brief interval, a wooden cage slowly descended from the cliff. Without hesitation, Li Yinzhao stepped boldly into the cage. Once he steadied himself, the cage began to ascend, and his view expanded evermore. Gazing upon the steep mountainous terrain, Li Yinzhao's expression grew increasingly grave. The treacherous landscape of the black-clad stronghold exceeded his wildest imaginings. If he truly believed that the Li family could easily subdue this formidable stronghold, he would surely face a significant setback. Esteemed guest, you have arrived. Kindly cooperate with us and blindfold yourself, spoke a mountain bandit from the black-clad stronghold with a tone of respect. Li Yinzhao did not refuse. Upon entering another's domain, one must naturally abide by their customs. He obediently donned the blindfold and, under the guidance of the bandit, ventured deeper into the stronghold. Upon entering the village, he was immediately met with the sounds of drills and the clamor of battle cries. As they progressed, the sky gradually darkened. After a brief interval, the guiding bandit removed the cloth that had covered Li Yinzhao's eyes. Esteemed guest, you have arrived. Please take a moment to rest. The stronghold's master will be here shortly. Li Yinzhao nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your kindness. Before long, 2 reasonably attractive maidservants presented him with tea and snacks. Li Yinzhao quietly savored the tea while awaiting the arrival of the formidable Jinshanhu. He did not have to wait long, as a resounding, hearty laughter erupted from the back entrance. Ha ha! I wondered why the magpies were chirping today. It turns out a distinguished guest has graced us with their presence. Following this, a towering figure emerged from the rear door, a muscular man with a broad back, a robust physique, and a full beard. Sensing the man's imposing and commanding aura, Li Yanzhao surmised that this must be the legendary master of the black-clad stronghold, Jin Shanhu. He then rose to his feet and, with neither humility nor arrogance, declared, I, Li Yanzhao, sixth elder of the Qin Fengli clan, pay my respects to the stronghold's master. Elderly, you are being overly modest. The esteemed name of the Qin Fengli clan has long been known to me, who remarked with a hearty laugh. Please, take a seat. Both gentlemen settled down. It is indeed a rare occasion to have elderly visit this humble abode of mine. I wonder what brings you to these rugged hills today? Reflecting on the purpose of his visit to the black-robed stronghold, Li Yanzhao's spirit soared as he replied with a smile, You flatter me, esteemed chief. I dare not presume to offer guidance. I come on behalf of my clan, with a matter of inquiry. Hearing this, Jin Shanhu's expression grew slightly serious as he said, Please, elderly, speak your mind. I assure you I will be forthright in my response. Very well. Li Yanzhao sipped his tea to moisten his throat before continuing. Esteemed chief, today, a significant shipment belonging to my family passed through your territory and was seized. One of our young members was grievously injured and is now in a perilous state. Shouldn't the chief provide us with an explanation regarding this matter? Jin Shanhu's pupils contracted slightly, revealing a flicker of shock, yet he quickly regained his composure. However, his demeanor was no longer as warm as before. His tone had turned noticeably cold. So, elderly, you have come to lay blame? I would not presume to lay blame. The Filong Gorge is indeed your domain. I merely seek an explanation from you regarding this incident, Li Yanzhao replied calmly. The Li clan certainly wields considerable influence. You expect me to provide an account for something lost on my territory? Do you take the Black Robe stronghold for your vassal? I would say no. And what could you possibly do about it? Jin Shanhu's eyes were icy, and his tone was steeped in dominance. The next time I arrive, it will be as a practitioner of the Blood Qi realm from the Li family. In the face of the domineering words of Jin Shanhu, Li Yanzhao remained unperturbed, responding without a hint of fear. Upon hearing this statement, Jin Shanhu's expression instantly darkened considerably. Although the Black Robe stronghold possesses natural defenses, these barriers cannot deter practitioners of the Blood Qi realm. This is precisely why Jin Shanhu has avoided provoking families of such caliber over the years. As the leader of a stronghold commanding thousands, Jin Shanhu is certainly not as simple-minded as he appears. He soon regained his composure, wearing a smile as he said, Elderly, please do not take offense. I was merely jesting. Such jesting should be approached with caution. Had it been the head of the Li family visiting today, this just might have led to dire consequences, Li Yanzhao remarked with a hint of seriousness. Jin Shanhu's lips twitched. It is well known that the young head of the Li family is infamous for harboring grudges and being ruthless. With this in mind, Jin Shanhu forced a smile and said, Yes, elderly, please do not mind. I shall summon the men of the stronghold immediately to investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation. Li Yanzhao nodded in satisfaction. That would be most helpful, chief. That batch of goods is of utmost importance to my family, if we cannot recover it. The Li family will certainly not let this matter rest. The underlying threat in his words was unmistakable. Understood, Jin Shanhu replied with a smile, turning away. But the moment he turned, the smile vanished from his face entirely. Observing the receding figure of Jin Shanhu, Li Yanzhao took a sip of his tea, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Just a bandit, thinking too highly of himself. Within the Black Robe stronghold, a resounding bugle call pierced the stillness of the night. The Black Robe stronghold's leaders hastily converged toward the central stronghold. After about an incense stick's time, dozens of leaders had assembled at the central stronghold. Brothers, it's so late. What's the matter that the chief has summoned us for? One leader asked, perplexed. I don't know either. I was just enjoying myself with a maiden I had plundered, right at the crucial moment, when I got such a fright that I shuddered. Damn it. His words elicited laughter from the crowd. Stop joking around. The chief is coming, a sharp-eyed leader whispered, and the stronghold fell silent. As expected. Moments later, the chief, clad in coarse cloth, walked in expressionlessly and sat upon the tiger-skin chair. The crowd stood in unison, cupping their fists in salute. Greetings, chief. Jin Shanhu remained silent, merely staring coldly at the assembly. The crowd was bewildered, yet dared not act rashly, and could only stand there dumbfounded. Just as the atmosphere became unusually oppressive, Jin Shanhu finally spoke. In your eyes, does this chief still exist? Upon hearing this, the crowd was completely baffled. A high-ranking chief, mustering his courage, obsequiously inquired, What do you mean by such words, great chief? We are all unwaveringly loyal to you. The mountain tiger let out a cold snort, his voice laced with fury. Unwavering loyalty, indeed. Then tell me, Who intercepted the goods belonging to the Li family? Step forward if you have any sense of responsibility. The gathered leaders exchanged glances, a silent communication passing among them. At last, a hideous one-eyed man emerged, stating, "Great chief, one must bear the consequences of their own actions." It was I who seized the goods. The mountain tiger felt a wave of darkness wash over him. For he had not anticipated that it was indeed one of his own men who had pilfered from the Li family. The situation had grown troublesome, especially when recalling the aggressive demeanor of the Li family's sixth elder, which had humiliated him. An uncontainable rage surged within him, like a mountain. He lunged forward with the force of thunder, delivering a punch to the one-eyed man that sent him flying against the wall, where he came to a halt with a heavy thud. Struggling to rise, the one-eyed man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and managed a grim smile, saying, "Thank you, great chief, for sparing my life." Having released some of his pent-up fury, the mountain tiger's anger subsided somewhat. He coldly interrogated, "Why did you feel the need to steal from the Li family?" A reliable informant reported that however, soon he recalled the unsettling aspect of the situation. What about the informant? His subordinates were equally unaware, having arrived in disguise, their identity shrouded in mystery. They merely conveyed the transportation route of the cargo and the strength of the escorts. Did you truly dare to seize someone else's goods so recklessly? Do you not realize that you have been manipulated? The Li family has already come seeking trouble, and they are presently awaiting in the banquet hall. The chief bellowed, "Even if you intend to rob, must you not conduct the operation with greater finesse? You left a survivor to return and spread the news. You are utterly useless." "It is my incompetence in handling the matter," the one-eyed man replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. "What about that batch of goods?" "It is concealed in a cave at the foot of the mountain. We shall retrieve it tomorrow." "Why?" the chief inquired. "That cargo cost the lives of over 20 brothers to acquire." The one-eyed man abruptly lifted his head, disbelief etched upon his features. "Currently, we cannot afford to provoke the Li family." Although tempted by the considerable value of the herbs, reason ultimately triumphed over greed. The second in command, equally perplexed, remarked, "Chief, I fail to comprehend. With your present strength, even if the Li family becomes aware of our theft, what can they possibly do to us?" The senior leaders of the black-clad village were well aware of their chief's true capabilities. 2 years prior, he had already broken through the blood energy barrier, ascending to the blood energy realm, yet he had chosen to keep this concealed. In their eyes, the black-clad village, possessing a practitioner of the blood energy realm, had no reason to fear the Li family. The mountain tiger shook his head. With a sense of helplessness, he remarked, "The fourth has targeted the Li family this time, a family renowned for their dual bloodlines. The head of the Li family is also a celebrated young prodigy, capable of transcending realms in battle. If we truly confront them, it is likely that I shall be the one to perish. There are always greater heights and more formidable individuals beyond our ken." This is what the mountain tiger fears most about the Li family. A young prodigy, his potential is what terrifies the most. For one can never ascertain how far he might ascend. Moreover, there seems to be more to this matter. Fourth, you may have unwittingly become a pawn in someone else's game. The mountain tiger sighed. "Leader, the fourth leader stammered, his complexion pale. "Enough of this. You're a man. Should the heavens fall, I shall still be here. From now on, exercise utmost caution in your endeavors." "Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events are even more thrilling." Once the intricacies of the situation were unraveled, the mountain tiger felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that the Li family would finally provide an explanation. He dismissed the gathered leaders and returned to the banquet hall. There, Li Yinzhao was meditating, and upon hearing footsteps outside, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon encountering Li Yinzhao again, the mountain tiger, aware of his own shortcomings, offered a sheepish grin and said, "Elderly, I have clarified the matter. It was entirely a misunderstanding. A newly appointed subordinate of mine misidentified the target. I shall arrange for the return of the goods immediately." With the medicinal materials recovered, the weight that had burdened Li Yinzhao's heart finally lifted. However, the leader of the bandits, Li, have lost so many lives from my family. To dismiss it with a mere statement of a mistaken identity seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Li Yinzhao remarked with a cold smile. The mountain tiger's expression changed abruptly, and he chuckled lightly, saying, "Elderly, do not be incensed. The true culprit has already been dealt with. I have purged my ranks and fed the remains to the dogs." Li Yinzhao's intent was to compel him to surrender the true instigator. Yet such a notion was utterly impossible. The one-eyed man was not only one of the 4 leaders of the Black Robe Band, but also possessed remarkable strength. making him one of the few elite combatants within the organization. He wielded considerable influence among the bandits. If he were to hand over the one-eyed man to the Li family for punishment, how could he ever maintain his authority over the Black Robe Band thereafter? Upon hearing this, Li Yinzhao could not help but sneer. The mountain tiger's words were riddled with inconsistencies. How could a mere subordinate command such a multitude of black-clad brigands? How could he inflict severe injury upon a formidable opponent? It was utterly ludicrous. It was evident from the mountain tiger's demeanor that he was resolute in his refusal to surrender the true perpetrator. Since the medicinal herbs had already been located, Li Yinzhao refrained from applying further pressure. After all, this was the stronghold of the brigands. Should he provoke the mountain tiger, cornered and desperate, he feared he might not escape the Black Robe Band alive. This matter could be settled at a later date. With that, Li Yinzhao said, I shall not impose any further. I thank the leader for his hospitality and take my leave, uttering the words with a smile that did not reach his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, he strode away. The mountain tiger, fully aware that Li Yinzhao was dissatisfied with the outcome, felt powerless. Ultimately, he had incurred the wrath of the Li family. As he watched Li Yinzhao's retreating figure, the mountain tiger's expression grew increasingly somber. Chapter 32, Breaking Through. Achieving minor success in vital energy upon returning to Qingfeng Valley, Li Yinzhao promptly reported back to his family. After listening to Li Yinzhao's account, the expressions of the Grand Elder and others turned somewhat somber. It seems that some individuals still do not hold the Li family in high regard. Grand Elder, what shall we do now? Jinshan, who is clearly unwilling to hand over the culprit. Should we not gather our clan's elite to eradicate this black-clothed stronghold? The Grand Elder shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. That would be unwise. Since we have already retrieved the medicinal materials, there is no need for excessive force. The Bai Bosong clan is currently eyeing our Li family with hostility, and with the family head in seclusion, we must exercise caution. Until the family head emerges, we should prioritize stability above all. Very well then, let Jinshan Hu enjoy his freedom for a few more days, Li Yinzhao replied, a trace of reluctance in his voice. 2 months later, in the secluded chamber of the family head within Qifeng Valley, the rich essence of vital energy permeated the room. A dim oil lamp flickered, casting a soft glow upon Li Xingge's refined features. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, he formed seals with his hands, and a glimmer of spirit flickered within his elongated eyes. As he approached a critical juncture, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, as the vital energy surged wildly through his meridians. Akin to countless needles piercing through, time became an indistinct concept, and within the chamber, the crimson vital energy began to grow tumultuous, swirling chaotically in the void. Li Xingge opened his mouth wide, as if a glutton, and in an instant, he devoured the entirety of this vital energy. Simultaneously, his aura began to ascend steadily, and his oppressive presence intensified frighteningly. After a quarter of an hour, it seemed he had reached a pivotal point. In a moment of clarity, a resounding sound echoed, and Li Xingge abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath. A look of joy illuminated his face. After enduring prolonged hardships, he had finally attained his goal. Indeed, just moments ago, he had broken through to the minor success stage of his vital energy. At this juncture, he felt the strength within his body surging far beyond what it was before his seclusion. If he were to confront that old specter from the Su family now, he could effortlessly overpower him. Is this the might of minor success and vital energy? With this breakthrough, he finally possessed the means to confront the Bai Bosong clan with confidence. Now, it was time to emerge from his retreat. The stone door of the secluded chamber creaked open. Sensing the commotion, 2 Li clan cultivators, who had been vigilantly guarding outside the chamber, hurried over. Upon seeing Li Xingge emerge, they bowed respectfully and said in unison, "We welcome the clan leader back from seclusion." Li Xingge nodded slightly. "You have worked hard. Please inform the elders that I await them in the council hall." Yes. A quarter of an hour later, except for the 5th elder, Li Xuanqi, who remained stationed at the mine, the other elders gradually arrived. Once they had all taken their seats, Li Xingge, with a beaming smile, remarked, "This time, your efforts during my seclusion must have been arduous." The elders quickly shook their heads in response. "It is merely our duty." The Grand Elder observed Li Xingge in silence. Despite the latter's adept concealment of his aura, the Grand Elder sensed an extraordinarily perilous energy emanating from him. He had an inkling that if Li Xingge wished to eliminate him, it would require little effort. The clan leader's strength had indeed advanced further. Fortunately, such prodigious talents belonged to the Li family, thought the Grand Elder with a sense of relief. "During my seclusion, has everything remained well within the family?" inquired Li Xingge with a smile. "Indeed, Patriarch, during your 3-month seclusion, overall, things have remained quite stable. Allow me to report on the recent developments within the family." The Grand Elder responded cheerfully. Li Xinga nodded, as this was his primary concern. The Grand Elder cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. "With an increase in resource allocation, our family has welcomed 3 new members who have attained the corporeal realm, with 2 of them advancing from the initial stage to minor completion of the corporeal realm." Upon hearing this, Li Xinga clapped his hands in approval. Each member at the corporeal level serves as a pillar of strength for the family. Thus, each addition fortifies their power. Last month, the family yielded a surplus of 2,000 taels of gold. Furthermore, in the forbidden area of the back mountain, our initiative to cultivate spiritual plant masters has yielded significant results. One particularly gifted individual has successfully nurtured a strain of spiritual rice in the spiritual fields, which has now begun to be produced in quantity. As for the effects of the spiritual rice, we must wait until it matures to discern its properties. This remarkable revelation left several elders in astonishment. Meanwhile, Li Xinga was filled with immense joy upon receiving this news, as it indicated that the Li family might finally cultivate a spiritual plant master. Li Xinga understood better than anyone the monumental impact a spiritual plant master could have on the family. "Wonderful, truly splendid," Li Xinga exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically, and the other elders, having regained their composure, joined in hearty laughter. Li Xinga pondered for a moment before smiling and stating, "For this remarkable achievement, a reward must be bestowed. Elder, should that clan member successfully cultivate the qualified spirit rice, we shall establish the spirit medicine hall and elevate him to the position of the 7th elder of our family." The assembly voiced no objections to Li Xinga's arrangement. After all, a spirit planter of such caliber, even within the county city, would be regarded as a distinguished guest among the prominent families. "Indeed, head of the family," the elder replied with a smile. "By the way, head, there is another matter that requires your decision." The elder's expression turned grave as if a sudden thought had crossed his mind. "Please, do proceed." After your month-long seclusion, a batch of medicinal herbs intended for the clan's disciples' body tempering was intercepted, resulting in the deaths of over 10 guards and leaving a direct descendant gravely injured. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the perpetrators were from the black-clad stronghold. I dispatched the 6th elder to address the situation, although we retrieved the herbs. The black-clad stronghold was dismissive regarding the matter of the assailants. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Xinga's face gradually faded. How audacious of the mountain-settling tiger! To rob from the Li family, to slay its members, and yet treat the matter with such indifference, it was a blatant disregard for him. Li Xinga narrowed his eyes, a hint of chilling malice flickering within his elongated gaze. Deep down, Li Xinga was also a person of domineering nature. "Elder, with my presence safeguarding the family, I must trouble you to bring back the head of the mountain-settling tiger," Li Xinga stated nonchalantly. To him, the notorious leader of the black-clad stronghold, feared by all within a radius of hundreds of miles, appeared merely as an ant that could be easily crushed. He chose to send the elder rather than take matters into his own hands. The reason lies in the fact that the Grand Elder possesses the strength of a novice in the blood realm, which is more than sufficient to deal with a cultivator at the level of the physical realm, even if that cultivator has attained the pinnacle of the physical realm. Furthermore, he is the head of the Li family, not merely an enforcer. If every task were to fall upon the shoulders of the family head, what purpose would the family serve? Consequently, the Grand Elder executed Li Xinga's commands without hesitation. He had been harboring this frustration for 2 months. Had it not been for Li Xinga's seclusion, necessitating his presence to oversee the family, he would have long since sought out trouble with the mountain-settling tiger at the black-clad village. Chapter 33. The Destruction of the Black-Clad Village. Part 1. The following day. In the main estate, within the study, Li Xinga, clad in white robes, was engrossed in dealing with the accumulated family affairs from recent times. "Head of the family, the Grand Elder has returned and wishes to see you," came a respectful voice from outside the study. Li Xinga was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the Grand Elder had come back to report after handling the mountain-settling tiger. With that thought, he lifted his head, set down his brush, and instructed, "Please invite the Grand Elder in." "Understood." Before long, the Grand Elder, appearing somewhat disheveled and travel-worn, entered the room. "Head of the family," he greeted. Li Xinga smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Grand Elder. Was your journey successful?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder sighed deeply, his expression darkening as he replied, "It is with great shame that I report, I faltered and brought disgrace upon our family. I implore the head of the family to mete out punishment." Li Xinga raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. It was astonishing that the Grand Elder, with his prowess in the blood realm, could not subdue a mere cultivator at the peak of the physical realm, the mountain-settling tiger. Unless the mountain-taming tiger. Indeed. The next words of the Grand Elder confirmed Li Xinga's conjecture. The mountain-taming tiger had unexpectedly broken through the blood-chi barrier at some point. The old man had engaged him for half an hour, but, to no avail, was forced to retreat. Li Xinga raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin as his fingers rhythmically tapped the table. The blood-chi realm. So this is the foundation of your disdain for the Li family? Li Xinga remarked with a cold smile. Then, noticing the Grand Elder's face suffused with shame, he gently reassured him, "There is no need for you to take it to heart, Grand Elder. It is I who was negligent." Not realizing that a mere bandit could also breach the blood-chi realm. "In that case, I shall take matters into my own hands and confront this mountain-taming tiger." "The mountain-taming tiger is formidable. I shall accompany you," declared the Grand Elder. However, Li Xinga waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "There is no need for that. Grand Elder, you should remain to guard the family. I alone am sufficient to deal with the mountain-taming tiger." Upon hearing Li Xinga's refusal, the Grand Elder did not press further. He understood that his family head was a prudent individual, one who would never undertake actions without confidence. It appeared that the head had gained considerable strength since his last retreat. The Grand Elder nonetheless reminded Li Xinga to proceed with caution. But after a while of waiting for a response, he lifted his head only to find that Li Xinga had already vanished. Meanwhile, at Filong Gorge, within the black-robed stronghold's Hall of Brotherhood, leaders of all ranks had gathered together. The chieftain, Zhan Shanhu, reclined on his tiger-skin throne, his gaze profound, lost in contemplation. "Chieftain, today you demonstrated remarkable prowess by vanquishing the formidable elder of the Li family, greatly enhancing the prestige of our Black Cloak village." A sycophantic subordinate extolled. "Indeed, in my view, these so-called esteemed clans are nothing more than trifles in the eyes of our chieftain. From this day forth, I doubt anyone will dare to belittle us," he added, laughter echoing among the many leaders, each voicing their excitement. Unbeknownst to them, Zhan Shanhu's expression grew increasingly grim. The perceptive second-in-command leaned closer, puzzled, and remarked, "Chieftain, defeating the elder of the Li family is undoubtedly a commendable feat. Why then do you appear so despondent?" Zhan Shanhu let out a bitter laugh, replying, "Old too. Do you truly consider this a commendable feat? Is it not? The Li family's influence in Baihe County is at its zenith, yet you have crushed them underfoot. If word of this spreads, surely more heroes will flock to our Black Cloak village, and perhaps we too shall dominate a region." Seemingly lost in visions of a glorious future, the second-in-command spoke with Na'vi enthusiasm. Hearing this, Zhan Shanhu sighed deeply and shook his head, saying, "Dominate a region? Absurd. Our Black Cloak village is already on the brink of calamity." The other leaders, upon hearing Zhan Shanhu's words, were left in a state of disbelief. Defeating merely a Grand Elder of the Li family is hardly significant. The true menace of the Li clan lies in its head, Li Xinga. The tone of Zhan Shanhu dripped with trepidation at the mention of Li Xinga. "Chief, why bolster another's aspirations at the expense of your own prestige? Those aristocratic families are but pompous. Although Li Xinga enjoys a formidable reputation, the extent of its substance remains uncertain," a disdainful leader remarked. "Indeed, Chief, your might is unmatched, your valor unparalleled. Why should you fear Li Xinga? We remain entrenched in our mountain stronghold. What can he possibly do to us? Should he dare approach, I shall sever his head and use it as a ball," slurred another leader, intoxicated. Zhan Shanhu furrowed his brow, preparing to rebuke, when suddenly an unsettling feeling surged within him. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I am eager to witness how you intend to sever my head and use it as a ball." A voice, brimming with arrogance and dominance, echoed from afar, resonating in every corner. The terrifying sound wave shattered windows and assaulted the eardrums of those present. Some leaders of lesser cultivation were rendered unconscious by this dreadful sonic force. The very leader who had boasted of decapitating Li Xinga now lay lifeless, blood streaming from his orifices. A palpable tension permeated the air, transforming the once boisterous black-clad stronghold into a grave silence. The survivors displayed expressions of sheer terror, in Your Excellency. Further enthralling narratives await you in the subsequent chapter. We invite you to proceed to the next page for a continuation of this captivating saga. With measured deliberation, the mountain tiger raised his head, his gaze directed towards the distant horizon. There, atop the towering effigy of the mountain god that graced the central plaza, stood a youthful figure, anointing the assembly below with his divine presence. His form was elongated and graceful, his complexion fair, his hands clasped behind him, adorned in a pristine white robe, cinched at the waist by an opulent jade belt from which a jeweled sword was suspended. His raven tresses cascaded freely down his back, dancing in harmonious cadence with the wind. Verily, a paragon of elegance amidst a mundane world. Even the mountain tiger could not suppress a murmur of admiration. For it seemed that the adage, "A stranger is like jade, a gentleman peerless in the world," was epitomized by this very individual. Hui Dao, chieftain of the Black Robe Stronghold, greets Li, the esteemed head of the clan. The mountain tiger intoned, his countenance a tapestry of complex emotions as he beheld the distant figure. From the moment of his arrival, he had divined the identity of the newcomer, Li Xingge, the youthful prodigy and patriarch of the Azure Maple Li clan. None but he could command such awe-inspiring power. Though he had anticipated this arrival, he had not foreseen its imminence. A bitter realization washed over the mountain tiger's heart. It is often said that one encounters the younger generation before facing the elders. But in this instance, he had confronted the elder only to be met by a scion of even greater power and menace. Hui Dao, you hold my Li clan in such disregard that I have been compelled to come, Li Xingge pronounced, his hands still clasped behind him, his expression one of detached indifference. His words, imbued with an icy resolve and latent menace, sent a tremor of apprehension through Hui Dao's very being. Instinctively recoiling a few paces, Hui Dao earnestly declared, "Esteemed head of the Li clan, let the record reflect that the Black Cloak encampment harbors no such intentions. Over the years, its denizens have treated the Li family with the utmost respect, refraining from any transgressions. The previous incident was merely an unfortunate accident, a result of subordinates' imprudence. I am prepared to offer a generous tribute as a token of apology, imploring the head of the Li clan to withhold any punishment." Disregarding Hui Dao's conciliatory gestures, Li Xingge merely scoffed, stating indifferently, "Hui Dao, spare me the superfluous words. I offer you two choices: kneel and live, resist and face demise." Confronted with Li Xingge's relentless coercion, Hui Dao's respiration grew labored, his hands involuntarily clenching into fists. The intensity of his grip caused the veins in his arms to bulge. At that moment, a figure emerged from the ranks, positioning himself in front of Hui Dao. He glared at Li Xingge, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with animosity and ire. "Li Xingge, let each man bear the responsibility for his own actions. I am the one who plundered the medicinal herbs and took the lives. If you possess the ability, direct your animus towards me." This individual was none other than the Black Cloak encampment's fourth chieftain, Doqian. Observing the abrupt emergence of the one-eyed stalwart, Li Xingge jeered, "A Mirate dares to clamor before me." As the words reverberated, the ZHNX sword in his grasp quivered slightly, emitting a flash of frigid light. Doqian hastily brandished his saber in defense. The cold glimmer swept past, and after ensuring that he was unscathed, Doqian scoffed, deridingly proclaiming, "The esteemed head of the Li clan is nothing more than..." Before he could complete his sentence, Doqian felt a sharp pang in his neck. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it, only to be confronted with the sight of a headless corpse. Chapter 34, The Fall of the Black Cloak Stronghold, Part 2. The headless corpse crashed to the ground, the bizarre strike leaving everyone utterly terrified. Even Hui Dao gasped in shock, having failed to perceive any movement from Li Xingge before the fatal blow. The initial strike was executed with such swiftness that who could remain unafraid? He inhaled deeply and addressed Li, "Masterly, you have already taken a life. Might you consider ceasing hostilities now?" "Cease? How laughable. Hui Dao, it is now your turn." Li Xingge replied with a light chuckle. "Do not overstep your bounds, Li Xingge." Hui Dao could no longer contain himself, unleashing a deep, guttural roar. Once a formidable figure, he found himself cornered by a mere youth. Yet, to Li Xingge, Hui Dao's rage seemed nothing more than a jest. "Kneel, and you shall live. Fight, and you shall die." The words rang out, inciting further animosity. "Do you truly believe I am afraid of you?" With eyes aflame, Hui Dao summoned his formidable might, the aura of his ferocious spirit radiating around him. Gripping a blood-red blade, he exuded an astounding martial fervor. Hui Dao initiated the attack, his strike infused with raging fury, akin to a thunderous onslaught aimed directly at Li Xingge. Had this confrontation occurred before Li Xingge's recent breakthrough, he would have needed to muster every ounce of focus to counter Hui Dao's full-force assault. However, now, the speed of Hui Dao appeared sluggish in Li Xingge's eyes. With a grace reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming water, he deftly retreated a few paces, effortlessly evading the full force of Hui Dao's strike. As Hui Dao's strike missed, it cleaved into the towering statue of the mountain deity, splitting it in two with a single blow. Dust and debris filled the entire square. "Hui Dao, your swordsmanship leaves much to be desired," Li Xingge remarked, stepping out leisurely from the haze, hands behind his back. Gazing at the unscathed Li Xingge, Hui Dao seemed as though he had encountered a specter. In astonishment, he exclaimed, How is this possible? You are simply too weak, Li Xinga replied, shaking his head. You're talking nonsense. An infuriated Hu Yidao charged at Li Xinga once more. His domineering swordplay surged forth like a tidal wave, each strike more ferocious and overpowering than the last. Yet, time and again, Li Xinga effortlessly evaded him, as if an adult were toying with a child. Another strike missed, and the two passed each other. Is that all there is? Li Xinga murmured. One cannot deny that Hu Yidao's prowess is among the elite within his realm. And the elder's defeat at his hands was not without reason. However, against Li Xinga, he was still inadequate. The disparity in their realms was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Have you had your fill? Now it is my turn, Li Xinga whispered softly, an intangible wave of power emanating from him. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, swirling the surrounding sand and stones into a frenzied vortex centered around him. The air was filled with a suffocating roar. Li Xinga's aura escalated within the maelstrom, reaching its zenith in no time. Hu Yidao, kneeling on one knee and leaning on his blade, gasped for breath as he beheld Li Xinga, who appeared to him like a deity from the heavens. Perceiving the momentous and despairing aura around him, Hu Yidao suddenly came to a realization, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Ha 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 ha. Is this the chasm that separates the genius from the ordinary? Oh, how cruel the heavens are. How utterly unjust. He pointed his blade towards the sky and let out a howl, truly losing his sanity in that instant. His life could be described as legendary. From the son of a humble farmer, he carved out a path to greatness with nothing but a great knife. He attained physical perfection at the age of 21 and ascended to the realm of chi and blood at 47. He once believed himself to be an extraordinary genius among the multitude. Had he not been born of humble origins, would that young boy have gained fame? Yet today, the brutal reality crushed his pride mercilessly. In the face of true genius, he remained merely an ant, easily trampled underfoot. Hu Yidao, I grant you another chance. Serve the Li family, and I shall spare your life. Li Xinga recognized Hu Yidao's formidable strength and was filled with a desire to recruit him. If he could bring Hu Yidao under his influence, it would significantly bolster his family's power. Li Xinga's words pulled Hu Yidao back from the brink of madness. He looked at Li Xinga, grinning defiantly. Li Xinga, in my life, there are only two things that are hard. One is my tenacity, the other is my backbone. If you think I will become your dog, you are sorely mistaken. The profound energy of his chi and blood ignited, the scorching heat distorting the very air around him. Hu Yidao's momentum began to soar at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, his visage visibly aged at a rapid pace. The once middle-aged figure swiftly transformed into a frail old man. I would rather die standing than live on my knees. Hu Yidao roared, his blade pointed at Li Xinga, his eyes filled with boundless madness. Seeking death. After finally summoning an ounce of goodwill, Hu Yidao proved utterly ungrateful, opting instead to unleash the fiery power of his vital essence. Li Xinga was no fool, passively awaiting the culmination of his opponent's grand attack. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, producing a resounding clang. Like lightning, Li Xinga surged forward, prompting Hu Yidao to hastily raise his blade in defense. The two figures brushed past one another. Both man and sword shattered, and a noble head soared into the sky. As the sword returned to its sheath, the blood that had stained it silently vanished, and in that moment, it seemed to acquire a hint of sentience. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Further excitement awaits. The mountain of corpses collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring a cloud of dust. The remaining leaders, witnessing this scene, were consumed by rage. Avenging the chief, the second in command, with eyes ablaze, was the first to charge at Li Xinga. With the exception of a few, the rest showed no hesitation, rushing forward like moths drawn to a flame. Such arrogance. Li Xinga let out a cold laugh. He raised both hands and then swung them down with force. In an instant, the winds howled and the earth trembled, claiming lives as easily as one would harvest straw, slaughtering all the leaders in sight. Observing the carnage around him, Li Xinga's expression remained devoid of joy or sorrow. Meanwhile, the minions who had rushed over, upon seeing the bodies strewn about, were struck with terror. They abandoned their weapons and fled in every direction, scattering like leaves in a storm, fearing that a single moment's delay would result in his demise at the hands of the Grim Reaper. Li Xinga felt no interest in slaying these insignificant underlings. His true objective was the Black Robe Stronghold's treasury, for after years of wickedness, the stronghold was sure to have amassed a considerable fortune. Even he found the prospect of such wealth enticing. His gaze settled upon a particular corner, where a figure cowered, head buried in trembling fear. As Li Xinga approached, the man fell to his knees, begging for mercy with frantic prostrations. "Sir, I implore you, spare my life. Do not kill me. Lead me to the vault," Li Xinga said, a smile playing on his lips. Yet, to the man, that smile was more terrifying than any demon. Yes, sir, please follow me." The vault was not hidden well, located within a stone cave behind the mountain. Li Xinga shattered the heavy stone door with a single palm strike and stepped inside. Within the crude cave, gold, silver, and jewels were piled high, along with some valuable cultivation manuals and elixirs. Though varied in type, few were of use to a Qi and Blood Realm cultivator. Of course, if they were, Hui Dao would have already made use of them. Upon exiting the vault, Li Xinga struck the stone wall with his palm. With a deafening rumble, a massive boulder collapsed, sealing the entrance to the vault. With these tasks completed, Li Xinga's figure slowly faded into the darkness. Chapter 35. Qinghua Town. The little beggar when he reappeared. Li Xinga was strolling along the streets of Qinghua Town. The town was quite prosperous, with brightly lit streets bustling with people and carriages. Beat him! Beat him! Beat that little beggar to death! A discordant clamor reached Li Xinga's ears, prompting him to instinctively furrow his brow. Following the direction of the sound, he beheld. In the dim corner of an alley, several young ruffians cornering a frail, ragged little beggar against the wall, mercilessly pummeling him. The beggar curled into a ball, desperately shielding his vital areas. After enduring a brutal beating, the leader of the group, hands on his hips, commanded his sycophantic companion with an air of brazen authority, "Alion, retrieve my belongings." "Yes, young master," the lackey replied obsequiously. As he turned to face the beggar, his expression morphed into one of sheer malevolence. "You wretched creature, hand over our young master's possessions, or your pitiful life shall be forfeit." Tears welled in the beggar's eyes as he remained silent, shaking his head vigorously. "Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," the lackey sneered, cracking his knuckles before delivering a brutal kick that sent the beggar sprawling to the ground. He crouched beside the fallen boy, seizing his hand and forcibly prying open each finger. In the beggar's palm lay half of a bun, grotesquely squished from the pressure. Ignoring the despair etched on the beggar's face, he snatched the bun away, turning back with a sycophantic grin. "Young master, I have retrieved it for you." The boy cast a disdainful glance at the dark, misshapen morsel, his expression one of utter revulsion. "You foolish wretch, do you think I lack for a mere bun?" With that, he struck his subordinate across the face, sending the latter whirling like a top, spinning with shock. "A creature devoid of discernment, you deserve this punishment." Cupping his already swollen cheek, the subordinate could only suppress his rage and force a smile, uttering, "Well struck, my lord, well struck." The youth let out a cold laugh, dismissing his companion entirely, and shifted his gaze to the small beggar on the ground. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "You pitiful urchin. Even the scraps I discard are not meant for someone of your lowly status." Then, with a sly glint in his eyes, he continued, "However, if you can amuse me, I might just show you mercy and grant you this bun." The starving little beggar, unable to suppress a swallow as he beheld the bun in the youth's hand, nodded eagerly. The young man lifted his foot, placing his shoe before the beggar, and with a mocking grin, stated, "Lick my shoe clean with your tongue, and this half-bun shall be yours." The surrounding sycophants immediately joined in the derision. "Come now, little beggar, do not hesitate. To lick our Lord's shoe is a privilege bestowed upon you by your previous life's merit. Indeed, indeed, others would envy your fortune, wouldn't they?" Their cruel laughter rendered the little beggar's withered face a shade paler, and she shook her head vigorously in protest. Upon witnessing the audacity of the young beggar, the youth callously placed his foot upon the boy's face, crushing it with a brutal force twice, and exclaimed with a fierce tone, "In this town of Qinghua, none have dared to refuse me. If you do not comply, I shall end your life." Fear permeated the already battered heart of the young beggar. In that moment, despair enveloped her as she turned her head aside, her spirit extinguished. The youth felt utterly humiliated at being rejected by such a lowly beggar in front of his companions. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, he declared, "If you do not appreciate the favor, then die." With that, he seized a hefty club and swung it with all his might towards the beggar's head. If the blow were to land, it would surely obliterate the boy's skull. The young beggar trembled and closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. However, the anticipated agony did not ensue. Such a young age. Yet she viewed life as mere trifles. A gentle voice suddenly resonated beside her, prompting her to open her eyes hastily. There, she beheld the club that was meant to strike her head, firmly grasped by a large hand. A figure, towering in her heart like a divine being, stood before her, shielding her from harm. The malicious youth, despite exerting all his strength, could not wrest the club from those clean, fair hands. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Do you know how many eyes the king of horses possesses? He bared his teeth in a snarl at the unexpected intruder. This uninvited guest was none other than Li Xinga, an ordinary individual. Li Xinga spoke softly. How dare a lowly commoner meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Kneel before me this instant and bow 3 times, addressing me as grandfather. Only then might I consider sparing your wretched life. The cruel youth snarled, his visage twisted with malice. As he gazed at Li Xinga, a flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes. The commoner possessed an inexplicable aura that evoked feelings of inferiority within him. This was intolerable. The commoner must perish. Seeing Li Xinga remain unmoved, the cruel youth furiously commanded his sycophants, "What are you waiting for? Go forth and kill him. I will take responsibility for whatever ensues." The lackeys exchanged glances, their fingers cracking ominously as they approached Li Xinga with malevolent grins. "Boy, remember to keep your eyes open in your next life." Li Xinga chuckled lightly, drawing forth his sword, the blade glinting like lightning. In an instant, several heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering the face of the cruel youth. The scene before him left the pampered scion utterly dumbfounded. Though he was accustomed to arrogance and power, he had never encountered such a ruthless killer, one who could slay without a flicker of hesitation. Overwhelmed, he lost control. Collapsing to the ground as his teeth chattered, "My father is Zhao Tianqing. Please don't kill me. If you do, you will meet your demise too." Li Xinga scoffed and shook his head. "Kill you? I fear I would soil my sword." Hearing this, the cruel youth felt a momentary relief. It seemed his father's name still held some weight. After all, in the vast town of Qinghua, who was unaware of his father's illustrious reputation. Reflecting on the humiliation endured today, the wicked youth clenched his teeth in silent fury. Once he was safe, he would compel his father to exact a brutal vengeance upon this lowly wretch, ensuring that all would witness the dire consequences of crossing young Master Zhao. Struggling to rise from the ground, he contemplated a covert escape. However, he was halted by Li Xinga's voice. "Did I permit you to leave?" The malicious youth froze, his weakened legs trembling anew. Li Xinga turned, casting a glance at the small beggar on the ground. Was this truly what a celestial being resembled? Upon discerning Li Xinga's features, the little beggar mused inwardly. "Do you desire revenge?" Li Xinga inquired softly. The small beggar hesitated, nodding before promptly shaking his head. "Pick it up, go and kill him," Li Xinga commanded, pointing to a stout stick lying on the ground. "Kill him?" The little beggar's face paled, his head shaking vigorously. Li Xinga observed him quietly, a hint of disappointment flickering in his elongated eyes. "Very well," he declared, turning to depart. As Li Xinga's figure receded into the distance, the small beggar felt a sudden surge of panic. "No!" he cried out, springing to his feet with an unexpected vigor as he seized the stick. In the eyes of the terrified youth, he swung the makeshift weapon repeatedly against the villain's head. The cries of anguish emanating from the wicked youth grew increasingly feeble, until silence enveloped the scene. Gazing at the broken figure before him, the small beggar felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Li Xinga's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, a flicker of enigmatic amusement gracing his lips. Chapter 36. The Terrifying Fortune, Li Wuyo. He slowly turned around and approached the little beggar. Crouching down, he said, "You have done exceptionally well. In the future, should anyone dare to bully you, you must retaliate. Do you understand?" The little beggar nodded, her comprehension uncertain. "What is your name?" The child blinked her large eyes and shook her head. "No name?" She nodded affirmatively. "Would you like to come with me?" After a moment's hesitation, the little beggar nodded again. Li Xinga broke into a broad smile and extended his hand. Observing his fair hand and then glancing at her own, the little beggar hesitated, fearful that her dirty hands might tarnish his pristine one. To her surprise, Li Xinga grasped her hand, lifting her from the ground. "You have quite a lot on your mind, little girl," he murmured. Together, they walked, one large and one small. "How about adopting my surname?" Li Xinga proposed. The little girl nodded eagerly. "And what shall we name you?" Li Xinga pondered, a mischievous idea suddenly surfacing in his mind. "How about we call you Li Macho?" The little beggar shook her head, discerning the cunning glint in Li Xinga's eyes. Seeing her reaction, he burst into laughter. "You clever little thing. In that case, how about Li Wuyo? May you remain carefree and untroubled for all your days." The little girl's eyes sparkled, and she revealed a smile that Li Xinga found rather unappealing. "It seems you quite like this name. Henceforth, you shall be known as Li Wuyo. As for you, you may call me Uncle," Li Xinga said with a smile. Uncle, uncle. Li Wuyo uttered the two syllables with a somewhat muffled voice, enunciating each word slowly. Ah, it appears you are not entirely mute after all, Li Xinga remarked with a teasing expression. Li Wuyo followed closely behind Li Xinga, her head lowered, a glimmer of unique brilliance illuminating her eyes. Uncle. Name, Li Wuyo. Age, 8 years. Cultivation, none. Talent, special physique. Celestial demon's sacred body, inactive. As night fell, and with the presence of a hungry and cold little girl by his side, Li Xinga decided against continuing their journey. The two arrived at a rather large inn in the town and stepped inside. The innkeeper, a portly middle-aged man, approached them with a cheerful demeanor. Having traversed various regions for decades, the experienced innkeeper immediately discerned that although the young man before him was not dressed in opulence, the fabric was of the finest silk. The jade belt at his waist was priceless, suggesting he hailed from a prominent family. Thus, he spoke with great respect. Esteemed guest, will you be staying the night or dining with us? Li Xinga offered a slight smile, producing a gold ingot from his sleeve and handing it to the innkeeper. Prepare a premium room and set a table with your signature dishes. He then pointed to the timid Li Wuyo, who was clutching the hem of his garment. And please find a matron to provide her with a clean outfit and give this little one a proper wash. The innkeeper cautiously accepted the gold ingot, feeling the heavy weight in his hands. His tone grew increasingly respectful as he assured, rest assured, esteemed guest, I shall ensure everything is arranged splendidly for you. Before long, he managed to summon a middle-aged woman from somewhere. Miss, please follow me. I shall lead you to the bath, the woman said with a bow. However, Li Wuyo, feeling a twinge of fear, quickly hid behind Li Xinga. Observing this, Li Xinga felt somewhat helpless. He turned to the frightened girl, his tone serious as he said, if you do not behave, Uncle may no longer take care of you. The weight of his words was undeniably impactful. Li Wuyo's eyes brimmed with tears, and she could only allow the middle-aged woman to take her away, glancing back at Li Xinga with a pitiful gaze with every step. Young master, the private room is ready. Please follow me, the innkeeper announced as he led Li Xinga to a window-side seat on the second floor. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare the meal. Please wait a moment. Li Xinga nodded. At this time, it was indeed mealtime, and the inn was bustling with patrons. Judging by their attire, it was evident that these individuals held significant status in the local society, as commoners could not afford such fine silks and satins. Li Xinga filled his cup with wine, his thoughts drifting back to a quarter of an hour earlier when he witnessed the bullying of little Wuyo by a group of ruffians. Initially, he had contemplated walking away, for he was no paragon of justice. There were countless injustices in this world, far beyond his capacity to address. Yet, a casual glance left Li Xinga utterly astonished. The small beggar, who had been bullied by the wicked, possessed an astonishing fortune that caused his very soul to tremble. The aura of his family remained a mere white, whereas the fortune hovering above the small beggar's head was a terrifying shade of red, tinged with purple. What a fearsome sight! Li Xinga surmised that this might be the legendary favored child of destiny, the progeny of fortune. As for himself, he was nothing more than an inconspicuous bystander. Upon contemplating the possibility that the small beggar could indeed be the fabled child of fortune, Li Xinga altered his course of action and resolved to rescue the young one. The potential friendship of a child of fortune promised unimaginable rewards, a notion that left Li Xinga in awe. Indeed, after saving Li Wuyo, he sensed a subtle shift in his own family's white aura, leaning towards an intriguing shade of blue. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more captivating. The child of fortune, such a formidable presence. Li Xinga could not help but marvel. Moments later, a middle-aged woman brought the freshly washed Li Wuyo before him. Cleaned of her previous disheveled state, the young girl appeared slender, her long, raven hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Clad in a delicate green dress, her youthful face, though somewhat pallid and emaciated, bore the promise of beauty with proper care and nourishment. Wuyo, you must be hungry. It's time to eat, Li Xinga said with a warm smile. The steaming, delectable dishes laid out before them looked utterly inviting. Li Wuyo's gaze was fixed on the array of sumptuous food, and she could not help but swallow hard. Such a feast had been unimaginable for her in the past. What are you waiting for? Eat, Li Xinga urged. And upon finishing his words, he placed a chicken leg into Li Wuyo's bowl. Gazing at the delectable piece of meat, Li Wuyo's mouth watered with anticipation. She reached out her hand, eager to grasp the chicken leg directly from the bowl. However, with a sharp sound, she withdrew her hand in pain. Casting a look of grievance at Li Xinga, who had pulled back his chopsticks. One must use chopsticks to eat. Hands are not permissible for such actions. I shall instruct you but once, Li Xinga remarked nonchalantly, then demonstrated by lifting a slice of meat with his chopsticks. Mimicking his actions, Li Wuyo attempted to follow suit. Albeit her clumsy attempts were endearingly amusing. Quickly everyone, surround the inn. Outside, a cacophony of voices erupted. Dozens of robust men clad in martial attire encircled the inn, their demeanor imposing and fierce. Li Xinga raised an eyebrow, recognizing that trouble was at hand. Chapter 37. County Magistrate Zheng Yuntao. The commotion outside drew the attention of the innkeeper, who promptly gathered several sturdy attendants and ventured out to investigate. Emerging from the throng of muscular men was a middle-aged figure draped in a purple robe, exuding an air of authority. Upon recognizing the man in purple, the innkeeper momentarily froze before his previously stern expression transformed into one of warm hospitality. Ah, it is Master Zhao, a rare visitor. Would you care for some? Begone. The purple-robed man shot him a disdainful glare, his tone dripping with impatience. The innkeeper, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly stepped aside, well aware that this man was not one to be trifled with. Striding boldly into the inn, the purple-robed figure instantly commanded the attention of all within. Esteemed villagers, please remain calm. I have just received the grim news that my son has been slain, and the perpetrator is currently hiding within this inn. I kindly request that you grant me a favor and clear the premises. I shall cover all expenses incurred today on behalf of the Zhao family. The middle-aged man in the purple robe clasped his fists and smiled, though there was an unsettling quality to his grin. This revelation left those present in shock. They had not anticipated that the Zhao family's notoriously overbearing and arrogant young master had met such a fate. Which valiant soul possesses such audacity? Though curiosity lingered among the crowd, it was evident that the inn was no longer a place for lingering. The patrons hastily departed, leaving only a striking pair, one large and one small, motionless by the window on the second floor. Could it truly be them? The middle-aged man grasped the collar of a shifty-eyed fellow beside him and inquired. The man rubbed his eyes, confirming his recognition before pointing at Li Xinga and his companion, declaring, "Indeed, Master Zhao, I witnessed these two individuals slay the young master." With a sweeping motion of his hand, the middle-aged man commanded over 10 burly men, armed and exuding a menacing aura, to ascend the staircase, encircling Li Xinga and his companion. Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread and instinctively sought refuge behind Li Xinga. Yet, as if recalling something, she gritted her teeth and positioned herself defiantly in front of him. Li Xinga set down his chopsticks, observing the man in the purple robe with keen interest and queried, "Are you Zhao Tiancheng?" Zhao Tiancheng raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. "Young man, do you know me?" Li Xinga smiled faintly and said, "Before your son passed away, he mentioned that you would not let me go. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, though I must admit, I did not anticipate your arrival would be so delayed." Zhao Tiancheng, infuriated yet amused, retorted, "Very well, it has been ages since I encountered such an audacious young man. Pray, tell me, how do you wish to meet your demise?" Li Xinga raised an eyebrow. "With your capabilities? I doubt you can bring about my end." The disdain woven into Li Xinga's words thoroughly incensed Zhao Tiancheng. Just as he prepared to explode, a commanding voice resonated from within the private room. "Old Zhao, this is the Webbing building, not a place for brawls." Inside the chamber, a figure of authority spoke. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Tiancheng's expression shifted, and after casting a menacing glance at Li Xinga, he uttered a threatening remark. "I shall return to settle scores with you." He then hurriedly proceeded toward the private room, forcing a smile onto his aged face, his tone taking on a slightly obsequious air. "County Magistrate, I did not expect to find you dining here. My apologies for the disturbance. There are reasons behind my actions, and I beg your forgiveness for interrupting your leisure." The county magistrate was not one to be trifled with. It was rumored that he hailed from the esteemed Zheng family of Dongjiang, a prominent lineage in the county. A cold snort emanated from within the chamber, and moments later, the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue official robe. "What is the matter?" the county magistrate inquired, his countenance reflecting displeasure. "Do not hold it against me, esteemed sir. My son has been slain, and in my fury, I acted irrationally, thus offending you," Zhao Tiancheng explained. The county magistrate appeared taken aback. In this Qinghua town, there are still those audacious enough to slay the son of a local tyrant such as yourself? Merely a brazen outsider, I presume. Zhao Tiancheng gritted his teeth and muttered, "So it is. Suddenly, the county magistrate's gaze swept across the corner by the window, his brow furrowing. The figure clad in white seemed oddly familiar. It felt as though he had encountered this person before. Abruptly, he recalled who the figure in white resembled, a prominent individual he had once met. Could it be him? Yet, the county magistrate quickly dismissed his speculation. Given the stature of that person, how could they possibly be here alone? It must be an illusion of his own making. Well, since this was a matter of vengeance for a slain child, you shall have your revenge, and you may seek justice for your grievances. The county magistrate waved his hand. Smiling, Zhao Tianqing grinned broadly. Thank you, my lord. After avenging my son, I shall return to plead for your forgiveness. Not at all, replied the magistrate. Zhao Tianqing turned, his expression transforming into one of fierce malice. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he coldly commanded, seize him. Chop this lad into mincemeat. Over a dozen burly men simultaneously drew their blades and charged forward. Li Xinge remained unfazed, leisurely picking up a pair of chopsticks from the table and hurling them with force. Whoosh! More than 10 men fell to the ground in unison, each silenced by a chopstick embedded in their foreheads, a lethal strike. The entire scene unfolded with startling suddenness. Zhao Tianqing had yet to comprehend the situation when his subordinates were annihilated before his eyes. How could this be? His men were all elite warriors. In concert, they could even make a fleshly realm cultivator retreat in disarray, yet now they had been effortlessly dispatched by that youth. Not lacking in intelligence, he quickly realized he had kicked against a steel plate. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The young man, so audacious, must be extraordinary. It is solely his own fault, blinded by hatred. What does a son matter? In the prime of his life, a son lost can be replaced. If he were to perish, however, he would truly possess nothing. Could you spare my life? I shall seek no vengeance against you. Zhao Tianqing spoke with a glimmer of hope. Li Xinge was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a mocking expression. What do you think? Zhao Tianqing's countenance shifted, and he swiftly dashed into the room. Inside, the county magistrate was enjoying wine with 2 lovely companions. Zhao Tianqing's abrupt entrance startled the 2 beauties, causing them to scream, and one wine cup spilled onto the magistrate's lap. Observing the wet stain, the magistrate's face darkened ominously. Zhao Tianqing's repeated provocations were truly testing his patience. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he saw Zhao Tianqing kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely. My lord, in light of the filial respect I have shown you in the past, I implore you to spare my life. The magistrate was taken aback, somewhat at a loss. What has transpired? The person who killed my son is far too powerful. I am no match for him, Zhao Tianqing lamented. This. Sensing the magistrate's hesitation, Zhao Tianqing, with a pained expression, added, if you are willing to intervene, I am prepared to offer half of the Zhao family's wealth as tribute to you. The magistrate's heart began to stir. In light of this, I shall make an exception and assist you this once. I believe that in Baihe County, no one dares to disregard the esteem of the Zheng family. The county magistrate proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Thank you, esteemed county magistrate. I shall not forget your immense kindness, replied the other. The 2 exited the private chamber and made their way directly towards Li Xinge. The county magistrate, observing Li Xinge, who was drinking with his head bowed, smiled and said, This young brother, I am Zheng Yutao, a scion of the Zheng clan from Dongjiang. Might I request you to show me some courtesy and let Zhao Tianqing off the hook? Li Xinge appeared to be oblivious to the request, engrossed in his drinking and entirely disregarding the county magistrate. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianqing, witnessing Li Xinge's audacious demeanor, felt a surge of delight. He promptly interjected, You brash lad. How dare you display such insolence before the esteemed county magistrate? Beware, lest your entire clan faces annihilation. The county magistrate shot him a glare, signaling him to silence. Annihilate my entire clan? Li Xinge chuckled softly, gradually raising his head and sneering. The last one who threatened my clan has already reunited with his family underground. What audacity! You dare to speak so defiantly before the county magistrate. It seems you are courting death. The magistrate bellowed. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat had begun to form on his forehead. The magistrate's furious outburst startled Zhao Tianqing, who believed his provocation had borne fruit. He hastily added fuel to the fire. Look at how incensed the county magistrate is. You should immediately kneel and apologize to him. Li Xinge gazed at the county magistrate, a smile gracing his lips. Are you certain? The magistrate, momentarily startled, summoned all his strength and delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Tianqing's face, leaving the latter dazed and reeling for several moments before he regained his senses. The scene that unfolded next left Zhao Tianqing rooted to the spot. The magistrate wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bowed slightly, and with a sycophantic demeanor, addressed Li Xinge, Zheng Yuntao of the Zheng family. Pays his respects to the head of the Li family. You recognize me? I had the fortune of encountering you at the head of your family's birthday banquet. Li Xinge's gaze remained icy. How could I accept such a grand gesture from a distinguished magistrate? Zheng Yuntao's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily clarified, before you. I am but a mere county magistrate. Head of the Li family, I too have been deceived by this scoundrel. I implore you. Considering the amicable ties between the Zheng and Li families, do not hold me accountable. At that moment, Zheng Yuntao's thoughts were filled with curses for Zhao Tianqing's ancestors. Realizing he had truly overstepped his bounds, Li Xinge smiled faintly. Were it not for the favor of Brother Lingjun, would you still be standing here conversing with me? The magistrate managed an awkward smile. Everyone in Baihe County knew well of this individual's temper. Please convey my regards to Brother Lingjun. He gestured toward the trembling Zhao Tianqing beside him. As for him, I leave him to your discretion. If I am not mistaken, he has proclaimed his intent to annihilate my entire clan. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. That is reassuring. I shall take my leave now. Shall we go? Let us go. Li Xinge spoke to the satiated Xiao Wuyo, gently clasping her small hand as they ascended to the guest room on the third floor. After Li Xinge departed, Zhang Yuntao exhaled deeply, straightened his official attire, and resumed an upright posture. Heaven knows the immense pressure he felt in the presence of that individual. Observing the dazed Zhao Tianqing, a cold glimmer flashed in Zheng Yuntao's eyes. This wretched person had nearly brought about his demise. Zhao Tianqing, indeed you have raised a remarkable son. Without him, you would likely have never encountered such a significant figure in your lifetime. Zheng Yuntao gritted his teeth and remarked, County magistrate, who is he? Zhao Tianqing stammered, his teeth chattering. Considering your imminent peril, let me enlighten you. That individual is the head of the Qingfeng Li clan, an equal counterpart to my family's patriarch. Zhao Tianqing's vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. Summon the decree of this county magistrate. The Zhao family has colluded with demonic forces, plotting treachery. Their entire clan shall be eradicated. Chapter 38. Life as pure as jade. Li Qiyu at the Webbing building, on the third floor, the weary Xiao Wuyo curled up on the couch and drifted into slumber, while Li Xinge sat cross-legged on the windowsill, immersed in his cultivation. At his level of mastery, sleep had become a mere luxury. Meanwhile, in the Qingfeng Valley, at the residence of the third elder, Li Xianyong, it was already deep into the night. However, the Li family was far from inclined to rest, for this night marked the occasion of Li Xuanyong's granddaughter-in-law's impending childbirth. Li Xianyong, adorned in a purple robe, sat majestically upon the grand chair. Despite his calm demeanor, the excitement within him was palpable. His lineage had dwindled significantly. He had but one son and one daughter. His daughter had married far away for the sake of the family, while his son had sacrificed his life for their honor years ago. The daughter-in-law, upon hearing the tragic news, had taken her own life, leaving him with a mere 7-month-old grandson, whom he and his wife had painstakingly raised. Now, with his grandson on the brink of marriage and soon to welcome his own child, Li Xianyong felt a sense of fulfillment that would allow him to depart this life contentedly. As he anxiously awaited the arrival of the newborn, a resounding cry echoed from the courtyard, causing the family to perk up in unison, their gazes fixed upon the delivery room. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, young master. It's a boy. The midwife emerged, beaming as she cradled the infant. Li Xianyong, unable to contain his joy, clapped his thigh, his usual composure evaporating in the face of such elation. In a rare display of generosity, he proclaimed, Splendid. Truly splendid. Reward her handsomely. Thank you, master, the midwife replied, her face alight with joy. Li Xuanyong's eagerness to hold the child was evident, but just as he reached out, slap. What do you know about holding a child, you old man? Don't frighten my precious great-grandson, chided an elderly woman with a head of silver hair and a gentle expression. Li Xianyong chuckled sheepishly while the family servants stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. Everyone in the Li household knew well that the third elder was most fearful of his wife. The old woman took the infant from the midwife, and as she gazed upon the robust child, her eyes crinkled with delight. Xingdong, come and see your son, the old woman called out. However, after a considerable wait without a response, she turned to find her grandson had already rushed into the delivery room. This boy only cares about his wife. Neglecting even his own child, she muttered softly. Though her voice was low, Li Xianyong heard her. With a smug expression, he declared, Is it not because he is my child? All of Li Xuanyong's offspring are hopeless romantics. The old woman rolled her eyes. Old woman, I have something to discuss with you, Li Xuanyong said, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin. The old woman, playfully teasing the infant in her arms, responded curtly. Speak your mind. If you have gas, let it out quickly. Xingdong has grown up and has his own children now. It's time for him to contribute to the family. I want Xingdong to join the law enforcement team. The old woman's expression stiffened, and she immediately retorted, Oh, I knew you were up to no good. Absolutely not. You should know better than anyone what kind of place the law enforcement team is. It's nothing but violence and chaos. What if something happens to Donger while he's there? How would we manage? Lower your voice. What's wrong with violence? Without their enforcement, how could we live such carefree lives? I say it's settled. Tomorrow, let Donger report to the law enforcement team. You dare? The old woman glared. Why wouldn't I? Serving the family is the duty of every member of our clan. With a rigid neck, Li Xuanyong questioned the necessity of joining the Enforcer Corps amidst numerous family vacancies, suggesting alternatives like the mines or the market. He lamented the loss of a son and a daughter for the family's sake, expressing his unwillingness to endure the grief of outliving his grandson. Tears welled in the old woman's eyes as she retorted, questioning what was wrong with joining the Enforcer Corps, arguing that if other families' children could serve the family valiantly, her own grandchild should not be considered too precious to risk his life. She criticized the family's resource expenditure, suggesting it would be better to feed a dog that would at least guard the gate. Li Xuanyong, in a fit of anger, asserted his decision as final, emphasizing his role as the third elder of the Li family above that of a husband. He declared that further discussion was futile. The old woman, enraged, hurled insults at Li Xuanyong, denouncing him as a scoundrel. A resonant voice interjected, interrupting the quarrel. It was a robust young man with broad shoulders and a sturdy waist, sporting thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding an air of naivety. The old woman paused, then attempted to dissuade him, reminding him of the dangers of the Enforcer Corps and the fate of his father. The young man, known as Donger, firmly stated that he was fully aware of his choice and bore no resentment towards his father's sacrifice for the family. Even though I have never seen his visage, I have always taken pride in having such a father since my childhood. In truth, I have long harbored the desire to join the enforcement team and serve my family. However, I have always feared that should any misfortune befall me, the lineage of my grandfather would be extinguished, leaving me with no face to meet my father in the afterlife. Now, I have a son of my own. Should anything happen to me, let him take my place and honor my grandmother. Please grant me this, I implore you. Li Xingdong knelt down with a thud, his eyes brimming with tears. The elderly matriarch stood frozen for a long while, finally letting out a deep sigh. Her voice trembled as she said, You 3 generations of our family are all alike. Your father was like this in his time, and now you are too. What more can I say? If you wish to go, then go. Thank you, grandmother. Li Xingdong replied, his eyes reddened. Get up quickly and look at your son. Only then did Li Xingdong rise, gazing at the infant's wrinkled crimson face. He frowned and remarked, He is truly unattractive. Did you not look the same when you were a child? The old woman retorted with a roll of her eyes. By the way, I have yet to feel my great-grandson's bones, she added. At that moment, Li Xuanrong slapped his forehead and exclaimed. The elderly lady realized her oversight and quickly urged, Yes, yes. Hurry and feel my dear golden grandson's bones. He must not follow in your footsteps, lest he never achieve scholarly or martial success. You. Li Xuanrong's eyes widened in anger, trembling as he pointed at the old woman, unable to articulate a response. What do you mean by you? Dare you glare at me again? Li Xuanyong's lips twitched, disdainful of engaging in a dispute with a woman. With a huff, he extended his hand towards the infant, meticulously examining the child's physique. His expression gradually turned grave. Observing Li Xuanyong's demeanor, Li Xingdong and his companion felt their hearts leap into their throats. Could it be that the child's innate potential was poor? Xingdong, summon the Grand Elder immediately. Li Xuanyong commanded. Grandfather, could it be? Li Xingdong's breathing quickened abruptly. Go now? Yes. The elderly woman nearby seemed to grasp the situation and promptly dismissed all the servants. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the Grand Elder arrived. Grand Elder, please assess this child's innate potential. I am somewhat uncertain, Li Xuanyong whispered. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly, took the infant, and began to evaluate his potential. Grand Elder, what is the verdict? Li Xuanyong pressed eagerly. The Grand Elder stroked his white beard and laughed heartily. Heaven truly favors the Li family. Third Elder, your intuition was correct. This child possesses a 7th grade talent. 7th grade talent. 7th grade talent. Although Li Xianyong had harbored suspicions that the child's potential was extraordinary, the confirmation still stirred an irrepressible excitement within him. Li Xianyong, constrained by his own limited potential, had resigned himself to a modest fate. Yet, his great-grandson bore a 7th grade talent. He understood all too well what such a prodigy signified for the Li family. Xingdong, you and son's daughter-in-law have rendered great service to the Li family. If the family head were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed and reward you handsomely, the elder said, patting Li Xingdong's shoulder with a smile. Li Xingdong scratched the back of his head and chuckled foolishly. Rewards were of little concern to him. His only wish was for his child to grow up safely and become a valuable asset to the family. Great elder, since you are here, why not bestow a name upon this child? The third elder proposed. The great elder nodded, falling into contemplation. After a while, he spoke. In this child's generation, it should bear the character Qi. He is akin to an uncut jade. Let us name him Li Qiyu. What do you think? Li Qiyu. The third elder rubbed his hands together and laughed heartily. What a splendid name. Henceforth, this child shall be known as Li Qiyu. This child possesses extraordinary talent. Our Li family is already under immense pressure, with the family head bearing the brunt of it. It would be prudent to keep this news under wraps, lest it incite the envy of those with ill intentions, the great elder suddenly remarked. That makes perfect sense. We shall proceed as you suggest. Should anyone divulge this information, we shall deal with it according to family regulations. But, Chapter 39, the Qinghe Mountain Range, the herbalist the following day. Li Xinggu returned to the family with Li Wuyu. Upon seeing a little girl beside the family head, the clansman appeared somewhat astonished. After returning to the clan, the great elder, who had received the news, hurried over in a flurry. It was rare to see the great elder so visibly delighted, which surprised Li Xinggu. With a smile, he inquired, Elder, you seem particularly joyful. Is there a momentous occasion at hand? Indeed, it is a grand celebration. A significant event for the entire Li family, replied the elder, his face alight with joy. Li Xinggu's interest was piqued, and the elder, not wishing to prolong the suspense, continued, Last night, the third elder welcomed a great-grandson. I assessed his innate talent, and he possesses a 7th-tier aptitude. A 7th-tier talent? Li Xinggu raised an eyebrow. Recalling the previous rewards from the system, a smile gracing his visage. That is certainly splendid news. This child will be a focal point for our cultivation efforts. Li Xinggu emphasized, with a family head already in place, and now this remarkable descendant, it heralds a prosperous future for the Li family. The elder beamed with delight. And Li Xinggu, understanding the elder's elation, responded with a gentle smile. Then, as if recalling something, the elder curiously asked, I have heard that the family head has brought back a young girl? Li Xinggu nodded, his demeanor turning serious as he replied, Indeed, I have named her Li Wuyo. She is extraordinary and holds immense significance for our family. In the future, her status within the clan will be equivalent to that of our direct descendants. Any misstep regarding her will not be tolerated. The elder gasped in astonishment. He had never witnessed the family head value anyone so highly. Without hesitation, he assured, Rest assured. Family head, the clan will ensure that Wuyo is treated with the utmost respect. Li Xinggu smiled with satisfaction before a thought struck him. He then stated, Elder, there is a matter I wish to entrust to the clan. Speak, patriarch. Secretly gather a cohort of young orphans with untainted backgrounds. I have a significant purpose for them. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately, the first elder solemnly affirmed. The first elder did not inquire about the reason, for he possessed unwavering faith in Li Xinggu. After the first elder departed, Li Xinggu retrieved a scroll of cultivation technique from his sleeve, the very blood demon true art. The Qinghe Mountain Range, situated east of Baya County, spans several counties. The mountain range's form was immense and substantial, akin to the spine of this vast land. Dense forests cloaked the mountains with verdant, towering ancient trees reaching skyward. Deep within the forest, a team of approximately 6 or 7 individuals progressed slowly among the trees. They were herbalists, a group of itinerant mountain dwellers who subsisted by gathering medicinal herbs from the mountains. Abruptly, the team halted. The lead herbalist, his gaze sharp and penetrating, fixed his eyes on a patch of weeds. The others followed suit, coming to a standstill. The lead herbalist cautiously approached the weedy area, gingerly parting the vegetation. A look of elation spread across his face as he exclaimed, cylindrical in shape, with lower branches, yellowish-brown in color, bearing 7 leaves, it's a 7-leaf herb. Upon hearing this, the others converged, encircling the 7-leaf herb and chattering excitedly. Brother Jean has a keen eye. It truly is a 7-leaf herb. This is a superior body-tempering medicinal ingredient with excellent efficacy. A windfall. This single 7-leaf herb is worth at least 10 gold coins. Indeed, with this one 7-leaf herb, this journey has not been in vain. Brother Jean shook his head, moistening his parched lips, and said, "Are you content with just one 7-leaf herb?" "We've only just begun," he asserted, his voice laced with anticipation. Deeper within, untold treasures may await. As he spoke, he meticulously unearthed a 7-leaf clover with his trowel, placing it gingerly into the wicker basket at his back. Esteemed leader, a youthful herbalist, his face shaded by a bamboo hat, interjected with concern, "We have journeyed far already. To venture further may court peril." His companions echoed his apprehension, their faces etched with uncertainty. The specter of monstrous beasts lurking within these mountains cast a pall over their spirits. Should they encounter such a creature, their meager strength would surely spell their doom. Their leader, however, remained unfazed. "If fear grips your hearts," he stated calmly, "you are free to retrace your steps. There is still time to turn back." The herbalists exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. "We shall remain by your side, esteemed leader," they declared. "Since you place your faith in me, I shall not fail you," he vowed. "Let us quicken our pace, for I assure you, the depths of this mountain hold untold riches." "Understood," they replied. And so, they hastened their steps, disappearing into the dense thicket. After what seemed like an eternity, the relentless sun had left them drenched in perspiration, their breaths ragged and shallow. The young herbalist, clutching his gourd, tilted his head back, his tongue eagerly awaiting the last precious drop of water. "Esteemed leader," one of the herbalists lamented, "if we do not find water soon, we shall surely perish from thirst." Their leader wiped his brow, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "A spring lies not far ahead," he announced. "There, you may quench your thirst to your heart's content." A spark of hope ignited in their eyes, and they pressed on with renewed vigor. After a brief interval, beholding the torrential cascade before them, the group erupted in joyous acclamations. Everyone immersed their faces in the pool, gulping down the water with gusto. The youthful herbalist, without hesitation, plunged into the pool. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the water, exclaiming with delight, "Splendid!" The young herbalist roared with laughter. Brother Jean, standing on the bank, chided with a smile. "Who knows how deep this pool is? Don't you drown in there, lad. Come out at once." "Fear not, Brother Jean, I am quite adept in the water. Some even bestow upon me the moniker white streak in the waves." Upon hearing this, the group burst into hearty laughter. The young herbalist, akin to an elusive fish, frolicked joyously in the water. Suddenly, a glimmer of light behind the waterfall caught the corner of his eye, curiosity compelling him. He ventured through the cascading water and was astonished to discover a narrow gorge, barely wide enough for a single person to pass. After proceeding several dozen paces, his vision expanded dramatically. It was an immense valley. Beneath his feet, a verdant expanse of medicinal herbs emitted an alluring fragrance. Howtuinia cordata, the young herbalist exclaimed with delight. Howtuinia cordata was not an uncommon herb, but such a vast quantity was indeed quite valuable. Upon closer inspection, he noticed even more precious herbs in the distance. He rejoiced, gesticulating wildly. Now he was eager to share this auspicious discovery with the others. Outside the waterfall, Brother Jean and the others were anxiously searching for the young herbalist, who had been missing for quite some time. "Brother Jean, have you really not found that lad? He hasn't drowned, has he?" A man emerging from the water inquired. "I warned him about the depth of this pond and told him not to play around. It's my fault. If only I had stopped him earlier," Brother Jean lamented. "Brother Jean, it was his disregard for advice. It was not your fault," another reassured him. Brother Jean, I've discovered something marvelous," a young herbalist exclaimed as he emerged from behind the waterfall, brimming with excitement. "Oh, young, where did you come from? You startled us. We thought you had drowned." One herbalist retorted, not in the best of moods. Liang's face flushed as he scratched the back of his head. "I apologize, esteemed brothers, I got carried away. But I have splendid news to share." "What news?" someone curiously inquired. "Behind the waterfall, I found an enormous valley teeming with countless herbs. It left me utterly astounded." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes towards Liang, their breaths quickening. "Is what you say truly the case?" "Of course. Would I deceive you? Come, follow me," Liang proclaimed with pride, patting his chest. Brother Jean was the first to leap into the water, with the others following closely behind. Before long, they all found themselves in the valley. Gazing at the vast expanse of medicinal herbs before them, they were all left in awe. Chapter 40. The Blood Spirit Fruit Tree. In the trace of beasts one herbalist stood in a daze, murmuring, "We've struck it rich, Brother Jean. We're going to make a fortune. Heavens, am I truly not dreaming? I have never encountered such an abundance of herbs in my lifetime." Even the usually composed Jean Good displayed an expression of astonishment. He joyfully patted a Liang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You, my friend, have achieved something monumental." A Liang chuckled modestly. "Let us not be hasty in our harvesting. This is a naturally formed medicinal field, and based on my years of foraging experience, it is certain that this field harbors a significant bounty," Jean Good declared with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd gleamed with palpable greed. To be referred to as a significant bounty by Jean Good must surely be worth a fortune. "Follow me." Jean Good gestured grandly. The group navigated cautiously through the medicinal field, wary of trampling upon this divine treasure bestowed upon them. After advancing several hundred meters, they stumbled upon a vast natural cave, where the remnants of colossal creatures lay, nurturing an extraordinary fruit tree. Its branches were lush and verdant, each leaf resembling jade, exuding a soft luster as if each one contained boundless vitality and spirit. Adorning its branches were blood-red fruits, glistening like precious gems, radiating a dazzling crimson light. It seemed to encapsulate the essence of the heavens and the earth. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it as a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings. This is the blood spirit fruit." Jean Good could hardly believe his eyes, nearly biting his own tongue in disbelief. "Blood spirit fruit? What is this? Why have we never heard of it before?" An elder herbalist inquired with a touch of confusion. He has been consuming medicine for half his life, yet this blood spirit fruit is a revelation to him, the first he has ever encountered. It is no mere herb, but rather a treasure of heaven and earth. Jean G's eyes gleamed with fervor. Alas, a treasure of heaven and earth. I never imagined that in his lifetime the old man would have the fortune to witness such a marvel. I can die without regrets now. The crowd marveled in unison. It is indeed Jean G's vast knowledge that allows him to recognize such a gem. Jean Gu shook his head humbly, stating, "Had I not chanced upon an ancient tome, I too would not have been able to identify it. The blood spirit fruit tree requires exceedingly stringent conditions for growth. It must flourish atop the bones of a great demon, drawing nourishment from its flesh and blood essence. After 500 years, the tree finally matures, and it produces fruit that flowers once every decade, bears fruit once every decade, and matures once every decade. For cultivators of qi and blood, consuming this fruit can enhance their cultivation. For those of the physical realm, it can increase their chances of breaking through to new levels." The herbalists, upon hearing Jean G's description of the blood spirit fruit tree, stood in stunned silence. "Therefore, you must remain tight-lipped. If news of this tree were to leak, we would likely face catastrophic consequences," Jean Gu warned with concern. "Rest assured, Jean Gu, we have followed you for many years. You should know what manner of people we are," several herbalists assured him, patting their chests. "Then, Jean Gu, what if we were to consume this blood spirit fruit?" The young herbalist, a Liang, gazed longingly at the crimson fruit before him. Jean Gu let out a cold laugh, irritably patting his head. "With our mere cultivation at the body refinement stage, consuming the blood spirit fruit would lead to our immediate demise." The thought of such a fate sent a shiver down a Liang's spine. "I want to eat it. I want to eat it," he quickly assured. "Now, let us not waste any more time. We must hasten to gather the fruits." According to ancient texts, treasures such as these are typically guarded by formidable beasts. If we delay, we may find ourselves doomed when the beast arrives. The group nodded in agreement, rushing towards the cave. As they approached the entrance, they were met with the sight of a colossal skeleton reminiscent of a small mountain. An overwhelming pressure enveloped them, rendering their movements nearly impossible. Even in death, the tiger's might lingers, Jean Gu remarked in awe. This is indeed the legendary Great Demon. Even after so many years, its aura remains potent. In its prime, a mere breath could have annihilated us. "You all stay here. I will venture in to collect the fruit," he commanded, gritting his teeth as he stepped inside. Each stride felt profoundly burdensome. Just as he was about to reach for the blood spirit fruit, a chilling and piercing shriek echoed from the depths of the cave, saturating the air with a frigid and perilous aura. Jean Gu hesitated, his expression stiffening as he gazed deeper into the cave, his face paling in an instant. There, in the shadows, a pair of scarlet eyes, as large as copper bells, fixated intently upon him. A cold sweat trickled down his cheeks as a premonition of impending doom washed over him. Suddenly, the cavern began to convulse, as if a subterranean dragon were stirring. Nay, it was not the Earth Dragon's awakening. A ghastly realization dawned upon Brother Jean. It was the enigmatic entity concealed within the cavern that had been roused. Brother Jean recoiled in terror as the mysterious creature emerged from its lair. When the entity fully materialized from the shadows, all were struck dumb with awe and terror. It was a colossal serpent, its length spanning several dozen yards. Its entire form was a dark crimson hue, adorned with scales as indurate as armor. Its scarlet eyes radiated a chilling intent to kill. The crimson serpent, possessing considerable sentience, flicked its forked tongue and instantly fixed its gaze upon the group of herb gatherers. These contemptible simians dared to pilfer its possessions. Beastly fiend! Brother Jean roared in terror. Flee! The petrified throng snapped out of their stupor and sprinted with unprecedented alacrity. The serpent's body soared into the air, becoming a scarlet streak as it lunged toward the herb gatherers. Two unfortunate souls, unable to evade in time, were instantly knocked unconscious by the serpent and subsequently devoured. Having consumed the two, the serpent's ferocity intensified. With a hiss, it resumed its pursuit. One of the herb gatherers, in his desperate flight, tripped over a withered vine and tumbled to the ground. "Save me!" he cried out in anguish. Yet, who could afford to heed his plea? The serpent was upon him in an instant. In his widening pupils, the serpent's form grew to immense proportions. Liang, hearing the desperate cry behind him, instinctively turned his head and witnessed a scene that would forever be etched into his memory. He beheld the fallen herb gatherer being devoured by the serpent, with only his legs, still thrashing wildly, protruding from its maw. A chill ran down Liang's spine. In that fleeting moment, the massive serpent, having devoured 3 men, resumed its pursuit. Shortly thereafter, 2 more herb gatherers were consumed by the snake. Jean and Liang finally reached the mountain valley pass. Barely had they entered the defile when the serpent arrived, its colossal form slamming into the cliff walls. A violent tremor shook the ground, dislodging rocks and sending trees swaying. Its immense size prevented it from traversing the narrow passage. The serpent's crimson eyes burned with resentment as it watched the 2 escapees. It retreated slowly, knowing the fruit that would amplify its power was nearing full ripeness and required its protection. Chapter 41. Fraternal Betrayal. The Li family mobilizes outside the valley. The 2 men fled desperately, running until they could no longer continue. Liang, having survived the ordeal, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Brother Jean, 3rd brother, and the others are dead. Jean, panting heavily, consoled him. Liang, don't grieve so deeply. This is the fate of us herb gatherers. It's all my fault. If I hadn't discovered that accursed place, they wouldn't have died. I led them to their deaths. Liang lamented, his eyes reddening with self-reproach, increasingly consumed by hatred. He clenched his fists and vowed, "Brother Jean, I will slay that serpent and avenge them." "You're insane. That serpent is not something we ordinary mortals can contend with." Jean retorted, shaking his head. "I'm not insane. We may be incapable, but that doesn't mean others are," Liang declared, his resolve hardening. Jean Ji's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you intend to do? You mentioned that the blood spirit fruit is a rare treasure. If we were to reveal its existence, it would undoubtedly attract numerous formidable adversaries, and in such a scenario, that great serpent would be doomed." Liang's eyes were ablaze with vengeance, utterly oblivious to the increasingly ominous gaze that Jean Gu cast upon him from behind. "This way, we can avenge 3rd brother and the others." As he envisioned the serpent's demise, Liang spoke with fervor. "Indeed, that notion holds merit." Jean Gu lowered his head, lost in thought. "Jean Gu, you two find it feasible? That is splendid." Liang exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Jean Ji's agreement. "Let us descend the mountain immediately and disseminate this news." Suddenly, Jean Gu rose and covered Liang's mouth from behind. In the latter's incredulous gaze, he plunged a dagger fiercely into Liang's heart. "Liang, in your next life, do not be so foolish." Jean Gu sneered, the chill in his eyes rendering Liang utterly unfamiliar. "Why?" Liang's breaths grew increasingly shallow. "The blood spirit fruit belongs solely to me." He pushed Liang's lifeless body aside, crouched down, and extracted the dagger, wiping the blade clean on Liang's garments. He casually gathered some twigs to conceal the corpse. After completing this grim task, Jean Gu swiftly vanished into the forest, unaware that shortly after his departure, having been grievously pierced through the heart, Liang inexplicably rose from the ground, his gaze fixated on the direction from which Brother Jean had vanished. His expression was one of sheer ferocity. On the periphery of the Qingham Mountains, a bloodied figure staggered towards the Leaf family apothecary. As he faced the approaching shop assistant, he stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Help, help me, I have found the blood spirit fruit. With those words, his head tilted, and he lost consciousness. In Chifeng Valley, within the Li family estate, the solemn and resounding toll of a bell echoed throughout the loft, reverberating continuously. The elders, upon hearing this sound, donned grave expressions, abandoning their tasks to hasten towards the family assembly hall. Upon their arrival, Lishinga had long been seated in the principal position, awaiting their presence. As the final elder took his seat, the doors of the assembly hall slowly closed. Elders, the matter is urgent. We cannot afford to delay for even a moment, hence the ringing of the bell to summon you, Lishinga declared with a serious countenance. Just now, news has reached us from our Li family market that the existence of the blood spirit fruit has been discovered within the Qinghe Mountains. This proclamation struck like thunder on a clear day. The elders, in astonishment, rose to their feet in unison. But the legendary third-tier spiritual fruit, the blood spirit fruit? The third elder gasped, while the others fixed their unwavering gaze upon Lishinga. Indeed, Lishinga affirmed with a nod. The third elder took a deep breath and said, Master of the house, the blood spirit fruit tree blooms once every decade, bears fruit once every decade, and matures once every decade. The blood spirit fruit, which it produces, is imbued with immense vitality. For those in the Qi blood realm, consuming it can enhance their cultivation. For those in the physical body realm, it significantly increases the probability of breaking through to the Qi blood realm. It is a rare treasure that our Li family cannot afford to miss. The other elders nodded in agreement. The elder continued, We must swiftly prepare. Otherwise, if the news spreads, acquiring the blood spirit fruit will become problematic. He was right. At that time, it would not only be local forces, but also outsiders vying for a share. Lishinga pondered for a moment. According to the herbalist who discovered the blood spirit fruit, only he and another herbalist were aware of its existence. The other herbalist, intent on monopolizing the fruit, had attempted to ambush him, but fortunately, he survived. Since that herbalist wishes to keep the blood spirit fruit to himself, it is likely that the news will not spread in the short term. Nevertheless, we must act immediately. I implore the master to issue the command. The elders clasped their fists in agreement. The matter regarding the blood spirit fruit is of utmost importance and must be executed flawlessly. I shall take the lead, accompanied by the first, fourth, and sixth elders. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Yes, the second elder shall remain to guard the family and select 40 elite members from the law enforcement hall to accompany us. I shall attend to it immediately. Esteemed elders, time is of the essence. Let us make haste and prepare ourselves. In a quarter of an hour, we shall depart. Indeed, a quarter of an hour later, dozens of riders vanished into the darkness, shrouded by the night. After the passage of more than an hour, the weary Lishinga and his companions arrived at the Li family's apothecary, situated at the outskirts of the Qinghe Mountains. The apothecary's proprietor had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Greetings, family head. Spare the formalities. Where is he? Lishinga waved his hand dismissively, inquiring directly. In the backyard, tending to his injuries, the proprietor replied respectfully. How many are aware of the blood spirit fruit? 2 apprentices and 1 assistant, the proprietor answered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Execute them all. Lishinga's expression was as cold as ice. Understood, family head. Upon entering the backyard, Lishinga beheld the pallid figure of a Liang lying on the bed. Nearby, a physician was attending to his wounds. Doctor, your presence is no longer required. You may take your leave, Lishinga commanded. But the physician hesitated, but upon seeing Lishinga's grim visage, he quickly stifled his words and exited the room in haste. After the physician departed, clad in black, Lishinga loomed over Liang and inquired, Did you witness the blood spirit fruit with your own eyes? Confronted by the imposing presence of the young man, exuding an undeniable authority, Liang quickly responded, Why yes. Where is the blood spirit fruit? Lishinga pressed further. In the depths of the Qinghe Mountains, within a secluded valley behind a waterfall. Do you still recall the path? No, I do not remember well, replied Liang, a hint of fear in his voice. Lishinga furrowed his brow, and behind him, an elite member of the Li family unsheathed his blade. My lord, I know, that person must remember it clearly. Liang hastily interjected. The one who ambushed you? Yes, my lord. It was he who guided us into the mountains. He possesses an intimate knowledge of the terrain. Excellent. Do you know his surname, his given name, and where he resides? I am fully aware, my lord. Liang's eyes brimmed with hatred. His mind was consumed by but 2 words. Vengeance. Lead us to him. Lishinga commanded. Yes, my lord. Liang struggled to rise from the bed, but inadvertently stirred his wound. The blood that had just begun to clot surged forth once more, and the excruciating pain in his chest caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Behind him, Elder Lu retrieved a porcelain vial from his sleeve, approached, and sprinkled the medicinal powder onto Liang's chest. A miraculous scene unfolded as Liang's wound began to scab and heal at a visibly rapid pace. Liang stared in astonishment, incredulity washing over him as he touched his chest, finding it entirely devoid of pain. This deepened Liang's reverence for Lishinga. "If you dare to deceive me, I will make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death," Lishinga stated with an impassive expression. Liang shivered and quickly replied, "I dare not. I assure you that everything I say is true. Let us hope so. Now, at once, lead us to the so-called Brother Jin you mentioned." Chapter 42. The Ruthlessness of Lishinga. Half an hour later, under Liang's guidance, Lishinga and his companions finally arrived at Brother Jin's residence. Nestled in a secluded village, it was the dead of night, and the villagers had long succumbed to slumber. Although the barking of dogs startled a few, the sight of looming dark figures outside sent them retreating back indoors. In a corner of the village, an old oil lamp flickered, casting a dim light. Brother Jin was engrossed in perusing an ancient tome, his focus unwavering. "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" his wife whispered from the bed, a note of complaint in her voice. "Go to sleep. I shall read a little longer," Brother Jin replied with a hint of impatience. She shot him a sidelong glance, grumbling, "I cannot fathom what is causing such racket tonight. Those cursed dogs are keeping me awake." Brother Jin was entirely absorbed in the text, oblivious to his wife's words. At last, he seemed to uncover something of significance within the pages, slapping his thigh in excitement. "I found the solution. At last, I have discovered the way. The blood spirit flame python enters a deep slumber for 3 days every 3 months. That will be my moment to act. What are you muttering about over there?" Observing her husband's secretive demeanor, the wife inquired with curiosity. Jean retorted with annoyance, dismissing her concern. "A woman shouldn't be so inquisitive. By the way, what were you saying just now?" "I mentioned that the dogs are making an unbearable ruckus tonight. It's quite peculiar. They've never been this noisy before," the wife replied, a hint of bewilderment in her tone. Upon hearing these words, a sudden premonition of impending misfortune washed over Jean. He had always placed great faith in his intuition. "My dear, quickly gather my belongings. I must depart," Jean urged with haste. "But didn't you just return today? Besides, where would you go at this late hour?" the wife questioned, albeit reluctantly, as she rose to assist Jean in packing his satchel. As Jean, with his satchel slung over his shoulder, opened the front door, he froze in place, his foot retreating back inside. Standing before him were several figures clad in black robes, their presence exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Each was armed with a scimitar at their waist, mounted upon imposing steeds, looking down upon him. "So Jean, where do you intend to venture at this late hour?" a youthful voice inquired with a smile. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut once more. However, in the ensuing moment, a tremendous force struck, shattering the door into splinters. Jean was sent hurtling backward, colliding forcefully against the wall, causing him to cough up a considerable amount of blood. The impact of the blow left him feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced. As he attempted to rise, he found himself immobilized by 2 powerful hands pressing down upon his shoulders, rendering him utterly unable to move. Immediately, his parents, son, and wife, who were deep in slumber, were seized by the cloaked figures and forced to kneel with their heads bowed, gazing into the eyes of his loved ones, filled with terror and panic. Zhou Jin's eyes widened in fury, his rage threatening to erupt. He bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you invade a private residence at such an ungodly hour? Is there no law?" The group of dark-robed figures erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. The leader, a young man, stepped forward. It was Lishinga. He waved his hand, silencing the laughter that echoed around them. "Take us to the blood spirit fruit, and I shall spare your family," Lishinga stated coolly. Though Zhou Jin feigned calmness, a tempest raged within him. They had indeed come for the blood spirit fruit. How did they know of its existence? The only person privy to this knowledge, Yang, had been silenced by his own hand on the mountain, a dagger piercing his heart. Everything should have been impeccably concealed. They must be attempting to deceive him. "My lord, what are you speaking of? What is the blood spirit fruit?" "I know nothing of it," Zhou Jin replied, feigning confusion. Lishinga let out a cold laugh, appreciating the act. He lightly clapped his hands, and a figure emerged from behind him, someone Zhou Jin recognized all too well. You should know this person, Li Xinge remarked. Zhou Jin, confronted with that familiar visage, felt as though struck by lightning. He uttered in disbelief, Liang? How is this possible? You were supposed to be dead. Upon seeing the elder brother who had once cared for him so tenderly, Liang let out a bitter laugh and retorted, your strike was indeed precise. But alas, my heart resides on the right. Zhou Jin was struck with sudden clarity. So that was it. Had I known earlier, I should have severed his head. Regret consumed Zhou Jin, realizing that his oversight had brought about an unspeakable calamity. Now, can you lead us to the blood spirit fruit? Li Xinge inquired nonchalantly. This esteemed sir, do not be deceived by his fabrications. He is merely attempting to orchestrate my demise in retaliation for my actions against him. After years of gathering herbs, I have never encountered such a blood spirit fruit. Zhou Jin argued, clinging to a glimmer of hope. The blood spirit fruit was a legendary treasure, his sole opportunity to alter his fate. Relinquishing it was a notion he could not bear. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Li Xinge's dwindling patience had been exhausted by Zhou Jin's defiance. He beckoned, and from behind him, two cloaked practitioners of the Li family emerged, drawing their blades. Before Zhou Jin's horrified gaze, they swiftly severed the heads of his parents. The blood gushed forth, splattering onto his wife, who fainted in terror. As he beheld the lifeless heads, their eyes eternally shut, Zhou Jin fell to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Father, mother, do you comprehend now? Li Xinge smiled. I have never encountered the blood spirit fruit. I do not know where it lies. Zhou Jin roared in desperation. Bravo, excellent. I admire your resilience, Li Xinge applauded. Eliminate another to jog his memory. As you command, master. The robed cultivator grinned fiendishly as he approached Zhou Jin's spouse, delivering a sharp blow to her countenance. Awakened by the slap, Zhou Jin's wife recalled the preceding horror, emitting a piercing shriek. A swift stroke of the blade silenced her, another head severed. Recollect now? Li Xinge inquired with a smile, yet to Zhou Jin, it seemed as though a demon had emerged from the depths of hell. Even Liang, who harbored deep resentment for Zhou Jin, was taken aback by the ruthlessness of these black-clad figures. Zhou Jin was numb. The robed cultivator then dragged forth Zhou Jin's son, who had fainted in terror. Surveying the boy, Li Xinge remarked, remarkable resemblance to his father, as if cast from the same mold. I'll speak. These words were the final straw. Zhou Jin's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He wept bitterly. I know the location of the blood spirit fruit. I know the path. I implore you, spare my son. He is my only son. Li Xinge chuckled softly. You see, how much simpler had you spoken sooner. Their lives would have been spared. Zhou Jin sobbed uncontrollably. Now lead the way. Chapter 43. The acquisition of the blood spirit fruit. A bargain with the blood spirit flame python under Zhou Jin's guidance. The party, brandishing torches, ventured into the green grain mountain range under the cloak of night. Upon entering the mountains, a piercing howl of wolves echoed through the air. The depths of the night forest were a haven for ferocious beasts. As it was late, the pace of the group was languid. After advancing for half an hour, Li Xinge abruptly raised his hand. The members of the Li clan swiftly drew their blades, their expressions vigilant as they guarded against all directions. A chilling, elongated wolf howl resonated through the woods, lingering in the atmosphere. Soon after, pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness, fixated on the intruders encroaching upon their territory. Flickering with ominous intent, the elder stepped forward, unabashedly unleashing his aura, startling the wolf pack into a hasty retreat. The group continued onward, unaware of how long they traversed the obscurity. As dawn approached, Zhou Jin pointed towards a waterfall, speaking softly, we have arrived. The blood spirit fruit lies within the valley behind this waterfall. Li Xinge glanced at Liang, who nodded in affirmation. My lord, he speaks the truth. But he has yet to mention one critical detail. A remarkably powerful serpent guards the blood spirit fruit. Li Xinge cast a cold glance at Zhou Jin, who evidently felt guilty and averted his gaze. Leading the way ahead, the thought of the serpent's formidable strength and ferocity darkened Zhou Jin's countenance. Yet he dared not oppose Li Xinge's will. With a steely resolve, he plunged into the pool, followed by the others. As they traversed through the tumultuous waterfall, they beheld a narrow gorge. Li Xinge instructed Zhou Jin and Liang to lead the way. The group entered the valley in an orderly fashion. Gazing upon the seemingly endless expanse of medicinal herbs before them, the onlookers, despite their prior mental preparations, were nonetheless profoundly shaken. As they ventured further, they beheld the legendary blood spirit fruit tree. The enchanting fragrance wafting through the air set their blood aflame with excitement. "Indeed, it is undoubtedly the blood spirit fruit," exclaimed the Grand Elder, his face alight with exhilaration. Li Xinga inhaled deeply, becoming somewhat entranced by the alluring aroma. This blood spirit fruit, if consumed, could sustain him through months of arduous cultivation. In an instant, Li Xinga's gaze towards the fruit turned fervent and avaricious. He leapt into the air, landing upon the massive corpse of a demon, and, fixated on the tempting blood spirit fruit above, reached out to pluck it. Yet, a sudden twist of fate ensued. A furious hiss echoed from the depths of the cavern, followed by the colossal form of a demon serpent bursting forth with unyielding ferocity. Li Xinga hastily retreated. The serpent coiled protectively around the blood spirit fruit tree, deviating from its usual aggression, merely flicking its tongue and issuing warning hisses. Possessing a significant degree of intelligence, it sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Li Xinga. This hairless monkey was not to be trifled with. Li Xinga narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the colossal creature before him, feeling diminutive like an ant in comparison. The Grand Elder, recognizing the creature's identity at a glance, turned to Li Xinga with a grave expression, warning, "Master, be cautious. It is an adult blood spirit flame python, skilled in the mastery of fire." The adult blood spirit flame python possesses strength comparable to that of a human practitioner at the Qi blood realm. However, according to the records in the Manual of 10,000 Beasts, it is unusual for an adult blood spirit flame python to grow to such a size. Li Xinga speculated that it must have undergone a transformation due to consuming the blood spirit fruit, resulting in its immense stature. Indeed, this blood spirit flame python is no trivial adversary, the Grand Elder remarked with a grave tone. "It's merely a beast," Li Xinga retorted confidently. With those words, he soared into the sky, a formidable pressure emanating from him, sweeping across the entire valley like a tempest. Under this terrifying aura, everyone felt as insignificant as ants. As they gazed at the figure suspended in midair, their eyes filled with increasing reverence. Even the Grand Elder, a fellow practitioner of the Qi blood realm, felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. "The Master's strength has likely reached an unimaginable level," he marveled, stroking his beard in astonishment. Li Xinga's gaze was sharp as he unsheathed the sword of void severance from his waist. Gripping the blade, which could cut through iron like mud, he descended from the heights and struck downwards with a force akin to thunder, aiming at the demonic serpent. Hiss! Confronted with this descending onslaught, the blood spirit flame python revealed a hint of trepidation in its large, bell-like eyes. It opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that erupted forth like an active volcano, capable of melting anything in its path. The clash between sword energy and flames ensued. A relentless duel, yet ultimately Li Xinga held the upper hand. The domineering sword energy pierced through the fiery barrier, cleaving the flames asunder and delivering a heavy strike upon the form of the blood spirit flame python. Sparks erupted as the formidable scales were sliced open, creating a gruesome wound from which the searing demonic blood gushed forth like a fountain. In agony, the blood spirit flame python emitted a mournful wail that reverberated throughout the valley. Racked with pain, its serpentine eyes were filled with fury. With a sweeping motion, its massive tail crashed against the stone wall, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the rock, causing countless fragments to rain down like droplets of rain. The Li family cultivators, witnessing this, hastily raised their blades to defend themselves. However, a boulder weighing thousands of pounds descended upon them with the weight of a mountain. This was beyond what mere physical cultivators could withstand. Fortunately, the Grand Elder stepped forth in a timely manner, unleashing a powerful surge of vitality. He leaped into the fray, his fists clenched, and struck the colossal boulder with a resounding blow, causing it to explode into countless pieces. Meanwhile, a new round of confrontation commenced between Li Xinga and the blood spirit flame python. One wielded a sword while the other unleashed flames, their battle proving to be a fierce stalemate. The mutated blood spirit flame python possessed tremendous strength, rendering even Li Xinga, who had reached a minor success in the vitality realm, unable to defeat it swiftly. "Master, I come to assist you," the Grand Elder bellowed as he soared into the battlefield. Under the combined onslaught of the two vitality realm cultivators, the serpent found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining numerous injuries, and its breath began to wane. Possessing high intelligence, it understood all too well that if the battle continued, it would ultimately forfeit its life. Though reluctant to part with the blood spirit fruit, the preservation of one's life ultimately takes precedence. After successfully repelling the two once more, the blood spirit serpent let out a roar and swiftly retreated into its lair amidst their astonished gazes. This cunning serpent is indeed astute. Li Xinga sheathed his sword and smiled. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should pursue it relentlessly and slay this serpent demon, suggested the Grand Elder. Li Xinga shook his head. That would be unwise. Within the cave, our abilities are limited, and it would be exceedingly difficult to kill it. This serpent is truly crafty, the Grand Elder remarked, brimming with indignation. Nevertheless, our primary goal is not its demise, but the blood spirit fruit. Now, the blood spirit fruit belongs to us. With a beaming smile, Li Xinga gazed at the heavy fruits dangling from the blood spirit tree. Quickly, let us gather all the blood spirit fruits. Be cautious in your movements, commanded the Grand Elder in a low voice. The two cultivators from the Li family immediately began to harvest the blood spirit fruits with utmost care. In no time, the tree stood bare of its fruits, totaling 17. Each fruit is worth a fortune, and this venture has undoubtedly proven lucrative for the Li family. As Li Xinga surveyed the golden fruit tree, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, Grand Elder, if we merely harvest the fruits, that seems rather short-sighted. Why not transplant this golden fruit tree back to our clan? It would prove to be a lasting investment. The Grand Elder, intrigued by this proposition, soon shook his head. The blood spirit tree is exceedingly particular about its growing conditions. It can only thrive upon the flesh and blood of great demons. The great demon has succumbed to decay, its blood and flesh seeping into the earth, ceaselessly nourishing the blood spirit fruit tree, allowing it to blossom and bear fruit. If removed, the tree is destined for demise. What a pity! Li Xinga lamented with a hint of regret. To relocate it home might benefit others, yet to destroy it would be a grievous waste. Amidst his turmoil, Li Xinga glanced into the depths of the cave, where a pair of crimson eyes, filled with rage, fixed upon him, a faint smile suddenly gracing his lips. Flame Python, I am aware of your considerable intellect. You can comprehend my words. How about we strike a deal? No response echoed from the cave. The blood spirit Flame Python remained ensconced within. If you do not emerge, I shall resort to more forceful measures to slay you. It would be a lamentable end to your century of arduous cultivation. Li Xinga's tone was laced with menacing threat. With a hiss, the blood spirit Flame Python reluctantly slithered out from the cave, its gaze wary as it scrutinized Li Xinga. A creature that responds only to force, Li Xinga inwardly cursed. He produced 2 blood spirit fruits. Flame Python, let us make a bargain. In exchange for these 2 fruits, will you guard this valley for me? As the Flame Python beheld the 2 fruits in Li Xinga's hand, its eyes widened, drool escaping uncontrollably. It flicked its long tongue, instinctively yearning to snatch them. Li Xinga scoffed. The Flame Python snapped back to reality, realizing that this seemingly hairless monkey was far too formidable for it to contend with. You must agree before I grant you the fruits. With a mirthful countenance, Li Xinga chuckled. After a period of internal deliberation, the blood spirit Flame Python acquiesced with a nod. Hiss. The Flame Python has consented, though not through coercion. Li Xinga promptly tossed 2 blood spirit fruits to the serpent, which it devoured with evident relish. Flame Python, your sagacity is known to me, and you must be aware of the repercussions of violating our accord. Hiss. The blood spirit Flame Python inclined its head slightly. Li Xinga was pleased with the serpent's understanding. He produced a command token from his sleeve, ebony in hue, adorned with intertwined dragons, and bearing a prominent golden character. Li, possession of this token grants unimpeded passage through the valley. Absence thereof will be met with lethal force. Without quarter, the blood spirit Flame Python fixed its gaze upon the token, as if to indelibly imprint its image upon its mind. Hiss. The Flame Python has committed it to memory. A smile once more graced Li Xinga's visage. The acquisition of the blood spirit Flame Python through the exchange of 2 blood spirit fruits may appear to be a loss. However, in actuality, Li Xinga has procured the services of a combatant equivalent to a Qi and Blood Realm adept, a blood spirit fruit tree, and a naturally regenerative medicinal field. To commemorate our auspicious partnership, these morsels are offered to you. Li Xinga spoke with a gentle laugh as Al Yang, Zhou Jin, and his young son were thrust forward, their expressions reflecting utter bewilderment. Upon beholding Al Yang and Zhou Jin, the blood spirit Flame Python paused, momentarily taken aback. It was only then that he realized it was the hairless monkey that had escaped from him yesterday. It was precisely because of these 2 fleeing hairless monkeys that this malevolent star had emerged, seizing the blood spirit fruit that he had guarded for many years. Curse be it, the blood spirit Flame Python was consumed by rage. Hiss. Zojin suddenly found himself in a dire predicament. His teeth chattered as he stammered. Master, what do you mean? I have already found the blood spirit fruit for you. Indeed, but you know too much. I cannot be at ease. I trust only the dead to keep secrets, Li Xinga replied expressionlessly. You promised me you would spare my life. You cannot go back on your word. Zojin roared. His face flushed with anger. My promise to you does not imply a promise from others. Li Xinga sneered repeatedly. I must have been blind to believe your deceit. Zojin laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with despair. You are ruthless. You shall certainly meet a wretched end. He cursed vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Xinga. Li Xinga paid no heed to Zojin's curses. If curses held any power, he would have perished countless times already. Even if that day comes, you shall not witness it. So, Flame Python, what are you waiting for? The blood spirit Flame Python, already impatient, opened its gaping maw and swallowed the three of them whole. Sated, it let out a resounding belch. In his final moments, Zojin pondered if he had not been so bewitched by greed, perhaps he would not have met such a tragic fate of ruin. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse. Chapter 44. The Selection Conference. Upon acquiring the blood spirit fruits, Li Xinga and his companions hastened their return to Qingfeng Valley. As for the herbs within the valley, the herbalists of the Li family would naturally attend to their collection in due course. In the Li family's council hall at Qingfeng Valley, the 6 esteemed elders were seated in order. Esteemed elders, Li Xinga spoke solemnly. I have bestowed 2 blood spirit fruits upon the blood spirit Flame Python, leaving us with 15. I propose the following allocation. The elders attentively perked up their ears. I shall take 6, the Grand Elder 3, and the remaining 5 elders will each receive 1. As for the final fruit, I suggest we reserve it for an outstanding young member of our clan. What are your thoughts? The Grand Elder was the first to rise, clasping his fists in salute. Patriarch, I have contributed little effort and feel unworthy of such an honor. The blood spirit fruit is exceedingly precious. To bestow it upon an old man like myself would indeed be a grievous waste. The patriarch is still young, and the hopes of our family rest upon your shoulders. It is most fitting that you enjoy these blood spirit fruits. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the other elders earnestly expressed their willingness to relinquish their shares. Observing this scene, Li Xinga felt a profound sense of gratitude for the elders' selflessness. In the outside world, a single blood spirit fruit could incite madness and unleash a torrent of bloodshed. Yet, within the Li family, its true value lay not in the immense power it could confer, but in the cherished bonds of familial affection it represented. Very well, esteemed elders, I appreciate your goodwill. 6 blood spirit fruits are more than sufficient for me. Even more, it would merely be an embellishment to an already splendid tapestry. Yet for you, there remains boundless potential. If the family could gain another member at the Qi and Blood realm, my burden would be significantly lightened. Li Xinga said with a smile. The family head had spoken thus, and the elders no longer hesitated, silently resolving not to disappoint his expectations. Family head, in 3 days, the annual new blood selection assembly will commence. We await your decision on which elder shall attend. The Grand Elder suddenly spoke up. The new blood selection assembly was a method by which the Li family absorbed fresh talent from their mortal branches. A great family with over 2 centuries of heritage naturally could not consist of merely 1,000 members. Over 200 years, those of the Li family without the aptitude for cultivation gradually descended the mountains, blending into the mortal world, spreading their branches and leaves, forming the collateral branches of the Li family. Today, these collateral branches number over 100,000. The new blood selection assembly is the means to sift through these branches for those with the talent for cultivation, bringing them back to the ancestral lands to strengthen the main family. Like the 4th elder, Li Xuanzong, who emerged as a standout from the new blood selection assembly. Li Xinga's gaze swept over the assembly. The 6th elder, Li Yanjiao, stood up and volunteered. Family head, let me take charge of this year's new blood selection assembly. What say the rest of the elders? Agreed. Approved. Li Xinga finalized the decision. Then the matter of the new blood selection shall be entirely entrusted to the 6th elder. After discussing several other significant family matters, the council finally came to a close. Several elders departed in succession, their eagerness palpable as they sought to harness the efficacy of the blood spirit fruit to elevate their realms. Li Xinga, likewise, opted for seclusion. The 6 blood spirit fruits were sufficient to bestow a significant enhancement to his prowess. In a dilapidated earthen house in a small town by the river, a young boy, appearing no older than 7 or 8, bared his torso, and relentlessly pounded a wooden training dummy under the scorching sun. Despite his tender age, his skin was darkened by the sun, and his small fists were calloused from toil. Not far away, a middle-aged woman, laboring at a loom, cast a sympathetic glance at the boy in the yard. With a heart full of concern, she turned to the man sharpening a knife beside her and said, "My dear, under such a blazing sun, perhaps we should allow him to rest for a while before he continues practicing." The man shook his head in refusal. "No, we cannot delay. In 3 days, the selection for the new assembly will commence. Xingzong must break through to the body refinement realm within these 2 days to return to the main clan." The woman, with a furrowed brow, replied, "I do not comprehend the benefits of returning to the main clan. Is it not enough to lead a simple life as an ordinary person, cultivating the land and weaving? Why must my child, at such a young age, endure so much hardship? How can you be so unyielding as a father?" With tears in her eyes, she lamented, "My dear, returning to the main clan has been the aspiration of our family for generations. From my grandfather to my father, and now to me and Xingzong. We have all strived for this dream." Having spoken, he set down his knife and approached the boy. "Xingzong, how many times must I tell you, when practicing your punches, your stance must be firm, and your strength must converge in one place to strike decisively. Why do you always seem to forget?" The man spoke with an exceedingly stern tone. Gazing at his fierce father, Xingzong pouted, and his eyes turned red, clearly on the verge of tears. He couldn't comprehend why. Despite being the same age as other children, they could frolic joyfully with their friends every day, while he was relentlessly pushed by his father to practice martial arts. "What are you crying for? Hold it in. A true man, a real gentleman, sheds no tears lightly." With that, he raised his hand as if to strike. But the woman hastily rushed over, grasping the man's hand, exclaiming, "If you must strike, then do so upon me." Simultaneously, she cast a discreet glance at Xingzong, urging him to flee. A surge of joy filled Xingzong's heart. At last, he could join his companions in play. He happily dashed out of the house. "You indulge him too much," the man sighed helplessly, watching Xingzong's jubilant figure disappear. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. He picked up the sharpened axe and slung the grass basket over his shoulder. "Where are you off to in the midday sun? Xingzong's daily martial training is quite taxing, and our family's circumstances are meager. I have arranged with Tinio and the others to hunt in the mountains, hoping to procure something to replenish Xingzong's vitality." "You cannot go," said Xiaoxi. "There have been reports of a man-eating mountain lord roaming the woods. It is perilous." The woman expressed her concern. "Do not worry. I am well aware of what I am doing." The man did not lift his head as he exited with his bow and arrows. As dusk descended, the woman prepared dinner, yet the man had not yet returned. Anxiously, she paced back and forth in the yard. "Mother, when can we eat? I am so hungry." Xingzong gently caressed his growling stomach, his face contorted in distress. "Just a little longer. When your father returns, we shall dine," the woman consoled him. At that moment, a commotion arose outside, and the woman's expression brightened as she hurried to the door. However, upon opening it, she was met not with the sight of her longed-for husband. "Sister-in-law, we encountered the mountain lord, Quan Gu, to hold off the enemy for us." The woman's vision blurred, and she fainted. "Sister, sister." A day later, Xingzong sat on the steps, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distance. "Father, why do you not return?" he murmured, though deep down, he understood that his stern yet loving father would never come back. "Ah!" Xingzong cried out, rushing to the wooden puppet his father had crafted for him. Once a source of disdain, he now unleashed his fury upon it, striking it repeatedly until his knuckles broke skin and bled, yet he felt no pain. After venting his frustration, he clutched the puppet and wept bitterly. To strike, one must maintain a stable stance, concentrating one's strength in a single blow to defeat the foe. His father's words echoed vividly in his mind. "Father, I shall remember. I will no longer disregard your teachings. I will not be lazy again. I will grow stronger. I will avenge you. I am Li Xingzong, the Li Xingzong who brings glory to our ancestors." Chapter 45. The selection begins. 9-tier talent time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the Li family's new blood selection event arrived. Elder Li Yanzhao, accompanied by several dozen cultivators from the Li family, arrived a day in advance at Li Family Town. This town, populated by the most numerous collateral descendants of the Li clan, boasts approximately 50,000 residents. Early in the morning, Relatives of the Li family from all directions gathered around the ancestral hall of the collateral branch, creating a bustling scene. At that moment, before Li Yanzhao and his companions entered the venue, they were already engaged in animated conversations with familiar faces. "I have heard that the one presiding over this new blood selection conference is Elder Six?" inquired a collateral family member, holding a child, with a look of curiosity. "Indeed. Elder Six is the youngest elder of the main lineage, and it is rumored that he will become the youngest blood realm cultivator after succeeding the family head," replied another, filled with admiration. "Speaking of the family head, it is truly remarkable to wield such authority at just a tender age, commanding the main lineage with such prowess," remarked a younger collateral member, his expression tinged with envy. "Without a doubt, with the family head's innate talent, even the legendary innate realm seems attainable. In time, the name of the Qingfeng Li clan will spread far and wide across the counties," added another enthusiastically. "Who do you think among the children has a chance to return to the main lineage through this new blood selection?" whispered an inquisitive soul. "I believe the town chief's child stands a good chance. I have heard that at such a young age, he possesses extraordinary strength, capable of overpowering several robust adults. Moreover, I even heard the town chief mention that his ancestor shares lineage with the family head, making him, in terms of generation, a grandson of the family head. How shameless of him to leverage such connections at his age." Someone scoffed in response. "The head of the main lineage is indeed a figure of exceptional merit, a true dragon among men. It is not merely us ordinary folk who aspire to such heights. Even the prominent families yearn to ascend. The daughter of Li Chengjia from the eastern town is commendable as well, her swordsmanship refined to a masterful degree at such a tender age. The young dragon from the neighboring town also holds promise." "Xingzong, we are nearing Li family town," the woman said, her burden slung over her shoulder, gesturing towards the town in the distance. "I understand, mother," replied Xingzong, his small face resolute. "You must strive to excel in the selection, to return to the main lineage and bring comfort to your father's spirit in the heavens," the woman said, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Do not worry, mother, I will not let you down again," Xingzong vowed, clenching his fists in determination. In the side hall of the clan, a profound silence enveloped the space. "The sixth elder has arrived," a resonant voice echoed, instantly silencing the previously boisterous hall. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path. Dozens of Li family cultivators moved gracefully through the throng, hands resting on their waist blades, standing vigil on either side of the hall. The solemn-faced sixth elder strode forward with purpose, first bowing respectfully to the side hall. "I am Li Yanzhao, the sixth elder of the main lineage, hereby the command of the family head to preside over this new blood selection conference." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the ears of every attendee. "Greetings, sixth elder." The assembled thousands bowed in unison, their voices resounding through the air, leaving a profound impact on all present. "Allow me to elucidate the regulations of the new blood selection conference. Irrespective of gender, all descendants aged between 5 and 10 years from the collateral branches are eligible to participate. Those who partake in the new blood selection will deposit a drop of their blood upon the talent testing stone. A single flicker of the stone signifies a low talent rating, 2 flickers denote an average talent, 3 indicate a high talent, and 4 signify an exceptional talent. Individuals of exceptional talent will gain direct admission through the selection process, be recorded in the family lineage, and receive focused cultivation from the clan. Those with high talent shall enjoy the same privileges as ordinary members of the main lineage. However, individuals with average or low talent shall be deemed unqualified. Yet, do not lose heart. Should you manage to break through to the body refinement stage before the age of 10, you may still return to the main clan. Do you all comprehend? "We understand." The crowd responded in unison. Li Yanzhao nodded. "Now, I hereby declare the 171st New Blood Selection Conference of the Qingfeng Li clan officially commenced." As his words echoed, the thunderous sound of firecrackers erupted in a cacophony. Once the firecrackers ceased, the talent testing commenced. The first participant, Li Luan, a Li family steward, announced loudly. A boy, approximately 6 or 7 years of age, approached with a nervous expression, trembling as he extended his hand and closed his eyes. The clan's cultivator responsible for the talent assessment pricked his hand with a needle, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the talent testing stone. The stone flickered once, then remained unresponsive. Li Luan, low talent, unqualified. Next, the cultivator shook his head. delivering the verdict with the coldness and ruthlessness of fate itself. Li Luan descended from the stage with reddened eyes, embracing his somewhat disappointed father as he wept uncontrollably. Li Zan, with mediocre talent, disqualified. Next, Li Shan, with below-average talent, disqualified. Next, Li Heng, with below-average talent, disqualified. Next, Li Yuzhen, with exceptional talent, qualified. After filtering out more than 20 children, the first successful candidate finally emerged. His parents were overwhelmed with joy, their tears flowing freely. The onlookers cast envious glances at them, recognizing that they had given birth to a promising child, ensuring a life free from worries in the years to come. However, Li Yanzhao remained composed. With exceptional talent, his potential was limited to the physical realm, hardly stirring any emotion within him. Next, Li Jia, with mediocre talent, disqualified. Disqualified. Li Xuanzhong, with exceptional talent, qualified. Disqualified. Disqualified. Next, Li Wu, a robust child with a fierce appearance, stepped onto the stage, fearlessly extending his hand. Someone immediately recognized him. He is the mayor's child. It was said that this boy, despite his tender age, possessed innate strength. And now it seemed that those rumors were not unfounded. At merely 7 or 8 years old, his physique resembled that of a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Yet, one might wonder, what use is great strength if talent is lacking? He too would eventually be eliminated. Someone remarked with a hint of sarcasm. However, it wasn't long before the results of the aptitude test delivered a resounding slap to his face. When Li Wu's blood dripped onto the aptitude testing stone, it erupted in a dazzling display, igniting a tremendous uproar. My goodness, he possesses a 9th-grade talent. One exclaimed, and chaos ensued. A 9th-grade talent, as expected, heralded the emergence of yet another 4th elder. The 4th elder himself had been identified with a 9th-grade talent in his youth, subsequently receiving the family's focused cultivation, ultimately rising to become a prominent figure, wielding immense power. I have always asserted that the son of the town mayor is exceptional. I never anticipated that he would leap over the Dragon Gate in such a manner. You certainly didn't say that just moments ago, someone teased. Meanwhile, Li Wu's father, the mayor of Li Family Town, struck himself hard across the face in disbelief. The sharp sting of pain confirmed that he was not caught in a dream. Overwhelmed, he knelt on the ground and wept openly, exclaiming, "Ancestors, do you see this? After a century, my branch shall return to the ancestral lands." No one ridiculed his display of emotion. Instead, their eyes were filled with pure envy and admiration. The return to the ancestral lands, to bring glory to the family name, is the aspiration of every branch of the Li family. Chapter 46. 8th grade talent. The Song family's decision at that moment, the 6th elder, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, gazing at the spirited child on the stage with a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned to a steward from the Li family beside him, his mood evidently lifted, and remarked, with a 9th grade talent, "This child appears promising." Beside him, the steward of the Li family smiled in agreement, saying, "Indeed, elder, the last time a talent of the 9th rank was detected was 2 decades ago. Unfortunately, that child perished during his external training. Otherwise, our clan might have gained another elder." The 6th elder expressed his regret. The talent assessment continued fervently, yet unfortunately. After an hour had passed, no further children with notable talents had emerged. "Mother, why haven't we been called yet?" Xingzong, grasping his mother's hand, inquired with growing impatience. "We arrived late. It will come soon. Just a moment longer," the woman soothingly replied, stroking Xingzong's head. After another quarter of an hour, the call was made. Next, Li Xingzong. Upon hearing his name, both mother and son perked up. "Go on, Xingzong. You are your father's son. Do not bring shame upon yourself." Xingzong nodded, and with his mother's encouraging gaze upon him, he strode forward with his head held high. This child is indeed extraordinary, amidst such a crowd. He shows no signs of trepidation, one onlooker remarked. Indeed, many of the little ones before him have already been brought to tears, as the needle pierced his fingertip. Watching the blood drip onto the talent assessment stone, Xingzong's heart raced with determination. "I must succeed. I must succeed." Xingzong fixated on the talent assessment stone, his eyes unwavering. The stone began to shimmer, emanating a soft red glow. 1 flash, 2 flashes, 3 flashes, 4 flashes, 5 flashes. It flashed 5 times. Surely, I did not misinterpret what I witnessed. The monk responsible for the test, Li Jiaxiu, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. An 8th tier talent. It is the legendary 8th tier talent. Someone voiced the thought first, and the atmosphere of the entire branch family's ancestral hall erupted. Countless relatives began to dance and cheer wildly. The usually composed sixth elder was so astonished that he stood up abruptly. With a leap, he reached the talent assessment platform, grasped Xingzong's hand, and pressed it against the talent testing stone. The stone flickered once again, flashing 5 times in succession. Li Yinzhao trembled slightly, struggling to believe, an 8th-tier talent. It truly is an 8th-tier talent. It appears that the heavens have favored the Qing Fengli clan. Child, your name is Li Xingzong, is it not? Li Yinzhao asked, his voice quaking. Yes, esteemed elder, my father named me Li Xingzong, hoping that I could bring glory to our clan. Xingzong thought of his father, who had perished at the jaws of a tiger, and his eyes reddened. Good child, Li Yinzhao said, patting Xingzong's head with a look of satisfaction. Your father has nurtured a pillar of talent for our Li family. An 8th-tier talent, if he does not falter along the way. Ascending to the blood realm is a certainty. Following the clan leader, there will be a 7th-tier talent and an 8th-tier talent. The Li family's future is secure. Xingzong rushed towards his mother, who covered her mouth in disbelief. Mother, I did it. I did not let father down. I will strive to grow stronger and become a person of worth to our family. The woman embraced Xingzong, weeping uncontrollably. Dear, do you see? The child you raised has achieved greatness. A quarter of an hour later, with the elimination of the final child, this year's selection of new blood has officially concluded. A total of 1 individual with an 8th-tier talent, Li Xingzong, 1 with a 9th-tier talent, Li Wu, and 11 possessing upper-tier talents. The others remain nameless. These children will all be taken back to Qifeng Valley, and Li Xingzong and Li Wu will be recorded in the family genealogy. Elder, the gains from this new blood selection have surpassed all previous years. In past years, it was already commendable for the collateral branches to produce a few upper-tier gifted children. Last year, there were merely 3 with upper-tier talents. The probability of a mortal giving rise to a child with such talents is exceedingly low. The steward remarked in astonishment. Ever since the clan had ascended to his position, our Qing Fengli family has indeed flourished immensely. Upon hearing this, the 6th elder nodded in agreement. He held immense admiration and reverence for the clan head, who was merely the age of his own son. By the way, elder, should we not hasten to return with this new blood? The steward suggested with a serious expression. The 6th elder suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his demeanor turning somber. You are correct. Fortunately, you reminded me. We must first send word back to the clan and dispatch someone to come for us. Additionally, convey my orders to return to the clan immediately. An 8th-tier talent is truly astonishing. The Li family already boasts a matured Li Xingga, and should another Li Xingzong emerge, many may become restless. Though the current Li family is robust, there will always be those willing to take risks. After all, a genius that has not matured cannot be deemed a true genius. Without any delay, the group hastened home with this new influx of talent. In a secluded corner, a falcon soared swiftly towards a specific destination, White Wave Valley, the stronghold of the Bai Bo Song clan. The falcon landed atop a pavilion, where a middle-aged man approached, untied the message tube bound to the bird's talon, and retrieved the confidential letter. Unfolding the missive, he read, the Li family has introduced new blood, 1 with an 8th-grade talent and another with a 9th-grade talent. Both have returned to Qingfeng Valley. The man's pupils constricted, his countenance shifting from pale to ashen. In the Song family's council hall, 8 elders sat in solemnity, their expressions grave. The clan leader, Song Tianbua, furrowed his brow as he took his seat at the head of the table. Greetings, clan leader. The 8 elders intoned in unison. Given the urgency of the matter, let us dispense with formalities. A report has arrived from the shadow operatives. The recent talent selection of the Li family has yielded a genius of 8th-grade potential. Song Tianbua's words instantly left the elders of the Song family in a state of shock. The eldest elder, in a fit of agitation, plucked a handful of white beard hairs. What do you propose we do in response? He inquired. The 2nd elder slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming fiercely, is there any need for deliberation? Clan leader, this individual must not be allowed to remain. One Li Xingga has already placed us under immense pressure. If another emerges, will my Song family still have a foothold in Bai County? The 2nd elder's argument was compelling. Our clan has long harbored enmity towards the Li family. If they grow stronger, the first to suffer will undoubtedly be us. Therefore, it is best to take decisive action and eliminate this new blood from the Li family. The 4th elder made a gesture of slitting his throat. Head of the family, I am willing to personally take action to eliminate this menace. The second elder of the Song family implored, possessing the cultivation of the great perfection in the body realm, viewing the sixth elder of the Li family as insignificant. If we take action, it will indeed be a fight to the death with the Li family, the first elder of the Song family expressed with concern. First elder, your excessive caution is unwarranted. Do you believe that if we refrain from acting, the Li family will spare us once they gain power? The second elder retorted angrily. But the supreme elder is currently in seclusion and has not yet emerged. Should we not wait for his return before making a decision? The first elder furrowed his brow. The supreme elder could be in seclusion for several months. By the time he emerges, it may be too late. Indeed, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Head of the family, please issue the order. Several elders declared in unison. On the main seat, Song Tianbo took a deep breath. The elders observed him in silence, fully aware that the decision made by their leader at this moment would determine the rise or fall of the Bai Bo Song clan. Kill. Song Tianbo gritted his teeth. The first elder sighed. Since the head of the family has made his decision, I, too, shall lend my support. Let us proceed. I shall take a trip. As the great elder of the Song family, his strength was formidable, ranking third after the supreme elder and Song Tianbo. Song Tianbo waved his hand dismissively. His gaze turned cold, brimming with murderous intent as he declared, I shall take action myself. The elders were taken aback. Was it not overkill for a formidable practitioner of the Qi blood realm to deal with a mere practitioner of the body realm, Li Yanzhao? It seems that several elders have discerned each other's intentions. Just as a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their utmost strength once the decision to act has been made, ensuring a complete guarantee of success. This is indeed the most prudent course of action, remarked Song Tianbo, his eyes gleaming with insight. The head of the family is truly wise. Chapter 47. A misstep, is destiny in the hands of Li? At the Fengqingtai Pavilion, Li Yanzhao and his entourage were traversing the essential route back to the Qingfeng Valley. A group of several dozen riders galloped swiftly along the main road. After passing the Fengqingtai Pavilion, only 30 more miles remained. Li Yanzhao thought to himself, urging, let us quicken our pace. He brandished his whip to encourage his companions. Yet their speed had already reached its limit. No matter the desire for haste, it was unattainable. Atop the Fengqingtai Pavilion stood a mysterious figure cloaked entirely in black, revealing only a pair of eyes that glared coldly at the approaching Li Yanzhao and his party, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. They have finally arrived. Meanwhile, Li Yanzhao had also sensed the anomaly. He raised his hand, and the dozens of riders behind him hurried to a halt, drawing their weapons and vigilantly shielding the new blood of their clan in the center. Who are you? I am Li Yanzhao, the sixth elder of the Li family, he declared loudly, cupping his hands in respect. The Li family, huh? It is precisely your kin that I seek to slay. The mysterious figure rasped with a chilling laugh. Subsequently, an overwhelming force surged towards Li Yanzhao and his companions. Confronted with this formidable pressure, Li Yanzhao felt a surge of dread, his expression darkening as he muttered, Blood Qi realm. Although it was anticipated that there would be individuals harboring ill intentions, one could never have imagined that a practitioner of the Qi blood realm would be dispatched to launch a direct assault. What audacity! What grandiosity! With his prowess, facing even a single Qi blood realm cultivator would spell certain doom. Yet, he drew his blade nonetheless. Simultaneously, he shouted to the group of Li clan cultivators behind him, I will hold him off. You must flee quickly. Such commendable courage, though ultimately insufficient. Today, you shall learn that beneath the Qi blood realm, all are but mere insects. The mysterious figure scoffed disdainfully. In an instant, he surged forward, racing towards Li Yanzhao with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the enigmatic figure appeared before Li Yanzhao, his fist clenched, striking towards Li Yanzhao's chest. In a hurried attempt to defend himself, Li Yanzhao swung his blade, but the overwhelming force of the punch shattered his weapon, landing heavily upon his torso. The impact caved in Li Yanzhao's chest, sending his body flying several hundred meters away. With a violent cough, he expelled a mist of blood, his complexion paling to an alarming degree. He struggled to rise, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. The Qi blood realm cultivator is indeed formidable. Had it not been for the blood spirit fruit that enabled my breakthrough to the great perfection stage, I would surely have perished from that very blow. Li Yanzhao's heart raced with terror. Observing that Li Yanzhao had survived his strike, the mysterious figure was momentarily taken aback. However, his objective today was not Li Yanzhao. He turned his gaze towards the new blood of the Li clan, who were fleeing under the protection of their cultivators. abandoning the notion of eliminating Li Yinzhou in favor of pursuing the new bloodline. Sensing the lethal intent behind them, several cultivators from the Li family exchanged glances and promptly turned their horses around. "Take good care of my family." With those words, they fearlessly brandished their blades and charged at the mysterious figure. "Dare to come forth and meet your demise." The mysterious individual scoffed inwardly at the audacity of a few mere body refinement cultivators attempting to obstruct him. With a flick of his fingers, several Li family cultivators were unseated, their eyes wide in horror as a grotesque blood hole appeared on their foreheads. Although these cultivators perished, they successfully delayed the mysterious figure for a brief moment. More riders gallantly surged forward, only to meet their end beneath the mysterious one's lethal fingers. The remaining members, resolute in their determination, sought to sacrifice their lives to afford the newcomers a slim chance of survival. However, the mysterious figure's patience had worn thin. A powerful surge of vital energy erupted, transforming into a barrage of blood arrows mid-air. As the energy reached its zenith, dozens of blood arrows shot forth with blinding speed, threatening to annihilate everyone in their path. Just as the crowd braced for obliteration, two furious voices thundered through the forest like a storm. "You scoundrel, how dare you!" Two formidable figures, radiating an overwhelming presence, appeared before the mysterious individual. United, they conjured a shield of vital energy to deflect the fatal blood arrows. The arrival of these two left the mysterious figure visibly shaken. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. In that instant, he realized that his assassination plot had been thwarted. Faced with two cultivators of equal standing, no matter how arrogant he might be, he dared not assume he could take them both on. A single misstep could cost him his life. As the mysterious figure fled in a panic, the second elder was poised to pursue, only to be restrained by the first elder beside him. The latter shook his head, declaring, "Do not chase any further. He is resolute in his escape, and we cannot catch him. Our immediate priority is to safeguard the new blood and return to the clan, lest our young ones perish in vain." The second elder gazed at the numerous corpses strewn upon the ground, his expression filled with sorrow and indignation. These were indeed the valiant sons of the Li family. "What of the sixth elder?" he inquired. The first elder turned to the surviving Li cultivators behind him, who responded with a voice heavy with grief. "The sixth elder stood alone to buy us time against that man. His fate remains uncertain." The expressions of the first and second elders changed dramatically. They urged, "Quickly search for him. We must see him alive or bring back his remains." Yes. Before long, the nearly unconscious Li Yinzhou was carried back by someone. Upon seeing that the new blood still clung to life, he succumbed to darkness. The two elders felt a wave of relief wash over them at the sight of Li Yinzhou still breathing. The loss of an elder, particularly a young one, would deal a devastating blow to the Li family. "Gather the bodies of our kin and take them home," the first elder said with a heavy heart. "Yes, first elder." The surviving Li cultivators, their eyes red with sorrow, silently bound the corpses of their fallen brothers and bore them upon their backs. "Let us return home." At the Bai Bo Song clan, the anxious elders of the Song family finally awaited the return of their patriarch, Song Tianbua. Upon removing his mask, he spoke in a strained voice, under the expectant gazes of the crowd. "We have failed." "What?" the elders exclaimed in dismay. Despite the patriarch, a cultivator of the Qi and blood realm, personally intervening as a precautionary measure, he was still unable to subdue Li Yinzhou. Could it be that the Li family had concealed a Qi and blood realm cultivator within their ranks? Just as victory seemed within grasp, two Qi and blood realm cultivators from the Li family arrived, rescuing their kin. "Regrettably, I was compelled to retreat to safeguard myself, lest I too should perish there," Song Tianbua elucidated, bringing enlightenment to the assembly. "Was your identity compromised, patriarch?" the first elder of the Song family promptly inquired. Song Tianbua shook his head. "I did not engage them directly and employed a disguise. They should not be able to recognize me. That is a relief." The elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief, as they were not yet fully prepared for a full-scale conflict with the Li family. However, Song Tianbua's subsequent revelation plunged them into despair. "I bring you dire tidings. Following Li Xinga and Li Xiantong, the second elder of the Li family has also ascended to the Qi and blood realm. It was they, those two specifically, who joined forces to force my retreat. Now, the Li family boasts 3 Qi and blood realm cultivators." Upon hearing this, the first elder of the Song family slumped into his chair, lamenting with a bitter smile, "How cruel fate is to my Song family." With his cultivation at the threshold of the Qi and Blood realm, he had attempted to breach the Qi and Blood heavenly gate thrice, each endeavor ending in failure. In this life, he held little hope of advancing to the Qi and Blood realm. The other elders of the Song family also wore expressions of sorrow, wondering if destiny truly favored the Li family of Qingfeng. Chapter 48. The ancestor of the Song family emerges, the choice of the Song family. Patriarch. The Li family has already acquired 3 practitioners in the Blood realm, not to mention the enigmatic Li Xinga. If we continue to wait, we are merely resigning ourselves to our fate, the second elder of the Song family calmly analyzed. What do you propose we do? Song Tianhua asked, his irritation evident as he rubbed his temples. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Those who delay shall suffer. Rather than watching the Li family grow stronger, we should take action and eliminate them, the second elder declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. Song Tianhua sighed bitterly, though I hesitate to admit it. The overall strength of the Li family has indeed surpassed ours. Even with a surprise attack, our odds of victory are slim. Who says we are alone in this? The second elder's eyes sparkled with insight. It may be unrealistic for our Song family to annihilate the Li family single-handedly. But what if we were to ally with several other prominent families in the Blood realm? Song Tianhua shook his head. They are not like us. They harbor no enmity towards the Li family and would not engage in a head-on confrontation. Patriarch, your reasoning is flawed, the second elder interjected, waving his hand dismissively. The head of the Li family has always acted with arrogance and tyranny. How long has he been in power? In such a short time, he has already eradicated several major forces in Baya County. He is still young and will undoubtedly continue to lead the Li family in its expansion. Yet, the territory of Baya County is limited, controlled by our 8 prominent families. Will the Li family spare them when the time comes? Upon hearing this, Song Tianhua suddenly raised his head, a flicker of brilliance crossing his gaze. However, he soon shook his head and said, "What you say has merit. But if that is the sole reason for enlisting their alliance with the Song family, it may not suffice. After years of dealing with those cunning old foxes, how could I not recognize that they are a group who will not act unless they see the hare? Thus, we must offer the interests of our family, coupled with the gains to be derived from the annihilation of the Li family. I refuse to believe they would remain unmoved by such incentives." Upon hearing these words, the elders glared at the second elder in unison, with the first elder vociferously rebuking him. "Second, what are you attempting? The century-old legacy of the Song family has been forged through the toil and blood of our ancestors. Do you now wish to relinquish it so easily? I vehemently oppose. Indeed, second elder, do you seek to betray the interests of our family? What is your true motive?" Someone echoed, "To betray our family's interests. I too shall not consent." Quite so, for if I were to perish, I would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Song family. The elders vociferously pressed the second elder, who coldly sneered, "Do not feign such righteousness. Do you think I am unaware? You merely fear the blade may turn upon you." The faces of several elders flushed crimson as they hastily retorted, "Second elder, cease your nonsensical chatter. I see your intentions are nefarious, aiming to undermine the foundation of the Song family. I stand with a clear conscience. Enough. Do you not regard me as the head of this family?" As the arguments among the crowd escalated in intensity, Song Tianhua could no longer bear to witness the discord and admonished them sharply. As one of the only 2 cultivators of the Blood Qi realm in the Song family, his words commanded immediate respect, and silence enveloped the assembly. "What time is it? And you still engage in petty squabbles?" Song Tianhua sneered, surveying the crowd. "You are all short-sighted, fixating solely on immediate gains. If the Song family were to fall, what good would any of these benefits be?" None of the elders dared to meet Song Tianhua's gaze, bowing their heads in submission. Indeed, the family head spoke truly. In such critical moments of survival, any sacrifice is justifiable if it could procure even a glimmer of hope. A venerable voice resonated from behind the assembly, prompting them to turn in unison. They beheld a frail yet imposing figure, the aged patriarch, Song Zhong, approaching with an air of undeniable authority. Song Tianhua's eyes brightened, and he hastened towards him, speaking with utmost reverence. "Ancestor, have you emerged from seclusion?" The newcomer was none other than Song Zhong, the esteemed pillar of the Song family. He cast a sidelong glance at Song Tianhua, scoffing, "If this old man had not emerged, the Song family would surely perish at your hands within a century." With that, he turned and seated himself upon the throne of the family head. "The matters concerning the Li family have already been relayed to me by that young rascal, Chunhua. The collective gaze of the elders shifted towards the second elder, while Song Tianbo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Second elder, how could you disturb the ancestor during his seclusion? He did nothing wrong, family head. Tell me, has the Song family not reached a perilous juncture?" Song Zhong pressed. Song Tianbo clenched his fists, unable to conceal his feelings. "Ancestor, it is my inadequacy that has caused you disappointment." He reflected, "In my opinion, your gravest misstep was during the Li family's assault on the Su clan in Mongshan, when you chose to remain a passive observer. This inaction led to the annihilation of the Su family and the subsequent rise of the Li family." Song Zhong spoke calmly. "Indeed, your words cut to the quick, Tianbo. Had we supported the Su family back then, perhaps the Song clan would not find itself in such peril today. With the situation as it stands, regret is futile. The inevitable confrontation between the Song and Li families looms, as the latter has absorbed the resources of the Su family. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable the circumstances become for us." As he spoke, he gestured to the second elder of the Song clan, Chunhua, using my name. "Visit the 4 prominent families, Lu, Yuan, Shun, and Chun. Extend an invitation for their heads to meet secretly with me at the Baibua Song residence, claiming it is a matter of great importance." "Understood, esteemed elder. I shall attend to this immediately," the second elder replied, cupping his fists in respect before departing with determination. "And what of the Shangwan family?" Song Tianbo inquired. "The elder of the Shangwan family is closely allied with the Zheng family, which in turn has a strong bond with the Li family. Inviting them may risk leaking our intentions and alerting our adversaries," Song Zhong replied, shaking his head. Song Tianbo pondered, "Ancestor, the head of the Zheng family shares a deep camaraderie with Li Xinga. If we were to eliminate the Li family, would we not provoke the Zheng clan of Dongjiang?" Song Zhong let out a cold laugh, remarking, "I am quite familiar with that individual from the Zheng family. The head of the Zheng family has a close relationship with the Li family. It is likely that this is his doing. This person places great emphasis on tangible benefits, and his alliance with the Li family is merely a reflection of his admiration for Li Xinga's talent. Once we eliminate Li Xinga, considering his character, he will probably seek to settle matters peacefully." Song Tianbo nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Master, did you gain any insights during your recent seclusion?" As far as he knew, the elder was attempting to break through to the realm of perfected vitality and blood. If the elder succeeded, the Qingfeng Li clan could be eradicated with a mere snap of the fingers. Song Zhong sighed with a wry smile, expressing, "Achieving perfected vitality is no simple task. The old man estimates he has only 10 years left to live. This hurdle is likely insurmountable for him in this lifetime. With an 8th-tier talent, advancing further is exceedingly difficult. The path of cultivation is as arduous as ascending to the heavens." Chapter 49. The Conspiracy of the 5 Great Families. A day later, the heads of the Lu, Yuan, Shun, and Chun families convened at the invitation of the venerable Song Zhong, gathering secretly in Baibua Valley. Seated in the reception hall, the leaders of the 4 families engaged in lively conversation. During this exchange, Song Zhong and Song Tianbo entered the hall, the heavy wooden door closing slowly behind them. Upon seeing Song Zhong, the heads of the 4 families were somewhat taken aback, yet they promptly rose to their feet, clasping their hands in greeting. "We pay our respects to Elder Song." Song Zhong appreciated their demeanor, offering a slight smile as he gestured, "Esteemed family heads, you are too kind. Please, take your seats." As several individuals returned to their seats, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped their hearts. It seemed that this matter was of considerable gravity, for even the reclusive elder of the Song family had made an appearance. "Esteemed heads of families, I have summoned you to the Baibua Valley to discuss a matter of great importance," Song Zhong stated with a beaming smile. "Please, venerable elder, enlighten us. We are all ears." The assembly responded in unison. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Song Zhong slowly began, "To spare you the superfluous chatter, I shall be direct. The purpose of this gathering is to deliberate the annihilation of the Qingfeng Li family." At this proclamation, the heads of the families exchanged startled glances, their pupils contracting in shock. Yuan, the head of the Yuan family, was the first to voice his concerns. "Venerable elder, it is not that I wish to disregard your esteemed presence, but the grievances between the Baibua Song family and the Qifeng Li family are not matters in which we wish to involve ourselves. If this is the crux of our discussion, we must take our leave." With that, he rose to depart, followed closely by the other 3 family heads, who stood in solidarity. "What folly is this? You, Song family, harbor enmity with the Li family and yet seek to drag us into your conflict? Do you believe we, the leaders of the four great families, are fools? Observing their rising discontent, a shadow flickered within Song Zhong's murky gaze. Dear friends, while it is true that you currently bear no animosity towards the Li family, the future is uncertain. The Li family is not one to remain complacent, and their leader, Li Xingge, is a prodigious talent, driven by ambition. Do you believe that after vanquishing the Mangshansu family, he will be satisfied? Now, he has set his sights on the Baibo Song family. Should the Song family falter, who can guarantee that you will not be the next targets? His words cast a heavy silence over the assembly. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Zhong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He continued, of course, my invitation to you all is sincere. I am willing to relinquish 50% of the Song family's assets to be equally shared among you. Should we succeed in vanquishing the Li family, the Song family shall claim not a single coin from the spoils. What say you? The listeners, upon hearing Song Zhong's proposition, collectively gasped in astonishment. The Song family was indeed making a considerable investment to confront the Li family. In that instant, the four family heads were stirred with intrigue and resumed their seats. Observing this development, Song Zhong harbored a sense of disdain. After all, when the offer is sufficiently generous, not only men, but even spirits could be persuaded to toil for you. It appears you have all come to a resolution? We shall heed the arrangements of our esteemed elder. Very well, this very night, we shall unite the 5 families, and with our strongest warriors, we will sweep through Qingfeng Valley. Song Zhong proclaimed with fervor. At the Shangyun Ridge, the Qin family, one of the 8 prominent families of Bai County, was situated here. As a burgeoning family within the Blood Qi realm, the Qin family possessed the weakest strength among the 8. Upon returning home, the head of the Qin family promptly summoned 3 elders to discuss the significant benefits the Song family had offered in their alliance against the Li family. The elders listened with astonishment. Head, what if we indeed eradicate the Li family, and the Song family reneges on their promises? If they retract their words, we would have no means to contend with the Song family. Moreover, I have heard that the Li family's second elder has already ascended to the Blood Qi realm. Currently, the Li family boasts 3 practitioners in this realm, which poses a formidable challenge, one elder remarked, furrowing his brow, who said I intended to become embroiled with them. The head of the Qin family scoffed. But did you not say you had already agreed to this matter? He retorted, if I had not acquiesced, do you truly believe I would be able to leave the Baibo Valley today? The head of the Qin family sneered. To go back on one's word would surely offend the Song family. Should the Song family indeed conspire with the other 3 prominent clans to annihilate the Li family, they would undoubtedly turn their attention towards us once they are unencumbered. An elder of the Qin family sighed. This I am well aware of. Although our Qin family is counted among the 8 great families of Bai County, we have the shortest lineage and our strength and foundation are considerably lacking. It is unlikely that our family will see any significant rise in the near future. Therefore, I am prepared to take a gamble. If this endeavor succeeds, the future of the Qin family will be promising. Head, do you mean to imply? The elder's eyes widened as a realization dawned upon him. In Qingfeng Valley, a figure clad in a conical hat produced an invitation and presented it to the guarding cultivator of the Li family. Upon glancing at the missive, the cultivator's expression shifted slightly. Please hold on. I shall relay this at once. After a brief interval, the guarding cultivator returned. Esteemed guest, the Grand Elder requests your presence. Please follow me. Under his guidance, the 2 arrived at the Li family's reception hall. The Grand Elder is waiting for you inside. I shall take my leave now. The figure in the conical hat stepped into the reception hall and removed his hat, revealing his true identity, Chen Xiao, the head of the Qin family. The Grand Elder's pupils contracted slightly, and he hastily rose, offering an apologetic smile. I did not anticipate the esteemed head of the Qin family would honor us with his presence. It seems I have been remiss in my welcome. Please do not hold it against me for coming uninvited. Chen Xiao chuckled and said, how could I dare? Please, take a seat. I wonder what brings the esteemed head of the Qin family to Qingfeng Valley today. The elder, with a puzzled expression, noted that the Qin and Li families have never had much interaction. It was indeed perplexing for the head of the Qin family to visit in person. Is your esteemed head present? Chen Xiao inquired. The elder shook his head. The head has been in seclusion for some time now. I am currently managing the family affairs. If you have matters to discuss, please feel free to speak directly to me. What I wish to convey pertains to the very survival of the Li family. The elder's pupils slightly contracted, sensing the gravity of the situation. Seeing Chun Xiao's expression seemed sincere, he called out towards the entrance. Quickly summoned the second elder to the reception hall. Understood, came the response from outside. Shortly thereafter, the second elder hurriedly arrived. Having recently broken through, his presence was still somewhat unrefined, which did not escape Chun Xiao's notice. Indeed, the news was accurate. The second elder of the Li family had also ascended to the blood qi realm. It appeared that this visit was fortuitous. Chun family head, you may now speak. The second elder urged. Chun Xiao nodded and proceeded to recount the plot devised by the Song family in conjunction with the four major clans to launch a surprise attack on the Li family that very night. As he detailed the unfolding events, the elder's demeanor grew increasingly grave, while the second elder slammed his palm on the table in indignation, exclaiming, I cannot believe the illustrious Song family of Baibo would resort to such treachery. Qin Shuyu continued, to speak candidly, esteemed elder. I have long admired the illustrious reputation of your family as head, yet I have never had the fortune to make your acquaintance. The Qin family lacks substantial offerings, but I wish to lend my assistance to the Li family tonight in a decisive maneuver. Upon hearing this, both the great elder and the second elder were taken aback. Chun Shuyu's declaration indicated his unwavering resolve to stand with the Li family through thick and thin. Naturally, the Li family would not refuse such support, for every additional strength enhances their chances of victory. If it were not for your timely warning today, we, the Li family, would have been caught unprepared by the Song family. This favor shall not be forgotten, and from this day forth, the Qin family shall be our allies. Qin Xiu, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. He had braved significant risks for this very affirmation. After further discussions, they escorted Chun Shuyu to the door. Once he departed, the expressions of the two elders grew grave. Let us hasten to summon the family head from his retreat. Chapter 50. The Li family's response within the secluded chamber. Li Xingge sat cross-legged on a mat, refining the essence of the blood spirit fruit. Family head, the great elder urgently requests an audience, stating it pertains to the survival of our clan. You must emerge from your retreat. Outside the stone chamber, the anxious voice of the guarding cultivator rang out. Li Xingge abruptly opened his eyes and strode out of the chamber. As he emerged, his gaze fell upon the second elder, who appeared rejuvenated, his complexion radiant, and his vitality remarkably robust. He had seemingly regained over 20 years of youth, undoubtedly a result of successfully harnessing the power of the blood spirit fruit. Upon witnessing Li Xingge's emergence, both the great elder and the second elder exhaled in relief and hastened forward, exclaiming, Family head, what transpireth? Li Xingge inquired. A visage of bewilderment etched upon his countenance. How could his clan be teetering on the precipice of annihilation after a mere few days of seclusion? Patriarch, the elder began. Much hath befallen our lineage during thy hermitage. Permit me to relate the events with brevity, in the span of a tea's steeping. The grand elder recounted the preceding 3 days to Li Xingge. As the narrative unfolded, Li Xingge's complexion grew increasingly grim. The House of Song courts its own demise, he declared, his tone laced with indignation. First, they ambushed the nascent generation of House Li, grievously wounding the sixth elder and slaying numerous cultivators. Now, they have contrived a so-called alliance, daring to aspire to the obliteration of House Li. Truly, forbearance has reached its limit. Initially, he had been wary of the old specter of the Song family, refraining from open conflict. However, the Song family had proven to be impetuous. Patriarch, the grand elder intoned somberly, the coalition of 5 houses is a force to be reckoned with, and our House Li is indeed imperiled. The Quintet Alliance boasts 6 Qi and Blood Realm cultivators, among whom is the venerable progenitor of the Song family, an adept of the lesser achievement stage of the Qi and Blood Realm. Though House Chun serves as an internal ally, House Li remains at a disadvantage. Even with Li Xingge's ascension to the lesser achievement stage of the Qi and Blood Realm, granting him the confidence to thwart the Song family's ancestor. His own 2 Qi and Blood Realm elders, newly initiated, have yet to master the art of wielding Qi and blood power. They would likely be outmatched by seasoned veterans like Song Tianbua. However, if the Song family can forge alliances, House Li is not without allies. Now is the time to ascertain the reliability of his brother. Certainly, Li Xingge would not pin his hopes on a single individual. Should Zheng Lingjun refuse to lend his assistance, he possesses alternative strategies, albeit at a certain cost. Nevertheless, the advantage shall undoubtedly belong to Li Xingge. Bring forth the ink and brush. Moments later, after drying the ink on the letter, Li Xingge entrusted it to the elder. Esteemed elder, I would greatly appreciate it if you could personally deliver this letter to Zheng Lingjun in Dongjiang Town. The elder accepted the letter, tucking it into his sleeve. Be swift in your return and exercise caution along the way, Li Xinga reminded earnestly. The elder nodded and vanished from Li Xinga's sight. Once the elder departed, Li Xinga turned to the second elder and commanded, Second elder, take my command token and visit the Hao and Jiang families. Recruit their cultivators for my purposes. Should they refuse, eliminate them on the spot. Indeed, the Hao family has long been a vassal of the Li family. Conversely, the Jiang family, having recently aligned themselves with the Li family after reporting the remnants of the Su clan, has likewise become a subordinate family. In Li Xinga's perspective, vassals are merely expendable pawns to be utilized in critical moments. Now is the time to harness their potential. Come forth, Li Xinga called out. Master. Two robed figures entered. Bowing respectfully, relay to the third elder and fourth elder the command to assemble the clan's cultivators and bolster our defenses. Also, instruct the fifth elder to return to Qingfeng Valley. Understood. In Dongjiang Town, at the residence of the Zheng family, Zheng Lingjun tore open Li Xinga's letter and swiftly scanned its contents. Upon finishing, a frown creased his brow. Beside him, the elder of the Li family bowed and clasped his fists, saying, I beseech you, Master Zheng, to lend our Li family your strength. In return, we shall offer generous rewards. Zheng Lingjun hurriedly assisted Li Xiantong to his feet, smiling as he replied, Brother Xiantong, there is no need for such formality. Our families are already bound by marriage. Seeing the Li family in distress, I cannot remain indifferent. Hearing these words, Li Xiantong's tense heart finally relaxed. With the support of Zheng Lingjun, a skilled cultivator at the minor success of the Blood Qi realm, the chances of victory for the Li family this night had significantly increased. Once the objective was achieved, the elder, anxious for the safety of his clan, hastily took his leave. Thank you, Master Zheng. There are pressing matters within the clan. I must take my leave now. Zheng Lingjun nodded, aware of the urgency of the Li family's situation, and refrained from urging him to stay. After the elder departed, the aged figure of the Zheng family ancestor slowly emerged from behind the screen. Ancestor, what brings you here? Zheng Lingjun asked in surprise. The ancestor chuckled softly. I merely happened to emerge from seclusion. You heard everything? Zheng Lingjun inquired. Indeed, that old ghost from the Song family continues to display his formidable resolve. The ancestor remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed. Otherwise, the Li family would not be so quick to seek my assistance. Zheng Lingjun replied with a wry smile. What are your intentions? The ancestor asked with a smile. Since our Zheng family has chosen to ally with the Li family, we must naturally support them in this critical moment. I plan to personally intervene. Esteemed master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading, as the tale grows ever more captivating. Zheng Lingjun's expression was resolutely determined. Is this all there is? Zheng Lingjun gazed at the ancestral figure of the Zheng family in bewilderment. The elder shook his head and replied, Not nearly enough. That Li Xinga is very likely the fabled child of destiny. Have you not noticed that since his emergence and assumption of leadership over the Li family, within a mere span of time, two elders of the Li family, both at the pinnacle of physical perfection, have successfully ascended to the realm of vitality? We both understand how arduous it is to attain the realm of vitality. Li Xiantong and Li Xuanzong, despite their advancing years and diminishing vitality, have achieved what many deem impossible. Can you fathom the reason behind this? Upon hearing this, Zheng Lingjun was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a conclusion. Your humble grandson is dim-witted. I beseech you to enlighten me, revered ancestor. The elder of the Zheng family chuckled softly, his eyes glimmering with a hint of envy. It is because the fortuitous blessings of Li Xinga have enveloped the entire Li family. Zheng Lingjun's eyes widened in astonishment. If only Li Xinga were a descendant of the Zheng family, perhaps I could harness his fortunes to ascend to the pinnacle of vitality. Alas, sighed the Zheng family elder. Before Zheng Lingjun could respond, the elder continued, It is easy to adorn a tapestry with beauty, but difficult to provide warmth in times of need. Now is the most challenging period for the Li family, and it is our duty, the Zheng family, to be that source of warmth. Ancestor, do you mean to say? Zheng Lingjun inhaled deeply. You are no match for that old specter of the Song family. I shall accompany you, the Zheng family patriarch declared, stroking his hoary beard. Zheng Lingjun's pupils contracted sharply, recalling that the last time their patriarch had intervened was 4 decades prior. As dusk yielded to dawn, An ominous aura of malice stealthily enveloped Qingfeng Valley. Realms, from lowest to highest, tempering, flesh, vitality, innate, divine abode, subsequent realms to be determined. Each realm is further divided into initial entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfect completion. Breakthrough to the vitality realm extends lifespan to 130 years. Perfect completion of the vitality realm allows one to live for 2 centuries. Talent. First grade is the highest, 9th grade is the lowest. 9th grade talent holds the promise of advancing to the vitality realm. 8th grade talent, the potential for perfect completion of the vitality realm. 7th grade talent, the aspiration for the innate realm, and so forth, subsequent grades to be determined. Chapter 51, a new quest triggered. The onslaught of the 5 great clans. The system has detected that the host's bound family faces grave peril. System quest triggered. After a protracted period of quiescence, the system resounded within Li Xinga's mind. Li Xinga's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The system quest had finally arrived. Each time a system quest was completed, the system's rewards would bring substantial improvements to the family, something he had long awaited. Current quest. Annihilate the 4 invading factions, Song, Yin, Shun, Lu. Quest progress, 0. Quest synopsis. The ascendance of the Li family has posed a dire threat to the 4 great clans. Under the instigation of Song Zhong, the supreme elder of the Song family, the 4 clans have united, poised to combine their strength and obliterate the Li lineage. Upon completion of this task, the following endowments shall be bestowed. 1. The lineage shall be graced with 3 Tier 1 spirit convergence arrays, each meticulously crafted by a Tier 1 array master and capable of accommodating a single cultivator. These arrays, adept at drawing upon the ambient spiritual energy, shall augment the cultivation velocity of those within by 100-fold. 2. The lineage shall be endowed with a Tier 1 clan protection array, an imposing defensive construct fashioned by a Tier 1 array master. Once activated, it shall stand as an indomitable bulwark, capable of withstanding the full onslaught of a nascent innate realm cultivator. 3. The lineage shall receive a bounty of 100 body tempering pills, each alchemically refined by a Tier 1 alchemist. These elixirs, when ingested, shall expedite the cultivation of those within the body refinement realm. 4. An augmentation of 2% shall be conferred upon the collective fortune of the lineage's members. 5. The host shall be granted a nascent innate realm experience card, enabling the temporary assumption of an innate realm cultivator's puissance for a duration of 15 minutes. 6. An enhancement of 20% shall be bestowed upon the cultivation velocity of the lineage's body refinement and body forging realm cultivators. The system's rewards were precisely as Li Xinga had anticipated, such as the assurance of the system's quality. Outside Azure Maple Valley, the moon lay veiled behind a curtain of clouds, plunging the world into tenebrous obscurity. Within this gloom, lithe figures stealthily approached Azure Maple Valley, their intent concealed yet palpable. Venerable Song, your prescience has proven true. Our sudden assault has caught the Li family utterly unprepared, remarked the Yin family patriarch, his countenance alight with satisfaction as he gazed upon the undefended Azure Maple Valley from a verdant knoll. Song Zhong let out a cold laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, after tonight, the Qingfeng Li clan shall cease to exist in Baya County. The crowd erupted in laughter. The campaign to eradicate the Qingfeng Li clan saw the 5 great families pouring forth their utmost strength, with their elite forces mobilized. Among them were 6 practitioners of the Qi and Blood realm, 77 warriors of the Flesh realm, and 3,000 cultivators of the Body refinement realm. This formidable force was sufficient to turn Baihe County upside down. In the eyes of the onlookers, the annihilation of the Li family was merely a matter of time. However, none noticed the head of the Chun family standing at the back, head bowed, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his lips. The crowd stealthily advanced into the valley. Suddenly, whoosh! A brilliant light accompanied by an ear-piercing shriek soared from both sides of the valley, erupting into the sky in a dazzling explosion that transformed the night into day. The hidden figures of the crowd were instantly exposed. Archers, who had long been lying in wait, revealed themselves from the flanks of the valley, drawing their bows and unleashing a torrential rain of arrows, wave after wave. Although the arrows posed little threat to those in the Qi and Blood and Flesh realms, they were devastatingly lethal to the practitioners of the Body refinement realm. With each volley of arrows, hundreds fell to the ground, their lives extinguished. What is happening? Why the ambush? Several family heads looked around, their faces a mix of surprise and fury. Song Zhong's expression darkened considerably. Who had leaked the information? The glances exchanged among the group reflected their mutual suspicion. Upon witnessing this, Song Zhong quietly cursed his luck. If doubt took root among them, they had already lost half the battle. He hastily commanded, "What are you panicking for? What if there's an ambush? I am here." Hearing this, the crowd regained their composure. Song Zhong's mastery of qi and blood was a pillar of strength. With the army's morale stabilized, Song Zhong stepped forward, releasing an unparalleled domineering aura. Behind him, Song Tianbua and the four patriarchs followed suit. The combined might of 6 qi and blood realm cultivators converged, pressing towards Qingfeng Valley like a colossal dragon. Instantly, within Qingfeng Valley, a fierce wind raged. Sand and stones flew, and chaos erupted. Those with weaker cultivation felt as if an invisible hand had seized their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. Sensing this soaring aura, Li Xingge and several elders of the Li family abruptly raised their heads. Li Xingge chuckled softly. "They've arrived. Elders, follow me to meet the enemy." With that, he took a step forward, his figure disappearing in a few flashes. The Li family's bronze bell rang urgently 9 times, and all members of the Li family grew solemn upon hearing the 9 chimes. The last time the bell rang 9 times was over a century ago when the Li family faced annihilation. In a small courtyard, an elderly man with a hunched back, wrinkled face, and white hair heard the bell and retrieved his treasured saber from the bottom of a chest. Removing the red cloth wrapped around the blade, he saw patches of red rust, but the glint of cold light reminded the old man of a past lover, and he caressed it affectionately. "Old partner, we can fight side by side again today," the old man murmured, and upon finishing his words, he attempted to sheath his sword behind him, only to discover that it required considerable effort. Age had taken its toll, and he could scarcely lift the blade. "Old woman, lend me a hand. Help me with the sword." Behind him, a kindly-faced elderly lady wiped her tears and assisted him in securing the sword to his back. At that moment, as the weapon rested against him, his long curved spine straightened abruptly, as if he were transported back to his youth when he wielded the treasured sword, leading his family in numerous battles. Without a backward glance, he resolutely departed from the small courtyard. "Though I am aged, I can still consume 3 measures of rice. The sword may be rusted, yet it is capable of cleaving through all adversaries for my family. Head of the family, you have already sacrificed 1 arm for us. Must you venture forth again? The family does not require your singular presence, and should anything happen to you, what will become of me and Chun'er?" A woman knelt on the ground, clutching the leg of a one-armed man, weeping and pleading. The man turned around, gently caressing his wife's tear-streaked face with his remaining hand before forcefully prying her fingers away. "The family raised and nurtured me. I must repay that debt. Should I perish, my wife will be cared for by the family." With those words, he stepped out of the door without a glance back. Behind him echoed the heart-rending cries of his wife. Chapter 52, The Great Battle. Old Master Song. "Are you prepared for your coffin as you come to my Qingfeng Valley to wreak havoc?" A voice brimming with murderous intent slowly emanated from the depths of Qingfeng Valley, reverberating through the gorge, lingering in the air. In that instant, the world seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Song Zhong turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld a figure clad in a blue robe, with a refined countenance, approaching with measured steps. He carried his hands behind his back, and his flowing hair danced in the breeze. Though he appeared to move slowly, within the span of 3 breaths, he traversed several miles, standing before Song Zhong and the others. This singular display caused Song Zhong's expression to grow solemn. Indeed, this young man was as the rumors from the outside world had described, profound and inscrutable. Although he had begun to regard Li Xingge with seriousness, he maintained a facade of disdain and remarked, "Are you the young scion of the Li family?" Li Xingge narrowed his eyes slightly, unfazed by Song Zhong's contempt, and replied coolly, "Elder, by uttering such words, you have already sealed your fate." Song Zhong's countenance darkened, and with a forced smile that did not reach his eyes, he retorted, "A mere child, oblivious to the imminent peril, relying on a modicum of talent, is truly arrogant." With that, crimson streams of vitality surged from his body, coalescing into a blood armor that enveloped him, transforming Song Zhong into an otherworldly fiend. In response, Li Xingge no longer concealed his prowess. An aura as deep as the ocean erupted forth, stirring a tempest. The magnificent vitality behind him manifested as a ferocious blood-colored lion, which let out a spine-chilling roar that resonated through the air, standing defiantly against Song Zhong. As Song Zhong sensed Li Xinga's formidable presence, he nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief, his face turning ashen as he stammered, "Small mastery of vitality?" His gaze toward Li Xinga resembled that of one beholding a monstrous being. In his heart, an overwhelming resentment brewed. Despite his exceptional talent, he had devoted himself to arduous training, only to achieve the minor breakthrough of Qi blood realm at the age of 70. Following that, he had languished for 50 years, his lifespan nearly exhausted, yet he had failed to advance further. In stark contrast, Li Xinga, merely 17 years old, had already ascended to the same realm as he. How could this be justified? Today, he was prepared to go to any lengths, even at the cost of his own life, to eliminate Li Xinga. Should this youth continue to flourish, the Song family would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. The two gazed at each other from a distance, their auras as vast as oceans and mountains. Song Zhong struck first, his figure darting forth like a bolt of lightning, wielding his blade towards Li Xinga's face. The wind from the strike chilling to the bone. In response, Li Xinga unsheathed his Zhan Su sword, the sword's aura towering. The clash of their weapons sent sparks flying. A dazzling spectacle. The brilliance of the Zhan Su sword was unmatched. Each swing was razor-sharp and formidable, nearly impossible to defend against. Conversely, Song Zhong's blade was ferociously domineering, its sweeping technique seemingly capable of annihilating all. Their exchanges were as swift as thunder, eluding comprehension. Both wielders possessed immense strength, and each collision unleashed shockwaves powerful enough to obliterate cultivators beneath the Qi blood realm. They fought with genuine fervor, their battle raging to the summit of the valley. Their blades and swords intertwined, every move executed with lethal intent. Li Xinga's swordsmanship was cunning, leaving Song Zhong at a disadvantage, while Song Zhong's strikes came like a tempest, wildly pouring forth, his techniques shifting with dizzying rapidity. And on the other side, the cultivators of the Blood Qi realm from both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The 5 esteemed practitioners from the alliance faced off against 2 elders from the Li family, resulting in a complete and utter rout. The 2 Li elders were left with virtually no means of resistance under the relentless assault of the 5. However, at that moment, as Chen Shuyu was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the head of the Lu family, he suddenly turned against his ally, plunging his spear through the unsuspecting heart of the Lu family patriarch. The patriarch, engrossed in his struggle against Li Xuanzhong, felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest. Glancing down at the spear tip protruding from his torso, he struggled to turn his head towards Chen Shuyu, who wore a chilling smirk, and incredulously murmured, What you? Die?" Chen Shuyu retorted with a sneer, delivering a powerful kick to the Lu patriarch's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, he severed the patriarch's head with the sharp blade of his spear. Even a cultivator of the Blood Qi realm, known for their formidable vitality, could only succumb to despair upon losing their head. "What are you doing, Chen Shuyu?" roared Song Tianbua, his eyes wide with fury as he witnessed the scene unfold. "What does it look like? Surely you see it, Master Song," Chen Shuyu scoffed. As he regarded Chen Shuyu, a chill coursed through Song Tianbua's body. It dawned on him why their seemingly foolproof ambush plan had been anticipated by the Li family, who had made adequate preparations. It was because of the traitor, Chen Shuyu. Among them, his betrayal abruptly altered the dynamics of the battlefield. The once dominant position of the alliance shattered in an instant, reverting the conflict to a precarious 3v3 standoff. "Chen Shu, I will see you dead." Infuriated, Song Tianbua cast aside Li Xiantong and charged towards Chen Shuyao with murderous intent. At this moment, his hatred for Chen Shuyao had reached its zenith, surpassing even his animosity towards the Li family. The wrathful Song Tianbua was undeniably terrifying. Chen Shuyao could merely fend off his onslaught, as though he was struggling to withstand the storm. While he was unable to match Song Tianbua in strength, he could still protect himself. Li Xiantong confronted the head of the Yin family, while Li Xuanzhong faced the patriarch of the Yuan family, resulting in a fierce clash among the 6 combatants. The battlefield, filled with body cultivators, was a scene of utter chaos, drenched in blood and darkness. Li Xinga and Song Zhong had been locked in battle for hundreds of exchanges, leaving the valley transformed into a desolate expanse. It must be noted that Song Zhong's prowess had genuinely taken Li Xinga by surprise. He had likely reached the pinnacle of minor blood refinement. No wonder even Zheng Lingjun had cautioned him to be wary of this individual. At this moment, Song Zhong was equally astonished. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet still found himself unable to subdue a mere 17-year-old youth. "Elder Song, How about we settle this with a single decisive strike? Li Xinga suggested, attempting to calm the tumultuous energy within him. With narrowed eyes, Song Zhong coldly replied, then let it be. The fierce determination surged within both of them. Li Xinga's Zhan Su sword emitted a resonant hum, harnessing the powerful essence of blood as it soared into the sky, spinning wildly. A dazzling flash of sword light erupted, resembling a rainbow piercing the sun. The overwhelming sword energy surged forth like an unstoppable tide, transforming into a 100-foot sword shadow suspended in the heavens. In the next instant, the massive sword shadow descended with unyielding force, casting a dark veil over the entire valley. Confronted with the cataclysmic slaughter, Song Zhong's pupils constricted, his blade raised high, its intent soaring toward the heavens, akin to a tempest sweeping away the remnants of clouds, or the autumn wind scattering fallen leaves. The two forces collided midair, the vast sword energy clashing with the fierce blade intent, each counteracting and intertwining with the other, as both sides poured their utmost strength into this encounter. This strike would determine both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Yet, at this critical juncture, a luminous arrow, traveling at meteoric speed, surged toward Song Zhong from behind. In ordinary circumstances, Song Zhong would have been able to react, but now, engaged in a life-and-death duel with Li Xinga, he could not afford to be distracted. By the time he sensed the imminent danger, it was already too late to evade. The arrow whistled through the air, piercing through Song Zhong's chest, the agonizing pain contorting his face. He lowered his gaze to find a gaping wound oozing blood from his chest. Turning his head, he beheld the figure of Zheng Lingjun, the head of the Zheng family, resembling a middle-aged scholar, not far behind him. Zheng Lingjun was gazing back, his eyes brimming with mockery. Zheng Lingjun. Song Zhong gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with animosity. This despicable scoundrel had launched a treacherous attack from the shadows. Above, the overwhelming sword shadows had gained the upper hand, tearing through the blade intent with a resounding strike. Sensing the tremendous commotion, Song Zhong abruptly lifted his head, the sword shadows in his pupils expanding ominously. No. With a thunderous roar, the heavens and earth reverberated, the ground seemingly quaking, followed by an eruption of blinding light. In that fleeting moment, the night was illuminated as brightly as day by a spectacular mushroom cloud that rose from the ground. A terrifying, invisible shockwave emanated outward from the epicenter of the explosion, obliterating everything in its path. This colossal commotion captured the attention of all present, causing them to halt their actions and gaze, awestruck, in the direction of the mushroom cloud's ascent. Moments later, a figure slowly emerged from the billowing smoke. The crowd held their breath, fixated on the silhouette, for they understood that the individual who emerged unscathed from the haze would be the arbiter of victory or defeat in this battle. As the figure gradually revealed its true identity, the youthful visage elicited a momentary silence in the atmosphere, which was swiftly followed by a thunderous roar of jubilation. Long live the clan leader. In stark contrast, the cultivators of the Song clan alliance were despondent, their spirits crushed like those mourning a profound loss. The heads of the Yin and Yuan clans exchanged a knowing glance, retreating in unison before turning to flee the valley. As they made their escape, one called out, "Disciples of the Yuan, Yin, clan, heed my command, retreat." With their leader vanquished, continuing the fight held no purpose. If they lingered, they risked being trapped. Yet, how could Li Xinga allow them to escape? Those who bared their teeth at him were destined to perish. With hands forming seals, the sword of illusion buzzed and trembled, transforming into countless flying swords. Li Xinga raised his hands, and the multitude of swords became streaks of light, pursuing the two fleeing figures. As they raced frantically, a sudden chill gripped their backs. Instinctively turning to look, their eyes widened in horror. No! Bang! Following two piercing screams, the bodies of the two individuals disintegrated into clouds of crimson mist. Meanwhile, Song Tiankai, the head of the Song family, succumbed to the collective assault of Li Xiantong and his companions, consumed by despair. Thus, all 5 practitioners of the Blood Qi realm from the Song family alliance met their demise. The remaining forces of the Song family alliance were ruthlessly slaughtered by the practitioners of the Li family, who, now unencumbered, unleashed havoc upon them like swine and dogs. After today, no one in Baya County shall dare to challenge the esteemed chief Li clan. At some point, Zheng Lingjun appeared beside Li Xinga, observing the one-sided massacre in the valley with a sigh of lament. Upon seeing his arrival, Li Xinga's face brightened with a smile. Had it not been for my brother's timely assistance today, my Li family would have undoubtedly suffered grievous losses. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, brother." With that, he bowed deeply to Zheng Lingjun. This gesture was sincere. Without Zheng Lingjun's stealthy intervention, Li Xingge would have had to pay a hefty price to vanquish Song Zhong, who had nearly reached the pinnacle of the Blood Qi realm. Zheng Lingjun promptly helped Li Xingge to his feet and laughed heartily. "Dear brother, what are you saying? When you call me brother, your affairs become my own." Li Xingge's expression reflected deep appreciation. "The favor bestowed upon me today will forever be etched in the annals of my Li family's memory. If, in the future, my brother requires my assistance, I shall undoubtedly comply." Although Li Xingge appeared touched, he was acutely aware that in this world, there exists no love without reason, nor hatred without cause. Zheng Lingjun's friendship and aid were undoubtedly driven by his own ambitions. Nonetheless, today, Zheng Lingjun has indeed rendered significant assistance to the Li family. Although Li Xingge is known for his cold demeanor and focus on self-interest, it does not imply that he is ungrateful. In the future, as long as it lies within his capacity, he may very well extend a helping hand to the Zheng family. Zheng Lingjun has invested so much, eagerly awaiting Li Xingge's acknowledgement. While others focus on the present, the Zheng family emphasizes the future. Presently, Li Xingge embodies the aura of a destined child, akin to a dragon lurking in the depths, and it is only a matter of time before his investments yield substantial returns. "Old senior, since you have arrived, will you not step forth to meet me?" Li Xingge's gaze suddenly shifted towards a certain direction, speaking in a calm tone. "Haha, young friend, you possess an astute sensitivity." Zheng family, Zheng Songfeng. A resounding, hearty laughter echoed through the mountains and forests, as an elderly man with snowy hair and a youthful visage appeared before Li Xingge in mere moments. Zheng Lingjun timely reminded, "This is my ancestor from the Zheng family." Li Xingge nodded, subtly probing the aura of this Zheng family elder, only to find it utterly inscrutable, as if shrouded in layers of mist. This individual is an exceptionally formidable master, far surpassing Song Zhong. The Zheng family is indeed unfathomable, and a sense of caution quietly arose within Li Xingge. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling." After all, while harboring ill intentions is possible, one must remain vigilant against others. Despite the wariness in his heart, he still maintained a respectful demeanor, clasping his hands as he said, "Junior pays respects to Elder Zheng. At 17, with burgeoning vitality, I have lived for over a century, yet it is the first time I have encountered a youth who captivates me so profoundly." Zheng Songfeng remarked with a smile, his gaze towards Li Xingge filled with admiration. "You flatter me, esteemed senior. It is merely luck," Li Xingge responded humbly. "Oh, my young friend, you are far too modest. With your talent, it may not be long before I must address you as senior myself," Zheng Songfeng said, half in jest. His words bore no exaggeration. After all, this world does not prioritize reverence for the elderly and love for the young, but rather venerates strength. Li Xingge smiled, choosing silence. "Since you and my family Lingjun refer to each other as brothers, allow me the liberty to call you worthy nephew, if you will. Do not concern yourself too much with seniority. In this fantastical realm, some live for centuries. It would be an honor for me, esteemed senior." Li Xingge replied with a smile, recognizing that bowing to a stronger individual was not a disgrace. Zheng Songfeng laughed heartily, his expression turning mysterious as he said, "Worthy nephew, may I inquire if you have heard of the Lingshu sect?" "Lingshu sect?" Li Xingge pondered, uncertain why Zheng Songfeng brought this up, for he was indeed unfamiliar with the so-called Lingshu sect. Thus, he shook his head. Zheng Songfeng, unfazed, clasped his hands behind his back, a glimmer of longing in his aged eyes. The Lingshu sect is a hidden sect in Yangzhou, where powerful practitioners of the Divine Mansion realm reside. Practitioners of the Divine Mansion realm. Li Xingge felt a wave of astonishment. Such beings exist beyond the innate realm. It is rumored that cultivators in the Divine Mansion realm possess the ability to move mountains and drain seas, living up to 3,000 years. One must understand that even the immensely powerful Great Zhou dynasty, which holds dominion over 170 prefectures across 18 states, has only existed for 6,000 years. Moreover, my ancestral lineage, the Zheng family, boasts an elder from the Lingshu sect who attained the innate realm. Chapter 54. The opportunity of the carp leaping over the dragon gate. Zheng Songfeng spoke with evident pride, and beside him, Zheng Lingjun straightened her back, sharing in the glory. Cultivators of the innate realm are beings of extraordinary caliber, Upon entering this realm, one enjoys a lifespan of 600 years, and upon attaining the pinnacle of perfection, one may relish in 800 years of life. Upon hearing Zheng Songfeng's words, Li Xinge could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the Zheng family of Dongjiang held such a formidable legacy. Within the humble confines of the submerged sandbank lay a great dragon. No wonder the Dongjiang Zheng family's status in Baya County is as steadfast as Mount Tai. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, grateful for the friendship he shared with the Dongjiang Zheng family. Had they been adversaries, the troubles he would face could have been insurmountable. Yet, it was regrettable that our Zheng family's venerable ancestor had passed away over 5 centuries ago. Zheng Songfeng spoke with a hint of melancholy, reflecting that had that ancestor not departed, with his assistance, perhaps he too could have aspired to ascend to the innate realm. Li Xinge quietly exhaled, relieved. Zheng Songfeng continued. After our ancestor's passing, an elder from the Lingshu sect, who harbored animosity towards him, began to suppress the Zheng family. Over the course of several decades, the Zheng family lost its footing within the Lingshu sect and eventually relocated to Baihe County to establish their home. With this revelation, Li Xinge's understanding deepened, and clarity dawned upon him. "My dear nephew," the elder began, "I have shared so much with you not to convey anything else, but rather to express my belief that your exceptional talents are wasted within the confines of the modest Li family. If only you had access to sufficient resources for your cultivation, you would undoubtedly soar to greater heights." Zheng Songfeng gazed at Li Xinge, his eyes filled with a hint of regret. Had Li Xinge received ample resources from a young age, he might have already become an entity that Zheng could only admire from afar. "Senior, what do you mean?" Li Xinge inquired cautiously. Zheng Songfeng did not respond directly. Instead, continuing, "Recently, a former acquaintance of my ancestors from the Zheng family has broken through to the innate realm and become an elder of the Lingshu sect. Remembering our ancestral ties, he sent a message through spiritual resonance, granting our Zheng family a chance to enter the Lingshu sect. Regrettably, most of my descendants possess only mediocre talents, and even if they were to join, it is unlikely they would achieve anything significant." His reference to mediocre talents was only in relation to the standards of the Lingshu sect. "Thus, I wish to bestow this opportunity upon you. With your innate gifts, once you join the Lingshu sect, you will surely transform into a dragon returning to the sea, a bird entering the forest," Zheng Songfeng said with fervent excitement. As for the rumors circulating that Li Xinge possessed only an 8th grade talent, Zheng dismissed them outright. "How ludicrous! Have you ever witnessed an individual with 8th grade talent breaking through to the minor completion of the Qi and Blood realm at the age of 17? Not even those with 7th grade talent can achieve such feats." Zheng had anticipated an exuberant response from Li Xinge, eagerly accepting this opportunity, but to his surprise, Li Xinge merely shook his head calmly, as though joining a prestigious sect in Yangzhou held no allure for him whatsoever. "But how can this be? Even the descendants of prestigious families vie eagerly for the opportunity to enter the Lingshu sect for cultivation. Now, with such a splendid opportunity laid before Li Xinge, he unexpectedly declines? Nephew, are you not aware of the magnitude of the Lingshu sect?" Zheng Songfeng inquired incredulously once more. Li Xinge shook his head gently and replied, "Senior, you have already articulated it quite clearly. The Lingshu sect is indeed formidable. While I harbor admiration for it, my aspirations lie with my family. I yearn to fulfill the ambitions of my ancestors and elevate the Qing Fengli clan. Your kind intentions are sincerely appreciated." Although the allure of the Lingshu sect is immense for ordinary individuals, he is not an ordinary person. He is a member of a familial lineage. Everything he possesses is a result of the family system and the legacy it has bestowed upon him. Without the family system and his kin, he would merely possess an unremarkable 8th-tier talent. While such a talent is indeed commendable in the small town of Baya County within the Lingshu sect, it is akin to being indistinguishable from the crowd. In such sects, talents are 10 a penny. 8th-tier talent merely serves as the threshold for entry. After confirming he had not misheard, Zheng Songfeng fell silent, unable to fathom that Li Xinge would decline what appeared to outsiders as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since Li Xinge had made his choice, Zheng Songfeng would not press the matter further, though he felt a tinge of regret. He believed that only by entering the Lingshu sect would Li Xinge's potential be truly realized. Once Li Xinge had matured, he might recall this favor and extend his hand towards the Zheng family. "Very well, if my esteemed nephew comes to reconsider within this year, you are always welcome to seek me out," Zheng Songfeng said with a hint of wistfulness in his tone. Li Xinge nodded, a smile gracing his features as he replied, "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. The Li family has numerous matters to attend to today. I shall not delay your time any further with Lingjun. Do visit my Zheng family whenever you find the opportunity." Zheng Songfeng chuckled, stroking his grizzled beard. "I shall certainly do so," Li Xinga responded earnestly. "Now, dear nephew, we take our leave." As he watched the two figures retreat into the distance, the smile on Li Xinga's face gradually faded. With his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharpened like a beacon, he stood tall, surveying everything from his elevated perch. The strong winds tousled his long hair, allowing it to dance freely in the breeze. He reveled in the sensation of wielding control over everything, embracing the chill that accompanies great heights. At this juncture, the four prominent clans of Song, Yin, Shun, and Lu had all but fallen into oblivion. Of the 9 great families of Baya County, he had already vanquished 5. The Qingfeng Li clan was on the verge of unifying Baya County, poised to command the fates of millions. In this moment, Li Xinga was filled with unbridled ambition. Here, the background music should evoke. The pear blossoms in the courtyard wither, marking yet another year. The moonlight of the clear night spills across the empty steps. In dreams, the melodies of the sheng and xiao play the old tunes. Upon waking, tears stain the rouge on my face. The little heavy mountain is recited over and over. A quarter of an hour later, the family head remarked, "The forces of the 4 great clans have been thoroughly routed and pose no threat to us any longer. Our men are currently purging the remaining remnants." The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and Chen Xiao approached, their faces alight with exhilaration. Bloodstains adorned their robes, a clear indication of their recent violent endeavors. "Excellent work." Li Xinga chuckled softly, offering his praise. However, in that moment, a chilling murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Although the elite members of the 4 prominent families had suffered heavy casualties, we must not let our guard down. One must eradicate the roots of evil. For if the weeds are not fully uprooted, they shall rise again with the spring breeze. We must eliminate them entirely. The 4 families have been established for over a century, and there may still remain unknown depths within them. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Elder, you, along with the Second Elder and the head of the Qin family, shall each lead a contingent to the Yin, Shun, and Lu families, ensuring their complete annihilation. The 3 men clasped their fists in respect and departed with their respective teams towards the locations of the 3 families, embarking on a path that would surely be stained with blood and sorrow. Meanwhile, Li Xinga prepared to head towards the Song family. After all, the Song family boasts the longest lineage among these prominent clans, possessing formidable strength, and may still have hidden reserves. Chapter 55. Would you care to share a pillow? The Li family faction divided into 4 paths, advancing with fierce determination towards the territories of the 4 families. Before the White Wave Valley, Li Xinga waved his hand, signaling the Li family cultivators to commence their assault on the valley. As the elite warriors of the Song family had been led by Song Zhong to attack the Qingfeng Valley, those left behind were merely the elderly, weak, and infirm. Faced with the spirited elite of the Li family, they stood no chance of resistance. Within mere moments, the defenses were breached, and the Li family surged into the valley, unleashing a massacre. In an instant, the air was filled with wails and cries of despair, as White Wave Valley transformed into a hell on earth. Li Xinga, hands clasped behind his back, stepped over corpse after corpse, making his way into the valley. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air as an arrow, shimmering with a cold gleam, hurtled towards Li Xinga's back with breathtaking speed. Li Xinga calmly raised his hand, unfazed, and deftly caught the incoming arrow between his fingers. Behind him, 4 cultivators from the Li family, enraged by the attempt on their leader's life, swiftly scanned the direction from which the arrow had come. Before long, a woman, concealed in the shadows, was seized by the 4 and dragged before Li Xinga. "Kneel!" barked one of the Li family cultivators, his voice laced with fury. "Li thief, if you wish to kill me, then do so. If you desire to torture me, then proceed." The woman replied, her tone tinged with sarcasm, as clear and cold as the chime of silver bells. The Li family cultivators, unwilling to entertain her defiance, delivered a swift kick to her leg. She winced in pain and fell to her knees, yet continued to resist fiercely. Li Xinga grasped her chin firmly, lifting her face to meet his gaze. At that moment, he could not help but be captivated. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her face like a peach blossom, her complexion as radiant as spring flowers, her skin as smooth as cream, and her figure elegantly slender. Particularly, the aura of a noble lady enveloped her, enchanting all who beheld her. No, my lady, would you care to share a seat with me this evening? Li Xinga found himself uttering those words. As if possessed, the woman was momentarily taken aback, her fair complexion flushing with indignation. With a mocking tone, she retorted, I had thought the illustrious head of the Qingfeng Li family was an unparalleled young prodigy, but upon meeting you today, I see merely a lecherous commoner. Dream on if you think I, Song Jiaoer, would ever serve you. With that, Song Jiaoer turned her head aside, assuming a defiant posture as if inviting her own demise. Song Jiao. Li Xinga was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled who Song Jiaoer was, the granddaughter of Song Tianbua, the head of the Song family. It was no wonder she exuded an aura of nobility. Having been rejected by Song Jiaoer, Li Xinga felt no anger. Instead, he clapped his hands and laughed. Excellent, excellent. I admire your untamed spirit. I, Li Xinga, never coerce others, especially women. Since that is the case, come here. He beckoned. Master. Two Li family cultivators behind him bowed and clasped their fists. Bring the remaining remnants of the Song family to me, Li Xinga commanded nonchalantly. Yes. In a short while, the two returned with dozens of elderly and weak members of the Song family. Behold, these are your kin, and among them, there are likely many close ones. Li Xinga said with a smile. Song Jiaoer's expression shifted. What do you intend to do? Li Xinga replied. Have you not already surmised? You vile scoundrel. May you meet a terrible fate. Song Jiaoer exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury. You have uttered 7 words against me, Li Xinga remarked. Confused, Song Jiaoer soon realized the gravity of the situation as she witnessed 7 members of her family being dragged out, weeping. The clang of steel echoed, blood erupted, and the cries abruptly ceased. Song Jiaoer was stunned by the horrifying scene. As she instinctively prepared to berate Li Xinga, the terrifying consequences flashed through her mind, compelling her to swallow her words. She felt as if her silver teeth would shatter, and trembling, she inquired, What must you do to spare them? With a scornful chuckle, Li Xinga gestured, and 5 more individuals were dragged forward, among them a young girl, no older than 6 or 7, adorned in an opulent ruchuan. Upon catching sight of the woman in the distance, the little girl desperately attempted to break free of her captors, her tender voice crying out, Sister, save me. They're wicked people. They murdered father and mother. Wah. Seeing the child, Song Jiaoer's pupils constricted sharply. Is she your sister? Indeed, Li Xinga affirmed. The little girl resembles you, quite adorable. Li Xinga's smile, usually as gentle as a spring breeze, appeared to Song Jiaoer as nothing short of a devilish grin. Behind him, the Li family cultivators raised their blades once more. No. Song Jiaoer's composure shattered, and she wept uncontrollably, pleading with Li Xinga, Please don't kill her. I beg you. I'll agree to anything at all. Li Xinga shook his head. But I have no desire to coerce anyone. Song Jiaoer clutched at Li Xinga's leg, shaking her head vehemently. You're not coercing me. It's all of my own volition, as long as you spare her. Li Xinga erupted in laughter. He raised a hand, and the blades poised behind him were lowered once more. You mustn't disappoint me now. With that, he swept the beauty into his arms in a bridal carry and strode toward the chamber. Behind him, several Li family cultivators followed, snickering as they closed the door and stood guard on either side. Within the room, amorous sentiments blossomed and tender cries echoed. Half an hour later, the tempest subsided. Song Jiaoer leaned against Li Xinga, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Li Lang, you just promised me that you would marry me, right? Of course. Li Xinga replied without hesitation. Then you will spare my sister and my kin, correct? Absolutely. Given your earnest efforts, I shall ensure you reunite with them shortly. Li Xinga tenderly stroked her silky hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Upon hearing this, Song Jiaoer displayed a smile as radiant as a flower. Yet in the fleeting moment she lowered her head, it transformed into an expression of deep-seated resentment. Li Xinga, adorned by Song Jiaoer's service, donned his attire and stepped out of the room, invigorated. Master, grant her a dignified farewell, Li Xinga said with an indifferent demeanor. The two hesitated, but upon witnessing the increasingly frigid expression of their master, they involuntarily shivered. Yes, the two Li family cultivators exchanged glances, grasping a length of white silk as they entered the room. Inside, the anguished cries of Song Jiaoer echoed, filled with incredulity and vitriol. Li Xinga, you deceiver. May you meet a wretched end. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Li Xinga coughed lightly, murmuring under his breath. Do you truly believe a man's words in bed? Yet, what might it be like to be a ghost? Having lived 2 lives, Li Xinga stroked his chin, curiosity piqued. With a hint of anticipation. Within the room, the vitriol gradually waned until it vanished entirely. Master, it is taken care of. Not a single one escaped. Even the worms crawling outside have been dealt with. A steward from the Li family came to report, pleased with the diligence and responsibility exhibited by his kin. Li Xinga nodded approvingly. After emptying the century-old savings of the Song family, a great fire consumed the Baibo Valley entirely. In Chapter 56, titled Chun Shiyao's Decision, Distribution of Benefits, the morning saw the return of several elders dispatched to annihilate the clan. To Li Xinga's astonishment, Chun Shiyao, the head of the Qin family, also returned to Qingfeng Valley with his entourage. Upon meeting Li Xinga, Chun Shiyao respectfully clasped his fists in greeting, introducing himself as Chun Shiyao from the Qin family. Li Xinga raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, Qin family head, you are overly courteous. In truth, my Li family owes you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for your timely warning, we would have been caught completely off guard. Qin Shiyao, unwilling to take credit, hastily responded, with the unparalleled prowess of the Li family head, Song Zhong and his ilk are but mere clowns in your eyes. At this, Li Xinga laughed heartily, and the other elders joined in, unable to contain their amusement. After all, who does not relish a well-placed compliment? The assistance you provided to my Li family has been invaluable, and we are a family that values gratitude. Thus, from the spoils of eradicating the 4 clans, you shall receive a 10% share, Li Xinga declared with a grin. Qin Shiyao's heart raced at these words. He had indeed placed his bet wisely. The substantial risk had yielded a bountiful reward. A tenth of the assets from the 4 major clans would significantly elevate the strength of his own family. Yet, he was not content. He yearned for an even greater gamble. Li family head, I have another humble request, he stated. Upon hearing this, Li Xinga felt a flicker of displeasure within. Could it be that Qin Shiyao was insatiably greedy? Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, no harm done. Please proceed. Master Chun. Yet, the subsequent words from Chun Shiyao left both Li Xinga and the elders of the Li family momentarily stunned. I have long admired the grace of the Li family, master, and today, to have the fortune of meeting you, I am utterly captivated. I wish for the Chun family to pledge our allegiance to you, serving you faithfully. A family of considerable prestige in the realm of vitality was, astonishingly, seeking to become his vassal. After a moment of silence, Li Xinga regained his composure and stated solemnly, Master Chun, are you jesting? Chun Xiao quickly shook his head. I would never dare jest with you, Master Li. I earnestly request your favor. Li Xinga replied with gravity, Master Chun, have you truly considered this? To become a vassal of the Li family means you must unconditionally obey our commands, without any thought of betrayal. Should you defy this, it would result in death and the annihilation of your clan. Without a trace of hesitation, Chun Xiao bowed deeply and proclaimed, I shall never regret this decision. If I betray, may heaven and earth condemn me. Li Xinga clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming excellent. 3 times, he approached Chun Xiao and helped him to his feet, saying, as the saying goes, those who understand the times are the true sages. I believe you shall not regret the decision made today. Chun Xiao's face brightened with joy as he bowed 3 times. After the 3rd bow, he solemnly declared, Chun Xiao pays his respects to the sect master. This notion had been meticulously pondered. After the eradication of the 4 clans, the Li family had attained unparalleled dominance. In the future, it would be unlikely to tolerate any families that did not submit to his authority. In the face of the Chun family's prowess against the Li family, it is akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Should they willingly become vassals of the Li family, it would be akin to clinging to the leg of Li Xinga, who firmly believes that the future holds boundless potential. He is convinced that not only he, but also the Chun family behind him, will surely ascend with the favorable winds brought forth by Li Xinga. After a leisurely exchange, Chun Shuyao eventually took his leave. The Li family too had no time to squander. The annihilation of the 4 prominent families had yielded substantial gains, necessitating a thorough tally, organization, and classification of the spoils. The following day, a meeting of the Li family elders convened in the council hall. All but the severely injured 6th elder, Li Yinzhao, were in attendance. After a round of pleasantries, the meeting commenced in earnest. The 1st elder spoke first, Patriarch, esteemed elders. We have meticulously compiled the gains and losses from the eradication of the four families. Following a careful audit, it was revealed that the Leaf family acquired a total of 50,000 taels of gold, 7 advanced yellow-tier martial arts manuals, 23 intermediate yellow-tier manuals, and 127 basic yellow-tier manuals. Additionally, they obtained 8 mines, including 2 large iron mines and 1 medium-sized gold mine. They also gained possession of 3 marketplaces and 217 shops, with the remaining real estate valued at approximately 60,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, the elders collectively gasped in astonishment. The wealth amassed from the confiscation of the four families was sufficient to multiply the Leaf family's assets several times over, catapulting their strength to an alarmingly formidable level. After listening, Lishinga pondered for a moment before issuing his orders. The mines, the market, and the shops, everything that the Leaf family can take over will be seized, while those that cannot be managed will be relinquished. As for the martial arts techniques, we shall establish a clan martial pavilion within our ancestral grounds, where all such knowledge will be housed for the cultivation of our kin. Do any of you have objections? The head of the family has considered everything thoroughly. We are in agreement, the 5 elders replied in unison. Seeing no dissent from the elders, Lishinga continued, Elder, please proceed. The elder nodded and continued. Now, let us discuss the casualties. In this battle, our Leaf family suffered the loss of 2 corporeal realm practitioners and 67 tempered body realm practitioners, with 31 others injured or disabled. The expressions of the assembly collectively grew exceedingly grave. These valiant sons of the Leaf family had now been reduced to mere cold statistics. Lishinga sighed and declared, for the families of the fallen, double compensation shall be provided. The elderly, women, and children among them will be supported by the clan. Those who are injured or disabled must be adequately cared for. We cannot allow our kin to feel despondent. Furthermore, every participant in this battle shall receive a reward of 10 taels, and their cultivation resources for this month will be quintupled. The head of the family is wise. The elder continued, the vassal family, the Hao family, lost 1 corporeal realm practitioner and 11 tempered body realm practitioners. The Jiang family, another vassal family, suffered the loss of 1 corporeal realm practitioner and 17 tempered body realm practitioners. The Chun family, yet another vassal family, lost 1 corporeal realm practitioner and 27 tempered body realm practitioners. Upon hearing this, the usually parsimonious elder Li Xianyong unexpectedly took the initiative to speak. Patriarch, the 3 great families have fought valiantly for the Li clan, suffering considerable losses. Our family must bestow generous rewards to pacify the hearts of our people. The other elders voiced their agreement, recognizing that the sacrifices endured were indeed grievous. Without substantial rewards, loyalty in future endeavors could not be guaranteed. Lishinga, realizing the importance of acknowledging his loyal subordinates, declared, the Chun family has rendered the greatest service this time, so let us proceed as I previously suggested. As for the Hao and Jiang families, I entrust you, esteemed elders, to deliberate amongst yourselves and present your conclusions to me, ensuring that both families are satisfied. Yes, Patriarch. They responded in unison. Then the Grand Elder inquired, and what of the Zheng family? Lishinga pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he replied, as for the Zheng family, we will allocate 30% of the spoils to them. Had it not been for Zheng Lingjuan's timely ambush on Song Zhong, it would have been far more difficult for me to eliminate him. Should Song Zhong have managed to escape, he would have posed a formidable threat as an unencumbered adversary. Although the Zheng family did not request a reward, it is imperative that I acknowledge their assistance. The 3rd elder instinctively wished to voice his dissent, but ultimately chose silence. Subsequently, the assembly proceeded to ratify several new family policies. It was not until the afternoon that this council of elders was officially concluded. Chapter 57. Promotion to Level 2 Family. Congratulations, host. System task completed. System rewards are being distributed. Within the secluded chamber, the familiar and gentle voice of the system unexpectedly resonated within Lishinga's mind. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 Level 1 Spirit Gathering Arrays. You may arrange their positions at your discretion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Level 1 Family Protection Formation, which has been automatically set up and will activate in the event of an external invasion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 Body Refinement Pills. Congratulations, host. The fortune of all members of your family has been enhanced. This will bring good fortune and opportunities to your family members. as well as influence their cultivation and growth. Congratulations, host. You have received one innate cultivation experience card. Congratulations, host. You have been granted a buff that enhances the cultivation speed of foundational practitioners. The buff has taken effect automatically. Just as Li Xinga thought the system announcements had concluded, the voice echoed once more, congratulations, host. It has been detected that your family's fortune has met the criteria for promotion to a level 2 family. Do you wish to proceed with the promotion? Without hesitation, Li Xinga affirmed, yes. Family level promotion in progress. As the system announced the elevation of the family level, brilliant and resplendent rays of 7-colored light suddenly burst forth across the skies of Qingfeng Valley. Faintly, a dragon's roar seemed to resonate, heralding the extraordinary phenomenon of fortune ascending. Congratulations, host. Your family level has successfully ascended to level 2. It has been detected that the host's family level has been elevated to level 2, bestowing upon you the corresponding rewards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a unique physique known as the innate purity Tao body. Possessors of this physique will experience a significant enhancement in their cultivation speed, and their comprehension will reach the pinnacle, with no bottlenecks prior to the divine palace realm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a growing fortune artifact, 100 Ghost Banner. You can absorb the souls of others into the 100 Ghost Banner for your utilization. With a capacity of 0-100 souls, and the absorbed souls levels must not exceed the Blood Chi realm. Congratulations, host. You have received a Foundational Alchemy Manual. Upon mastering the Foundational Alchemy Manual, you will be promoted to a first-tier alchemist. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a top-tier profound technique, Heart Purification Method, along with its corresponding top-tier profound martial skill, Heart Purification Sword Technique. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 intermediate profound techniques and 5 intermediate martial skills, sword, spear, blade, fist, leg, one of each. Congratulations, host. 3 family members with 7th-tier talents and 10 family members with 8th-tier talents will soon be born in your clan. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 superior blood chi pills, 2nd-tier supreme elixir, capable of enhancing the success rate of advancing to the blood realm by 50. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Insight Enhancement buff, level 1. Increases the insight of family members by 10. Congratulations to the host. The Family Cultivation Enhancement buff has automatically upgraded to level 2, increasing the cultivation speed of all family members by 20. Congratulations to the host. The Blessing of Progeny buff has automatically upgraded to level 2. The birth rate of newborns in the family has increased to 20. With an added effect, the probability of twins being born is 5. Upon hearing this lengthy string of system notifications, Li Xinga could not help but gasp in astonishment. Especially after comprehending the rewards bestowed by the system, he swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the comprehensive enhancement for both himself and his family. Truly remarkable system. Li Xinga gave the system a thumbs up. Simultaneously, the skies above Qingfeng Valley were adorned with countless invisible, multicolored starry lights, gracefully falling like snowflakes and merging into the bodies of each member of the Li family, quietly strengthening their vitality and transforming their physiques. Having obtained the innate immaculate sacred body and the supreme Xian-level cultivation technique, Li Xinga eagerly commenced his training. As he entered a meditative state, he felt a clarity of mind and an unprecedented flow of thoughts. His cultivation speed had increased manifold compared to before. Indeed, hard work combined with talent cannot rival the advantages he possesses. Elder, there are still 2 elusive targets from the Song family. Their identities are somewhat special, making them challenging to deal with. The elderly Xuanzhong, responsible for hunting down the remnants of the 4 families, turned to the Grand Elder and said, 2 elusive fish have slipped through our fingers. One is the county lieutenant of Baya County, and the other is the county magistrate's secretary. These 2 have sought refuge within the county office, refusing to come out. With a furrowed brow, the Grand Elder replied, if that is the case, the matter becomes quite troublesome. The Li family has not yet become so arrogant as to storm the county office and commit murder. For such an act would be tantamount to treason. Although the current Zhou dynasty is weakened, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. A mere breath could extinguish hundreds of families like the Li clan. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder declared solemnly, I shall personally visit the government office to negotiate with the county magistrate. Inside the county office of Baya County, County Lieutenant Song Tianshou and County Magistrate's Secretary Song Tao knelt before the magistrate Gu Zhitian, weeping copiously. Your Honor, you must advocate for us. The Li family is utterly disregarding the law, attempting to assassinate court officials in broad daylight, showing complete contempt for your authority. Gu Zhitian sat comfortably in his grand chair, savoring a freshly brewed cup of tea as he observed the two disheveled men kneeling before him. A glimmer of mockery flashed in his eyes. These two, who had once looked down upon him due to the influence of the Song family, had now found themselves in such a pitiful state. While he secretly reveled in their misfortune, he maintained a facade of indignation, sweeping his sleeve dramatically and exclaiming, "The audacity of the Li family knows no bounds." Upon witnessing the county magistrate's fury, the advisor felt a surge of delight and promptly exclaimed, "Esteemed magistrate, the Li family has brazenly perpetrated mass slaughter against the noble clans and has inflicted suffering upon the common folk under your jurisdiction. This is undeniably an act of rebellion. If you were to petition the court for military intervention to eradicate them, it would undoubtedly earn you immense merit." The county lieutenant chimed in, "Indeed, esteemed magistrate. With such an accomplishment, you may very well ascend the ranks." As the two men fervently attempted to sway him, the magistrate, Gu Zhitian, could not suppress a cold smile within. These two scoundrels were laying their schemes bare before him, truly believing him to be a fool. He feared that the moment his missive was dispatched, news would swiftly follow of the county office being overrun by bandits, and the tragic tale of the noble magistrate's sacrifice for his country would unfold. "I understand your sentiments well, but we are currently in tumultuous times. The court is occupied with military engagements on multiple fronts, and without concrete evidence of the Li family's treachery. To falsely accuse the virtuous would be a disservice to the court's wisdom," Gu Zhitian replied, feigning ignorance. The county lieutenant and the advisor were not oblivious to Gu's attempts at deception. They inwardly cursed him as a coward. Just as they were about to press further, a constable entered, leaning close to Gu Zhitian's ear to whisper something. A grave expression crossed Gu's face as he nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Please ask the guests to wait. I shall be with them shortly." "Yes, esteemed magistrate," the constable replied before exiting. For reasons unbeknownst, a sudden wave of unease surged within the county magistrate and the scribe, prompting them to beseech Gu Zhitian, clinging desperately to his leg. "Esteemed magistrate, for the sake of our shared profession, we implore you to save us." Yet, Gu Zhitian, dismissing their pleas, strode towards the parlor. Inside, the venerable elder of the Li family, Li Xiantong, had been awaiting his arrival for some time. Upon the magistrate's entrance, Li Xiantong rose promptly, offering a respectful salute as he declared, "I am Li Xiantong, elder of the Li family, honored to meet you, magistrate." Gu Zhitian, with a wave of his hand and a smile, responded, "Elderly, it is indeed a rare occasion to have you here. What brings you to my humble abode today?" Without preamble, Li Xiantong made his intentions clear, stating without reservation, "I beseech you, magistrate, to surrender the two remaining scions of the Song family." Faced with Li Xiantong's assertiveness, Gu Zhitian narrowed his eyes, feeling a flicker of displeasure, and retorted coolly, "In the heart of the county office, where would one find remnants of the Song family?" With a chuckle, Li Xiantong lightly clapped his hands, and in response to Gu Zhitian's puzzled gaze, a disciple of the Li family presented a box before him. Upon opening it, the dazzling gold shimmer ensnared Gu Zhitian's attention, rendering him momentarily transfixed. Once the box was closed, he reluctantly averted his gaze, feigning indignation as he exclaimed, "Elder, what is the meaning of this? 500 taels of gold. Is this your expression of gratitude?" "Just a light-hearted jest," the elder chuckled. Gu Zhitian replied, "The individuals are in the rear courtyard. Additionally, with the county magistrate's position soon to be vacant, my Li family is eager to serve the court." Gu Zhitian shook his head, stating, "The county lieutenant is an 8th-rank official. I possess only the authority to recommend, not to appoint. The power of appointment resides with the government office." The elder chuckled lightly, saying, "As for matters concerning the prefectural office, the Li family will manage them accordingly. All that is required from you, esteemed county official, is to submit the names of our Li family's sons." A tremor of realization coursed through Gu Zhitian, and he nodded in acknowledgement. With the objectives of their meeting accomplished, the elder rose and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Esteemed county official, I understand your time is precious. I shall not impose further. Please, do remain." With that, he took his leave. As Gu Zhitian watched the elder's receding figure, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Having toppled the Song family, he now faced the formidable Li family. How long must he remain a mere puppet? Chapter 58. The startling presence of Li Wuyo upon returning to the clan. The elder summoned several other elders to deliberate on the appointment of the county lieutenant. Securing this position was a decision the elder made after careful consideration. The county lieutenant oversees all military affairs within the county, responsible for maintaining law and order as well as collecting taxes. The Lee family had subtly emerged as the foremost clan in Baya County, yet they lacked official recognition. Attaining the position of county lieutenant would grant them true influence, enabling them to navigate both the lawful and the illicit realms. After extensive discussion, they ultimately chose the elder's grandson, Li Xingzong, for the role of county lieutenant. This was not an act of nepotism. Rather, it was due to Li Xingzong's unique status as both the elder's grandson and the son-in-law of the Zheng family. With such dual credentials, Li Xingzong would undoubtedly hold the position of county lieutenant with unshakable stability. Upon obtaining the consent of Li Xingge, the Li family dispatched emissaries to the county government to establish connections. With a legacy spanning over 2 centuries, the Li family possesses a network of influence within the county, albeit not extensive, yet significant enough to warrant attention. The following day, news emerged from the county office. County Lieutenant Song Tianyang conspired with Clerk Song Tao, engaging in extensive corruption and deception, ultimately leading to his suicide and fear of retribution. Subsequently, County Magistrate Gu Zhitian submitted a recommendation for the young prodigy Li Xingzong of the esteemed Qifeng Li clan to assume the position of county lieutenant. After careful deliberation by the county government, Li Xingzong commenced his duties. Thus, the Li family effectively wielded power in both legitimate and illicit realms. The names of the Qifeng Li clan and the youthful genius Li Xingge soared to prominence following the downfall of the 4 great families, rapidly spreading to neighboring counties. On this day, in the study of the family patriarch, Li Xingge sat opposite the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have arranged 3 spirit-gathering arrays in the back mountain. Cultivating within these arrays will yield twice the results with half the effort. However, the arrays require a certain amount of time to gather the essence of heaven and earth, necessitating activation at intervals. Only the higher echelons of our Li family or our talented youth should enter, ensuring we maximize their potential, Li Xingge instructed. The Grand Elder, taken aback, was well aware of the significance of the spirit-gathering arrays. It was said that one reason the prominent families of the county thrived across generations was their possession of such arrays, which accelerated the cultivation speed of practitioners and swiftly enhanced their power. This was the foundation of the great families in the county. Consider this. If they cultivate for a day, it equates to your 2 days of effort. A slight misstep leads to further missteps. The spirit-gathering array can only be established by array masters, who are already a rare breed. The cost of constructing a spirit-gathering array is exceedingly high, making it a mere fantasy for most families of the Blood Qi realm. Yet now, the family head informs him that the Li family possesses not 1, but 3 spirit-gathering arrays. At times, the Grand Elder truly questions whether he is caught in a dream. Rest assured, I shall make full use of the spirit-gathering arrays, he vowed. How is the Martial Pavilion progressing? Li Xingge suddenly inquired. It has been completed. The Martial Pavilion comprises 7 levels. The first 3 levels are dedicated to storing low to high-grade yellow-tier martial arts and techniques, while the upper levels store Xian-tier techniques. All the martial arts and techniques acquired during our last haul have been meticulously organized and cataloged within the Martial Pavilion, the Grand Elder reported. Li Xingge pondered for a moment before producing a collection of mid-level Xian-tier martial arts and techniques awarded by the system, which he entrusted to the Grand Elder. Upon receiving the materials, the Grand Elder was rendered speechless. From this day forth, these shall constitute the foundation of the Li family. Only the core upper echelon may cultivate them. Should any information leak, there will be no mercy, Li Xingge declared sternly. The Grand Elder, regaining his composure, replied with a trembling voice, understood. Li Xingge continued to reflect, then slowly announced, I hereby appoint 4th Elder Li Xuanzong as the Elder of the Martial Pavilion, tasked with its safeguarding without fail. He then produced 100 body refinement pills from the system, handing them over to the Grand Elder for distribution among the body refinement realm practitioners of the clan to enhance their cultivation. After arranging everything, Li Xingge suddenly recalled the young girl he had brought back, the fabled daughter of Fortune. After taking her in, the fortune of the Li family began to ascend at an astonishing pace. Without her, it would have been improbable for the Li family to elevate to a second-tier clan so swiftly. Thus, he inquired, how is that girl, Wio? This indispensable tool he must secure firmly in his grasp. The elder shook his head with a hint of exasperation, stating, this little girl is rather unsociable. Despite being brought into the family for quite some time, she has yet to utter a word to any of her kin. Upon hearing this, Li Xinga felt a twinge of headache, perhaps due to her previous unpleasant experiences. If he could not instill in her a sense of belonging to the family, the auspicious girl could very well drift away, leaving the Li family at a significant loss. Contemplating this, Li Xinga resolved to pay her a personal visit. 15 minutes later, guided by a maid of the Li household, he arrived at the entrance of Li Wuyo's small courtyard. "Master, Miss Wuyo resides here," the maid informed him. Li Xinga nodded, dismissed the maid, and stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the petite figure seated in the stone pavilion. Dressed in a purple skirt with her hair tied back in a ponytail, she rested her chin on her chubby hands, gazing into the horizon, lost in thought. "Wudo," Li Xinga called softly. Startled, the little girl trembled slightly before turning her head in disbelief. Upon recognizing Li Xinga, she rubbed her eyes to ensure she was not mistaken and swiftly dashed over to embrace him. "Uncle," Li Wuyo exclaimed joyfully, thinking he might have forgotten her. Li Xinga gently caressed her silky long hair and set her down. After a period of tender care from the Li family, Xiao Wuyo's complexion had nearly returned to health. Her face was rosy, her skin fair, and her large, glistening eyes were deep and luminous, framed by long, fluttering eyelashes. Clad in an exquisite and opulent dress, she resembled a beloved princess in the imperial court, a stark contrast to the frail beggar she had once been. "I heard from the elder that you never speak to the clan members. Is it because someone among them has bullied you?" Li Xinga inquired softly, stroking her head. Xiao Wuyo shook her head in response. "Then, what is the reason? Is it that you simply do not wish to converse? Or do you prefer not to be in their company?" Xiao Wuyo bit her lip as she spoke. Li Xinga frowned slightly, and upon noticing his expression, Xiao Wuyo became anxious, fearing he was upset. She tugged at her dress nervously. "Uncle, you haven't visited me in ages. Do you not want me anymore?" Li Xinga's heart jolted. He could not allow the fated daughter of fortune to slip away. He quickly reassured her, "Of course not. It's just that your uncle has been quite busy, facing many villains who seek to confront him." The realization that her uncle did not dislike her, but was instead preoccupied with adversaries, ignited a fierce determination within Xiao Wuyo. Clenching her fists, her jewel-like pupils transformed into a strange crimson hue in an instant. A surge of violent, murderous intent emanated from her, startling Li Xinga. "Xiao Wuyo," he admonished urgently. Little Wuyo trembled as the formidable aura that enveloped her receded like a tidal wave, her pupils regaining their clarity. Upon witnessing Li Wuyo return to her normal state, Li Xinga could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was evident that Wuyo could no longer remain here. Should anyone provoke her one day, it could lead to dire consequences. "Uncle, I wish to cultivate. I want to assist you," little Wuyo suddenly declared with a serious tone. "Cultivate? Assist me?" "Yes. I intend to eliminate the wicked individuals who oppose you." Li Wuyo's youthful voice uttered words that sent chills down the spine. "Fear not. My enemies are mine to confront. You need only grow up obediently," Li Xinga replied with a smile. In truth, Li Xinga harbored no desire for Li Wuyo to engage in cultivation. He wished merely to nurture her, harnessing her fortune for his own gain. He was wary of her, for her innate talent was exceedingly formidable. The daughter of destiny was not to be trifled with, and once she embarked on her path of cultivation, she could very well escape his control. Nevertheless, Wuyo shook her head resolutely. In her small mind, she believed that only by vanquishing her uncle's enemies would he find the time to visit her. Her stubbornness caused Li Xinga considerable frustration, and in a state of resignation, he acquiesced with a nod. He led Li Wuyo to the newly constructed clan martial pavilion. Towering over 10 zhang, the 7-story edifice boasted elegantly curved eaves, intricately carved brackets, and beautifully adorned beams. Beneath the pavilion stood 10 members of the Li clan, positioned on either side. Upon seeing Li Xinga's arrival, they all bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Patriarch, open the clan martial pavilion." Yes, the heavy gate creaked open, and Li Xinga gently led Li Wuyo inside. Within the clan martial pavilion, hundreds of martial arts manuals were stored, signifying the family's profound heritage. Li Xinga guided Li Wuyo directly to the 4th floor, where the advanced techniques were housed. "Wuyo, the foundation of cultivation lies in the techniques. These are the finest from the Li family. Feel free to choose for yourself." Little Wuyo nodded. At present, the Li family's advanced techniques were few, prominently displayed in plain sight. Yet, Li Wuyo overlooked them and approached a less conspicuous bookshelf. Rising on her toes, she retrieved the sole manual resting atop it. When Li Xinga beheld the title, his pupils constricted sharply, Blood Demon True Art. Chapter 59. The Seventh Elder of the Leaf Family. Blood Demon True Art. Heavenly Demon's Sacred Body, a mad girl. The vision was too enchanting for Lishinga to fathom. Tentatively, he inquired, "Child, would you like to select another?" Little Wuyo shook her head. For reasons unknown, upon entering the clan martial pavilion, it felt as though an unseen force guided her to this very manual. Seeing her resolve, Lishinga acquiesced. After selecting the techniques, he led her away from the pavilion. As they walked, Lishinga suddenly remarked, "Wuyo, how about moving into my courtyard?" The little girl was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes sparkled with delight as she enthusiastically nodded, her smile curving like a crescent moon. Relief washed over Lishinga as he decided to keep a close watch on the potentially volatile individual, believing it would offer a modicum of reassurance. In what seemed like a blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Throughout this period, the entirety of Baihe County remained remarkably tranquil. Within Qingfeng Valley, in the main courtyard of the Li family estate, Lishinga was instructing Li Wuyo in the art of cultivation when the esteemed first elder approached. His face radiant with elation. "Patriarch," he announced, his voice booming with excitement, "I bring tidings of great joy." Lishinga, his curiosity piqued, inquired, "What news do you bring?" The first elder, stroking his beard with a contented smile, replied, "The spirit rice cultivated in the back mountains has yielded success. Experiments have shown that it can modestly accelerate the pace of cultivation. From this day forward, the Li family boasts its very own spirit plant cultivator." Upon hearing this, Lishinga erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. Thrice over, summon the elders and esteemed stewards of our clan. We shall convene in the council hall within the half-hour." "As you command." Half an hour later, Lishinga arrived at the council hall. Over 40 stewards and 6 elders of the Li family had been awaiting his arrival. Lishinga took his seat at the head of the table. The assembly rose in unison, cupping their fists in respectful greeting. "We pay our respects to the patriarch." "Be at ease, and take your seats," Lishinga responded with a gentle smile, and the assembly complied. "I have convened this gathering of our clan's esteemed leaders to share momentous news." With the exception of the few elders already privy to the information, every steward present strained their ears in anticipation. Today, the spirit rice secretly cultivated by our Li family has proven successful in trials. Its consumption can modestly enhance the speed of cultivation. Our Li family has brought forth a Tier 1 spirit plant cultivator. Within the assembly hall, a moment of silence ensued, swiftly followed by a resounding wave of applause. Shortly thereafter, Lishinga raised his hand, and the atmosphere instantly fell into silence. He then spoke. "Previously, I promised that if this esteemed clan member could cultivate spiritual rice, I would elevate him to the position of the 7th elder of our family and establish a spiritual medicine hall under his jurisdiction. Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise." His gaze swept towards a corner. "Where is Li Yanxiu?" As Lishinga's words echoed, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a slender frame, yet exuding a calm and composed demeanor, stood up and stepped forward. He respectfully bowed to Lishinga, "Patriarch." Lishinga nodded with a smile, but his expression soon turned serious as he stated solemnly, "Li Yanxiu is the first spiritual cultivator of our Li family, having made significant contributions in the cultivation of spiritual flora. Now, as the current patriarch, I hereby officially announce." Everyone rose once more. "We elevate Li Yanxiu to the position of the 7th elder of our family and establish the spiritual medicine hall, to be overseen by Li Yanxiu." All the Li family officials bowed deeply to Li Yanxiu. "We pay our respects to the 7th elder." Overcome with emotion, Li Yanxiu deeply bowed to Lishinga and the esteemed elders. Li Yanxiu expresses his gratitude to the patriarch and the esteemed elders. "I shall remain ever loyal and dedicated to the family, serving with unwavering commitment until the end." Lishinga nodded with a smile. As 2 Li family cultivators brought forth a chair, placing it behind the 6th elder. "7th elder, please take your seat." "Yes." Li Yanxiu took his place among the elders. Henceforth, Li Yanxiu had officially acceded to the nucleus of the Li family's power. "Furthermore, I intend to establish an Hall of Reverence, enlisting formidable unaffiliated cultivators to serve the Li family. The Hall of Reverence shall not partake in family governance, but shall be subject solely to the commands of the family head and the Council of Elders." Lishinga has already broached this matter privately with several elders, who have all voiced their approbation and thus have expressed their support. Seeing that the family head and several elders had reached a consensus, the assembled stewards naturally dared not object, and the resolution was passed with alacrity. Subsequently, The discussion turned to the matter of augmenting the cultivation resources for the clansmen. The Li family, having vanquished the 4 great clans, had amassed a surfeit of cultivation resources that now filled the entire treasure vault. Li Shingo would not suffer them to languish in the vault, for the expedient conversion into family strength was paramount. An hour later, the meeting concluded successfully. Subsequently, the news of the advent of a spirit herbalist in the Li family and the Li family's commencement of enlisting venerated retainers spread like wildfire throughout the entirety of Baya County. In an instant, all the powers, great and small, of Baya County were shaken by it. The Li family, with 3 Chi blood cultivators, was already astonishing enough. But now that the Li family had also brought forth a first-order spirit herbalist, it was as if a mountain weighed upon the hearts of all. Outside Baya County, a small tea house by the roadside. It was midday, and the scorching sun beat down, causing people to sweat profusely. Many passing merchants were drinking tea and resting in this small tea house. Have you heard? The Qingfeng Li clan has brought forth a first-order spirit herbalist, an elderly busybody said, and the people around him were intrigued by his words and gathered around. Is it true? The Li family has already produced 3 cultivators at the Blood Realm, and now they have added a spirit plant master. Does this not render the Li family unrivaled in Baya County? Someone expressed astonishment. Upon hearing the skepticism, a rather elderly busybody appeared somewhat displeased. Why would I deceive you? This is absolutely true. I have a distant relative working in the Li family's market. And he heard it directly from a direct descendant of the Li family. TSK, a first-tier spirit plant master. Even the noble families in the capital must treat him as an esteemed guest. Coupled with the young prodigy who heads the Li family, the future of the Li family seems boundless. Indeed, among the 9 great families of Baya County, the Li family has already annihilated 5. Only 3 remain. Either they are allied with the Li family or have become its vassals. He then lowered his voice to utter a blasphemous remark. The commands of the emperor in Baya County might not hold as much weight as the words of the Li family as patriarch. Such words should not be spoken aloud. It is enough to keep it in our hearts, the crowd hastily agreed. I have also heard that the Li family has constructed a pavilion of extraordinary individuals in the county town, intending to attract various remarkable talents for their own use. With 3 cultivators at the Blood Realm, why is the Li family still seeking talented individuals? Someone exclaimed, wide-eyed. Are you foolish? The patriarch of the Li family is so young. His aspirations surely extend beyond the small confines of Baya County. By recruiting supporters now, he is preparing for the Li family's future endeavors beyond Baya. With such a young prodigy leading the Li family, it truly is a blessing from their ancestors. A man remarked, visibly envious. With a sigh, a middle-aged man lamented the stark contrast between himself and the young prodigy who, at the tender age of 17, ascended to the realm of vitality and subsequently took command of such a vast family, wielding the power of life and death over millions in Baya County. Reflecting on his own 17 years spent in the taverns, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be a bitter pill to swallow. Come now, you, a mere commoner, dare to compare yourself to someone of the stature of the Li family head? Chuckled the others nearby, their laughter ringing out. Only the middle-aged man, his face flushed, awkwardly scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Chapter 60. The arrival of the mysterious visitor, Jiang Dao. Not far from them, at a neighboring table, sat a mysterious figure clad in black, a wide-brimmed hat obscuring his features. He cradled a blade in his arms and held a cup of steaming tea, savoring each sip. His eyes, half closed, betrayed an indifference to the world around him, save for a flicker of intrigue that sparked within him at the mention of the Li family. Finishing his tea, the hat-wearing man abruptly rose to his feet, his voice hoarse as he called out, "Waiter, bring me the bill." "Certainly, esteemed guest, your patronage is greatly appreciated. It amounts to 3-1. The waiter scampered over, his tone imbued with respect. Having encountered many patrons, he instinctively sensed that this man was no ordinary individual. From within his cloak, the man retrieved a silver ingot, tossing it to the waiter. "Keep the change, consider it a tip." The waiter's eyes widened in astonishment. The ingot was no less than 10 taels, sufficient to cover his family's expenses for an entire year. Today, he felt as though he had encountered a deity of fortune. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir, thank you." However, the man in the bamboo hat had already moved on. His direction led him to the county town. Half an hour later, the man appeared within the confines of the town and casually approached a local citizen, inquiring, "Esteemed sir, could you kindly direct me to the Li family's extraordinary scholars' pavilion?" The individual was initially inclined to retort, yet upon observing the man's attire, which clearly suggested he was not someone to be trifled with, he restrained his words and instead gestured ahead, stating, "Proceed straight down this road for 2 miles, and you shall arrive." The man in the bamboo hat nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. Before long, he reached his destination. Lifting his hat, he gazed upon the prominent characters spelling Extraordinary Scholars Pavilion upon the plaque adorning the tall building, and stepped inside. The interior of the pavilion was rather desolate. After all, individuals possessed a sense of self-awareness, and those of mediocre ability were beneath the notice of the Leaf family. Upon hearing footsteps, the manager of the Leaf family, who had been lounging leisurely in a grand armchair throughout the day, stretched languidly. With a hoarse voice, the man in the bamboo hat declared, "The esteemed family is seeking talent. I, Jiang Dao, am willing to give it a try." In an instant, the manager sprang to his feet from the rocking chair. In Qingfeng Valley, the Leaf family's ancestral land, the elder of the family received a message. A respectful Leaf family envoy presented a scroll containing a confidential letter to the elder. Upon unrolling the missive and perusing its contents, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. Without delay, he hastened towards the master's courtyard. In the courtyard, Li Xinga was engrossed in an ancient tome, and upon noticing the elder's arrival, he set the book aside. The head of the family received a message from the Flying Eagle of the Oddity Pavilion, announcing the arrival of a remarkable individual seeking to ally with the Li clan, specifically requesting an audience with the family head. Li Xinga raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Then let us bring him to Qingfeng Valley for a meeting," he said with a cheerful smile. Half an hour later, a man in a bamboo hat appeared before Li Xinga, quietly observing him. The man found Li Xinga to be as enigmatic as the rumors suggested, instilling a sense of reverence within him. Jiang Dao clasped his fists and bowed. Introducing himself, "I am Jiang Dao, a wandering cultivator from the Jianghu, and I pay my respects to the head of the Li family." Li Xinga returned the gesture and inquired with a smile, "With your strength, you could easily dominate your own territory. What compels you to seek refuge with the Li family?" Upon first encountering Jiang Dao, Li Xinga had already assessed his strength. He was at the initial stage of the Blood Qi realm. Given this, Li Xinga felt it prudent to exercise caution regarding his intentions. Jiang Dao offered a wry smile, admitting, "I dare not deceive you, esteemed head of the Li family. I have offended someone and am now fleeing for my life. Along the way, I heard of your esteemed reputation, which compelled me to seek your protection." Upon hearing Jiang Dao's explanation, Li Xinga's earlier doubts dissipated. The man had enemies and was entangled in some trouble. After all, if Jiang Dao had no foes, a cultivator of his caliber would not come seeking refuge with the Li family. "How did you come to incur the wrath of your enemies, and what is their strength?" Li Xinga pressed further. These inquiries were essential. If Jiang Dao's adversaries were too formidable, Li Xinga would have to express his regrets. Jiang Dao reminisced. "Half a month ago, in Chu County, while vying for a rare medicinal herb, I inadvertently took the lives of several individuals. To my dismay, one of them turned out to be the son of the head of the prominent Yang family in the region. Consequently, I have incurred their wrath. The Yang family boasts 2 formidable practitioners of the Qi and Blood realm, one at the minor completion stage and the other at the initial stage. Presently, I find myself evading the relentless pursuit of the elder who has reached the minor completion stage." "The Yang family of Chu County?" Li Xinga murmured softly, his recollection of the family scant. Observing Li Xinga's apparent hesitation, Jiang Dao assumed he was reluctant to forge an enmity with the Yang family and was thus unwilling to extend his support. With a heavy sigh, he stated, "If the esteemed head of the Li family finds this predicament troublesome, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. In truth, given his abilities, even an alliance with the prominent families of the prefecture would secure him a place of significance. However, among those families, the competition is fierce, and his presence would merely add embellishment. The Li family, on the other hand, is just beginning to rise, and its head is renowned as a prodigious talent. A 17-year-old practitioner of minor completion with immense potential for the future. Aligning himself with them at this juncture might yield considerable benefits. Yet, if the Li family were to reject him, he would find himself cornered, left with no choice but to seek refuge among the established families of the prefecture. "Wait," Li Xinga called out to Jiang Dao. An opportunity to recruit a practitioner of the Qi and Blood realm would not be easily dismissed. He could afford to offend a Yang family led by only a practitioner of minor completion. Of course, this was contingent upon the veracity of Jiang Dao's claims. Jiang Dao turned back to face Li Xinga, his gaze steady. Li Xinga spoke slowly, If what you say is true, my family would be more than willing to accept you. However, I kindly ask for a day or two to verify your claims. During this time, your safety will be guaranteed by my family. Naturally, Xinga could not take Jiang Dao's words at face value. He needed to ascertain the true nature of the Yang family before deciding whether to accept Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, replying, I am grateful to the head of the Li family. If Li Xinga had readily agreed to accept him without hesitation, Jiang Dao might have felt some doubt. However, Li Xinga's cautious demeanor gave him complete reassurance. It is only the prudent who can traverse further paths. 2 days later, Li Xinga looked at the confidential letter in his hand and smiled at Jiang Dao, saying, Welcome to the Li family. From this moment on, we are family. The contents of the letter confirmed that all Jiang Dao had said was indeed true. Upon hearing this, the weight that had long burdened Jiang Dao's heart finally lifted. He respectfully bowed deeply to Li Xinga, proclaiming, Jiang Dao pays his respects to the head of the family. From now on, my life belongs to the Li family. Li Xinga helped Jiang Dao to his feet, and the two exchanged a knowing glance before erupting into hearty laughter. With Jiang Dao's addition, the Li family now had 4 practitioners of the blood qi realm in their ranks, whereas at their peak, they had only ever boasted 2 at a time. Chapter 61. Young man, you are still too young. Ancestor, our people have uncovered the truth. That rogue Jiang Dao ultimately went to the Qingfeng Li clan's Qingfeng Valley, and after entering, he has not been seen again. In a restaurant within a county town, a middle-aged man respectfully addressed an elderly gentleman with a youthful appearance. The Qingfeng Li clan? Upon hearing this, the elder frowned slightly. Indeed, ancestor, if Jiang Dao has secured the protection of the Qingfeng Li clan, avenging the young master by eliminating Jiang Dao will not be a simple endeavor. The middle-aged man spoke gravely. What do you mean? The elder appeared puzzled, as he recalled that the Qingfeng Li clan seemingly had only one practitioner at the initial stage of the Qi and Blood realm. Sensing the elder's confusion, the middle-aged man elaborated, Ancestor, you have been in seclusion for too long and are unaware of many developments. The current Qingfeng Li clan is no longer what it used to be. Since the previous clan leader's demise, a young man of nearly 17 years has taken over the position. A 17-year-old child can be the clan leader? Is the family jesting? The elder scoffed. Ancestor, you must not underestimate him simply because of his age, the middle-aged man hastily replied. Although the new leader of the Li family is only 17 during his tenure, the Li clan has assimilated 5 of the 9 prominent families in Baya County. Furthermore, his cultivation has already reached the minor success stage of the Qi and Blood realm. The elder, who had been sipping tea, suddenly spat it out onto the middle-aged man's face. In response to the man's reproachful gaze, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, a 17-year-old at the minor success stage of the Qi and Blood realm? Are you jesting with me? The middle-aged man wiped the moisture from his face and gave a wry smile, saying, Old ancestor, how could I dare deceive you? This matter is well known among all the inhabitants of Baya County. Moreover, it does not end here. Aside from the young head of the family, 2 elders of the Li family have also ascended to the Blood Qi realm. The Li family now boasts a total of 3 practitioners within this realm. The old man's breathing grew heavier, and after a moment's contemplation, he slowly remarked, if this is indeed the case, then the situation becomes rather complicated. What shall we do now, old ancestor? The elder pondered for a while before instructing, compose an official letter of visit. I wish to personally pay my respects to the young head of the family. 2 hours later, the elder and the middle-aged man arrived at Qingfeng Valley. They halted before the entrance, where the Li clan resided, and were met with the stern warning from 2 Li family cultivators, no entry without permission. The elder regarded these seemingly ordinary Li family cultivators, yet felt an undeniable air of pride and confidence emanating from them, prompting an inward reflection on the evident stature of the Li family. He exchanged a glance with the middle-aged man, who understood the cue, presenting the letter of visit while stating, from the young clan of Chu County, we have come to pay our respects to your esteemed family. Please relay this message. One of the Li cultivators took the letter, glanced at it, and replied in a softened tone, please wait a moment. I will convey your message immediately. Within Qingfeng Valley, Li Xinga held the letter in his hand, smiling as he spoke to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, those who were meant to come have finally arrived. The latter shook his head with a smile. Please invite the esteemed elders of our clan to the reception hall. In the reception hall, the elder gazed at Li Xinga, who sat at the head of the table with a smile and an air of distinction, marveling inwardly at the truth of the rumors. He clasped his hands and said, I am Yang Zhongze of the Yang clan from Chu County, honored to meet the head of the Li family and the esteemed elders. Li Xinge regarded Yang Zhongze and surmised that this must be the venerable ancestor of the Yang family. In the presence of a fellow practitioner of the same realm, Li Xinge did not presume too much. He rose, returned the greeting, and said, "Esteemed guests, please take a seat." As the two took their seats, Li Xinge feigned ignorance and inquired, "The Yang clan of Chu County is quite distant from my Qingfeng Valley. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Yang Zhongze wore a smile on his face, but inwardly, he cursed the cunning fox. He cleared his throat and spoke plainly. "The disruption to your esteemed clan is regrettable, but it is unavoidable. A rogue cultivator known as Jiang Dao has slain my grandson in Chu County. I have come to pursue him, as I learned that his last whereabouts were in your Qifeng Valley. Thus, I have specially come to pay my respects today." Li Xinge and the elders feigned surprise. Subsequently, Li Xinge smiled and remarked, "I was unaware that Jiang Dao bore such enmity with the Yang family. I must confess, he is indeed currently residing in my Qingfeng Valley." Yang Zhongze's expression shifted slightly. "I implore you, head of the Li family, to hand over this enemy of mine. In return, the Yang family shall offer substantial gratitude." Li Xinge shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. "I beg your pardon, esteemed elder. Had you arrived a day earlier, this matter could have been resolved with ease. However, as it stands, Jiang Dao has already joined my Li family, becoming one of our honored guardians. To hand him over to the nobility would tarnish the reputation of my clan." Upon hearing Li Xinge's words, Yang Zhongze let out a cold laugh. "Li family head, does this mean that my grudge regarding the death of my grandson shall go unaddressed? If you are willing to spare Jiang Dao, my Li family is prepared to offer a substantial sum as compensation for his actions." Li Xinge replied with a smile, "Though my Yang family has fallen on hard times, we still possess the means to provide for our needs." Yang Zhongze's voice turned icy. "What do you imply, esteemed elder?" Li Xinge narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of excitement flickering in their depths. Could it be that the first esteemed guest of the 100 Ghosts banner was about to arrive? Cough, cough. "The matter of avenging my grandson is not an absolute necessity. If the head of the Li family is willing to owe my Yang family a favor, then we shall not hold the incident involving Jiang Dao against him." Yang Zhongze's next words left Li Xinge utterly astonished. He had anticipated a fierce retort, yet instead received an unexpected concession. Although it was regrettable that Yang Zhongze missed the first opportunity to delve into the depths of the 100 Ghosts banner, his willingness to spare Jiang Dao relieved the Li family of considerable trouble. Li Xinge pondered for a moment. Agreeing to owe the Yang family a favor is not out of the question, but it must remain within the bounds of what I can manage. Should it exceed those limits, the favor would no longer hold any value. He first cautioned Yang Zhongze, for if the Yang family unwittingly provoked a formidable entity, it would surely bring calamity upon him. Yang Zhongze nodded in response, assuring the head of the Li family, "Rest assured, our Yang family shall not cause you any trouble. Since you have acquiesced, let us consider the grievances between the Yang family and Jiang Dao settled." With that, he rose to take his leave, adding, "As this matter is resolved, I shall not impose any further upon you, esteemed Li family head." After speaking, he departed, with Li Xinge and the elders rising to see him off. Observing the retreating figures of Yang Zhongze and his companion, Li Xinge chuckled softly, acknowledging their remarkable stature. Outside Qifeng Valley, a middle-aged man looked at Yang Zhongze with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Ancestor, are we truly letting the young master's vendetta go just like that?" Yang Zhongze shot him a glance and replied tersely, "What other choice do we have? Should we engage in a feudal confrontation with the Li family at Qifeng Valley? I fear you would be the first to perish in such an encounter." The middle-aged man scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. In truth, he felt a sense of gratitude towards his late grandson. Had he not met his demise, he would never have had the opportunity to have such a distinguished figure indebted to the Yang family. The middle-aged man, taken aback, stared at Yang Zhongze with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't the ancestor most fond of the young master? Reading the man's expression, Yang Zhongze surmised his thoughts, but chose not to elaborate further. Though his grandson, who had fallen to Jiang Dao, was his favorite, he still had a dozen more. However, there was only one Li Xinge, a prodigious youth who, at the tender age of 17, had already broken through to the lesser stage of vitality and blood, and who exerted immense pressure upon him. Yang Zhongze could scarcely fathom the heights this young man might attain in the future. The value of a favor from such a future luminary was beyond Yang Zhongze's wildest imaginings. If he could induce Li Xinge to incur a few more debts of gratitude, even at the cost of a few more grandsons, he would not hesitate. After all, Grandsons could always beget more grandsons. Ah, youth, you are still too callow. Chapter 62. If he does not desire decorum, we shall assist him in achieving it in the ensuing period. The Li family adopted a low-key development strategy. Li Shingo once again secluded himself in a protracted period of cultivation, entrusting the reins of power to the various elders before his departure. As spring yielded to autumn, a year elapsed. During this year, the Li family's strength experienced comprehensive augmentation. While no new vitality and blood realm cultivators emerged, the number of body refinement realm cultivators swelled to over 40. On this particular day, as the autumnal winds rustled and the air turned crisp, a woman, clad in tattered garments, her face gaunt and weathered, gazed upon the verdant expanse of green Maple Valley, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Noticing her approach, a sentinel of the Li family stationed at the mountain's base stepped forward to dissuade her. I am a handmaiden of Miss Su Ling. I implore you to save Su. Before she could finish her plea, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and darkness enveloped her vision as she collapsed to the ground. The Li family cultivator furrowed his brow. Miss Su Ling? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his countenance shifted, and he swiftly scooped up the woman, rushing toward the heart of green Maple Valley. Within a chamber in the courtyard of the esteemed third elder, Li Xianyong furrowed his brow tightly, and as he listened to the lamentations of the woman, his anger swelled within him. When his fury reached its zenith, he struck the nearby tea table with a swift motion, cleaving it in two. How dare this insolent wretch belittle us? Does he think the Li family is without a champion? Li Xianyong exclaimed in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the elderly matron, upon hearing of her daughter's plight, felt as if her heart were being torn asunder. She glared at Li Xianyong, weeping, "It is all your fault, you stubborn old man. Insisting on marrying our daughter off so far away. My poor daughter suffers dreadfully over there. Master, madam, I beseech you, cough, cough. You must save the young lady," implored the frail woman lying in bed. Li Xianyong, suppressing his wrath, declared, "I shall compose a letter to that old wretch, Gua Taichong, and inquire if this is indeed the moral fabric of the Gua family, to raise such a creature that favors concubines over wives. I shall see if he still holds the Li family in any regard." The young lady, whom the woman referred to as Miss Su Ling, was none other than Li Xianyong's daughter, Li Su Ling. Many years prior, for the sake of familial interests, he had wed her to the eldest son of Gua Taichong, the then head of the Gua family. Subsequently, Gua Taichong withdrew from the limelight, leaving the family leadership to his son. Since the time, the bond between daughter and her natal family had weakened, and they had only exchanged letters over the years. Initially, Li Xianyong believed his daughter, having become the matriarch of the Gua family, would be cautious of her influence. Little did he know that his son-in-law, upon ascending to power, had become infatuated with a notorious courtesan, bringing her into his household as a concubine. As the matriarch of the Gua family, Li Shuling naturally could not obstruct her husband from taking a concubine to expand their lineage, thus she endured the situation. However, she never anticipated that after the actor bore an illegitimate son, she would develop an unseemly ambition, coveting the position of the Gua family's young master, her own son. Despite Li Shuling's usually amiable temperament, she could no longer restrain herself and sought to teach the actor a lesson. To her dismay, her biased husband intervened, allowing the actor to grow increasingly arrogant, while he remained indifferent. In desperation, Li Shuling penned a letter seeking assistance from her family, only for it to be intercepted by the head of the Gua family, who, in a fit of rage, imprisoned her for 3 long years. Fortunately, a loyal maid named Alien, who had accompanied her dowry, risked her life to escape the Gua residence and traveled a great distance to inform the Li family. The tribulations faced by a mortal woman crossing mountains and rivers are unimaginable. Li Xianyong rolled up his sleeves, ready to write, yet his elderly partner snatched the pen away. "What use is a letter? Do you think a mere note can rescue our daughter? She was married to the Gua family for the sake of our clan. This matter must be resolved by our family," the old woman declared, hands on her hips. Yet, Li Xuanyong's face revealed hesitation. But the old woman had already stormed out of the room. Meanwhile, the eldest elder lamented, "You must advocate for our Shuling. The Gua family's actions show a complete disregard for our Li family." The old woman sobbed. Beside him, the elder, having learned the circumstances, was seething with indignation. He reassured, "Sister-in-law, do not worry. Our family shall not remain idle regarding this matter." With that, he called out towards the door, "Come forth." A servant entered, respectfully clasping his fists. "Elder," he exclaimed, "swiftly dispatch an envoy to the Gua family in Dong County, and inform Guo Taichang that he must provide our Li family with an explanation. Otherwise, he shall bear the consequences. The elder's countenance was formidable. Understood, elder. The servant complied and departed. Days later, the envoy returned, bearing an expression of shame as he approached the elder. Elder, I visited the Guo family but was unable to even enter their gates. They proclaimed that this is a matter solely concerning their family and has no connection with our Li family. Upon finishing, he cautiously observed the elder's expression, which was as frigid as ice. Very well. Excellent indeed. The elder gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with precision. Summon the other elders. We shall convene in the council hall. After the family head, Li Xinga, entered seclusion, the elder had unequivocally become the foremost authority of the clan. Half an hour later, in the Li family council hall, several elders gathered. The situation is as follows. One elder began, and now, we must reach a decision. The elder spoke with a measured tone. The third elder chose to abstain, while the second elder, Li Xuanzhong, stated, Esteemed elders, I believe our Li family cannot remain indifferent to this matter. Su Ling married into the Guo family for the benefit of our clan, and we must safeguard her interests. Otherwise, which of our descendants would dare to sacrifice for the family in the future? The second elder speaks, justly. Favoring concubines over the wife is an affront to morality. We must teach the Guo family a lesson. After a brief exchange, the elders reached a consensus. The sixth elder then addressed the head elder. Since the Guo family does not hold us in regard, we have no choice but to assert our strength. If they do not desire a dignified resolution, we shall help them achieve one. The head elder nodded slightly. I concur. In that case, second elder, I must trouble you and esteemed Jiang Dao to undertake this journey. The second elder cupped his fist in salute. Rest assured, I shall not tarnish the Li family's reputation. With that, he rose and departed. Chapter 63, A Scathing Indictment. Meanwhile, the Guo family remained blissfully unaware of the impending reckoning. Several days later, in the Guo family's estate in Dong County, an elderly man with a long face and sword-like eyebrows, adorned in a scarlet robe, was berating Guo Yulong, the head of the Guo family, in his study. This man was none other than Guo Taichang, Guo Yulong's father. I had hoped that after serving as the head of the family for so many years, you would have matured. However, Yulong, you have deeply disappointed me. Guan Taichang's spittle sprayed onto Guo Yulong's face, yet Guo Yulong did not dare to wipe it away. He merely lowered his head, resentment flickering in his eyes, while Guan Taichang remained entirely oblivious. The Li family and my Guo family have maintained a cordial relationship for generations. You agreed to marry Zuling back then. Without her, you would not have ascended to the position of family head. Why then? Do you engage in such an act of favoring a concubine over a wife today? Are you not slapping the Li family in the face? How am I to explain this old visage of mine to them? This is a matter of the Guo family and has no bearing on the Li family. Guo Yulong stated with a calm gaze. Guan Taichang's face flushed with anger as he trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Guo Yulong, and shouted, Unfilial son. You are truly an unfilial son. I can elevate you to the position of family head, but I can also strip you of it. Guo Yulong scoffed derisively, replying, Father, you remain unaware that during your seclusion, the second son perished due to his cultivation going awry. Will you revoke my position and pass it on to a collateral branch? Upon hearing these words, Guan Taichang felt as though struck by lightning, staring at Guo Yulong in disbelief. At that moment, he realized he had never truly understood his eldest son. You possess quite the cunning. Guan Taichang gritted his teeth. With a father as a model, the son's methods cannot be lacking, Guo Yulong retorted with a cold laugh. Guan Taichang slumped into his chair. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and slowly said, I can no longer manage you now. But I have one bottom line. The future head of the Guo family must be a legitimate son, not the offspring of a lowly maid. Even if it means the mantle of family head falls upon a collateral branch, I will ensure your downfall. Furthermore, execute this matter with utmost discretion, lest the Li family become aware. Guo Taichang, having just emerged from seclusion, remained ignorant of the Li family emissary's visit and subsequent expulsion from the Guo estate. Guo Yulong offered a perfunctory response, confident that the old man had but a few decades left. Upon his demise, the Guo family would be his to command, and he could appoint whomever he pleased. Why should his unwanted child be denied the position of family head? Amidst the father and son's machinations, dozens of riders galloped at breakneck speed along the official road outside the eastern county city, raising a cloud of dust. Passers-by hastily retreated to the roadside, fearing being trampled by the towering steeds. At the city gates, a dozen soldiers stood idly with their tasseled spears, perfunctorily inspecting the passing merchants. Suddenly, A subtle tremor reverberated through the ground, prompting the crowd to gaze into the distance. There, they beheld a squadron of riders advancing with imposing momentum. A young recruit, newly enlisted, witnessing the approaching force, brandished his spear and attempted to intercept them. However, a middle-aged soldier forcefully restrained him, and in response to the recruit's bewildered expression, the latter hastily cautioned, "Are you courting death? These individuals are clearly not to be trifled with. Is a meager monthly wage worth risking your life?" The young recruit scoffed. Having long disdained the indolent veterans, he retorted, "Having accepted the imperial stipend, one must naturally fulfill one's duties to the court." With that, he forcefully wrenched himself free from the middle-aged soldier's grasp, strode forward, and bellowed, "Galloping within the city is forbidden. Dismount and submit to inspection." Yet the crowd surged forward with unrelenting momentum. Almost within the span of 3 breaths, they reached the young soldier. In the latter's incredulous gaze, a towering steed charged with remarkable speed, colliding directly into the young soldier. The terrifying force propelled him several yards away. The young soldier felt as though his very organs were rattling, just as he attempted to struggle back to his feet. He lifted his head and his pupils constricted in horror. No. The iron hooves crushed down upon his skull, splattering red and white like a burst watermelon. Once the cavalry had passed, the young soldier lay, trampled into a pulp, while the remaining soldiers watched in parched silence, a chill creeping down their spines. Ignoring the wisdom of the elderly, he paid the price with his life. The middle-aged soldier, filled with unease, gazed at the pool of flesh on the ground and shook his head. "Young man, you are far too naive. Do you truly believe this realm still belongs to the Great Zhou?" The careless extinguishing of an unseeing ant stirred not a ripple in the hearts of the onlookers. Under the guidance of Elian, the maidservant of Lady Li Zuling, the members of the Li family soon arrived at the entrance of the Guo residence. They halted their steeds, gazing up at the golden characters inscribed as Guo Mansion. The second elder, Li Xuanzhong, waved his hand, and behind him, 2 martial practitioners from the Li family dismounted. This time, the Li family had mobilized 2 practitioners of the blood chi realm, 10 from the physical body realm, and 30 who had mastered the body refinement stage. Such a formidable force was sufficient to obliterate an ordinary blood chi family. The intention of the Li family was clear. Should the Guo family fail to provide a satisfactory explanation today, they would reduce the Guo residence to mere rubble. Upon observing the seemingly hostile crowd, the 2 gatekeepers of the Guo family drew their blades, their expressions betraying a sense of caution. One of them barked, "Halt, intruders!" Yet, the 2 corporeal realm cultivators from the Li family paid no heed. They suddenly accelerated and, in the blink of an eye, reached the entrance of the Guo residence. The gatekeepers, steeling themselves, attempted to intercept them, but were abruptly struck by an overwhelming force that sent them hurtling backwards, several zhang away. They coughed up blood, convulsed twice, and then fell silent, unable to rise again. After dispatching the guards, Li Xuanzhong and Jiang Dao exchanged a glance, dismounted, clasped their hands behind their backs, and strode expressionlessly into the Guo residence, the crowd closely trailing behind them. Meanwhile, on the street, onlookers gathered at a distance, their innate curiosity piqued, chattering amongst themselves as they witnessed the unfolding scene. "My heavens, what formidable adversaries has the Guo family provoked to have such a confrontation at their doorstep?" exclaimed a stunned local from Dongxin County. The Guo family, one of the 5 prominent bloodline clans in the county, wielded significant influence, and it was indeed surprising that they had found themselves in such a predicament. Clearly, those newcomers are no ordinary foes. They must be fierce warriors from afar seeking vengeance. "The Guo family is in grave trouble," someone remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, noting the Guo family's consistently poor reputation in Dongxian. No one doubted the strength of these mysterious individuals. Their audacity to confront the Guo family directly spoke volumes of their formidable prowess. Within the confines of the Guo residence, the suddenness of the scene left everyone in a state of shock. As they beheld the 2 gatekeepers lying motionless on the ground, some timid servants let out piercing screams, clutching their heads in panic. The Li family, having gathered in the courtyard, prepared for confrontation. Stepping forward, the second elder, Li Xuanzhong, with a cold demeanor, declared, "Guo Taichong, I, Li Xuanzhong of the Li family, come bearing the offering of the Jiang Dao to pay my respects." Empowered by the force of his vital energy, Li Xuanzhong's voice resonated throughout the expansive Guo family courtyard. In the rear courtyard, Guo Taichong, engaged in conversation with Guo Yulong, was abruptly alerted by this proclamation and raised his head sharply, his countenance darkening. Casting a furious glare at Guo Yulong, he demanded, "What is happening?" Why has the Li family come knocking at our door? Guo Yulong's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that just after sending away the Li family envoy, they would arrive at his doorstep. How could an outsider, a married woman, garner such attention from the Li family? Recently, a maid had fled to the Li family to disclose their affairs, and after the Li family had sent an envoy, he had driven them away. Why should the Li family meddle in our Guo family's matters? He whispered in response to Guo Taichang's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Guo Taichang was incensed, delivering a resounding slap to Guo Yulong's face, leaving several distinct finger marks on the latter's cheek. How could I, Guo Taichang, a man of great wisdom, have such a foolish son? He thundered. Our family's century-long relationship with the Li family is at risk of being ruined because of you. Faced with his father's genuine wrath, Guo Yulong dared not retort, nor did he possess the desire to continue the chastisement. The Li family has already come knocking, and the pressing matter at hand is to first address the situation with them. The two hurriedly made their way towards the entrance. At the entrance, disciples from the Guo family had gathered in response to the commotion, standing in confrontation with those from the Li family. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting when Guo Taichang and his son finally arrived, albeit belatedly. The moment they arrived, their eyes fell upon the lifeless body of a guard lying on the ground. Guo Taichang's expression shifted dramatically. The Li family had indeed come directly to their doorstep. Although the Guo family was at fault, the Li family's aggression seemed excessive, as if they regarded the Guo family as mere clay to be molded at will. However, upon observing Li Xuanzhong and Jiang Dao, and sensing their cultivation levels, Guo Taichang could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Two formidable practitioners at the blood qi realm. The previously darkened expression was replaced by a renewed smile. Brother Xuanzhong, it has been a long time. I apologize for my lack of courtesy in my reception. I hope you will forgive me. Li Xuanzhong replied with a cold smirk. No need for such pleasantries. The threshold of the Guo family is not easily crossed. Guo Taichang forced a chuckle and shot a fierce glare at Guo Yulong beside him, who instinctively recoiled. It is the oversight of my family's servants. I beseech you, Brother Xuanzhong, to overlook this transgression considering the long-standing friendship between our families. Guo Taichang smiled ingratiatingly. Humph. Guo Taichang, spare me your feigned ignorance. You are well aware of the purpose of the Li family's visit today. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation to the Li family, the friendship between our two families built over the past century will come to an abrupt end. Furthermore, it is quite possible that your Guo family's century-old foundation will be reduced to ashes. Li Xuanzhong's formidable presence in the veiled threat in his words rendered Guo Taichang's countenance exceedingly grim. Since his breakthrough to the blood qi realm, he had never faced such aggressive pressure from anyone. Confounded, he wondered why, after merely 2 years of seclusion, the Li family had grown to such an extent of power. However, circumstances dictated the course of action. With two practitioners of the blood qi realm demanding accountability, the Guo family had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Li Xuanzhong and said, Please, Brother Xuanzhong, allow me a moment. I shall provide the Li family with a satisfactory resolution. Turning to his companion, Guo Yulong, he barked fiercely, Why are you not hastening to summon Zuling? Though reluctant, Guo Yulong recognized the precariousness of the situation and nodded in compliance, instructing a trusted aide, Go fetch the lady. Understood. Before long, the weary and gaunt figure of Li Zuling was brought forth. Upon first laying eyes on her, Li Xuanzhong's lips quivered. He could hardly believe his sight. His niece, who was scarcely past her 30s, now bore the appearance of a woman in her 50s or 60s. The Guo family possessed remarkable audacity. Li Xuanzhong seethed, his overwhelming aura erupting. Beside him, Jiang Dao also unleashed his own formidable presence, causing all present to feel as though their hearts were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, rendering them breathless. Meanwhile, the assembled members of the Li family drew their blades in unison, poised to transform the once resplendent Guo residence into a veritable hell on earth at the command of their second elder. As Guo Taichang sensed the overwhelming aura, a shiver ran down his spine. He inwardly questioned himself. If he were to face both individuals simultaneously, death would be inevitable. Realizing this, he hastily implored, Brother Xuanzhong, please quell your wrath. However, at that moment, Li Xuanzhong, upon witnessing Li Zuling's dire condition, was consumed by a fury that enveloped him entirely. Just as blood seemed poised to flow freely, Li Zuling spoke, her voice frail and fragile, as though she were on the brink of extinguishment. Uncle Xuanzhong, please stop. Li Xuanzhong rushed to her side, supporting her and infusing her with a modicum of his vital energy, which restored a hint of color to her pallid face. She managed a bitter smile and mournfully said, Uncle Xuanzhong, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. That will not be the case, Zuling. Our family will always stand as your unwavering support, Li Xuanzhong reassured her, his expression heavy with sorrow. If anything were to happen to you, the entirety of the Guo family would pay the price. The head of the family has decreed that no one shall dare to insult a member of the Li clan. As he uttered these words, a chilling murderous intent flickered in Li Xuanzhong's eyes as he regarded the members of the Guo family. How's the head of the family? Is he well? Li Zuling inquired. Li Xuanzhong shook his head and sighed, as if reminiscing about his elder brother. His countenance fell into a shadow of melancholy. He has been at rest for over a year now. Currently, the Li clan is under the stewardship of Xinge. Xinge? Li Zuling's gaze turned nostalgic. Recalling her nephew who had lost his parents at a tender age, embodying a reclusive disposition and a demeanor beyond his years. Had he truly matured to the point where he could helm such a vast family? Indeed, Shuling, I shall recount these matters to you anon. At present, I am compelled to redress this grievance on your behalf. Li Xuanzhong cast an icy gaze upon the assembled Guo family, his countenance frigid. Li Shuling demurred, entreating, Uncle Xuanzhong, I beseech you, might I resolve this matter myself? Li Xuanzhong paused, then nodded, addressing Guo Taichong. Guo Taichong, did you apprehend my niece's request? The latter assented, proclaiming loudly to the Guo family, henceforth, the matriarch's will is my command. The Guo family echoed in unison. Given Li Xuanzhong's formidable presence, it was evident that failure to appease the Li family would result in a bloodbath. Shuling, what course of action do you intend to pursue? Li Xuanzhong inquired softly. Li Shuling inhaled deeply. Attend me. Matriarch. Several Guo family cultivators stepped forward. Fetch hither that harlot Zhang Wanner and her bastard child. Guo Yulong's eyelids twitched, and he was on the verge of interjecting when he encountered his father's frigid, merciless gaze. At that moment, he had no doubt that Guo Taichong would slay him, and he swallowed his words. Yes, matriarch. Before long, Zhang Wanner and a 5- or 6-year-old child were dragged forth roughly by several Guo family members. Verily, Zhang Wanner possessed a certain allure, rendering it unsurprising that she had captivated the esteemed head of the Guo family. Overwhelmed by the tense atmosphere, Zhang Wanner knelt on the ground, her heart gripped by fear. Her gaze darted towards Guo Yulong, concealed behind Guo Taichong, as if he were her last hope. She hastily cried out, Guo Lang. Before she could utter another word, Li Zuling delivered a resounding slap across her fair face, followed by several more in quick succession. Soon, Zhang Wanner's face was swollen beyond recognition, a grotesque sight to behold. A lowly actress. It was enough that you seduced the master, but to dare covet his position. Li Zuling hissed through gritted teeth. Zhang Wanner, clutching her face, stammered, mistress. I wouldn't dare. Too late to say you wouldn't dare. Li Zuling sneered. Someone, seize this harlot and her bastard. Gouge out their eyes, sever their tongues, and mutilate their limbs. Then, confine them to a rice vat, and see to their care. Upon hearing these words, not only Zhang Wanner but even Guo Taichong paled. Zhang Wanner was, after all, a mere servant, but this illegitimate son was still his grandson. He was about to plead for mercy, but meeting Li Zuling's icy gaze, he could only sigh deeply. Guo Yulong was utterly dumbfounded. Once he regained his senses, he roared, Li Zuling, don't push it too far. Juner is still my son. Li Zuling responded with a frigid smile, and was not Chioer your son as well? Where were you when they sought to murder Chioer? Guo Yulong's complexion instantaneously turned ashen. What are you all standing there for? A few hesitant members of the Guo family clenched their teeth, drawing their blades as they advanced towards the mother and child. Upon witnessing this, Guo Yulong gritted his teeth, unleashing the full force of his cultivation at the peak of the corporeal realm, determined to rescue Zhang Wanner and her child. Li Xuanzhong's gaze turned frigidly sinister as he executed a swift movement, appearing before Guo Yulong in the blink of an eye. He pressed his palm against Guo Yulong's dantian, rendering him powerless. Even Guo Taichong, who sought to intervene, was too late. Seeing his son reduced to a mere husk, Guo Taichong felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Despite Guo Yulong's shortcomings, he was his only son. Though filled with rage, he prioritized his role as the ancestral patriarch of the Guo family before that of a father. Gritting his teeth, he said, Brother Xuanzhong, are you satisfied now? Li Xuanzhong chuckled softly, Brother Taichong, with Guo Yulong now incapacitated, I perceive that my nephew possesses considerable potential for leadership. What do you think? Guo Taichong's lips twitched. Chioer is merely 14 years old. This seems rather inappropriate. Li Xuanzhong narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger glimmering within. The head of my Li family commanded at the age of 17. Although Chioer is only 14, you are still present, are you not? Guo Taichung exhaled deeply and replied through clenched teeth, Brother Xuanzhong speaks wisely. In a few days, I shall hold a grand ceremony for Qiuer's succession as the family head. Only then did Li Xuanzhong nod in satisfaction. Brother Taichung, were it not for the century-long friendship between our families and the regard I hold for my niece, Su Ling, your Guo family would have long since been reduced to a pile of scorched earth. In the future, do not let the Li family down. Li Xuanzhong spoke with a hint of warning. Rest assured, Brother Xuanzhong, should such an incident arise again, I, Guo Taichung, will offer my head an apology. Came the solemn reply. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan and her son had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Chapter 65, a year later. The flourishing of the Li family. Li Su Ling's animosity towards Zhang Wan and her son had reached its zenith. Zhang Wan resorted to various underhanded tactics to compel Gui Yulong to divorce, even wishing for her untimely demise. Had it not been for the influence of Li Su Ling's maternal family, she might have already found herself as dust beneath the earth. The 5-year-old child of Zhang Wan, despite his tender age, harbored malicious intentions, repeatedly scheming against the legitimate heir and inciting Gui Yulong's growing disdain for him. As for Gui Yulong, after being stripped of his cultivation by Li Xuanzhong, he had become a mere shell of his former self. Lost in a haze and placed under house arrest by Li Su Ling, losing the power he so fervently cherished was a torment greater than death itself. After settling all matters, within the study of the Guo family patriarch, Li Xuanzhong gravely advised Su Ling. The reason the Li family fosters a relationship with the Guo family is due to Dong County's wealth of medicinal herbs, with your family commanding 1/3 of the local market. As you take the helm of the Guo family, you must ensure that the supply of herbs to the Li family remains uninterrupted. Any lapse is unacceptable. This was the fundamental reason for the Li family's significant endeavors. Li Zuling nodded, assuring, please rest assured, Uncle Xuanzhong, I will firmly seize control of the Guo family for the benefit of the Li family. Having taken the reins of the Guo family's power, a semblance of a formidable woman began to emerge within her. This time, she had come to a clear realization. Without the backing of a powerful maternal family, her own grave and her son's might have reached an alarming height. Throughout the bullying by Zhang Wan'er and her son, not a single person from the Guo family stood up to speak on her behalf, which revealed their perception of her as an outsider. Thus, she could not be blamed for her actions. Li Xuanzhong nodded with satisfaction. Next, we shall linger in the Guo family for another 2 days. During this time, we shall accomplish all that needs to be done. With our presence, that old fool Guo Taichung will not be able to stir up any trouble. He spoke with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, Uncle Xuanzhong, I am not some delicate woman. A glint of cold determination flashed in Li Zuling's eyes. 2 days later, Li Xuanzhong and his companions departed from the Guo family and returned to Baya County. A month later, within the secluded stone chamber, the family head Li Xinga slowly opened his eyes after a year of seclusion, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his gaze. As he felt the immense power coursing through him, he let out a hearty laugh. My vital energy has reached its zenith. I have succeeded. After the excitement subsided, Li Xinga murmured, I wonder how the family has fared over the past year. During his year of isolation, the family had not disturbed him, and a steady supply of cultivation resources had been delivered punctually to the stone chamber. It seemed that the family's development must have been quite impressive. System, Li Xinga called out. The system, I am here. Opening the family panel. A magnificent luminous screen unfurls before Li Xinga. Family name, Qingfeng Li Clan. Clan leader, Li Xinga, Master of Vitality. Clan level, level 2. Clan fortune, blue-green, blue, 7. Number of clan members, 1. 427. Number of branch clan members, NA. Clan combat power, Vitality realm. For individuals, body refinement realm, 45 individuals. Body tempering realm, 898 individuals. Attached is the information of the Li family's high-ranking officials, organized, elders of the Li family, 7 individuals. Their information is as follows. 1. Grand Elder Li Xianhong. Age, 81 years. Cultivation, early vitality realm. Position, Chief Elder of the Elder Council. 2. Second Elder Li Xuanzhong. Age, 76 years. Cultivation, early vitality realm. Position, Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. 3. Third Elder Li Xianyong. Age, 72 years. Cultivation, perfected body refinement realm. Position, Elder of the Internal Affairs Hall. 4. Fourth Elder Li Xuanzong. Age, 59 years. Cultivation, half-step vitality realm. Position, elder of the clan Martial Pavilion. 5. Fifth elder Li Xuanqi. Age, 63 years, cultivation, half-step vitality realm. Position, chief overseer of the Silver Ridge Mine. 6. Sixth elder Li Yinzhao. Age, 38 years, cultivation, perfected body refinement realm. Position, chief overseer of the Offering Hall. 7. Seventh elder Li Yinxiao. Age, 38 years, cultivation, minor success in body refinement, special profession, first level spirit plant master. Position, elder of the Spiritual Medicine Hall. 3 elders. The information is as follows. 1. Jiang Dao. Age, 63 years, cultivation, initial stage of Qi and Blood Realm. Position, Grand Elder of the Sacrificial Hall. 2. The heavenly remaining 2 elders. Age, 56 years, cultivation, great perfection of the physical body realm. Position, Elder of the Sacrificial Hall. Family wealth, 317 low-grade spiritual stones, 2 gold. 2 silver, subordinate strength, Qin clan, Qi and Blood Realm family, Hao clan, Jiang clan, Wu clan, Sun clan, family influence area, JPG, if unable to view. Please contemplate your own issues. Family buffs. 1. Insight enhancement buff, LV1. Increases the insight of family members by 10. 2. Family cultivation enhancement buff, LV2. Increases the cultivation speed of all family members by 23. Blessing of progeny buff, LV2. Effect 1. Increases the birth rate of family newborns to 20. Effect 2. Probability of twins among family newborns is 5. 4. Grassroots cultivator enhancement buff, LV1. Increases the cultivation speed of family cultivators in the physical body realm and body forging realm by 20. Head of family buff. Initial cultivation speed boost. Increases the head of family's cultivation speed by 20. Family cohesion, 91. United as one. After perusing the family panel, Li Xinga concluded that the number of direct descendants is insufficient. Given the current strength of the Li family, it is inadequate, and it is imperative to unearth talents from the collateral branches. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. For the subsequent content is even more thrilling. The 7 elders have each made significant advancements in their abilities. Regrettably, the alchemical manual entrusted to the Grand Elder has yet to yield an additional alchemist for the family. In terms of wealth, after assimilating the treasures and industries of several major factions, the Li family is now reaping substantial profits. However, Li Xinga harbors some perplexity regarding the accumulation of spirit stones. Why would the Li family hoard such resources? Spirit stones are the cultivation resources for innate realm cultivators and serve as currency within that realm, being exceedingly precious, often requiring hundreds of gold to exchange for a single spirit stone. Yet, it soon dawned upon Li Xinga that these spirit stones were likely prepared in advance for him as the family head. Contemplating this, a warmth surged within his heart, and he reflected on the advantages of having a powerful backing. They would tirelessly assist in gathering cultivation resources, unlike those solitary cultivators who must toil to procure their own. The stone door of the secluded chamber slowly creaked open. The 4 Li clan cultivators, who had vigilantly guarded the stone chamber day and night, beamed with fervor upon seeing Li Xinga emerge, and they collectively knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We welcome the family head from seclusion." Li Xinga nodded in acknowledgement and instructed, "Notify the elders, a meeting will be convened in the council hall in 1 hour." In the Li family council hall, the elders took turns reporting on the family's developments over the past year. While the system panel provided a general overview, Li Xinga recognized the necessity of understanding the finer details. Then the second elder, Li Xuanzhong, mentioned the recent affair concerning the head of the Guo family, Gui Yulong, who favored a concubine over his wife. Upon hearing this, Li Xinga praised, "You have handled this matter remarkably. The dignity of the Li family must not be challenged by anyone." He then shifted the conversation, inquiring about the status of the new generation within the family. The 4th elder, who oversees the family martial pavilion, pondered briefly before responding, "Master, 2 members of the Xing generation have already broken through to the physical realm. Furthermore, during the recent new blood selection conference, the 2 selected individuals performed exceptionally well. Both Li Xingzong and Li Wu have achieved great mastery in body temperings, while the Li Wuyo you brought back has attained minor success in the physical realm." Upon mentioning Li Wuyo, the expressions of several elders clearly turned peculiar. Li Xinga couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this truly the daughter of fortune? It seems absurd, a 9-year-old in the physical realm. The 4th elder continued, "Additionally, Among the children born this year in the clan, we have detected one with an 8th grade talent and 3 with 9th grade talents. Moreover, during this year's new blood selection conference, 2 more with 9th grade talents emerged. Strangely, in the past few decades, we had not seen a single promising talent, yet in these last 2 years, they have surfaced like a geyser. It is indeed fortunate that the clan has successors. We must vigorously nurture these promising youths, for they are the hope of our family. With a smile, Li Xingge affirmed, what the master says is quite true. The conversation continued, with each elder contributing their thoughts until the sun set, marking the conclusion of the Elder Council. Chapter 66, Awakening Grass, Market Conflict by a County Town, East Market. In the bustling marketplace of the eastern city, throngs of people surged forth, with stalls lining the streets brimming with a myriad of wares, from herbal remedies and weapons to the furs of fantastical beasts. The array of exquisite treasures dazzled the senses, while the shouts of vendors rose and fell in a cacophony of lively commerce. Li Xingzong and Li Wu navigated through the crowd, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. After more than a year, they finally had the opportunity to explore the county town. Remaining cooped up in Qifeng Valley any longer would surely drive them to madness. This county town is simply extraordinary. Far more vibrant than Qingfeng Valley, Li Wu exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. Li Xingzong shook his head, a maturity beyond his years manifesting on his face. The family restricts your outings for your own good. After all, there are many potential adversaries to consider. Li Wu scratched his head and chuckled. Xingzong, what is so great about this marketplace? Our family lacks for nothing. Let us head over to the snack street instead. It's filled with delectable treats. With that, he couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. Having emerged from the same cohort of fresh blood, the two naturally found companionship in each other. Due to Li Xingzong's mature demeanor, Li Wu often looked to him for guidance. Li Xingzong shot him an exasperated glance. If you wish to go, then go. I shall not accompany you. With that, he strode ahead, and seeing Li Xingzong's retreating figure, Li Wu gritted his teeth and followed suit. After meandering through the marketplace for quite some time, they had yet to find anything that piqued their interest. Just as they resigned themselves to returning home disappointed, Li Xingzong's gaze was suddenly captivated by a humble stall belonging to an elderly man. More specifically, it was drawn to an unassuming herb displayed there. The leaves resemble those of the locust tree, delicate and pointed, with a pale greenish hue. They bloom with white and purple flowers, approximately an inch in length, and the roots extend 2 to 3 feet. Could it be? He approached the old man's stall, crouched down, and brought the herbal plant to his nose for a sniff. A hint of bitterness. Indeed, it was the renowned medicinal herb, Juming Chao. As documented in the Compendium of Herbs, a spark of excitement ignited within Li Xingzong. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, he inquired, Old man, how much do you want for this herb? The old man glanced up at him, grinned widely, and held up 3 fingers, 30 copper coins. Li Xingzong's expression faltered. Old man, my purse is rather limited. Would 20 copper coins suffice? The old man chuckled softly, sizing up Li Xingzong with a look of disdain. Young master, do not attempt to deceive this old fool. With your attire, you could sustain an ordinary family for several years. Li Xingzong's face froze. Momentarily caught off guard by the old man's unrelenting honesty, he felt slightly embarrassed and rubbed the back of his head, saying sheepishly, Old man, you have sharp eyes. Flattery was futile. 30 coins, no bargaining. The old man replied coolly. Searching through the pockets of his robe, Li Xingzong awkwardly realized he only possessed silver ingots, having brought no copper coins. As a core disciple of the Li family, he received dozens of taels of silver each month. Reluctantly, he extracted a silver ingot and handed it to the old man, stating, Old man, I shall take all of these items from your stall. This silver ingot is for you, no need for change. The Ju Ming Chao was exceedingly precious, worth over 100 taels of gold. Parting with it for a mere 30 copper coins weighed heavily on his conscience. The old man nodded, a flicker of approval glimmering in his murky eyes. He accepted the silver ingot and smiled, saying, Then you may take it all. Upon hearing this, Li Xingzong's face brightened with joy as he eagerly bundled up the assortment of items. Unbeknownst to him, a lavishly dressed young man in the distance had been observing the two. Upon hearing his companion's words, a look of avarice crossed his face, and he strode purposefully toward them. Arriving at the stall, the young man spoke. Youngster, do you truly believe that a single ingot of silver can procure such precious items? How unwise. Old man, I offer you 10 taels of gold for these treasures. With that, his attendant produced 2 gold ingots from his bosom and tossed them to the old man. However, The old man did not accept them, allowing the ingots to clatter to the ground. Witnessing this, the young man's expression soured. What? Is it insufficient? Would 20 taels of gold suffice? His attendant once again produced 2 gold ingots, yet Li Xingzong could no longer restrain himself. Rising to his feet, his face flushed with indignation, he declared, "Esteemed sir, this venerable elder has already sold the items to me. They are now mine and have nothing to do with you." The young man dismissed Li Xingzong entirely, lifting his chin in arrogance as he addressed the old man. "Old man, the highest bidder prevails. 20 taels of gold would grant you a lifetime of opulence." To the young man's surprise, the old man shook his head with a smile. "Though I may be somewhat impoverished, I understand the principles of fairness. This awakening grass has already been sold to this young friend. If you wish for it, you must seek him out." Upon hearing these words, the young man's expression darkened considerably. He turned to Li Xingzong, his face clouded with displeasure, and said, "Brat, 50 taels of gold will procure the item in your possession." "I refuse to sell," Li Xingzong replied resolutely. Behind him stood the Li family. Could they truly be swayed by a mere 50 taels of gold? The Juming herb was a rare and invaluable tonic for body refinement. Consuming it would not only enhance his physical prowess, but also lay a solid foundation for breaking through to the corporeal realm. Perhaps then, he could even rival that prodigy. After being rebuffed multiple times, the young man, now fueled by embarrassment and anger, could hardly contain himself. Considering his noble status, he had never endured such humiliation. With a swift motion, he attempted to seize the item forcefully. However, Li Xingzong's hand clamped down tightly, and he coldly asserted, "Young master, do not overstep your bounds. Brat, you are choosing to drink the punishment wine instead of the celebratory one." With that, he struck out with a palm aimed at Li Xingzong. The young man possessed the strength of perfected body refinement, and his strike carried at least several hundred pounds of force. Nevertheless, Li Xingzong remained unperturbed. Although he had only attained the pinnacle of body refinement, he practiced the family's intermediate-level mystical technique, the Qingmu decision. Given the negligible difference in their early stages of cultivation, he felt no fear in facing this young man. He retaliated with a palm strike of his own, and they both staggered back 3 steps. Feeling a twinge of pain in his hand, the young man's expression grew even more sullen. In a fit of rage, he turned to his attendant and barked, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" The attendant, displaying a look of hesitation, sensed that Li Xingzong was no ordinary individual. At such a young age, he had achieved remarkable cultivation. It was likely that he had significant backing. Observing the frozen attendants and glancing at the crowd that had gradually gathered around, the young man felt as though he were on the verge of losing all dignity. He barked, "What are you afraid of? In Baya County, my father's word is law. If anyone is injured, he will bear the consequences." With the young man's words ringing in the air, the attendant had no choice but to act. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his physical prowess and lunged towards Li Xingzong. Aware that he stood no chance against a practitioner of the physical realm, Li Xingzong quickly called out to Li Wu beside him, "Run. Fetch help." Li Wu finally comprehended the urgency and took off at once. Yet, after just a few strides, a deep voice thundered in their ears, "Sir, it is unseemly to bully the weak." Suddenly, a robust man emerged, intercepting the attendant's strike. The attendant's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he exclaimed, "A minor completion of the physical realm." He realized that this child was not ordinary. There was indeed a practitioner of the physical realm covertly protecting him. Li Xingzong and Li Wu, upon recognizing the newcomer, were filled with immense joy and chorused, "Uncle Yinwu." The latter nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he said, "You 2 little rascals, leave this to me. You must reclaim your honor in your own way. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 67. Zhao Wuda. This is preposterous. Of course. The 2 exchanged glances and charged towards the young man together. The family teachings of the Li clan advocate for unity and mutual support. Yet they do not explicitly state that one should overpower the weak in the face of adversaries. Confronted by the assault of 2 assailants, the young man could only brace himself and retaliate. In the realm of physical cultivation, there were no flashy martial techniques. It was a contest of sheer strength. The young man, outnumbered 2 to 1, found himself utterly defenseless against their blows. His attendant, witnessing the scene with growing anxiety, yearned to intervene but was firmly restrained by Li Yinwu. As the young man was mercilessly battered by Li Xingzong and his accomplice, the attendant, in desperation, shouted, "Cease this at once. Do not continue. He is the son of the county magistrate." Should any harm befall him, none of you could bear the consequences." Li Yanwu let out a derisive laugh, dismissing the magistrate's significance in the eyes of the Li family. In this White River County, the surname Li held dominion. However, recognizing the young man's noble lineage, he decided to show him some semblance of respect. He called out to Li Xingzong and his companion, "That's enough. Refrain from further violence." They responded with one last vicious kick to the young man before relenting. At that moment, the young man bore none of the noble demeanor expected of a gentleman. He was bruised and battered, his fine garments sullied with dirt and grime. And even a front tooth had been knocked out, causing his speech to falter. Once the assailants had departed, the attendant helped the young man to his feet, only to receive a resounding slap across his face as punishment, accompanied by a scathing rebuke. "You are utterly useless." The attendant could only seethe in silence. His eyes filled with resentment as he gazed at the retreating figures of Li Yanwu and his companions, vowing, "I shall see those scoundrels pay for this." The scene unfolded within the precincts of the White River County office. The newly appointed county magistrate Zhao Wuda gazed upon the disfigured visage of his son, barely recognizing him. "Who dared to inflict such grievous harm upon my child?" Zhao Wuda erupted in a furious roar. Having fathered a son in his later years, he had lavished him with affection, cherishing him as if he were a precious jewel, never allowing him to endure such a tremendous misfortune. "Father, you must avenge me," the young man pleaded, his face a mask of resentment. Zhao Wuda tenderly stroked his son's head, his eyes blazing with fury. "Fear not, my child. Regardless of who it may be, those who dare to strike the son of Zhao Wuda shall surely regret their existence." With that, he turned to the attendant who had been tasked with safeguarding the young man, demanding, "I entrusted you with the protection of my son, and this is how you fulfill your duty?" The attendant, visibly distressed, replied, "My lord, I truly had no choice. Those two young scoundrels were under the protection of a formidable expert. I was no match for him. Do you have any knowledge of their origins?" Zhao Wuda inquired, his tone sharp. The attendant shook his head in despair. "What use are you to me, then?" Zhao Wuda declared, striking the attendant forcefully in the chest, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and be sent sprawling a considerable distance. "Come forth." For armed constables entered, clasping their fists in salute. "Your Excellency," Zhao Wuda commanded, "send a decree to the county lieutenant, instructing him to mobilize troops to seal off Baya County. No one shall leave the city without my express permission." With a grim expression, he issued his orders. "Understood." Meanwhile, in the Baiha encampment located on the outskirts of the county town, 3,000 soldiers of Baya County were stationed, ready for action. Since the appointment of the new county lieutenant, Li Xingzong, he has expelled the infirm and elderly from the Ba military camp, recruiting robust soldiers to amass a force of 3,000. Day and night, they train diligently, and during their leisure, they venture into the mountains to eliminate bandits. After more than a year of rigorous preparation, these 3,000 troops have begun to exhibit signs of elite prowess. Within the camp, the sounds of drills and battle cries resonate thunderously. Clad in splendid armor, County Lieutenant Li Xingzong is currently reviewing the soldiers' training. Suddenly, a sentinel approaches with news. "Sir, an order from the county magistrate has arrived." Li Xingzong raises an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it?" The sentinel reports, "The magistrate commands you to seal the city gates. No one is to leave without his express permission." Li Xingzong chuckles lightly, asking, "What scheme is he concocting this time?" The sentinel shakes his head, indicating his ignorance. "Then let it be. Since taking office a month ago, Magistrate Zhao has been stirring chaos in Ba County, and Li Xingzong has been summoned for reprimands numerous times. He is well aware that Zhao's actions are merely a ploy for power. It seems he has yet to recognize his true position. Ba County is not ruled by his whims. This incident presents a perfect opportunity to assert dominance." Half an hour passes, and seeing no action from Li Xingzong, Zhao Wuda is seething with fury. Is there no law in Ba County? Does Li Xingzong intend to rebel? The clerk, covering his ears, waits for Zhao Wuda to finish his tirade before gently advising, "Magistrate, please temper your anger. Why stoop to quarrel with an ignorant warrior?" Zhao Wuda wore a cold smile, declaring, "It is not I who am at odds with him. Rather, he has utterly disregarded the authority of this county. Does he truly believe that, backed by the Li family, I am powerless against him?" Sensing the impending turmoil, the clerk hastily interjected, "My lord, you must exercise caution. The county lieutenant is a scion of the esteemed Li family and the son-in-law of the Zheng clan. If you provoke him, you will be at odds with the entire populace of Baya County. I implore you to reconsider." Yet he has already ridden roughshod over my dignity. There comes a point where toleration must cease, Zhao Wuda retorted. No further counsel is necessary. My mind is made up. Issue my command to summon the 3 divisions of the constabulary. With resolve as steadfast as iron, Zhao Wuda remained unmoved by the clerk's attempts at persuasion. The clerk could only shake his head in silent dismay, lamenting that it is difficult to dissuade a fool bent on his own destruction. He feared that Zhao would soon lose even the last vestige of his dignity. My lord, this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page for further excitement. After the 3 drums of the county office resounded, over 500 constables gathered in a languid manner within the courtyard, their voices rising in a cacophony. Zhao Wuda, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed this ragtag assembly with a furrowed brow. Listen well, everyone. County Lieutenant Li Xingtsong has shown blatant disrespect to the imperial court, openly defying the orders of this county. This behavior is nothing short of treasonous. I hereby decree that you are to proceed to the Baiha encampment to apprehend him. Should he resist, you are authorized to act with lethal force. Upon hearing these words, an eerie silence enveloped the county office. A group of constables exchanged glances, confirming they had not misheard. One constable promptly discarded his weapon, clutching his abdomen as he lamented. My lord, I am suddenly afflicted with a terrible ailment. I fear it may be a fatal condition. I cannot fulfill this duty. My pig is in distress, and my wife has implored me to return home to care for it. Time is of the essence. She may be entertaining another man in my absence, and I must hasten back to catch her in the act. My younger brother is missing, and I must seek him at the apothecary. It is absurd to risk our lives for such meager pay. How dare you, a foreigner, command us so? Before long, nearly all the constables had fled. In the courtyard, only one constable remained. Upon seeing him, Zhao Wuda's expression softened slightly, for it seemed that the great Zhou still harbored loyal souls. However, his countenance quickly darkened as he observed the lone constable's uncontrollable trembling, followed by frothing at the mouth, before he rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Gazing at the desolate county office courtyard, a chill wind swept across his face, igniting a fury within Zhao Wuda, a profound humiliation that he could scarcely endure. Chapter 68. Those of the Li family are not to be provoked. He turned to the scribe beside him, who chuckled awkwardly and said, My lord intends to venture out. The county office cannot be left unattended. Allow me to guard it in your stead. Zhao Wuda cast a frosty glance at him, snorted coldly, and then, with a flourish of his sleeve, departed. Fortunately, having served as an official in another county for many years, he had amassed a modest fortune and cultivated a loyal circle of confidants. Had it not been for this, he would have found himself utterly isolated today. As he observed the indignant departure of the county magistrate Zhao, the scribe's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of disdain as he muttered, Fool, I too am a member of the Li family. He then turned and returned to the county office, where he penned a secret missive. Shortly thereafter, a swift hawk soared towards Qingfeng Valley. At the White River military camp, Zhao Wuda arrived with several dozen loyal followers, only to be confronted at the gates by the sentinels. Halt! This is a military encampment. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden to enter. Violators will face execution without mercy. In swift succession, numerous crossbows were aimed at the group. One of Zhao Wuda's trusted aides, upon seeing this, stepped forward and rebuked, Have your eyes gone blind? This is our county magistrate from Baiha County. If you know what's good for you, step aside. The soldiers exchanged glances before coldly replying. Without the military orders of the county lieutenant, no one is permitted entry. The aide, incensed by the response, prepared to retaliate, but was halted by Zhao Wuda's icy command. Summon your county lieutenant to meet me. This time, the soldiers did not refuse. One exchanged a knowing look with a comrade and swiftly dashed into the camp to report to Li Xingtsong. As Zhao Wuda surveyed the White River camp, a profound gravity settled upon him. He had not anticipated the situation to be quite so dire. The influence of the prominent families of Baiha County had extended to such an extent that his position as a mere 7th-rank county magistrate felt utterly inconsequential, unable even to command a single lowly soldier. However, what of it? In the previous county where he served, those esteemed families had been brought to heel, treating him with utmost respect. Zhao Wuda's confidence swelled within him. Before long, clad in resplendent armor, Li Xingtsong emerged from the camp, surrounded by a retinue of loyal soldiers. Upon noticing Zhao Wuda, Li Xingtsong clasped his hands in a courteous gesture and replied coolly, I was unaware that the esteemed county magistrate had graced the White River camp with his presence. What brings you here? Zhao Wuda scoffed derisively. Li Xingtsong, do not feign innocence before me. I demand to know why you have disregarded my military orders. The county town is of great significance to Baya County, and with countless individuals entering and exiting daily, an abrupt closure could incite public panic. Li Xingtsong replied without a hint of trepidation in his voice. Hearing this, Zhao Wuda's face flushed crimson with rage. He pointed an accusing finger at Li Xingtsong, proclaiming, I am the magistrate of Baya County, and in this realm, I embody the authority of the court. Your defiance of my orders is tantamount to treason. Soldiers, seize this rebel. As Zhao Wuda's words reverberated, his loyal confidants drew their blades, lunging toward Li Xingtsong. Without hesitation, the soldiers behind Li Xingtsong brandished their weapons, forming a protective barrier in front of him. Upon the watchtower, crossbows were drawn, their limbs aimed menacingly at Zhao Wuda and his companions. Observing this, Zhao Wuda bellowed, What is this? In light of Li Xingtsong's rebellion against the court, are you all inclined to follow suit? Such treachery is a crime that warrants the extermination of 9 clans. Withdraw at once. Yet, the soldiers stood resolute, unmoved by his command. Li Xingtsong, regarding Zhao Wuda as a mere buffoon, scoffed repeatedly. Brothers, tell Lord Zhao, whose bread do you consume? Thousands of soldiers raised their weapons in unison, proclaiming, We eat from the Li family. Li Xingtsong continued, Whose garments do you don? The soldiers responded, We wear the Li family's clothing. Li Xingtsong pressed on, Whose wages do you receive? The soldiers echoed, We receive the Li family's pay. Li Xingtsong then inquired, For whom do you serve? The soldiers declared, We pledge our lives and loyalty to the Li family. We pledge our lives and loyalty to the Li family. We pledge our lives and loyalty to the Li family. Kill, kill, kill. Their fervent cries surged like a mighty tide, each wave louder than the last, resounding with a thunderous intensity that shook the heavens. Zhao Wuda's confidants, overwhelmed by this monumental display, hesitated to advance. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuda himself was rendered speechless, astonished that the soldiers of an entire county had devolved into the private militia of a singular family. Quickly, he regained his composure, realizing he was now in a precarious position. Should he retreat today, the news would spread, not only tarnishing his reputation, but also rendering him unable to establish a foothold in Baya County. Contemplating this, a fierce murderous intent flickered in his gaze directed at Li Xingtsong. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. If he could apprehend Li Xingtsong, the matter could be resolved. A man of resolute character, and one who has ascended to the esteemed position of magistrate, naturally possesses considerable prowess. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Wuda's entire being surged with vital energy. He clenched his fists, a dense aura of qi swirling about them, and his figure closed upon Li Xingtsong with astonishing alacrity. Li Xingtsong's personal guards attempted to intercede, but they were repelled by the qi enveloping Zhao Wuda. Sent flying in disarray, Li Xingtsong, belatedly realizing the danger, sought to defend himself, but his efforts were rendered laughable in the eyes of Zhao Wuda, a cultivator of the qi realm. As the fist loomed ever larger in Li Xingtsong's eyes, a sense of despair washed over him. Yet, at the critical juncture, an arrow conjured from pure qi materialized, whistling through the air with the speed and ferocity of a meteor, aimed at Zhao Wuda's back. Sensing the impending peril, Zhao Wuda paled in alarm and hastily turned, condensing his qi into a formidable shield. The two forces collided, the arrow piercing the shield as if it were mere paper, and embedding itself into Zhao Wuda's flesh. A muffled thunder reverberated through the heavens and earth as the arrow detonated, sending a disheveled figure hurtling hundreds of feet until it crashed against a mountain wall, spider-webbing cracks across its surface before finally coming to a halt. Zhao Wuda, his face contorted in agony, clutched at his chest, a vast expanse of which had been rendered a bloody mess. His internal qi churned wildly, and his internal organs quaked in response. With a gasp, a mouthful of crimson mist spewed forth, and Zhao Wuda's aura instantly waned. Those of the Li family are not yours to trifle with. A delicate, ethereal voice echoed from afar, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Zhao Wuda clutched his chest, laboriously lifting his head to gaze into the distance. His features were refined, and his narrow, icy eyes bore an unyielding coldness, with his hands clasped behind his back. He was clad in a moonlight white robe woven from celestial golden silk, which shimmered faintly under the sun's rays. A jade belt adorned his waist, and his thick, long hair was casually tied back with a ribbon. He exuded an indescribable aura of nobility in every gesture, imparting an intangible sense of oppression. In mere moments, he appeared before the crowd. Li Xingtsong, upon recognizing the visitor's visage, momentarily froze, only to be overtaken by a surge of ecstatic joy, bowing with cupped hands and declaring, Li Xingtsong pays his respects to the family head. Witnessing the county officer's reverence, the thousands of soldiers from the Baiha camp also knelt on one knee, their spears held aloft. The sound of armor clashing filled the air, creating an atmosphere thick with suppressed tension and a sense of impending doom. Chapter 69. The anomaly of the Qinghe Mountains. The crowd's reaction instantly enlightened Zhao Wuda about the identity of the newcomer, the legendary youthful prodigy, the head of the Qingfeng Li clan, Li Xingge. During his month in Baiha County, this name had become a resounding echo in his ears. He had not anticipated that the strength of the Li family head was so formidable. With his own cultivation at the early stage of the Qi and blood realm, he could not withstand even a casual strike from him. Rumor had it that he was merely 18 years old. Initially, he thought such tales were exaggerated. How formidable could an 18-year-old youth truly be? He had never encountered such a genius in the county office, yet today, he felt like a mere joke in comparison. Li family head, spare me, my life. As Li Xingge approached slowly, Zhao Wuda struggled to rise from the ground, but a boot, white with a black sole, pressed heavily against his face, scraping it against the coarse sandy earth. At that moment, Zhao Wuda felt his mind go utterly blank. In Baiha County, individuals of your audacity cannot exist. When you encounter members of the Li family in the future, lower your head and know your place. Li Xingge spoke with a cold, impassive gaze. A profound sense of humiliation surged within Zhao Wuda, nearly suffocating him. His eyes widened, bloodshot and on the verge of bursting. Li Xingge. Zhao Wuda articulated each syllable with painstaking effort. Li Xingge, indifferent to Zhao Wuda's overwhelming resentment, regarded him as one would a mere insect. He lifted his foot and, addressing Li Xingtsong, said, "See the county lord back to his residence." Certainly. Amidst the soldiers' peculiar gazes and suppressed smirks, Zhao Wuda felt a rush of blood to his head, and then darkness enveloped him as he fainted. "Thank you for your timely intervention, my lord," Li Xingtsong expressed with sincere gratitude. Li Xingge waved his hand dismissively, his gaze lingering on the unconscious Zhao Wuda, a flicker of murderous intent briefly surfacing before it vanished. "I hope you do not seek your own demise," Li Xingge murmured. In the evening, County Lord Zhao Wuda awoke languidly upon his bed. The excruciating pain in his chest brought back memories of the day's events. He felt a burning hatred, an intense loathing. "Father, you have finally awakened." By the side, Zhao Minjing beamed with joy upon seeing his father awaken. However, Zhao Wuda was filled with ire. For if it were not for his son's troublemaking outside, he would not have been so brazenly trampled upon by Li Xingge today. Yet, he was his only son, and with a heavy sigh, he said, "Minjing, fetch my writing tools." He could not swallow the indignation of this day. The skies over Baiha County were unbearably dark. With a flourish, Zhao Wuda wielded his brush, pouring his grievances against the Li family onto paper. After a brief interval, he blew dry the ink and handed the completed letter to Zhao Minjing, instructing, "Minjing, deliver this letter to Zhang Hu and have him take it to the capital." Upon hearing this, Zhao Minjing's expression turned troubled. "Father, after Zhang Hu left with you, he never returned. Li family, you are truly ruthless." Zhao Wuda's countenance faltered, and after a moment's pause, he spoke hoarsely, "You must go personally. Once you deliver this letter to the capital, do not return." "Father, I will not go anywhere. I will stay here with you." Zhao Minjing seemed to sense something amiss, his expression shifting as he hurriedly replied. Zhao Wuda gently patted Zhao Minjing's head. "Minjing, heed my words. I am, after all, an official of the court, a figure of authority in this county. They dare not act overtly against me. But you are different. While they cannot reach me, they possess myriad ways to target you. You must leave under the cover of night, lest you be discovered. The county office is rife with their spies." Seeing the pleading look in Zhao Wuda's eyes, Zhao Minjing nodded with tears in his eyes. In the deep of night, dark clouds blanketed the sky, enveloping everything in inky blackness. Under the cloak of night, a figure clad in dark attire stealthily exited the government compound through the rear gate. Oblivious to the chilling gaze that followed him, a sinister smile playing upon the observer's lips. "Patriarch, how did matters resolve themselves?" the elder inquired with concern. Li Xinga shook his head, replying, merely an audacious buffoon. Were it not for the facade of the imperial court, he would be a corpse this very day. He is not one to rest quietly. We must exercise caution, Patriarch, the elder cautioned. I am aware. An opportune moment will arise to escort him on his final journey. Li Xinga responded, his tone laced with menace. Furthermore, Patriarch, there appears to be a disturbance in the Green Peak Mountains, the elder added abruptly. Li Xinga's brow furrowed. What is the nature of the situation? He questioned. Neither of the two parties of herbalists dispatched to the Medicinal Valley this month have returned. Could it be that the serpent demon has reneged on our agreement? Li Xinga speculated. Uncertain. The clan is currently investigating the matter. The Medicinal Valley is now of paramount importance to the clan, and its security cannot be compromised. If the serpent demon has indeed betrayed us, then it must be eliminated. We can simply deploy additional manpower to garrison the valley. The Medicinal Valley in the Green Peak Mountains now accounts for 1/3 of the Leaf family's herbal production, significantly diminishing their dependence on imported ingredients. Li Xinga cannot countenance any disruption to the valley's operations. I understand, Patriarch. Green Peak Mountains, late at night, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Yet far from tranquil. A ferocious roar resonated from deep within the mountains, its terrifying waves of sound sweeping outward in all directions. Following closely, a cacophony of beastly howls erupted, reverberating throughout the entire mountain range, causing the trees to tremble and leaves to flutter down in disarray. At the periphery of the mountains, a temporary encampment was established. Recently, it seems that the number of ferocious beasts in the mountains has increased dramatically. Just yesterday, had I not fled swiftly, I would have met my demise at the jaws of a tiger, one of the herbalists recounted, his heart still racing. Indeed, I heard others say that the spirit of the mountain team met with utter annihilation within the mountains. Is that true? The spirit of the mountain team survives by hunting demonic beasts, and their captain is a practitioner at the pinnacle of physical cultivation. How could such a formidable presence fail to emerge from the mountains? The herbalist expressed disbelief. Why would I deceive you? I no longer dare to venture into the mountains for herbs. I suspect that a formidable demon has emerged, one capable of commanding all beasts. That would indeed spell disaster. If my conjecture is correct, the price of medicinal herbs is bound to soar during this period. Fortunately, I have stockpiled some, and when the time comes, I can sell them at a premium and make a handsome profit. You truly are a shrewd merchant, the herbalist teased. I fear I may no longer be able to enter the mountains. This is my sole means of livelihood. What is there to fear? The sky will not fall. If we are indeed barred from entering the mountains, those influential figures are likely to be even more anxious than we are. That is true indeed. Ha ha. A chilling howl pierced the air. Did you hear that sound? It appears so, the herbalist stammered, his teeth chattering. As his words faded, a colossal shadow enveloped the entire encampment, and those who gazed upward were instantly petrified. No. Chapter 70. The Fire-Winged Tiger Lord Concurrently. On the outskirts of the Azure Grain Mountains, human settlements were being decimated by rampaging beasts. Savagely, these creatures infiltrated human villages, perpetrating massacres that sent tremors of terror throughout the entire Rising Dragon Prefecture. Patriarch, the third elder said, his brow furrowed with concern. This sudden demonic calamity has caught us completely off guard. Our clan's enterprises on the periphery of the mountains have suffered grievous losses due to the onslaught of these beasts. The first elder stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Typically, a demonic scourge occurs once every 3 centuries. Only a century has passed since the last one. There must be some underlying cause for this renewed chaos. Li Xinga nodded in agreement before speaking deliberately. Regardless, our immediate priority is to evacuate our clansmen from the Azure Grain Mountains to minimize casualties. First Elder, this task falls to you. The first elder bowed in acknowledgement. Furthermore, Second Elder, lead a contingent of law enforcement hall disciples to personally oversee Li Family Town and safeguard our collateral lineages. Understood. The remaining elders, attend to your respective duties and prepare for a protracted period of turmoil caused by this demonic scourge. We obey. The demonic havoc was a grave matter, far beyond the capacity of a minor clan like the Li family to resolve. Li Xinga could only prioritize the safety of his own kin. As for others, when the sky falls, there are tall figures to bear the burden, so it is not his concern. In the Shenglong Prefecture, within the official residence, dozens of figures clad in azure official robes took their seats in succession, their expressions stern, exuding a profound and restrained aura. The assembly fell into a silence so palpable that the air seemed to solidify, creating an exceedingly oppressive atmosphere. The prefect has arrived, accompanied by a resounding call. A middle-aged man in a resplendent crimson robe made his entrance, exuding an air of elegance. Adorned with a black cap, his square face was complemented by a distinguished beard, and his gaze was piercing. He settled into the main seat, prompting the azure-robed officials to rise in unison. Clasping their fists in salute, we pay our respects to the prefect. The Qinghe Mountains are in turmoil, and the demon clan's havoc has spread across our Shenglong prefecture, claiming the lives of over 1 million souls and leaving countless others displaced. If we do not address this promptly, when word reaches the Guardian Lord, we shall all bear the consequences. I propose to mobilize a great army to quell the unrest in the Qinghe Mountains. The prefect, suppressing his anger, spoke forthrightly. Please, esteemed prefect, temper your wrath. According to the agreement between our Shenglong prefecture and the entity within the Qinghe Mountains, the next demon upheaval should not occur for another 2 centuries. The premature onset of this chaos must surely have its reasons. If we rashly deploy our forces, we risk catastrophic consequences. I implore you to exercise discernment. The deputy prefect hastily interjected in a bid to dissuade. No sooner had he spoken than a coarse voice erupted in mockery. The deputy prefect is indeed akin to my family's pet tortoise. The officials, unable to contain themselves, erupted into a chorus of laughter at the remark. The county magistrate's plump, fair face suddenly flushed crimson as he glared at the speaker, Zhang Xingyi. Do you truly believe my patience is boundless after your repeated insults? The man addressed as Zhang Xingyi rose to his full height of 8 feet, his face adorned with a thick beard, a physique reminiscent of a bear, and skin bearing the hue of bronze. He gazed down at the county magistrate, disdainfully snorting before turning to the governor with clasped hands. Esteemed governor, the chaos wrought by the demon clan is an undeniable reality. If we do not mobilize our forces promptly, more lives shall be lost. Though I am but a humble man, I am willing to personally lead the troops to quell this demonic rebellion. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of voices rose in agreement. The commander speaks wisely. We implore the governor to issue orders. Yet, another group of voices countered. We beseech the governor to discern carefully. The reasons behind the demon clan's insurrection remain unclear, and we must not act rashly. The governor, observing this tumultuous scene, rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the governor declared decisively, let Commander Zhang Xingyi of the Shenglong Prefecture lead all forces of the Shenglong Prefecture to suppress the turmoil in the Qinghe Mountains. With that, he rose and departed. Upon hearing the governor's command, Zhang Xingyi and his faction erupted with joy, strutting away like victorious roosters. In stark contrast, the supporters of the county magistrate hung their heads in despair. My lord, Zhang Xingyi's influence is already substantial, and with this new authority granted by the governor, his power is likely to swell even further. Should you wish to contest for the position of governor in the future, it may prove exceedingly difficult. Expressed a concerned confidant to the county magistrate. The vice magistrate, with hands clasped behind his back, scoffed, rest assured, the position of prefect shall be mine alone. Zhang Xingyi, a mere military man, is unfit for the role. Just wait and see. Red Maple City, strategically situated at the confluence of Baihe, Dong, and Shi counties, holds a vital position. As a key military stronghold within the ascending Dragon Prefecture, it garrisons 30,000 elite troops. Yet, at this moment, an overwhelming demonic aura pervades the outskirts of Red Maple City. The boundless expanse of the monstrous tide stretches as far as the eye can perceive. The cacophony of roars and howls from various demonic beasts rises and falls, causing the very skies to change color and the mountains and rivers to tremble. Within Red Maple City, the defending soldiers stand upon the 30-foot-high ramparts, gazing down at the monstrous tide, their legs quivering uncontrollably. Roar! A terrifying roar reverberates throughout Red Maple City. As if receiving a command, the demonic beasts launch their assault upon the city, causing the earth to tremble violently. Dozens of towering, crimson-eyed demonic bears, standing 7 or 8 yards tall, with manes as hard as iron armor and possessing immense strength, uproot colossal trees and hurl them into the city, crushing and maiming countless humans. Close behind follows a black tide of rats. These rodents, the most common and lowest-level demonic beasts of the Azure Grain Mountains, are known for their rapid reproduction. They fearlessly charge towards the city walls. Meanwhile, high above, hundreds of azure feather eagles circle, their sharp talons, like razor-sharp blades, capable of shattering gold and splitting stone. Above the towering walls, the human archers drew their bows. unleashing a barrage of arrows that soared like a swarm of locusts, while the spears shot forth like meteors. Countless rat demons were pinned to the ground, however. This relentless onslaught could not deter the advancing horde. They surged forth like moths drawn to a flame, their numbers overwhelming. The corpses of demons piling up at the foot of the walls. The commander defending Maple Red City observed this grim scene, his brow furrowing deeply. If this accumulation of bodies continued, the walls would soon be leveled, erasing their sole advantage. His fears materialized as thousands of wolf demons mingled within the rat swarm, leaping atop the mountain of corpses to wreak havoc upon the defenders. Although the ranks included formidable cultivators, the sheer number of wolf demons was insurmountable. Moreover, from above, the azure-feathered eagles launched their assault, slicing through the air with blinding speed, their razor-sharp talons reaping the lives of the soldiers on the walls like a grim reaper wielding a scythe. In no time, a breach was torn into the defenses, allowing a torrent of demon creatures to surge into the city, engaging the defenders in brutal close combat. General, we must take action now. If we delay any longer, Maple Red City will be lost, urged the two anxious vice commanders beside the city lord. With a heavy sigh, the commander nodded in acquiescence. Three powerful cultivators of the blood chi realm rose, their formidable presence soaring into the heavens. With a decisive strike, the commander cleaved several wolf demons in two. The vice commanders, not to be outdone, summoned their own blood energy to annihilate one demon after another as they rampaged through the city. With the intervention of these three formidable warriors, the tide of the demon assault momentarily faltered, granting the defenders a moment's respite. Just as the three individuals were breathing a sigh of relief, a terrifying roar reverberated through the air, causing the very earth to tremble. A colossal mountain monarch, easily dozens of yards in stature, materialized in the firmament, its back adorned with wings wreathed in flames. From its lofty perch, it cast a domineering gaze upon the verdant peaks. Its arrival compelled the assembled demons to prostrate themselves, voicing their submission. Upon beholding this mountain monarch, the trio's complexions paled instantaneously. It was none other than the fire-winged tiger monarch, the foremost general under the mountain monarch's command. Without a moment's hesitation, the three frantically channeled their inner energies, even resorting to the combustion of their vital essence, and fled with all haste. As for Crimson Maple City, its fate was sealed the moment this formidable entity appeared. To think you would attempt to flee in my presence, such blatant disregard for my authority. The fire-winged tiger monarch spoke in the tongue of humans, its eyes, the size of lanterns, brimming with disdain. Roar! The fire-winged tiger monarch unleashed a deafening bellow, its sonic waves emanating from its epicenter, assaulting the depths of every human soul until they could no longer endure, shattering into fragments of crimson rain. With the breach of Crimson Maple City, hordes of demons surged forth, advancing toward the heart of ascending dragon prefecture. A cataclysm had befallen them. Chapter 71, Project Ember Patriarch. Dire news. We have just received a message from our scout, Swift Falcon. Crimson Maple City has fallen, and White River County will now face the demonic onslaught directly. A messenger clad in black livery burst into the room, his countenance fraught with panic. What? Crimson Maple City has fallen so swiftly? What were they doing? They had a garrison of 30,000 elite soldiers and 3 Chi Blood Realm cultivators. They couldn't even hold out for half a day? Upon hearing the news, the third elder displayed an expression of profound astonishment, while the other elders furrowed their brows in concern. This recent surge of demonic unrest was indeed unprecedented. Not only had it arrived earlier than anticipated, but the ferocity of the demon clan's assaults exceeded that of previous upheavals. Have they gone mad? The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, his countenance grave. Patriarch, the demon clan approaches with alarming intensity. One misstep could lead to our annihilation. We must prepare ourselves post-haste. The Grand Elder's words resonated with urgency. Indeed, Patriarch, this turmoil is no trifling matter. The Leaf family alone cannot withstand it. I propose we initiate the Ember Plan. The third elder, Li Xianyong, spoke with evident trepidation. The Ember Plan was well known among the gathered elders, all of whom had participated in its inception. As the third elder mentioned the plan, a palpable weight descended upon the hearts of those present. Could it be that the once thriving Li family had fallen to such depths in but a day? In terms of relocating, smaller families might be able to navigate the storm with some leniency from above. For such lower-tier clans scarcely qualified as cannon fodder in the face of chaos of this magnitude. However, for a family of the Li's stature, attempting to flee would likely provoke a preemptive strike from the powers above. Then let us commence the Ember Plan, Li Xinga sighed. Reflecting on the ultimate truth, the Li family was too feeble to dictate its own fate. The elders exchanged glances, and the Grand Elder took a deep breath. Rising to address Li Xinga, Patriarch, I have something to share. Li Xinga felt a flicker of curiosity, but replied, Grand Elder, please speak. The Grand Elder, with a solemn countenance, implored, this old one beseeches the Patriarch to relinquish his position to a more capable successor. The other elders echoed in unison. We implore the Patriarch to yield his station. Li Xinga was utterly taken aback. What did this signify? Why, out of the blue, were they requesting his abdication as Patriarch? However, he swiftly recollected the Li family's ancestral dictum. The Patriarch shall live and die with the family. He promptly rebuked them. What? Do you elders perceive me, Li Xinga, as one who clings to life and fears death? The elders shook their heads. The Grand Elder, with a rueful smile, lamented at the heart of the matter. The Patriarch is the true flame of our Li family. The Li family can endure without us old fogies, but not without the Patriarch. The Grand Elder speaks true. We beseech the Patriarch to abdicate and lead the family's flame away from the ascending dragon prefecture. We implore the Patriarch to consider the future of the family. We implore the Patriarch to abdicate. Upon witnessing this, Li Xinga slammed his hand heavily on the table, rebuking, Elders, there is no need for further discourse. As the Patriarch of the Li family, I shall naturally live and die with the family. If the matter of abdication is raised again, do not blame the ruthlessness of the family law. The elders were momentarily stunned. The Grand Elder sighed, Patriarch, why do you persist in this? Why persist? Indeed, he felt a deep bitterness within. He truly could not leave. Elders, rest assured, I am not an inflexible man. If matters become untenable, I possess the means to safeguard myself, Li Xinga reassured them. As for the flame plan, let it be executed by the 6th and 7th elders. Upon hearing these words, both the 6th elder and the 7th elder shook their heads in unison. The 6th elder spoke, Patriarch, the fireseed plan should be entrusted to the younger generation to execute. I am willing to share the fate of our family. The 7th elder echoed. I feel the same. Li Xinga slammed his hand upon the table, his voice rising in anger. If our family truly perishes in this turmoil, who will safeguard the fire seed? Should anything happen to it, the legacy and continuity of our clan will be severed. Under the 9 springs, how will you face our ancestors? Both elders trembled, their refusals swallowed in silence. With the fire seed plan established, the next order of business was to deliberate on how to confront the impending chaos of the demon uprising. Patriarch, the matter of the demon uprising cannot be managed by our family alone. We must unite the strength of all the noble clans in Baya County to have even a glimmer of hope, suggested the Grand Elder. Li Xinga nodded, his expression one of agreement. While the demon uprising was indeed formidable, it would not solely target Baya County. Its forces would inevitably be dispersed, providing the Li family with a chance for survival amidst the turmoil. With this thought, Li Xinga decisively proclaimed, immediately invite the leaders of the major clans and sects of Baya County to convene at Qingfeng Valley to discuss the matter of the demon uprising. Should anyone fail to attend, let it not be said that they were not forewarned. In the Grand Elder's courtyard, the Grand Elder sat in the prominent seat, savoring a steaming cup of tea leisurely. Grand Elder, the 3 offerings have arrived, he was informed. The Grand Elder nodded. Please invite them in quickly. Before long, Jiang Dao and a tall figure cloaked entirely in black robes entered the room. Upon encountering the Grand Elder, the 2 clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, declaring, Jiang Dao and Tian can pay their respects to the Grand Elder. Esteemed elders, please take a seat, the Grand Elder replied with an outstretched hand and a warm smile. As the 3 elders settled down, maidservants promptly served them the freshly brewed tea. May I inquire as to the reason for your summons? A husky voice emerged from beneath the black cloak. The Grand Elder chuckled softly. We have just received intelligence that the demon tribe in the Qinghe mountain range has stirred, having breached the defenses of Hongfeng City. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered in the eyes of both men. They were acutely aware of the implications of the fall of Hongfeng Town. It meant that Baya County would confront the full might of the demon forces. My family, the Li clan, has prepared for the worst. We have resolved to serve our nation, yet the strength of the demon tribe is formidable, and this course may lead to our demise. As you are not of the Li lineage, it is unnecessary for you to sacrifice your lives for our clan. If you choose to depart now, the Li family will not hinder your retreat. From beneath the cloak, a hoarse male voice inquired, Grand Elder, can this be trusted? The Grand Elder replied with a gentle smile. The words of an old man are devoid of deceit. It appeared that there was a moment of hesitation beneath the cloak. After a brief pause, the enigmatic figure made a decision. Grand Elder, it is not that we are ungrateful, but the chaos caused by these demons is far too perilous. Since you are willing to let us go, we shall repay the kindness of the Leaf family in the future. The mountains are high and the roads long. We shall meet again. Farewell. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile. May you both travel safely. Without looking back, the two departed. As the peculiar figure departed, the elder shook his head and turned to Jiang Dao, inquiring, Jiang, what about you? Will you not take your leave? Jiang Dao chuckled softly and replied, Elder, the Leaf family has treated me well. I am not one to be ungrateful. I am willing to stand with my family through life and death. The elder, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, as the ancients say, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. This was the path Jiang Dao ought to take. He had once proclaimed that if the Leaf family resolved matters with the Yang family, then his life would belong to the Leaf family. The elder raised a cup of tea, saying, Jiang, I drink to you. After Jiang Dao's departure, Li Xinga leisurely emerged from behind the screen, exchanging a knowing smile with the elder. Chapter 72. The Alliance of Noble Families Outside Qifeng Valley. The peculiar figure, having just exited the elder's courtyard, hurried along. Alas, were it not for the turmoil caused by the demons, I would truly prefer to remain with the Leaf family. A woman's voice sighed from beneath the black robe. Indeed, the Leaf family has treated us quite generously, yet alas, our lives take precedence. A man's voice responded from within the same robe. Since the demon chaos has arrived, Baya County is no longer a place for us to linger. Brother, where shall we head next? Let us first make our way to the capital. It is a place teeming with experts and, for now, appears relatively safe. As for the future, we shall assess the situation and plan accordingly, the man decisively stated. Everything shall be as you say, brother. As the conversation unfolded, the enigmatic figure suddenly halted in his tracks. Not far ahead stood a tall individual, arms crossed, facing away from them. The person slowly turned around, revealing a face that was profoundly familiar to the stranger. Elder, what brings you here? The individual was none other than Li Xuanzhong, the second elder of the Li family. With a light chuckle, Li Xuanzhong caressed his beard and said, You two have served the Li family for quite some time, at the behest of the family head. I have come to escort you. The figure draped in a black robe changed expression, forcing a smile as he replied, The family head is too kind. Before he could finish, he abruptly dashed away at an astonishing speed, though the stranger believed they were moving swiftly in Li Xuanzhong's eyes. Their pace was akin to that of a tortoise. With a cold smirk, Li Xuanzhong closed the distance in mere moments. A crimson light enveloped his hand as he struck out, manifesting a colossal blood-red handprint that descended from the air, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. Facing imminent disaster, the figure knelt promptly, pleading for mercy. Elder, spare us. We acknowledge our mistakes. With a thunderous crash, Li Xuanzhong disregarded their pleas for mercy. The blood-red handprint descended, shattering the earth into fragments and raising clouds of dust. Now you realize your errors. It's too late. You have enjoyed the benefits of the Li family and expected to escape when your service was required. Such fortune does not exist in this world. Li Xuanzhong remarked coldly before turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. As the clouds of dust gradually dissipated, a vast pit several meters wide emerged on the ground, and the strange figure had transformed into a pool of crimson flesh. The renowned duo known as the Heavenly Remnants met their silent demise in the desolate wilderness, leaving no trace of tumult in their wake. Meanwhile, the swift eagle of the Li family delivered invitations to the various factions of Baya County with remarkable speed. Upon receiving the summons, each powerful faction displayed solemn expressions and promptly set off towards Qifeng Valley. Within Qifeng Valley, groups of Li family disciples hurriedly emerged, clad in uniform black attire, with blades and swords at their waists, forming lines along the valley path. An hour later, the nearby factions began to arrive in succession, totaling 7 in number, with the strongest among them merely possessing the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Following closely were the Li family's vassal factions, the Jiang and Hao clans, who had reaped considerable benefits by aligning with the Li family over the past year, experiencing rapid growth. The head of the Jiang family had attained the realm of half-step blood qi, while Hao Zhongli had also reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation, with each clan boasting additional practitioners at the same level. Further away, some factions from a greater distance began to arrive, with the last to come being the Zhang and Shangguan families. Due to the influx of visitors, the reception hall could no longer accommodate the gatherings. prompting the Li family to clear their martial arts training ground, setting it up with tables and chairs. As the guests took their seats, they engaged in conversations with familiar faces, yet a common shadow of worry loomed over each countenance. Alas, with the onset of this demonic chaos, it seems that the foundation of our family, built over decades, may be on the brink of ruin. The head of a small family sighed and remarked, "Who can deny it? Not only us humble households, but even the prominent Qingfeng Li family must be enduring hardships." At that moment, someone responded, "Those accursed demons are truly despicable. My wife's maternal family, a bloodline clan from the neighboring county, has been utterly annihilated. If even a bloodline clan cannot safeguard itself, what hope do we have?" A voice filled with despair echoed, "Should we not flee? Remaining in Baya County seems like a certain path to death." Flee? To where? Apart from the capital, there is no safe haven. Moreover, families like the Li and Zheng clans would never allow your escape. If you flee, where will they find cannon fodder? You certainly possess a keen awareness of your situation. Speak cautiously. Silence. The head of the family approaches. A booming voice resonated, and the entire square fell into an immediate hush. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice and beheld a young man striding forth, flanked by a throng of elder members from the Li family. A shiver ran through the crowd. Without doubt, this young man was the legendary prodigy, the head of the Qifeng Li family. Though Li Xingge's name thundered throughout Baihe County, many present had never laid eyes upon him, for they did not possess the standing. With a flick of his robe, Li Xingge took his seat at the main position, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his imperious gaze sent a chill through the hearts of all. The assembly rose in unison, clasping their fists in a gesture of respect, and spoke reverently. "We pay our respects to the head of the Li family." Li Xingge waved his hand dismissively. "Please, be seated." Li Xingge cast his gaze towards the figure in the lower left, recognizing the aged silhouette with a look of astonishment. "Elder, you have also come." The elderly figure was none other than Zheng Songfeng, the venerable ancestor of the Zheng clan. Zheng Songfeng responded with a hearty smile, "In times of peril for our homeland, it is only natural for an old man like me to shoulder some responsibility." Simultaneously, as he sensed the unfathomable aura emanating from Li Xingge, a subtle hint of danger wafted through the air, causing Zheng Songfeng's heart to tremor. This young prodigy might have advanced another step. If this were indeed the case, then facing the imminent chaos brought by the demons would hold a glimmer of hope. Li Xingge, rumored to be the child of fortune, possessed the ability to turn misfortune into good fortune. Perhaps the Zheng clan truly could weather the impending calamity. "Wise elder, your understanding of the greater good is commendable." Li Xingge clasped his hands in respect. He then turned his attention to the heads of the Qin and Shangguan families, nodding in acknowledgement. After greeting everyone, Li Xingge cleared his throat and began, "Esteemed guests, I have already elucidated the purpose of our gathering in the invitation. The demon chaos is fast approaching, and in this critical juncture of life and death, we must unite in solidarity to have any hope of overcoming this challenge. I propose the establishment of the Baihe County Family Alliance and the election of a leader to guide us in resisting the impending demon turmoil." As soon as Li Xingge's words fell, Chen Shuwei, the head of the Qin family, stepped forward, declaring, "The head of the Li family possesses profound wisdom. I, Chen, am the first to agree and pledge that my family will honor the head of the Li family as our leader." The rest of the individuals could not help but silently curse, truly adept at currying favor with their master. Who does not know that the Qin family serves as the lapdogs of the Li family? The other vassal families of the Li clan also chimed in their support. Before long, nearly half of the forces present had declared their allegiance, while the remaining individuals turned their gaze toward Zheng Songfeng, whose stance would determine everything. The latter slowly rose, under the watchful eyes of the assembly. The Zheng family of Dongjiang is willing to form an alliance, pledging allegiance to the head of the Li family as our leader. With his declaration, the head of the Shangguan family also spoke up. The Shangguan family is also willing to pledge allegiance to the head of the Li family. The affirmations from these two prominent families heralded the official establishment of the Baihe County Aristocratic Alliance, with Li Xingge formally becoming the leader of the alliance, thus claiming the title of the foremost figure in Baihe County. Chapter 73. Resisting the demonic chaos, Li Xingge issued his first command as the newly appointed leader, ordering all major forces to assemble their elite troops at Qifeng Valley, awaiting unified directives from the leader. Naturally, no one opposed this initial command. The heads of the various factions employed diverse methods to relay the message back to their respective strongholds, issuing orders for the gathering of their elite at Qifeng Valley. Within half a day, Barring those forces situated too far away, the elite contingents of the remaining factions had mostly arrived. Upon tallying, the combined strength of all the families and sects in Baiha County amounted to 10 practitioners of blood chi, 297 practitioners of physical body, nearly 10,000 body refining practitioners, and 70,000 robust commoners. As the saying goes, when the number of people exceeds 10,000, it becomes boundless. In an instant, the area outside Chifeng Valley was adorned with fluttering banners, exuding an imposing grandeur. Perched at an eminent vantage point, Li Xinga stood flanked by Zheng Songfeng, the venerable patriarch of the Zheng clan, and Shangguan Jia, the esteemed head of the Shangguan family. With a sweeping gesture, Li Xinga proclaimed, "Our objective is the Flying Dragon Gorge. Let the march commence." His voice, amplified by the power of his vital energy, resonated clearly in the ears of every soldier present. The army stirred into motion, causing the earth to tremble, scattering birds and beasts in their wake. Flying Dragon Gorge, a region of treacherous terrain, stretched for dozens of miles, characterized by jagged rocks and towering ancient trees. Its sole passage was a narrow defile, scarcely more than 10 fathoms wide. The construction of a rudimentary stronghold here would render it virtually impregnable to ordinary mortals, a place where a single warrior could hold off 10,000. Upon the arrival of tens of thousands of allied troops at Flying Dragon Gorge, scouts reported that the vanguard of the demon horde was a mere 2 hours' march from Black Dragon Gorge. Li Xinga immediately issued orders to utilize the surrounding materials to construct a barricade. While erecting a stronghold in 2 hours might prove arduous for ordinary people, it was a task easily accomplished by cultivators. Dozens of cultivators at the body refinement stage exerted their combined strength, instantly shattering a colossal boulder over 10 fathoms in height. Other cultivators uprooted towering ancient trees, fashioning them into makeshift defensive implements. In a mere hour, a stone barricade, several fathoms high and spanning the width of the gorge, was completed. Formidable ballistae were hoisted onto the ramparts, weapons that, while perhaps ineffective against high-level demonic beasts, possessed the potential to inflict significant casualties on their lesser counterparts. Half an hour later, the ground began to quiver, and dust filled the air. A dark line appeared on the horizon, followed by an overwhelming tidal wave of demonic beasts. Many who witnessed such a spectacle for the first time found their legs turning to jelly. Only the menacing presence of the battle-monitoring squadron behind them prevented them from deserting their posts. Venerable Alliance leader, the magnitude of this demonic insurrection is truly extraordinary, Zheng Songfeng remarked, his brow furrowed in concern, as he stood beside Li Xinga. Having perceived the transformation in Li Xinga's power, he had unconsciously altered his form of address from esteemed nephew to Alliance leader. Li Xinga nodded in agreement. Indeed, were it not for his trump cards, he might have already succumbed to despair in the face of such an immense demonic tide. Venerable elder, have no fear. Victory shall undoubtedly be ours, Li Xinga declared, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. Inspired by Li Xinga's self-assurance, a fervent battle spirit surged within the hearts of the assembled Alliance leaders. Though the demonic beasts may be numerous, we humans are not to be trifled with. Perhaps, prior to this moment, animosities and grudges lingered among many of them. However, confronted with a common adversary, they had chosen to set aside their differences, not out of forgetfulness, but out of a primal desire to survive. The vanguard of the demonic horde, a relentless swarm of rats, launched an immediate assault upon the hastily erected stone barricade, employing tactics reminiscent of their attack on Red Maple Town. From atop the barricade, crossbow bolts streaked forth like meteors, each projectile piercing dozens of rat demons and pinning them to the ground. Yet, these mindless creatures, driven by an insatiable bloodlust, pressed forward relentlessly, their crimson eyes burning with a desire to tear apart any obstacle in their path. Within a mere half-hour, the corpses of the rat demons had already formed a towering mountain. Observing the scene, Zheng Songfeng's expression grew increasingly apprehensive. Alliance leader, he cautioned, if we allow these rat demons to continue their relentless assault on the stone wall, it will soon be leveled, placing us in grave peril. Li Xinga acknowledged the gravity of the situation with a nod. His gaze was fixed upon a colossal gray rat, several meters in height, lurking in the distance. The gray rodent, not only towering over its kin by several multiples in size, was adorned with a layer of impenetrable scales. Most significantly, this rodent emanated a potent aura of vitality, marking it as a formidable beast of high rank. It was likely the sovereign of its kind, embodying the adage that one must capture the king before apprehending the thief. Li Xinga's eyes glimmered with intensity as he reached into the void, summoning a blood-red longbow that materialized before him. Grasping the bow, he knocked an arrow with a swift motion. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a comet, transforming into a frenzied crimson lion that charged toward the gray rodent king with astonishing velocity. Sensing the imminent threat, the rodent king's fur bristled in alarm. Squeak! Squeak! It emitted a signal, and the initially fearless tide of rodents suddenly redirected their assault towards the blood-red lion. However, the searing vitality emanating from the beast obliterated the oncoming horde before they could even approach. Squeak! Squeak! The rodent king's dark golden eyes reflected a semblance of anthropomorphic terror. Its razor-sharp claws, akin to steel blades, frantically clawed at the earth, desperate to burrow into the ground. Yet, the speed of the crimson lion was unparalleled. Striking in the blink of an eye, boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, tearing the rodent king into a shower of crimson rain, while the shockwave flattened the surrounding terrain for dozens of yards. A strange, ethereal specter darted away from the center of the explosion at remarkable speed. Observing this, Lishinga summoned the 100 Ghosts banner, enveloped in an eerie black mist that swirled around it. When this entity emerged, the surrounding air seemed to plummet rapidly, causing everyone to shudder in unison. They turned their fearful gazes toward the peculiar banner in Lishinga's grasp, their faces betraying expressions of dread and apprehension. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Lishinga waved the 100 Ghosts banner, and the soul-capturing bell emitted an eerie chime. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the banner suddenly unleashed a tremendous force of attraction, resembling an unfathomable abyss. On the battlefield, sinister black vapors were drawn into the banner, while the fleeing shadow of a black specter felt its body uncontrollably pulled backward. It struggled desperately, yet in the face of such terrifying suction, it was ultimately insignificant. Amidst endless terror and despair, the specter was inexorably consumed by the 100 Ghosts banner, which then radiated a brilliant light. Subsequently, the mystical aura dissipated, transforming it back into an ordinary banner. Lishinga turned to the crowd with a warm and amiable smile, eliciting a collective sense of unease that made them instinctively step back. On the battlefield, at the very moment the Rat King was slain, the relentless tide of rats appeared to lose its command, descending into chaos and even trampling one another. Observing this scene, the high-ranking members of the Alliance collectively sighed in relief. Meanwhile, in the rear of the monstrous horde, a giant demon bear, towering like a small mountain, watched the unfolding spectacle with a mocking expression that bore an uncanny resemblance to human derision. Old serpent, it mused in the tongue of demons, your subordinates are utterly ineffectual. They were dispatched with a single blow by the despicable human race. This demon was a serpent of considerable length, adorned with horns entwined in flames. Its entire body covered in scales as hard as black iron, glinting with a chilling sheen. Scorned by the bear demon, the serpent demon's lantern-sized eyes blazed with fury. It cared little for the deaths of ordinary rat demons, as they were merely fodder, but the Rat King was a different matter altogether, a demon of nascent chi and blood, and one of only a few under its command. Ignoring the bear demon's taunts, the serpent demon flicked its tongue, its immense form slithering towards the stone barricade. As it advanced, its scales ground against the rocks, sending sparks flying, as if it could obliterate all in its path. The bear demon, finding no reaction from the serpent demon, grew bored and lumbered after it, its mountain-like frame causing the earth to tremble with each step. As the two great demons approached, the lesser demons ceased their assault, prostrating themselves as if in the presence of royalty. Upon the stone barricade, the Alliance leaders beheld the arrival of these behemoths. Their daunting size inspired trepidation, causing them to question whether humanity could truly prevail. Yet, Lishinga remained remarkably composed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed upon the two great demons, his fighting spirit ignited. Chapter 74, Slaying Great Demons. Rightfully establishing the premier clan, both great demons possess the strength of advanced chi and blood, but due to their size and physical resilience, they often surpassed humans of the same rank. As the serpent demon neared the barricade, its lantern-like eyes immediately locked onto Lishinga. The demon's innate alertness told it that this seemingly frail human was its greatest adversary. Senior, I'll take on the serpent demon, and you take on the bear demon. What do you say? Lishinga gazed at the two formidable demons and turned to Zheng Songfeng, who responded with a hearty smile and a nod. In his hand manifested a grand halberd, its surface marred with splatters of blood, seemingly narrating tales of his illustrious conquests. On the battlefield, the bear demon pounded its chest in a fierce display, while behind it, an elite cadre of demon kin launched a relentless offensive. Above, demonic birds wreaked havoc, their sharp talons ensnaring boulders which they hurled into the fray, while others, leveraging their speed, darted past the stone barriers, each foray claiming several vibrant lives. On the ground, the mighty apes and monkeys spearheaded the assault against the stone gates, shielded by a horde of expendable troops. Behind the 8 cultivators at the Blood Chi realm simultaneously unleashed their formidable presence, seeking out the bloodthirsty demons for a duel. The number of powerful demons was limited. After Lishinga had vanquished one Rat King, only 6 remained. Though the bloodthirsty demons were outnumbered, their immense physical prowess allowed them to hold their ground. The clash was intensely fierce, with countless lives extinguished with every passing moment. Lishinga faced off against the serpent demon, their energy surging to their zenith, each locking onto the other with unwavering resolve. Any hint of weakness would be met with a lethal strike. The serpent flicked its tongue, its lantern-sized eyes glimmering with crimson light. It opened its cavernous maw, from which a terrifying heat surged forth, followed by a colossal fire dragon erupting from its throat. Akin to a volcanic eruption, wherever the fire dragon swept through, everything was reduced to mere ashes. Concurrently, a sanguine halberd metamorphosed into a spectral projection, several dozen feet in magnitude, cleaving towards the demonic bear with earth-shattering force. It was Zheng Songfeng, making his move, truly befitting of the former preeminent powerhouse of Baya County. His attack manifested a terrifying aura. The demonic bear, in response, pounded its chest, bracing for Zheng Songfeng's assault with its formidable physique. On the other front, Lishinga, unfazed after obliterating the demonic serpent's strike, brandished his slashing void, which emitted a silvery luminescence. The light intensified, transmuting into a myriad of flying swords that darted forth, shattering the fire dragon. Having thwarted the demonic serpent's offensive, Lishinga's frame shifted with lightning-like velocity, appearing before the serpent in an instant. His 7-foot stature seemed minuscule compared to the serpent's immense bulk. Yet, Lishinga remained composed, his slashing void sword piercing the serpent's scales, igniting sparks and leaving a noticeable white gash. Enraged by Lishinga's close-quarters assault, the demonic serpent's eyes flared with malice. It lashed its tail, striking the stone wall, the tremendous force instantly shattering it. Boulders rained down upon Lishinga like a deluge. Lishinga brandished a sword, cleaving the descending rocks, and then stepped onto the serpent's massive form, his body ascending skyward, momentarily suspended in midair. The power of chi and blood surged within him. He closed his eyes, formed a hand seal, concentrating his essence, chi, and spirit. The slashing void sword began to vibrate intensely. Suddenly, Lishinga's eyes snapped open, gripping the slashing void, which emitted a resonant hum as if responding. At that moment, man and sword became one. Flash. With a resounding roar, Lishinga unleashed an astonishing velocity, etching ephemeral afterimages across the firmament. Each spectral projection brandished a sword, culminating in a flurry of hundreds of strikes, the culmination of Lishinga's secluded mastery of the serene heart swordplay. As Lishinga and the serpentine fiend brushed past one another, an eerie stillness descended upon the world. The crimson luminescence within the serpent's eyes gradually faded, as hundreds of sword energies, hitherto dormant within its corporeal form, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, pulverizing the beast into a rain of sanguine droplets. In the ethereal expanse, a demonic core, radiating an unsettling crimson aura, levitated serenely. Countless monstrous entities fixated upon the core, their eyes ablaze with avarice. The allure of the core proved irresistible, and in a heartbeat, they surged forth in a frenzied scramble. Lishinga, having first ensnared the serpent's spirit within the banner of a myriad ghosts, cast a disdainful smile upon the scene. With a single stroke, he cleaved the vanguard of the ravenous horde asunder. Then, in a swift maneuver, he seized the demonic core, immediately sensing the raw power contained within. It was no wonder that the beasts were so enamored with it, though he lamented his inability to directly assimilate it, for it would have elevated his power to new heights. Meanwhile, on another front, a demonic bear of advanced vitality, momentarily stunned by the demise of the serpent, was struck by Zheng Songfeng's decisive blow. A torrent of searing demonic ichor spilled forth, jolting the bear back to its senses. Realizing its precarious position, it feigned an attack against Zheng Songfeng, before fleeing with all haste. Zheng Songfeng hastily pursued and engaged in combat, and with the arrival of Lishinga, the two formidable practitioners surrounded the demon bear, forcing it to meet its demise in Filong Gorge. Lishinga acquired a demon core and the soul of a formidable demon beast, marking a significant triumph in this battle. As the two great demons fell, the remaining demon clans seemed to lose their morale, retreating like a receding tide. Li Xinga and his companions chose not to pursue further. There were simply too many demons to defeat. Observing the retreating demon clan, they could not help but erupt into joyous cheers, their faces illuminated with the smiles of those who had narrowly escaped disaster. Some quick-witted individuals dashed forward to seize the carcasses of the demon beasts. For such resources were indeed rare for cultivation. The demon blood could refine the body, while the vitality contained in the demon flesh could accelerate their training speed. Upon returning to Shiguan, Li Xinga and Zheng Songfeng were met with heartfelt admiration from the leaders of the alliance, who bowed in unison, exclaiming, "The leader is formidable. And Elder Zheng is valiant. Without the two of you, we would have surely become the prey of the demon beasts." Zheng Songfeng laughed heartily, stepping behind Li Xinga, and respectfully clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude, stating, "All of this is the merit of the leader. Were it not for you, we would have met our doom today. From now on, my Zheng clan of Dongzhang shall follow the leader's lead." This declaration came from the depths of his heart. With his own strength, he could barely defend against the demon bear, while Li Xinga had swiftly vanquished a serpent far more powerful than the bear within a mere moment. Li Xinga's prowess had completely won his admiration. Zheng Songfeng's words epitomized the complete subservience of the once most prominent family in Baya County to Li Xinga, with the Shangwan family following suit. All families of the Blood Qi realm yielded to the Li family, not to mention the forces lacking a Blood Qi presence, which also expressed their allegiance to the Li family. Thus, the Li family could genuinely claim to have unified Baya County, establishing itself as the rightful foremost family of the region. Chapter 75, First Order Artifact Refiner, Gongsun Ban. After repelling the tide of monsters, Li Xinga named the hastily erected checkpoint Filong Pass and stationed 3 Blood Qi realm cultivators along with 30,000 elite members from various factions to defend it, while the remaining forces returned the way they came. During the journey back, the Grand Elder seemed to suddenly recall something, a fierce light flickering in his eyes. He whispered to Li Xinga, "Patriarch, should we take advantage of this chaotic time to eliminate that individual?" Li Xinga paused in surprise, then responded with a soft chuckle, "Indeed. This is an opportune moment. If that is the case, let the Grand Elder escort him on his final journey." The Grand Elder nodded, preparing to depart. But Li Xinga suddenly called out to him, "Hold on." With a puzzled expression, the Grand Elder turned back to see Li Xinga producing the 100 Ghost banner, handing it to him, and then whispering instructions in his ear. The Grand Elder's demeanor shifted slightly, and he nodded in understanding, watching the Grand Elder's retreating figure. A cold smile crept across Li Xinga's lips. Opposing the Li family would lead to the death of your body and the enslavement of your soul. In the dead of night, darkness loomed, the clouds obscuring the bright moon, rendering visibility nearly impossible. At the county office, reclining upon his bed, Zhao Wuda found himself unable to succumb to slumber, a sense of unease pervading his thoughts. Of late, an ominous premonition had taken root within him, its origin eluding his grasp. Since the grievous injury inflicted upon him by Li Xinga at the Baihao encampment, his prestige had suffered a precipitous decline. Though the denizens of the county yamen outwardly maintained an air of deference, the veiled contempt in their eyes did not escape his notice. Furthermore, his convalescence at the prefectural yamen in recent days, coupled with the demise of his confidants at the hands of the Li family, had left him woefully ignorant of the events unfolding beyond. "I wonder how Minjing fares," he mused. "Once the grand army of the commandery arrives, the Li family shall be reduced to ashes." Zhao Wuda clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with boundless animosity. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen cataclysm transpired. A thunderous roar echoed as an immense bear paw descended without warning, crushing the dwelling beneath its weight. Alas, Zhao Wuda, already grievously wounded, was utterly defenseless against such a blow, and was instantly reduced to a pulpy mass. A spectral apparition emerged, only to be swiftly drawn away by an irresistible force of suction. No, the following day, the news of the newly appointed county magistrate Zhao Wuda's demise at the hands of a fearsome demon spread like wildfire throughout Baya County, instilling widespread panic and trepidation. 2 days later, the eastern county was breached by the demon horde, and all but the Guo family among the 5 prominent clans perished in the defense. The surviving members of the Guo family, led by Guo Taichong and Li Zuling, sought refuge in Baya County, seeking succor from the Li family. After careful deliberation by the family council, the Li family resolved to provide temporary shelter to the Guo family, a decision reached after profound contemplation by the Li family's leadership. Firstly, The long-standing friendship between the Gua and Li families, spanning over a century, stands as a testament to their bond. Furthermore, the Gua family possesses a formidable warrior of the blood realm, who remains invaluable during this tumultuous time of demonic upheaval. Lastly, it is prudent to consider that such chaos cannot endure indefinitely. It is a widely acknowledged fact that the court will not permit the demon race to maintain a prolonged foothold in the counties. This incident merely caught the court off guard due to the sudden assault from the demons of the Qinghe mountain range. Once the court regains its composure, the demons will be driven back into the depths of the wilderness. The influential families in Dongxian County have already been weakened by the rampant demon invasion. And at that juncture, the Li family can restore the Gua family to their rightful place, thereby securing control over the entirety of Dongxian County through them. It can be said that every action taken by the Li family is meticulously calculated for maximum benefit. In the days that followed, several counties in Shenglong Prefecture fell victim to attacks, resulting in an overwhelming number of refugees. The plight of other counties only intensified the gratitude felt by the people of Baihe County towards the Li family. Had it not been for the Li family, a pillar of support, Baihe County might have succumbed to the same fate as the others. Over these few days, the influx of refugees into Baihe County has surged, including many individuals of considerable prowess. The Li family's extraordinary residence has become a bustling hub, where in just a few days, they have sheltered 11 individuals of reputable character at the body realm, among whom is one who has achieved the pinnacle of the body realm, 3 at the great completion, and 7 at the minor completion. This formidable force, though lacking a warrior of the blood realm, could rival that of a family of the blood realm. Within the Li family's reception hall, Li Xingge smiled at the enigmatic figure cloaked in black before him and remarked, "You have specifically requested to meet me. Now that we are face to face, why do you hesitate to reveal your true form?" Beneath the dark robe, a hoarse and obscure voice emerged. "I fear my appearance may disturb the esteemed head of the Li family." Li Xingge waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. This enigmatic figure had located the Li family through the association of extraordinary individuals, and upon revealing his formidable cultivation, boldly demanded a personal audience with the head of the Li family. Li Xingge, always one to honor those of strength and merit, welcomed him with grace. Slowly, the mysterious man lowered the hood of his robe, unveiling a visage that could send shivers down one's spine. He bore silver hair. One side of his face appeared unremarkable, that of an ordinary middle-aged man, while the other side was grotesquely adorned with crimson scales, particularly the eye, which was a chilling expanse of pure white. His hands, if they could indeed be called hands, were more akin to claws, covered in a dense array of blood-red scales, with razor-sharp talons glinting ominously, as if capable of rending anything asunder. Such a countenance would terrify the average person, but Li Xingge, a man of high standing and the distinguished leader of a grand family, was far too discerning to judge based on appearances alone. Noticing that Li Xingge exhibited no signs of trepidation, the mysterious man couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. After all, he was a renowned prodigy, and his composure revealed a maturity that far surpassed his peers. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The mysterious man, unveiling his true identity, proclaimed, "I am Gongsun Ban." He then draped the black robe over himself once more, fully aware that his appearance was indeed fearsome. Unbeknownst to Master Gongsun, it seemed he had discerned Li Xingge's bewilderment. With a chuckle, Gongsun Ban confessed, "I shall not conceal from the head of the Li family that I am a craftsman of weapons, having been a disciple of the esteemed third-rank Master Feng Shan." "A craftsman of weapons?" Li Xingge leaned slightly forward, his interest piqued. "However, I do not forge mere armaments. Rather, I sculpt the essence of humanity." "The essence of humanity?" Gongsun Ban's words left Li Xingge somewhat perplexed, for this concept was entirely foreign to him. The term, as its name implies, refers to the transformation of individuals into instruments of power. In my view, the human form itself is the most formidable weapon, possessing boundless potential awaiting discovery. At this juncture, Gongsun Ban appeared utterly enraptured, his expression radiating fervor. Evidently, he regarded this notion as an undeniable truth. "I once unearthed the tomb of a recently interred master, whose vital energy had reached its zenith. I excavated his remains, exhausted my fortune, and devoted my entire life as learning to the endeavor. No. Over the course of 2.5 years, I sculpted him into a vessel of humanity. After this transformation, he retained 70% of his former prowess. An exquisite masterpiece. Gongsun Ban's excitement was palpable, his gestures animated. I presented this flawless creation to my revered master, yearning for his acknowledgement, to prove that I am not inferior to any other. At this point, however, Gongsun Ban's countenance darkened. Yet to my astonishment, he regarded me as a purveyor of malevolence, stripping me of my cultivation, obliterating my most perfect creation, and casting me out from the sacred fold. In the eyes of Gongsun Ban, resentment brimmed, clearly directed towards the esteemed mentor he spoke of. I merely seek to prove myself. Where lies my fault? Gongsun Ban bellowed. You are not at fault. The error resides with your mentor, Li Xinga replied, applauding. Upon hearing these words, Gongsun Ban gazed at Li Xinga, his eyes igniting with brilliance, as if he had finally encountered a kindred spirit who comprehended him. Master Li, you are truly my confidant. For half my life, I have wandered, never encountering anyone who understands me as you do. Master Li, if you are willing to support my pursuit of human weaponry, then my life henceforth belongs to you. Gongsun Ban proclaimed, bowing respectfully to Li Xinga. Li Xinga laughed heartily and helped Gongsun Ban to his feet. Mr. Gongsun, I, Li, have the utmost admiration for innovative spirits like yours. I believe that one day, you shall surpass your mentor and become an even more formidable weapon craftsman. Illustrious master, no. Master Li, you truly are my guiding light. Gongsun Ban cried, covering his face in tears. The sensation of being recognized was profoundly moving. Those he had encountered previously either regarded him as a monster or deemed him insane. Only Li Xinga understood and supported him. Observing Gongsun Ban's emotional state, a glint of brilliance flickered in Li Xinga's eyes. In the future, the enemies of the Li family would find their souls ensnared within the 100 Ghosts banner for his use. Their physical forms refined into human weaponry to battle for the Li family. Truly, a most efficient utilization. Ha ha ha. Chapter 76, City of the Lion and Tiger. Gathering of the Strong. Venerable Elder, subsequent to the Battle of Flying Dragon Pass, I seem to perceive the bottleneck of the Qi and Blood Heavenly Gate. I intend to enter seclusion to assault the Qi and Blood Realm. Within the Grand Elder's study, the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder, Li Xuanzong, sat facing each other. The latter could scarcely conceal the elation within his heart as he spoke with a smile. The Grand Elder, who had been about to partake of a cup of tea, was invigorated by these words. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, a felicitous occasion indeed. Fourth Elder, what is the degree of your confidence? The Fourth Elder paused momentarily. Less than 30%. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed slightly. Subsequently, he retrieved a box from within his sleeve and presented it to the Fourth Elder. With the aid of this, success should be virtually assured. The Fourth Elder accepted the box with a hint of perplexity. Upon opening it, an intense fragrance of pills instantly permeated the entire chamber. The Fourth Elder's pupils dilated abruptly, and he uttered with a voice tinged with trepidation, This is a Qi and Blood pill. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile, indeed. Furthermore, it is a supreme-grade Qi and Blood pill, sufficient to elevate the probability of success by a full 50%. The Fourth Elder gulped audibly. After a period of internal deliberation, he shook his head and said, a 30% probability is already considerable. Employing this supreme-grade Qi and Blood pill would be unduly extravagant. The clan has only just begun to prosper. Such a treasure should be reserved for those within the clan who are in greater need. Having spoken, he returned the Qi and Blood pill. The Grand Elder was initially taken aback, but then shook his head with an amused smile. Set your mind at ease and accept it. This was specially prepared for you by the clan head. The Fourth Elder wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, Elder, you cannot possibly be deceiving me. Such a precious blood essence pill is exceedingly rare. To possess even one is a stroke of fortune, let alone more. The Grand Elder chuckled heartily. Do not concern yourself with such matters. If you do not trust my word, surely you can trust the family heads? Advancing in the blood essence realm will alleviate some of the burdens on our family head. The Fourth Elder's eyes glistened with emotion, deeply touched. He rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the family head's residence, stating, It is a blessing for our Li family to have such a family head. Meanwhile, on the official road of Baya County, several riders galloped furiously. After half an hour, they halted in front of the Baya County government office. The leader shouted, I am the envoy from the prefectural office. Where is the county magistrate Zhao Wuda? The assistant hurriedly emerged from the county office, his face a mask of distress. My lord, some days ago, the demonic clan wreaked havoc, assaulting the county office, and our esteemed county magistrate has tragically perished at their hands. The envoys exchanged glances, stunned by the revelation of the county magistrate's demise. "Then who holds authority in Baja County now?" inquired the leader. The assistant's eyes darted as he replied obsequiously, "Currently, the one who holds authority in the county is the county lieutenant. Quickly, take us to this county lieutenant. There are urgent military orders to convey." The envoy commanded. Yes, at once." The Grand Elder rushed into Li Xinga's study, addressing him. "Family head, there are visitors from the prefectural office." "The prefectural office?" Li Xinga furrowed his brow, pondering the unexpected arrival of officials from the county government. Could it be that the incident involving Zhao Wuda had come to light? Sensing Li Xinga's confusion, the Grand Elder spoke with a grave countenance. "It is the military envoy of Commander Zhang Xingyi. Surely, Commander Zhang has no authority over us." Li Xinga replied with a hint of displeasure. "The esteemed lord of the prefecture has entrusted Commander Zhang with the command of all forces in our Shenglong prefecture to quell the disturbances caused by the demonic forces, including our esteemed families and sects, which are now under his jurisdiction." Understanding dawned upon Li Xinga. What did the envoy say? The envoy stated that Baja County requires 50 practitioners at the body refinement stage and at least 5 at the Qi and blood stage to convene at Shihugwan in 3 days for a decisive battle against the demon race. As for the common soldiers, the journey is too far, and they would not arrive in time. Quite a clever calculation. Li Xinga scoffed coldly. The Grand Elder hastily interjected. "Master, we must not defy military orders. Although the Li family is strong, we remain insignificant compared to the imperial court. Defying the court's decree could bring grave peril upon us. Rest assured, I would not be so foolish as to openly challenge the court," Li Xinga replied. "I shall attend this alliance meeting personally, accompanied by Jiang Dao as my retainer. Furthermore, I will select 10 practitioners from our clan at the body refinement stage. The remaining numbers will be supplemented by the other prominent families and sections. We shall convene at Qingfeng Valley in half a day's time." With that, Li Xinga made his arrangements, and the Grand Elder accepted the orders with eagerness. Half an hour later, the reinforcements dispatched by other factions to support Lion Tiger Pass had all arrived. Apart from Li Xinga and Jiang Dao, the remaining 3 Qi Blood Realm cultivators were Zheng Lingjun, Shen Shuao, and Shang Guanjie. After exchanging pleasantries, the group mounted their 1,000-mile horses, which were imbued with the bloodline of demonic beasts, and hastened toward Lion Tiger Pass under the cover of night. Along the way, most of the cities they passed had been ravaged by demonic beasts, with bones scattered across the land and the cries of the suffering echoing everywhere. The casualties were beyond count. Li Xinga couldn't help but reflect on how, in such a fantastical world, the lives of ordinary people were as insignificant as blades of grass. Fortunately, his own origins were relatively privileged. Otherwise, he might have ended up as one of the countless bones by the roadside. 3 days later, the weary group finally arrived at the foot of Lion Tiger Pass. True to its reputation as the foremost stronghold of the Ascendant Dragon Prefecture, Lion Tiger Pass was majestic and imposing, spanning dozens of miles from east to west. Its walls, towering over 20 zhang high, were forged entirely from molten iron, rendering them impervious to attacks from ordinary Qi Blood Realm cultivators. Above the battlements, banners fluttered in the wind, and beneath them stood soldiers with the imposing stature of tigers and bears, exuding an aura of ironclad ferocity. Li Xinga and his companions passed through layers of defensive barriers and arrived at the gate. Behind them, someone presented Zhang Xingyi's military order to the gatekeepers, and immediately, the once defiant soldiers regarded Li Xinga and his group with newfound reverence. Strength, after all, commands respect wherever it is found. Esteemed guests, please proceed. Once inside, you will be met by an escort. The commanding officer has already arranged accommodations for you, the gate captain said with a respectful bow. Much obliged, Li Xinga replied impassively, urging his horse into the city. Upon entering the city, it was indeed as expected. A designated individual awaited their arrival, leading Li Xinga and his companions to a luxurious inn. Esteemed lords, this evening, the commanding officer will host a welcome banquet in the main camp for the distinguished guests who have traveled from afar. We sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence, the attendant said with utmost respect. Li Xinga nodded in acknowledgement. Once the attendant departed, Zheng Lingjun sighed. How abundant are the formidable figures in this world. Today, we have encountered no fewer than 20 practitioners of the Vitality Realm, among whom 3 possess strengths that rival, if not surpass, my own. Until today, I had been rather conceited regarding my capabilities, but now I realize I am merely a frog in a well. Li Xinga smiled gently. Brother Lingjun, there is no need for such self-deprecation. The Shenlong Prefecture governs 3 cities and 19 counties, with a population in the millions. The practitioners we encounter today are likely summoned by the commanding officer from various locales. It is no wonder that such a grand assembly of powerhouses has gathered here. Your words ring true, Alliance leader, Zheng Lingjun replied with a wry smile, though the despondence in his expression was unmistakable. Li Xinga felt powerless to alleviate his companion's sentiment. Chapter 77. Li Xinga's Rising Fame. As the sun descended in the west, the time for the banquet swiftly approached. After a brief grooming, under the guidance of the attendant, the group made their way to the banquet in the main camp. Upon their arrival, the vast encampment, capable of accommodating thousands, was filled to capacity. The outermost seats were primarily occupied by practitioners of the body realm, while deeper within, the cultivation levels of the individuals became increasingly profound. Indeed, irrespective of the location, it is one's prowess that determines one's status. The arrival of Li Xinga has garnered considerable attention, particularly from the leaders of formidable factions. Upon witnessing Zheng Lingjun closely trailing behind Li Xinga, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. How could a cultivator, with merely a minor achievement in vitality, willingly position himself in the shadow of this youth? As the crowd speculated his origins, Li Xinga, guided by attendants, took his seat among the foremost positions, followed closely by the 4 cultivators of Vitality Realm. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Those seats belonged to the esteemed ancestors of the Shenlong Prefecture. They could not help but wonder if this youth was, perhaps, an ancient being adept at preserving his youth. Among the assembly of elder figures, a profound sense of trepidation emerged as they realized that their own powers were insufficient to discern Li Xinga's true nature. The overwhelming vitality emanating from him, however, confirmed that this young man was indeed just that, a youth, not an ageless entity. When did the Shenlong Prefecture gain such a prodigious talent? With no baseless mockery to be found, the elder figures, recognizing Li Xinga's extraordinary potential, extended their goodwill towards him. A young powerhouse such as he holds limitless promise for the future, deserving of their camaraderie. After the passage of a brief moment, a resounding voice called out, "The esteemed Commander Zhang Xingyi of the Shenlong Prefecture has arrived." Upon the announcement, a tall figure clad in armor and draped in a crimson battle robe entered the camp, flanked by several formidable generals radiating a powerful aura. He approached the seat of authority, gracefully lifted his battle robe, and slowly turned around. His face radiated the imposing dignity of a martial general. Zhang Xingyi gradually took his seat, prompting all present to rise in unison, clasping their hands in salute, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed commander." Zhang Xingyi responded with a gentle nod, his expression composed as he invited, "Please, be seated." As he spoke, the assembly settled down. "All of you are esteemed heroes from the noble houses of my Shenlong Prefecture. In light of the recent incursion by the Demon Clan, I am profoundly grateful for your willingness to traverse great distances to assist me. Allow me to raise a toast to each of you." With that, he stood, lifted a cup of wine, and drank it all in one go, prompting the others to reciprocate swiftly. After the toast, Zhang Xingyi's complexion flushed slightly, and he laughed heartily, declaring, "Today, many of you may be meeting for the first time. I, Zhang, am unworthy. Yet I shall take the liberty to introduce the esteemed heroes of Shenlong Prefecture to you all." He pointed to an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, yet his complexion vibrant and spirited. This is the Grand Elder of the Xie family, one of the 5 prominent families of Shenlong Prefecture. Xie Baiting. The latter smiled slightly, and the assembly immediately showed their respect, for the Grand Elder of the Xie family was a formidable figure. Having attained the pinnacle of vitality and strength, the crowd promptly paid their respects to Xie Baiting. Zhang Xingyi then indicated another individual, a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor and a smile at the corner of his lips. "This is the head of the Wang family, another of our 5 great families. Wang Daoi. And this gentleman is the deputy commander of the Shenlong Prefecture's military, General Chu Hua. Yet another remarkable figure. This is the leader of the 5 Tiger Gate. Known as the 5 Tiger Blade Master, renowned for his formidable 5 Tiger door slashing technique, which once claimed the life of a fellow practitioner of equal standing. His founding ancestor was a true innate master. This individual hails from the Liu family of Pei Xin and possesses a robust cultivation of vital energy. This is the chief escort of the Shenlong Escort Agency. After introducing dozens of individuals, Zhang Xingyi finally stood before Li Xinga. A smile danced at the corners of his eyes as he gazed upon the youthful visage of Li Xinga, and despite his preparedness, there lingered a hint of indescribable astonishment deep within his gaze. This gentleman may be somewhat unfamiliar to you. He is the head of the Baihali clan, Lishinga. Aside from a few who had heard of Lishinga's reputation, the rest were utterly bewildered. Why had they never heard of the Baihali clan, which bore the name of a county as a prefix? Wasn't the Zheng family the most powerful clan in Bai County? Soon, Zhang Xingyi dispelled their confusion. This Li family head is a mere 18 years old, yet he is extraordinarily accomplished. Just days prior, when the demon tribe invaded Bai County, he single-handedly felled 2 formidable demon beasts of considerable vitality. He safeguarded the peace of his homeland. The moment these words were uttered, a collective gasp echoed throughout the assembly. What had they just heard? 18 years old, and he had slain 2 formidable demon beasts? Were it not for the esteemed Zhang Xingyi delivering this proclamation, many would have deemed it the ravings of a madman. Yet, an individual of Zhang Xingyi's high standing would never jest about such matters. Thus, the veracity of this matter instantly imbued the gazes directed at Lishinga's remarkably youthful countenance with profound astonishment and awe. An 18-year-old Qi and Blood Realm cultivator of such accomplishment bespoke a prodigious talent of the highest order. Moreover, it was common knowledge that demon clans of equivalent cultivation were inherently more formidable than humans, rendering their defeat a significant challenge. Yet, this young man had not only vanquished them, but had done so twice in succession. Initially mistaken for an ageless elder, he was revealed to be an invincible prodigy of youth. In that moment, a flurry of considerations arose within the minds of those present, each pondering whether their respective families possessed a woman of noble lineage, comely appearance, and suitable age. For they beheld a future innate realm patriarch, with whom any form of acquaintance would be invaluable. While Lishinga's visage was adorned with a smile, his heart was beset with concern. Why would this unfamiliar commander exert such unwavering effort to extol his name? Despite his perplexity, he recognized the inherent benefit of the situation. Lishinga arose, cupping his fist in deference, and stated, "Commander, your praise is excessive. It was merely a matter of good fortune." Zhang Xingyi chuckled heartily, retorting, "If all could possess such good fortune as you, then the Ascending Dragon Prefecture would have long been devoid of demonic calamity." Before Lishinga could respond, Zhang Xingyi raised his glass. Addressing the assembly, "Come, esteemed guests, let us raise a toast to the Ascending Dragon Prefecture's youthful prodigy." To the Ascending Dragon Prefecture's youthful prodigy, the crowd echoed in unison, raising their glasses and emptying them in a single draught. Following this toast, the name of Lishinga would undoubtedly propagate throughout the Ascending Dragon Prefecture with extraordinary celerity. After a round of drinks, they reverted to the matter at hand. Zhang Xingyi, with a commanding presence, sat at the head of the table and spoke earnestly, "Esteemed guests, the current turmoil instigated by the demons has escalated remarkably, far surpassing previous disturbances. According to my information, the leader of this chaos is none other than the Firewing Tiger Lord of the Qinghe Mountain Range." Upon hearing this name, the expressions of those present turned gravely serious. The Firewing Tiger Lord, a formidable general among his subordinates, is a genuine innate demon with the terrifying power to scorch mountains and boil seas. Although the Firewing Tiger Lord is indeed powerful, the esteemed Lord of the Mansion has secretly arrived at the Lion-Tiger Pass. Thus, the Firewing Tiger Lord will naturally be dealt with by him, Zhang Xingyi stated calmly. At these words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. The Lord of the Mansion is the only publicly recognized innate powerhouse of the Shenglong Mansion, and with his presence to restrain the Firewing Tiger Lord, the remaining demon forces seemed more manageable. After all, they possessed an undeniable numerical advantage, with over 100 Qi and Blood Realm cultivators present today. Among them were notable figures such as Zhang Xingyi himself, the Grand Elder of the Xie family, and the head of the Wang family, all at the pinnacle of the Qi and Blood Realm. Esteemed colleagues, whether we can deliver a decisive blow to these demons depends on your efforts. The assembly rose in unison, their gazes burning with determination. Only we, the human race, shall thrive in eternal prosperity. Chapter 78. The battle begins in the early morning. Golden rays of dawn ascended from the horizon, awakening all from their slumber. A violent tremor reverberated from afar. Gazing into the distance, a black tide surged forth, rolling ominously towards them. "They have arrived," an experienced veteran atop the watchtower bellowed. Subsequently, a hauntingly resonant horn echoed continuously across the expanse of Lion-Tiger Pass. A phalanx of armored soldiers, wielding curved sabers and long spears, streamed out from the barracks, hastening towards the ramparts. The crossbows and catapults were drawn taut, poised for imminent action. Figures exuding a profound and formidable aura emerged, taking their positions atop the walls, their expressions grave and solemn as they beheld the encroaching tide of demons. Clad in armor, Zhang Xingyi ascended the battlements, flanked by over a dozen martial generals of formidable prowess. Supporting himself against the wall, he clenched his fists, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, not from fear, but from exhilaration and tension. Should they triumph in this battle, the glory of repelling the demonic horde would render the position of governor within his grasp. A thunderous roar akin to that of a wild bull echoed for miles, jolting the very eardrums of those present. In the horizon, a colossal figure akin to a small mountain charged forth, each impact sending tremors through the ground. This was a gigantic wild bull, towering 30 zhang and stretching 50 zhang in length, its blood-red coat gleaming like satin, with horns shimmering ominously in the flames, and eyes burning fiercely with a menacing light. Some recognized it, the supreme demon of the Qinghe Mountains, the red-backed wild bull. A piercing cry of a raptor echoed from the Empyrean heights. Heads craned upwards to behold a colossal avian creature with a wingspan of 100 yards soaring through the firmament. Crimson plumage adorned its brow, and verdant light shimmered across its form. Its immense talons, bathed in the golden radiance of the sunset, gleamed with a metallic chill, promising to rend asunder all that stood before them. In its wake, a vast, somber multitude blotted out the sun, casting the world into a momentary twilight. It was the red-crowned azure eagle, sovereign of the avian realm, and yet another demon beast of consummate vitality. The earth abruptly caved in, sending plumes of dust spiraling skyward. From the depths emerged a gargantuan monstrosity. As it fully materialized, a collective gasp swept through the onlookers. Its body resembled a mountain range, and a blade-like horn, several yards in length, protruded from its brow. Its entire being was encased in scale armor the size of cattail fans, each scale gleaming like a blade, radiating a frigid light. It was the unicorn pangolin. The successive emergence of 3 demon beasts of consummate vitality cast a pall of gloom over the once ardent warriors. A cataclysmic roar, a tiger's bellow of earth-shattering magnitude, reverberated from the heavens. Every demon clan prostrated itself upon hearing this roar. Even the 3 demon beasts of consummate vitality adopted a posture of subservience. The peerless innate demon, Firewing Tiger Lord, had descended. It flapped its flame-wreathed wings, each beat summoning a surge of heat. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, surveyed the vast expanse of mortal beings, like a sovereign gazing down from on high. Its domineering aura permeated the air, stifling breath and inducing a sense of imminent suffocation. Upon witnessing the fearsome creature and sensing its terrifying aura, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over the crowd, causing them to swallow hard. Could such a dreadful being truly be vanquished by humanity? Tiger Lord, you have crossed the line. A gentle voice resonated from the heavens, instantly dispelling the despair that gripped their hearts, allowing them to collectively exhale in relief. Gazing upwards, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in a red official robe, his demeanor refined, with a square face and a distinguished beard, standing effortlessly in the air. Though he exuded no palpable aura, he instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance in all present. He was the innate sage, the esteemed ruler of the ascending dragon mansion. It is you who have overstepped, despicable humans. Return my master's sacred dragon saliva fruit, or else the vast lands of the ascending dragon mansion shall be left desolate. The fire-winged Tiger Lord spoke with human-like articulation, his voice brimming with fury, flames flickering from his maw. The mansion's ruler furrowed his brow in confusion, inquiring, "What is this dragon saliva fruit?" Despicable humans are the masters of feigned innocence. Observing the ruler's bewildered expression, the Tiger Lord's ire reached its zenith. "Lord of the mansion, I truly know not of this dragon saliva fruit. Could there be some misunderstanding?" The mansion's ruler inhaled deeply, responding with calmness. "If it is not you who has stolen my master's dragon saliva fruit, then who else could it be? Within the ascending dragon mansion, only you possess such power. Do not attempt to feign ignorance. Today, I shall transform your ascending dragon mansion into a hell on earth." With a resounding roar, the earth-shattering tiger's roar echoed once more. Under the command of the fire-winged Tiger Lord, the boundless demon tribes launched an offensive against the Lion-Tiger Pass. Incensed by the overbearing demeanor of the fire-winged Tiger Lord, the city lord, his dignity affronted, challenged the beast. "Tiger fiend, dare you face me in battle? What is there to fear?" The tiger roared. "Come." The two figures ascended into the heavens, ready to duel in the firmament. Li Xinga, observing their incandescent forms, clenched his fists, his nascent pride utterly extinguished. The strength of perfected qi and blood was insufficient. Against a Xiantian cultivator, he was but an insignificant ant. A thunderous boom reverberated, signaling the engagement between the Xie family's elder and the unicorn pangolin. Zhang Xingyi and the Wang family head confronted the red-backed python and the crimson-crested cyan feather eagle, respectively. Zheng Lingjun and the others gathered around Li Xinga, who murmured, "Prioritize your safety." They nodded and dispersed to find their adversaries. Li Xinga set his sights on a lesser qi and blood realm demon beast, a leopard whose speed was tormenting its human opponent. Seizing an opportune moment, Li Xinga appeared behind the leopard, unsheathing his severing void blade. A flash of frigid light severed the leopard's head. The severed head landed on the ground, its eyes wide with disbelief. It never imagined that a human cultivator of the greater qi and blood realm would target a lesser qi and blood realm demon beast, let alone resort to a sneak attack. Indeed, the words of the Tiger Lord ring true. The human race is indeed a collection of despicable beings. These thoughts lingered as the leopard demon drew its final breaths. The cultivator, who had suffered greatly at the hands of the leopard demon, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the demon's lifeless gaze. It was only after a brief pause that he bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Li, for your timely assistance." Clearly, he had recognized Li Xinga, who acknowledged with a nod before turning to lend his support to other battlefields. Observing Li Xinga employing the same tactics to vanquish yet another beast of the blood realm sent a chill down his spine, solidifying his resolve to never cross paths with Li Xinga again, even at the cost of his own life. Such formidable strength and extraordinary talent are one thing, but the utter lack of integrity is another. To have such a person as an enemy would be a veritable nightmare. Chapter 79. Lord Qinghelong. Li Xinga's shameless behavior of preying on the weak and launching surprise attacks soon caught the attention of the powerful beings within the demon clan. After he dispatched the third beast of the blood realm, an immensely powerful demon approached him. This was a moonlit silver wolf, its body adorned with a lustrous coat of silver fur, stretching over 30 feet in length, with its exposed fangs gleaming with a chilling light as it fixated its cold gaze upon Li Xinga. With a piercing howl that echoed through the air, the moonlit silver wolf initiated its assault on Li Xinga. Its massive form lunged forward, jaws agape, unleashing a foul stench that caused Li Xinga to grimace. Sleekly evading the silver moon wolf's initial lunge, Li Xinga pivoted adroitly. The beast, pivoting in response, revealed its sanguinary maw, unleashing a barrage of argent lightning bolts. With nimble footwork, Li Xinga once more eluded the assault, the discharged energy impacting the earth and engendering a series of craters, each spanning several dozen yards. Within these chasms, residual electrical energy crackled and danced. Frustrated by Li Xinga's repeated evasions, the silver moon wolf voiced its mounting ire in a resonant howl directed towards the heavens. Its once silver eyes metamorphosed into crimson orbs, and its overall aura intensified with palpable ferocity. The beast renewed its assault, its velocity markedly augmented, and with each advance, it projected bolts of silver lightning, strategically designed to curtail Li Xinga's avenues of escape. Anticipating the attack, Li Xinga firmly grasped the Zhanshu sword, its blade erupting in a scintillating radiance. The Zhanshu fractured within the luminous aura, transmuting into a myriad of sword phantoms, which then coalesced into a singular, formidable sword wheel. This construct deftly absorbed the silver moon wolf's barrage of electrical attacks. The sword wheel whirled with increasing intensity, its core pregnant with volatile energy. At the precipice of the silver moon wolf's renewed assault, the sword wheel discharged a torrential bolt of silver lightning, akin in size to a water pail, directly onto the beast. The sheer force of the impact propelled the silver moon wolf backward, leaving a swathe of its lustrous fur singed and blackened. A shocking wound marred its monstrous frame, punctuated by lingering arcs of electricity and the faint, acrid scent of searing flesh. The excruciating pain caused the moonlit silver wolf to emit a series of mournful howls, while Li Xinga seized the opportunity to strike. His agility reached its zenith as he swiftly appeared before the moonlit silver wolf, bringing down his sword with a flourish. The overwhelming sword energy cleaved through the massive beast's form with a thunderous roar, leaving it utterly shattered, and only a turbulent demon core remained. Just as Li Xinga intended to summon the 100-ghost banner to capture its soul, a flicker of caution crossed his eyes, prompting him to abandon the thought. The scene of Li Xinga slaying the formidable bloodline beast, the Silver Moon Wolf, unfolded before the onlookers. Although the military commander Zhang Xingyi had long spoken of Li Xinga's remarkable achievements, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different level of shock. Li Xinga truly deserved the title of a youthful prodigy. The bloodline beasts of this caliber represented the upper echelons of the demon race's combat power. In the battle at Shihua Pass, the number of such beasts was no more than 10, and now, one had been vanquished by Li Xinga, significantly uplifting the morale of the human camp. Conversely, the demon race was engulfed in unbridled fury. The fully matured demon, the red-backed bull, even forsook its own adversary to charge at Li Xinga, as the moonlit silver wolf was one of its most trusted subordinates. However, it was ensnared by Zhang Xingyi, who sneered, "Beast, your opponent is me." Thus, a fierce confrontation ensued between man and demon once more. Yet, at that moment, an astonishing roar echoed from the heavens. Innate mid-stage. How could this be possible? In the wake of the event, resplendent rays of light painted the vast sky, which erupted with intense fluctuations, as if the heavens themselves were on the verge of collapsing. A colossal figure plummeted from the celestial heights, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. Should it land upon anyone, it would surely result in grievous injury or death. The warring factions of the demon and human clans, caught in the throes of battle, abandoned their adversaries and scattered in all directions. With a thunderous crash, the immense figure struck the earth, causing the very ground to tremble. The demon kin, witnessing the fallen, battered, and nearly lifeless giant, were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to one of sheer terror. Had their invincible fire-winged tiger lord been defeated? Defeated by a mere human? Conversely, the human faction erupted in jubilant cheers. They had initially thought it remarkable that the lord of the mansion could hold his own against the fire-winged tiger lord. Yet they were utterly astonished to learn that he had decisively triumphed. Coupled with the tiger lord's previous proclamation, a wave of realization washed over them. Their esteemed lord had silently advanced to the mid-stage of the innate realm. It is well known that after reaching the innate realm, even a slight disparity in cultivation levels could represent an insurmountable chasm. Many who attain this stage may find themselves stagnant in the initial phase for a lifetime, unable to progress further. High above, with his hands clasped behind his back, the lord of the mansion traversed the air, inspiring awe among the onlookers, who bowed in unison, proclaiming, "The majesty of the lord of the mansion is unparalleled." The flaming tiger lord, in a state of disarray, struggled to rise from the ground, his body marred by gruesome scars. At that moment, his once mighty flame wings lay in tatters, the flames that danced upon them reduced to a mere flicker, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Gasping for breath, he cast a gaze filled with hatred towards the esteemed ruler high above. "You humans are as despicable as ever." The ruler chuckled dismissively, his expression dripping with contempt. "The conflict between our races has always been one of survival. The notion of despicability is irrelevant. As my tenure draws to a close, eliminating you, this persistent threat, serves as a boon for the citizens of the Ascended Dragon Manor. Today, I invite you to your demise." With that, the ruler's countenance darkened, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. He clenched his hand towards the void, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from dozens of miles around, a terrifying wave of power coalescing in his palm to form a luminous orb. Though no larger than a fist, it emanated a chilling aura. With a gentle push of his hands, the orb hurtled towards the flame-winged tiger lord at an astonishing speed. Severely injured, the tiger lord realized that evading this lethal strike was nearly impossible. His tiger-like eyes slowly closed. "My lord dragon, I can no longer serve you. Did those who dare to harm me do so with my consent?" A brilliant ray of light shot forth from an unknown distance, colliding with the luminous orb. The impact resounded with a thunderous roar. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the heavens, unleashing an unparalleled brilliance that illuminated the world. The shockwaves from the explosion stirred up a tempest of sand and debris, severing ancient trees with a single strike, rendering all creatures momentarily deafened. The once clear azure sky was instantly shrouded by an inexorable mass of dark clouds, which churned ominously as thunder rumbled, casting a sudden pall over the landscape. In an instant, it seemed as though the vast expanse of ominous clouds was violently torn apart by an unfathomable force, giving rise to a gigantic silhouette soaring forth from within.